In a fairly old school, a stern voice of a man suddenly rang out, "Dear students, after 3 years of studying, we have all mastered the knowledge of extraordinary abilities." In the school courtyard, a magic circle had been set up in preparation for immediate use. Many students gathered together, each listening carefully and attentively. The stern voice of a man continued to resonate. It turned out that the speaker was the principal of XI High DE School, Mr. Rukun. "Today is the time for you to awaken latent abilities, which will also determine your future life." This was a very important moment for every student present, so Principal Ryuk-an continued to encourage. "I won't talk nonsense anymore. I hope you all can reach the heights like So Cheon-seon, become the pillar of our human race." The person mentioned by Principal Ryuk-an was So Cheon-seon, a level 80 holy mage. So Cheon-seon exuded a powerful yet mysterious golden aura. After listening to all the things Principal Ryuk-an had just said, the faces of all the students there immediately became very serious. Even our main character, Jang Uk, is no exception. Just by looking at the magic circle in front of him, Jang Uk could already guess its purpose. It was a magic circle to awaken latent abilities. Suddenly, in Jang Uk's mind, memories of the past resurfaced. "My name is Jang Uk. I have been in this world for so many years, finally waiting for the day to awaken latent abilities." This world combines with the game, not only existing many dungeons, mysteries, but also many monsters. In the underground of a desolate mountain, there appeared a mysterious gate. The interesting thing is that the gate is not only unique in shape, but also emits a spiraling and sparkling green light. Thanks to Jang Uk's thoughts, we can explore a deeper insight into the laws of operation of this world. Extraordinary abilities, after awakened latent abilities, can be obtained by attacking dungeons, mysteries, killing monsters to gain experience for leveling up and enhancing skills to increase one's strength. After determining their talent in which field of power, the people in this world will continuously fight to enhance their own strength. Through Jang Uk's thoughts, we can only know how cruel the world has been through to achieve the happiness of the present. Countless monsters have been killed to create a survival space for humans, so we can have our peaceful lives today, thanks to that great sacrifice. Now humans can change their dark lives, constantly developing to reach the life at this moment. However, not all extraordinary abilities are the same. Each type has its own unique characteristics. The most popular in this world are the leadership type of extraordinary abilities. Those who belong to this type are extremely powerful and will be most loved and respected by everyone. The last support type is ranked last in the hierarchy and be divided into 5 levels in legend: low level, mid level, high level, rare level, and finally, legendary level. The more he thought, Jang Uk's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, his whole face filled with seriousness. Extraordinary abilities are legendary. The city of XI High has not been able to produce one in 10 years. Suddenly, the voice of Principal Ryukon rang out, solemnly announcing, "Magic Circle Extraordinary Abilities Activate." After the magic circle was mentioned, meticulously prepared, it immediately lit up to determine the fate of the students there. A boy with blonde hair suddenly approached Jang Uk, lightly patting his shoulder and asking, "Jang Uk, what do you want to awaken latent abilities into extraordinary abilities the most?" This was Ko Yang, Jang Uk's classmate. Jang Uk didn't react to Ko Yang's shoulder pat, just looking at him. Knowing that no matter how long he waited, Jang Uk wouldn't say anything. Ko Yang spoke up, "Just say it. It doesn't matter." Ko Yang smiled and continued to say to Jang Uk, "I want to awaken latent abilities into a knight the most. Look at my build. Awakening latent abilities into a knight would surely be majestic. Then I can protect my sisters. Your and Seolni's achievements are good, so maybe you can awaken latent abilities into extraordinary abilities too." When others see Ko Yang talking intimately with Jang Uk like that, they immediately pull him back and try to advise. "Ko Yang, why bother talking to that arrogant guy? He can't even answer. Maybe today can only awaken latent abilities into extraordinary ability support." Another person overhearing also chimed in to express their opinion. "That's right, just a little achievement is nothing to be arrogant about." Ko Yang did not listen to the hungry people as he raised his hand to pat the hair on his forehead and replied, "Don't say that, actually Jang Uk just doesn't like to talk." On this side, Principal Ryuk-an was smiling happily to the point of squinting his eyes while gratefully thanking the senior master at level 52, Jang Qian. "Master Qian, I am bothering you today." Master Jang Qian, hearing Principal Ryuk-an's solemnity, quickly replied, "It's what should be done." Jang Uk was standing watching Master Jang Qian. His originally indifferent face to everyone became extremely surprised. His eyes widened unbelievably. That old man is also a master of magic circle. This is a rare high-level extraordinary ability support. After expressing his appreciation, Principal Ryuk-an immediately picked up the microphone to look at the list in his hand and announce, "Next, if I call the name of a student, that student will enter the magic circle extraordinary abilities." After finishing his sentence, Principal Ryuk-un immediately called out the name of the first person, Seo Dal. Upon hearing his name, student Seo Dal immediately stepped forward into the magic circle extraordinary abilities, standing in the center of the magic circle. In that moment, the blue stone suddenly lit up, followed by instant golden lights continuously appearing and circling around. Then a notification appeared. Seo Dal has successfully awakened latent abilities and achieved extraordinary abilities type support for farmers. Seo Dal was so shocked that he couldn't stop scratching his head, screaming continuously in disbelief at his own extraordinary abilities as a farmer. Onlookers couldn't help but gossip about Seo Dal's awakening of latent abilities as a farmer. While Seo Dal felt utterly useless with his extraordinary abilities, others thought differently. They discussed how being a farmer was not so bad and even considered the possibility of him becoming a great farmer or even a saintly farmer. Some even commented that being a farmer in the category of extraordinary abilities was quite decent. As soon as one person finished speaking, another quickly chimed in, agreeing that being a farmer in extraordinary abilities wasn't bad at all. Next, another person stepped into the magic circle of extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing that he had achieved the category of a chef as a support extraordinary ability, his face lit up with joy. My father is a chef, and I never thought I could become one too. It's like I'm following in my father's footsteps. After that, the other students took turns moving forward. Meanwhile, Master Jang Xian, who was standing by, suddenly remarked, "This year's students are quite ordinary." Principal Ryuk-un, standing beside him, became more serious upon hearing those words. His eyebrows furrowed as he replied, "Indeed, so far there hasn't been any rare, extraordinary abilities yet." As Principal Ryuk-un finished speaking, Master Jang Xian's voice was heard again. Talking about rare, extraordinary abilities, our school has not produced any rare, extraordinary abilities for years. Even if a high-level leadership extraordinary abilities were to emerge, it wouldn't be bad. Principal Ryuk-un, holding the list in his hand, turned to smile and agree. Yes, every year, the city of Xi High only produces one or two rare, extraordinary abilities. My hopes are too far-fetched. After the conversation, Principal Ryuk-un called out the next student. Next, Haseol Nai. This time, a girl with beautiful long black hair and a proud face stepped towards the magic circle. Seol Ni, while walking, stroked her hair arrogantly and said, "Jang Uk, I will show you who the real genius is." Jang Uk, mentioned by Seol Nai, remained indifferent, not caring about what she had just said. Seeing Jang Uk silent and casually observing everything, Seol Nai determined, "Although we are both considered geniuses in the school, you are always one step ahead of me. This time, I will not lose." Master Jang Xian merely glanced at Seol Ni and was instantly astonished, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "This girl is not bad." Principal Ryuk-un, standing next to him, didn't understand what was happening and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that, Master Qian?" Hearing Principal Ryuk-un's question, Master Jang Xian immediately explained, "A spiritual power of this girl is twice as strong as that of an average person. She might awaken latent abilities and become a mage." Hearing every word Master Jang Xian had just spoken, Principal Ryuk-un also became extremely surprised. He turned and exclaimed, "A mage? That's a high-level extraordinary ability among leaders. If it's a special type of mage, it could be an exceedingly rare extraordinary ability." Meanwhile, Seol Nai did not stop walking due to the conversation between Master Jang Xian and Principal Ryuk-un. She stepped straight into the center of the magic circle. As soon as Seol Ni approached, the previously normal scene suddenly experienced a strange phenomenon. A powerful aura surrounded Seol Ni, and explosions erupted continuously above her head. Even Master Jang Xian and Principal Ryuk-un were greatly surprised by the recent event, exclaiming that the appearance of the rare phenomenon of extraordinary abilities was unexpected. Various colorful streams of power constantly surrounded Seol Ni, notably the red of fire and the brown of earth, followed by the announcement that Seol Nai had successfully awakened latent abilities and received the extraordinary abilities of elemental leadership. This was a rare extraordinary abilities, and the students witnessing it couldn't help but express their admiration and respect, saying, "Wow, Seol Nai is amazing, have rare extraordinary abilities of leadership." Different voices continued to praise, saying elemental sorcerers are incredibly powerful. It is said that after leveling up, a sorcerer's divine-level arcane power can sweep through the city of Xi High, truly a genius living up to one's reputation. Even Master Jang Xian had to praise Seol Ni, saying, "Girl, well done." As Seol Nai was about to return to her place, she quickly bowed respectfully in response to the praise, saying, "Thank you for the compliment, senior." Interestingly, even the stern Principal Ryuk-an was extremely happy, smiling so much that his eyes squinted. The moment Seol-nae rejoined the other students, everyone immediately gathered around her, smiling and praising her. Seol-nae, you're amazing. A rare leader type, extraordinary ability. That's something beyond the ordinary. Another girl chimed in, this time, you could definitely surpass that annoying Rim Jang Uk. Seol-nae, who was initially overjoyed having acquired a rare, extraordinary ability, calmed down upon hearing the name Rim Jang Uk. She remembered there was someone who always overshadowed her. At that moment, the stern voice of Principal Ryuk-an rang out, calling, "Next, Rim Jang Uk." Our protagonist, upon hearing his name, remained utterly composed. With his hands in his pockets, he confidently walked towards the magic circle. Seol-nae, who was being celebrated by everyone, watched Jang Uk as he passed by and gave him a disdainful smile. She was confident that Jang Uk could not achieve an extraordinary ability greater than hers. After calling Jang Uk's name, Principal Ryuk-an quickly turned to Master Jang Cheon beside him and asked, "What do you think of this boy?" Master Jang Cheon, after careful consideration, replied, "Apart from his extremely indifferent demeanor, there's nothing remarkable about him." Principal Ryuk-an, after hearing this, smiled and said, "Our school has two geniuses. Seol-nae was ranked second, and Jang Uk here is the top student." Master Jang Cheon replied, "Academic achievements and awakening latent abilities aren't necessarily related. You understand this principle, don't you?" Principal Ryuk-an thought to himself as he watched Jang Uk's retreating figure, if Jang Uk also has a rare, extraordinary ability then. As soon as Jang Uk stepped into the magic circle, it activated, and a phenomenon even more extraordinary than Seol-nae's occurred, both mysterious and dangerous. Around Jang Uk appeared a dark red light rising to a mesmerizing purple. It looked as if the gates of hell had opened right there on Earth. On that day, the sky, which had been perfectly calm and beautiful, suddenly filled with dark clouds, and a fierce whirlwind threatened to sweep everything away. In the center were continuous bolts of lightning, poised to strike. Everyone present, witnessing the terrifying scene, was both bewildered and shocked, exclaiming, "What's happening? Why is it so windy? Look, the sky is filled with dark clouds, and it wasn't supposed to rain. This wind is so eerie and cold." Even Principal Ryuk-an, who had experienced countless upheavals, was taken aback. He looked up at the sky with wide eyes and asked, "What is this?" Master Jang Cheon, on the other hand, remained much calmer, though his usually gentle smile was replaced by a serious expression as he observed the chaotic sea before him. He said, "This is an abnormal phenomenon." Upon hearing this, Principal Ryuk-an couldn't help but exclaim, "An abnormal phenomenon for awakening latent abilities." Immediately, Principal Ryuk-an began to consider carefully an abnormal phenomenon of this magnitude for awakening latent abilities. Could it be a rare, extraordinary ability, either a leader type or a support type? Seol-nae, witnessing the chaos caused by Jang Uk, couldn't help but console herself. "No way, I won't lose to you." Despite her reluctance, Seol-nae had to admit one thing. This phenomenon is far more intense than when I awakened my latent abilities. Suddenly, someone shouted and pointed straight at the sky. "Look, everyone, there's something happening in the dark clouds." As the clouds gather, they reveal a hole in the center, allowing those present to finally see what it was. Inside is an army with an uncountable number, each skeleton riding on their own bolt of lightning. Someone witnessing this becomes extremely frightened and falls to the ground stuttering. Skeletons, all in the dark clouds, are dry bones. After the whole army of dry bones appeared, a huge bright blue bolt of lightning struck straight down to where Jang Uk was standing. Seol-nae, who was confident that she could still overcome Jang Uk, when seeing these things, felt scared. Clearly, this is a hallucination, but cannot confront that around Jang Uk were countless blue bright flashes with faces of continuous long heads. Then a message appeared. Jang Uk has successfully awakened latent abilities and achieved extraordinary abilities, a type of leadership, magic necromancer, the unique hidden extraordinary abilities. Looking at the very strange blue flame in his hand, Jang Uk thought to himself, hidden extraordinary abilities are unique extraordinary abilities, meaning the whole world only has one magic necromancer, which is him. This is the extraordinary abilities with a great source of power that only Jang Uk possesses. Unless Jang Uk dies, there will be no second person with extraordinary abilities like Jang Uk. The unique hidden extraordinary abilities are not only rare, but also extremely scarce, even rarer than legendary extraordinary abilities. After Jang Uk awakened latent abilities, people continued to talk excitedly, even more so than when Seol-nae awakened latent abilities. Jang Uk is really amazing, but awakened latent abilities turn into hidden extraordinary abilities, and it's the only hidden extraordinary abilities. How lucky is that? Could it be a mistake in the magic circle? If there are fans, there will always be jealous people. Hidden extraordinary abilities may not be strong. In history, there have been many with hidden extraordinary abilities, and nothing special happened. Some believe that Jang Uk simply received different extraordinary abilities from others. Hidden extraordinary abilities are just extremely rare, not necessarily powerful. Everyone kept discussing Jang Uk and his hidden extraordinary abilities, but the terrifying phenomenon earlier and his extraordinary abilities as a magic necromancer. Does it have something to do with the dead? He never talks. Connecting with the dead isn't that strange. No need for conversation. Being mocked and talked about by everyone didn't affect Jang Uk's thoughts. His unique hidden extraordinary abilities exceeded his expectations. When Jang Uk was walking back to his place, Master Jang Qian came up to him and called out, "This student, please wait a moment." Jang Uk saw Master Jang Qian and greeted him respectfully, saying, "What instructions do you have, senior?" Upon hearing Jang Uk mention his latent abilities turning into extraordinary abilities, Master Jang Qian, curious, asked if he could demonstrate his skills. Without hesitation, Jang Uk agreed, saying, "Please wait a moment." Immediately, a notification board displaying Jang Uk's information and skills appeared. Jang Uk raised his hand and summoned a blue flame, expanding with immense strength and pressure, surprising everyone. Seeing the flame in his hand, Jang Uk thought to himself, "My spiritual power must be stronger than the representative magic necromancer of the extraordinary ability sorcerer. The summoning skills of the scale-ton warrior seem to belong to the extraordinary ability summoner." Once he gathered enough power, Jang Uk commanded, "Summon scale-ton warrior." As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Uk's spiritual power decreased by 10. Immediately, a skeleton warrior appeared, holding a sword in its hand. It was a black iron skeleton warrior with all stats of strength, agility, spiritual attacks, and physical attributes at 15. Everyone was shocked and terrified when they saw the skeleton appear as Jang Uk had summoned it. Wow, Jang Uk has summoned a skeleton from the dark clouds, this time for real. Master Jang Qian suddenly raised his hand to summon a beam of light towards the skeleton. When attacked, the skeleton revealed a menacing look towards the opponent and asked Jang Uk, "Skeleton warrior under attack? Retaliate or not within 10 seconds, otherwise will automatically retaliate." Seeing the summoned skeleton about to charge towards Master Jang Qian, Jang Uk quickly raised his hand to stop it. "Do not attack." Master Jang Qian, instead of being scared, smiled and praised Jang Uk, very cautious. Master Jang Qian looked at the skeleton behind Jang Uk and thought to himself, "The old man is an extraordinary abilities level 52, while Jang Uk is only level 1. The summoned creature is showing hostility towards me. However, its attributes are normal, with Jang Uk being only level 1 and not yet revealing his strong, extraordinary abilities. Perhaps as he levels up, this skeleton will become more powerful." Upon hearing that, Master Jang Qian immediately raised his hand to both greet Jang Uk and cheer him on. "Thank you. Keep striving. Perhaps there will be achievements in the future." Upon hearing those words from Master Jang Qian, Jang Uk immediately bowed respectfully. Then, Jang Uk turned and walked away, followed by the skeleton warrior behind him. Everyone seeing this all simultaneously stepped back to open a path for Jang Uk. Ko Yang, seeing Jang Uk return, eagerly approached and asked curiously, "Jang Uk, can I touch it?" Seeing Ko Yang's desire to touch the skeleton warrior, Jang Uk nodded in agreement. Ko Yang continuously touched the bone structure in front of him and commented, "This skeleton is cool." Jang Uk, upon hearing this question, looked towards the skeleton warrior without hesitation and replied, "It's probably cooler than you." Upon hearing Jang Uk say that, Ko Yang felt a bit incredulous. "Really? I find it hard to believe. It looks pretty worn out." As Jang Uk and Ko Yang were chatting, the voice of Principal Ryuk-un rang out, addressing Ko Yang next. "Ko Yang." Upon hearing his name, Ko Yang hurriedly ran off, but not without turning back to tell Jang Uk, "I will go awaken latent abilities and then come back to talk." Watching Ko Yang's figure depart, Jang Uk raised his hand and silently thought, "Return." Immediately after, the skeleton warrior transformed into a dark green light and disappeared. In that moment, a notification appeared in front of Jang Uk. The skeleton warrior that Jang Uk owned had become number 1. After reading, Jang Uk felt extremely amazed and understood one thing. It turns out, spatial summoning can be used to summon items and can be summoned at any time without the need to spend spiritual power, and the capacity will increase according to one's level upgrade. Thinking of this, Jang Uk's face became serious. Jang Uk immediately remembered what he saw when standing in the magic circle Awaken Latent Abilities. Just now, during Awaken Latent Abilities, it seemed like he saw the magic necromancer. That image still lingered in Jang Uk's mind. The mage had quickly defeated a dragon, The more Jang Uk remembered that scene, the more determined he was that one day he would also be able to reach the level of killing dragons in the blink of an eye. After Ko Yang awakened his latent abilities, he achieved the extraordinary abilities he desired. He was now a high-level leader, a knight skilled in swordsmanship. Ko Yang ran to Jang Uk smiling happily, raised his thumb towards himself and said, "See, I told you I could awaken my latent abilities to become a knight. In the future, when we fight the boss, I'll stand in front of you. If you want to kill me, you'll have to step over your own courts, ha ha ha." Jang Yu couldn't help but sigh and replied, "You got it all wrong." Ko Yang was ecstatic and retorted, "Finally, you opened your mouth to talk. I purposely said the wrong thing. You didn't notice, did you?" The Awakened Latent Abilities session at Katai High Yi School had ended. Principal Ryuk-an stood in front of all the students, cheering them on and announcing, "No matter what extraordinary abilities you awakened, the school will arrange a place of promotion for you. The Awakened Latent Abilities session has ended, and tomorrow the boss upgrade for new players in Katai High City will also open. I hope everyone will strive to level up, achieve good results in the final exam in a week, and fulfill your dream of entering a top university." After Principal Ryuk-an finished speaking, each student left in turn, group by group. Jang Uk did the same, with Ko Yang still talking nonstop by his side. However, this did not affect what Jang Uk was thinking. The monsters in the upgrade dungeon for beginners will gather from level 1 to level 8. Not many in number, very low difficulty, safer than going outdoors. Behind them, Seol-nai was chasing after Jang Uk. When she was close, Seol-nai shouted, "Rim Jang Uk, wait." When Jang Uk stopped and turned around, Seol-nai clenched her fists vigorously and challenged Jang Uk. "Jang Uk, I want to compete with you. Let's see who has a better end-of-term performance. Dare to compete?" Even Ko Yang, next to Jang Uk, was extremely surprised to see Seol-nai's determination. In contrast to Ko Yang, Jang Uk looked at Seol-nai with determination. Jang Uk only muttered a reluctant "oh." After that, he ignored everything and continued walking, leaving Seol-nai behind, still ranting, "Decision made. I won't lose to you forever." Seol-nai harbored a huge determination in her heart. "I must defeat Jang Uk, even though I lost to Awaken Latent Abilities today, but I won't accept defeat." After our main character returned home, Jang Uk immediately picked up the picture frame to look at. The photo contained a very peaceful and happy scene. Jang Uk in the picture was smiling happily, completely different from his current cold demeanor, looking at his kind grandmother from his prosperous past. Jang Uk silently said to himself, "Grandma, I have successfully awakened my latent abilities, extraordinary abilities hidden of a super rare level." Then Jang Uk looked at his older sister. Jang Uk immediately made up his mind. "Sister, wait for me. I will also enroll in Xiaojing Academy." As Jang Uk was lost in his own thoughts, suddenly the sound of knocking on the door rang out. "Knock, knock." Jang Uk quickly went to open the door to see who it was. As the door opened, Jang Uk felt very surprised to see that it was Headmaster Ryuk-an. When Headmaster Ryuk-an saw Jang Uk open the door before he even asked why he had come, he immediately said, "Jang Uk, take these support supplies before you go." Looking at Jang Uk in front of him, Principal Ryuk-an immediately remembered Jang Uk's older sister. She was a very strong girl who could use 2 swords at the same time to fight. Last year in Katai High City, only Jang Uk's sister passed the entrance exam for Xiaojing Academy. Before, he had agreed with her that she had to take good care of her younger brother for her to be allowed to enter Xiaojing. He had to keep his promise. That's what he promised to do. Principal Ryuk-an cared a lot for Jang Uk and handed him a bag of support. Jang Uk took it and said, "Thank you, sir." After seeing Jang Uk took the bag, the principal did not stay but left immediately, saying goodbye to Jang Uk but reminding him, "You have to report for duty tomorrow. Rest well." At night, suddenly in front of Jang Uk appeared a very strange notification board. "System loading." Jang Uk was extremely confused when he saw it, not knowing what to do. Why is this happening suddenly? Then, another notification appeared in front of Jang Uk. "Check out the Awakened Host's Extraordinary Abilities Magic Necromancer. Extraordinary abilities suitable for the system's requirements for the strongest talent currently locked. Just return the result. No explanation needed. Nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary." Seeing that notification, Jang Uk's cold face couldn't hold back anymore. Jang Uk opened his eyes wide to read each word on the notification board clearly. And then that notification continued to change, start to extract the origin of the world. Completed skill optimization. Congratulations to the host for awakening the unique god-level talent. Comprehensive increase of level 1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill damage transfer. Not stopping there, Jang Uk received another notification. Passive skill damage transfer. Comprehensive level 1 effect. All skill effects are increased by 5 times. Damage effects, all damage received by the mage himself is taken by the summoner. Seeing the constantly changing notifications in front of him, Jang Uk was extremely happy. His face lit up, adding another talent and passive skill. This effect is truly worthy of being called God level. After reading and understanding the power he had just received, Jang Uk immediately raised his hand to test it, followed by a blue flame appearing and spreading rapidly. Seeing this, Jang Uk ordered, "Summon Skeleton Warrior." After Jang Uk spoke, spiritual power was immediately deducted by 10. The flame obediently gathered back together at Jang Uk's command, gradually revealing a figure behind the flame. Jang Uk successfully summoned not the same black iron skeleton warrior as before, but a completely different one. All strength, agility, spiritual attacks, and physical stats have reached 75, surpassing the previous one. The aura of the skeleton has completely changed. While the previous skeleton warrior made others fearful and intimidated for being a non-living being that could walk and fight like a seasoned soldier, this black iron skeleton warrior now exudes the aura of a captain in an army, creating heavy pressure on those who see it. Jang Uk carefully senses the power emanating from the black iron skeleton warrior with both hands, then understands a few things. All attributes of the skeleton warrior have increased fivefold. Combined with the damage transfer skill, he will not stand at a disadvantage against opponents of the same level. The next day, at the beginner upgrade dungeon, Ko Yang waves and asks Jang Uk if he wants to team up. Jang Uk shakes his head in disagreement, and Ko Yang angrily grabs his hand and shouts, "You think you're too good to team up with me? I sincerely want to invite you. If you don't give me a good reason, I will not give up on my intention." Jang Uk turns back to Ko Yang and says, "Teaming up slows down progression, solo progression is faster." Suddenly, Seol Nai appeared, nodding in agreement with Jang Uk. What Jang Uk said is very true. When two people are in a team, experience should be shared. Based on the experience of the predecessors, those below level 10 are suitable for solo battles, while those above level 10 are more suitable for teaming up. Ryuk-an stood behind the three and said, "Besides Seol Nai and Jang Uk, other leaders with extraordinary abilities always bring support into the raid, not necessarily for solo battles. You will understand later on. Bringing support into the raid is indispensable, at least for now when you are still students. There won't be a situation of fighting." Someone in the crowd asked, "Why don't these two need to bring support along?" Ryuk-an explained immediately. Seol Nai wants to enter Xingajing Academy, so she needs to level up quickly. Besides, she is an elemental mage. As for Jang Uk, I don't understand her extraordinary abilities, nor do I know how powerful she actually is. You can ask the support team to see if she is willing to form a team. Everyone expressed their disagreement. One said, "I'm afraid of those skeletons," while another said, "I also think so." Seeing this, Jang Uk put the school badge on his shoulder and said, "Principal Ryuk-an, I also want to take the entrance exam for Xingajing Academy." He thought to himself, "I also want to take the entrance exam for Xingajing Academy, but applying individually suits me better." After speaking, he added a point to his spiritual power. Principal Ryuk-an was surprised and said to Jang Uk, "It's impossible. Do you know how difficult it is to pass the entrance exam for Xingajing Academy? To pass, you must at least reach level 12 before the final exam, and it's safer to be at level 15. My sister, Rim Hai Jin, reached level 16 last year and was recognized by Xingajing Academy." He continued, "In just a short week, it's not easy to reach level 12, let alone level 15. Even in the beginner's dungeon, the highest level monster is only level 8. It's impossible to reach level 12, let alone level 15. Apart from the levels, there may be other conditions that you'll only find out during the final exam." Jang Uk maintained a determined look and said, "I believe in myself." Ryuk-an was satisfied with his response and praised, "Well done." He thought to himself again, if this kid has a hidden extraordinary abilities, he might actually have the ability. Seol Nai stood in front of the gate and turned back to look at Jang Uk. "Let's see who levels up faster. If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes." Jang Uk scratched his head in embarrassment, the strong desire to win. Then Jang Uk also stepped inside the newbie zone. Jang Uk was trying to upgrade his level while thinking to himself, "Last night I summoned a skeleton set, lost 10 spiritual power points, went through a night of contemplation, restored 40 points of my spiritual power, and summoned 4 more skeleton warriors." After saying that, Jang Uk let go of his staff and summoned while commanding them, "Go search and kill monsters." Another skeleton set successfully killed a giant rabbit, adding 10 experience points. Jang Uk calculated, every time a skeleton warrior kills a monster, my experience points will increase by 1%, killing 100 will be enough to level up. Then each of the large rabbits became experience points for Jang Uk. Seeing this, Jang Uk was happy inside. This efficiency is too high. In just a few minutes, my experience points have increased by 10%. Jang Uk successfully leveled up and exclaimed, it only took half an hour. Jang Uk continued his quest to earn experience points, summoning 2 level 2 skill-ton warriors. Jang Uk happily thought, my attributes have increased again. The number of skill-ton warriors has now become 8. The effectiveness of monster killing keeps increasing. This is just the beginning. Just like that, the bones began to help him level up quickly. Kill level 2 gray fur cat, experience plus 20. Kill level 3 brown dog, experience plus 30. Kill level 4 blue-eyed rat, experience plus 40. While the bones fought, Jang Uk stood contemplating. It has a function like that. The activity traces of the scale-ton warrior can create a map. Jang Uk looked at the paper and thought. Then Jang Uk felt like there might be a monster that the scale-ton warrior had let in. Just so he could test his active skills, Jang Uk pointed at the creature that the scale-ton warrior had let in, Soul Blaze. The creature was immediately paralyzed by the blue light. Damage multiplied by 5 times. Level 2 brave fur cat could only be killed in an instant. The cat monster could only lie flat on the ground for Jang Uk to gain experience. The spiritual attack is too strong, surpassing any physical defense magic. The hidden extraordinary abilities are truly supreme. With just these 2 skills, even without talent, the magic Necromancer will definitely not be weaker than any legendary extraordinary abilities. Thinking that Jang Uk's level had increased, he exclaimed, level up again. Jang Uk smiled contentedly and summoned Skill-Ton Warrior. One by one, Blue-Eyed Rat and Brown Dot were killed by Jang Uk for experience. Jang Uk thought to himself as he walked, at this rate of leveling up, I will level up again in less than an hour. The duration of the newbie dungeon is 12 hours, 4 hours have passed, and I am already at level 4. If I can directly level up to level 8, I will reach the outskirts of Xi High City where there are higher level monsters. On the other side, Rukon and the man in a white shirt, Hadong Yang, head of the He family, and Seolni's father, sat chatting with each other. Principal Rukon asked, Mr. Yang, how is Seolni doing? Seolni's father replied, for the past few years, Seolni has been relying on Principal Rukon. Principal Rukon lifted his glass of water and said, I haven't done anything. That little girl is very hardworking, very intelligent. This awakened latent abilities is also extremely successful. I'm sure you already knew early on she is a rare elemental mage with extraordinary abilities. Seolni's father looked up at the sky and said, it's a pity I was too busy yesterday. I couldn't witness Seolni awaken latent abilities. In the picture are 2 girls with rare extraordinary abilities, Mr. Yang said with a lost voice. This time can't miss the first sub-boss of the little girl. Rukon said again, in the past, both Socheon-seon and Rim Hai Jin were rare extraordinary abilities. Stepping out of the newbie sub-boss were level 5. I think Seolni probably won't lag behind much. Father Seolni said anxiously, just hope so. Since childhood she has been eager to win, loves competition. Rukon looked at the man and added, from their initial leveling speed, we can roughly estimate how many levels they will gain in the following days. If Seolni hasn't reached level 5 on the first day, then it will be difficult for her to enter Jing Academy. He pondered for Jang Uk. I don't know how many levels Jang Uk can increase. Hidden profession probably won't be low. After entering the sub-boss, everyone will start counting down the time, automatically exiting the sub-boss after 12 hours. Let's wait and see how many levels they will increase after 12 hours. On the screen is a warrior who passed 12 hours and was forced to return to the real world. Head of his family wondered, oh, I heard that at the Awakened Latent Abilities event yesterday, the school also revealed a hidden extraordinary abilities. Yes, the extraordinary abilities that Jang Uk Awakened Latent Abilities is Magic Necromancer. I haven't met them before, so I don't know if they are powerful. Rikon added, Jang Uk's sister is Rim Hai Jin. If Seolni enters Jing Academy, maybe Hai Jin can help her. In the next scene, the sky was dark. Jang Uk was still trying to accumulate experience. The farthest distance a Scale-Ton Warrior leaves me is 500 meters. Within this range, I can safely level up. The Scale-Ton Warriors brought Jang Uk a lot of experience. It had been almost 7 hours, and he still hadn't encountered a level 8 monster. Jang Uk worried. I wonder how many levels they have gained. As Jang Uk continued walking in the forest, something suddenly attacked him. He was surrounded by a green light, the passive skill damage transfer activated. Facing the bulwark tree, Jang Uk silently rejoiced, finally found a level 8 monster. His face was serious. This is a level 8 monster, comparable to the wild monsters in the sub-dungeon. The Scale-Ton Warrior's attributes have reached 275. Let's see if you can withstand my attacks. After that, the skeleton monsters took turns attacking the tree, but to no avail. Jang Uk exclaimed in surprise, no way. It didn't just die. Jang Uk then pointed at the tree, ordering the skeletons to attack the bullwhip tree. 4 swords are needed to kill an 8th grade monster, so my leveling up progress will slow down significantly. Finally, I managed to kill the bullwhip tree. Jang Uk, without calculation, rejoiced. Unbelievable, I only saw 1 bullwhip tree. There must be hundreds of them. This place is truly a special leveling up sanctuary for me. The skeletons began to attack the bullwhip tree, gaining a lot of experience. Amidst the purple vortex, a figure appeared. Someone is coming out. How strange. It's not the right time yet. Couldn't it be a problem? Rook unworriedly said, the exit of the instance dungeon must be found by passing through the 8th grade bullwhip tree monster. Could it be? Suddenly, the figure revealed itself to be Jang Uk. Rickon asked in confusion, Jang Uk, why did you come out? Jang Uk simply replied, I killed everything so I came out. Headmaster Ryuk-an was astonished. You, at level 7 already? He immediately thought in just over 10 hours he reached level 7. Jang Uk put his hand in his pocket and said, there are too few monsters in there, otherwise I could reach level 8. Teacher Ryuk-an, I want to go to the outskirts of Xi High City. Principal Ryuk-an stood still. It's the first time I've heard of someone clearing all the monsters of the newbie dungeon, and in just 10 hours. How did Jang Uk do it? He must be a magic necromancer. Ryuk-an forced a smile. Okay, I agree. I'll give you the approval letter. Go rest for a while, wait for your classmates to finish, and then I'll take you home. Around them, people whispered, why didn't that student go out first? Is there a problem? He didn't get hurt, did he? Why is there no one from his team with him? Seolni's father turned to say, Ryuk-an, what happened just now? Ryuk-an held a glass of water confidently and said, he is Jang Uk. He already cleared the newbie dungeon and killed all the level 8 monsters in there. Many people were amazed. How powerful are legendary extraordinary abilities? I have never seen them before. I don't know, but legendary extraordinary abilities are extremely rare and definitely not as effective as that. Another person added, that's right, based on that, the magic necromancer's abilities surpass all rare extraordinary abilities that we know of can be completely compared to legendary level extraordinary abilities. Someone exclaimed, truly can extraordinary abilities if the magic necromancer levels up and becomes formidable then. Ryuk-an turned to Seolni's father and said with a smile, the future of this kid is truly limitless. We don't need to worry about what happens next. If he can pass the Seojing Academy entrance exam, then Seojing Academy will truly be in for a headache. Dong Yang added, little Seolni has always been ambitious since childhood. This time I'm afraid he will have to face some challenges. Ryuk-an placed his hand on Dong Yang's shoulder and said, haha, not just this time. I'm not often at home, so I didn't know, but for the past few years, Jang Uk's achievements had always been above Seolni's. The girl has been in second place for 3 years now. Seolni's father chuckled awkwardly and said, is that so? Then he thought, this kid doesn't tell me anything. Jang Uk sat on a rock wall contemplating. Currently, the number of skill-ton warriors I have summoned has reached 24, but the summoning space has increased to 70 empty slots. It seems that to fill up the summoning space completely, it will take quite some time. When Seolni confidently stepped out and looked around, seeing no one, she said, this time I'm definitely not losing. I've reached level 5, the same as the record of the beginner deputy. Jang Uk. Suddenly spotting Jang Uk sitting against the rock wall, Seolni froze. Weird, when did this guy come out? Wait, him? Seeing Jang Uk had reached level 7, Seolni immediately felt defeated. How could he already be at level 7? Seeing Seolni, her father waved his hand. Seolni. She was surprised. Dad, why are you here? In Seolni's mind, she was always thinking, how did Jang Uk reach level 7? In the car, her father asked, are you competing with that kid? Seolni looked down and said, that guy is really annoying. He's been better than me for 3 years, Dad. Do you need to help me? She firmly said, no need. This is my own matter. I won't lose to that idiot forever. Her father replied, haha, okay. But I have to tell you, Jang Uk left the beginner level after only 10 hours, and he even killed all level 8 monsters to get out. Seolni looked at her father with a surprised expression. Dad, you killed all the level 8 monsters. Seolni thought, I just arrived at the level 7 monster area, haven't seen any level 8 monsters yet, and he's already been out for 2 hours. If there are more monsters, he might have leveled up to level 8. Meanwhile, Ko Yang hugged Jang Uk and asked, how did you level up to level 7? Jang Uk, no, big brother Jang Uk, can you take me to train too, please? Seeing Ko Yang clinging to him, Jang Uk just promised, next time, for sure. Ko Yang's face lit up and he said, decision made then. I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow. The next day, Ko Yang asked the principal disappointingly, Principal Rikun, why hasn't Jang Uk arrived? Rikun turned to Ko Yang and replied, he went to the outskirts of Xi High. Realizing he had been fooled, Ko Yang shouted, Jang Uk, you lied to me. I have to challenge you. The principal stood aside and said, give it up. You shouldn't fight back. At Shengsei Empire Exchange, where there are skyscrapers, a hand is placed on a red stone. Check if the mission of Empire Exchange is suitable for you. After checking the mission, Jang Uk was excited. This mission is also interesting. The prize is a lot of gold, so it may be a bit difficult, normal difficulty. An image of a person in a hoodie fighting a monster appears. The difficulty of the dungeon is divided into normal, nightmare, and hell. The difficulty of nightmare has exceeded normal several times. Without a strong team, almost impossible to fight. The difficulty of hell is not a place where ordinary, extraordinary abilities can come. After considering, Jang Uk immediately thinks, it seems that this mission cannot be accessed temporarily. I might ask, Jang Uk, level 7 Magic Necromancer. What kind of extraordinary abilities is Magic Necromancer? Which school is this? Level 7 has agreed to go out of town. After a while, his out-of-town proof took effect, and the knight kindly reminded, there are many monsters outside. Be safe. Must be careful, especially at night. When encountering danger, you can run back. Preserving life is the most important thing. Jang Uk nodded after listening. Thank you. I will be careful. Inside and outside the city seem like two different worlds. This wall is not simple. Even the distant roar of wild animals can be heard in the air. It seems to smell fresh blood. Jang Uk carefully observed. Suddenly a rough foot appeared. Something hiding behind a tree looking towards Jang Uk. Jang Uk seemed to have noticed and immediately ordered Go deal with the monster in front. The monster also noticed and leaped at Jang Uk. Jang Uk calculated in his head, level 10 monster in front of a scale-ton warrior with attributes reaching 375 is no challenge at all. When the scale-ton warrior appeared, the monster was surprised knowing it couldn't fight back. It hastily tried to escape but was too slow. Then a group of monsters appeared, but Jang Uk was only busy thinking. The resistance of a level 10 monster is only this much. Based on the leveling speed before the final exam, it might reach level 15. One by one, the warriors killed many rare creatures. Jang Uk was lost in his thoughts. Before the final exam, I reached level 16. How did I achieve that? Jang Uk thought of someone, that is Rimhai Jin, Jang Uk's sister. The girl has shiny long black hair, a gentle smile, and Jang Uk remembered the scene of her sister coming home and asking him, Jang Uk, what you want to eat today, I'll make it for you. He closed his eyes and promised himself, I will definitely pass the Xia Jing Academy exam, sis. Finally, Jang Uk reached level 10. He thought to himself, other attributes didn't change much. Each level up increased by 10 points, but my spiritual power has reached 300 points, increasing by 120 points. They all say after level 10, there will be a biggest boost in spirit attribute. I belong to the extraordinary abilities mage. The biggest transformation is in spiritual power. Unexpectedly reaching level 10 so quickly, my innate skills have also become stronger. Scale-ton warrior also leveled up to bronze. Jang Uk was still immersed in his careful calculations. The bronze scale-ton warrior has reached level 10. The strength of the skill spiritual attacks, everything has very high scores. Not only that, the bronze scale-ton warrior also has an active skill backlash. Jang Uk excitedly looked at his scale-ton warrior. It seems that with a bronze scale-ton warrior, I can dominate this area. Looking around, Jang Uk couldn't see any monsters. Confused, he thought to himself, it looks like I've taken care of all the monsters around me. Suddenly, arrows started flying towards Jang Uk from an unknown source, increasing in number. The scale-ton warrior began to realize they were under attack. Suddenly, a mysterious figure with only white hair and sparkling red eyes revealed themselves. Jang Uk speculated, it must be this person. No, wait, it seems like they are extraordinary abilities guests. Attacking me must be extraordinary abilities escorts. The girl ran away, leaving Jang Uk and the scale-ton warrior standing there. Suddenly, two strange figures appeared. It was them. Jang Uk quickly pulled out the arrow. Seeing them go in a different direction, he thought to himself, wrong direction. I thought they wouldn't chase after that guest. The blonde person looked at the black-haired person and said, that person is very cunning. The guest has escaped. The black-haired person asked Jang Uk, hey, kid, did someone in black clothes run past here just now? Jang Uk turned around with a sharp look in his eyes. You hit me with that arrow, I apologize. Around Jang Uk, there were countless arrows stuck in the ground. The curly-haired man in a blue cloak reluctantly apologized. Sorry. The remaining person is still holding a large golden scepter in hand, thinking, how did this kid manage to hit my arrow without any reaction? Jang Uk raised his hand and said, you can't do that again. The curly-haired man looked at Jang Uk and nodded, but thought to himself, Does this kid not know that my mood is not good right now? The dark-haired man then said, I am a scale-ton warrior. The scale-ton warrior stood in front of Jang Uk, a summoned, undead monster. The curly-haired man frowned in disdain. Only the heinous responsibility of late offenders, dark psychology, can awaken and summon this undead monster. This name definitely does not signify anything good. The curly-haired man stopped the dark-haired man and said, Don't start trouble. The dark-haired man gritted his teeth, turned around and said, Fine. They then left together. Jang Uk watched them leave, still emitting a green energy from his hand, thinking, Consider yourselves lucky. If you dare to act, I will retaliate 100-fold. And with that, the green energy on Jang Uk's hand also dissipated. Killing level 10 monster patrols, adding 300 experience. Killing level 11 monster patrols, adding 350 experience. Obtained monster bones. Countless monsters rushed in, were all killed by Jang Uk, gaining experience for himself. Jang Uk sat on a rock seriously thinking. Experience becomes scarce. After level 10, to increase a level, need 3 times more experience, calculating need to kill 5,000 monsters to level up. Even Scale-Ton Warrior doesn't know exhaustion. Kept on killing tonight, still unsure if can reach level 11. Jang Uk looked at the sky, gradually turning dark. Time is limited, cannot go back. To pass the Xinjiang Academy entrance exam, must strive harder than others. Thinking so, Jang Uk jumped into the midst of monsters with Scale-Ton Warrior to kill them. Now the sky is completely dark, based on current leveling speed. Might reach level 13 tomorrow, unsure about reaching level 15 the day after level 15, leveling speed will decrease, losing another day to return, so can possibly reach level 16 at most. Jang Uk was resting by the campfire, pondering about the day. How did she level up that year? Even though she's a legendary sword dancer with extraordinary abilities, her leveling speed still couldn't surpass mine. I must have missed something somewhere. Jang Uk tried to recall the day his sister leveled up Fai Hai Mine's dungeon. She always teamed up with others to tackle a challenging dungeon for more experience, so that time she returned injured. Jang Uk remembered his sister's condition when she returned, covered in wounds everywhere. His guess must be correct. Jang Uk clenched his fist. I'll check it out tomorrow. As the sky darkened, the stars twinkled above with occasional wisps of smoke from the campfire, drifting into the sky, carrying leaves with them. Suddenly, footsteps approached, catching the attention of Jang Uk and the Scale-Ton Warrior. It was someone from extraordinary abilities. Leveling up at this hour was rare. They must have gotten lost. The image of the white-haired girl flashed in Jang Uk's mind. He was amazed. It was her. The girl came closer and asked Jang Uk, Do you have any food? Jang Uk handed her his food. She smiled and accepted it before pulling her mask back down, revealing a beautiful face. Jang Uk watched her eat hungrily and thought to himself, Is this person starving to death? Because she ate too quickly, she choked. Jang Uk took out a bottle of water. The girl took it and drank it, saying, Thank you. After finishing her drink, the girl smiled at Jang Uk and asked, What's your name? Jang Uk looked at her and didn't want to talk. Seeing this, she said, Don't like talking, huh? Well, can we use analyze skills together? The girl and Jang Uk touched their fingers together, creating a rainbow light. Analyze skills became ineffective. Jang Uk looked at the notification in shock. Analyze skills are no longer effective. No information can be obtained. The girl smiled at Jang Uk and asked, Ha ha, is there really nothing? She looked up and saw the information in front of her. It turns out his name is Jang Uk, grade 10, with extraordinary abilities as a magic necromancer. The girl, puzzled, said, I've never heard of extraordinary abilities. It's so strange. She then remembered the Scale-Ton Warrior next to Jang Uk and said, This afternoon, I think I saw the skeleton next to you. It's a summon that you have, a summon of an extremely rare undying creature. Why didn't you say anything? Don't tell me you're mute. You don't look like it. The girl waved her hands in front of Jang Uk. He remained silent and only asked, Why? The girl clapped her hands happily. Jang Uk didn't answer, but glanced at her and repeated his question. She told Jang Uk that he wanted to know why his analyze skills were ineffective because of this. The girl laughed and placed a round object in front of Jang Uk. It was a blocking badge, just carrying it. Those with the rank 10 levels lower than him using analyze skills on him would be ineffective. It was a round medal with a red gemstone attached on it. The girl took the medal away. Now use analyze skills on me. Jang Uk followed. Named Ninsei Kyung, extraordinary abilities, Shadow Assassin level 19. Jang Uk looked at Ninsei Kyung, Shadow Assassin level 19. Before Jang Uk could say anything, suddenly he noticed 3 people surrounding them, the 2 guys he met in the morning and an additional black-haired person, all wearing blue cloaks, seeming to be allies. Scale-Ton Warrior had spotted them. They wanted to surround him and the girl. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. Nin Se-kyung stood up and said to them, "It's not over yet. It's not just a mid-level skill book. You've been chasing me for days and still won't give up." Nin Se-kyung turned to Jang Uk and said, "I'm leaving now. We'll meet again in the future." At that moment, a black arrow flew towards Nin Se-kyung. The arrow grazed her stomach quickly, but strangely, it spun around both of them. Finally, red arrows appeared above the heads of Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung. The arrow was pointed towards their heads, but stopped there without moving further. The black, curly-haired man laughed happily. Nin Se-kyung worried, "This arrow marking is troublesome." Jang Uk thought, "The arrow marks the skill of anti-camouflage, which can mark a target and make the opponent more visible, unable to enter a hidden state. It specializes in countering the camouflage skills of assassins and some hidden monsters. It seems they are prepared for us." The blonde man chuckled triumphantly as he looked at Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung. "This time, you can't escape." Around Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung are surrounded by three men, a curly-haired man with a bow sitting on a tree looking down at them, and two others below. Jang Uk looks at Nin Se-kyung. Nin Se-kyung holds a knife in a defensive posture and says to them, "He is not involved in this. I can hand over that book to you. We can go our separate ways." The curly-haired man looks down at them and laughs. "If it were a day before, then of course it wouldn't be a problem, but now we feel like killing you would be more secure. The dead cannot talk forever. No one would know. We have intermediate level skills in our hands." Nin Se-kyung is on guard against them while telling Jang Uk, "I will block them in a moment. You run away." Nin Se-kyung thinks, "He's only level 10. I can't let him get hurt because of me." Jang Uk looks at Nin Se-kyung and asks, "What about you?" Nin Se-kyung turns towards Jang Uk and smiles. "I am a shadow assassin. The night is my home. I have my own way of escaping." Jang Uk thought, if she can defeat them, then during the day there is no need to run away. Obviously, the opponent's strength is very strong, let alone this girl is also hit by a marked arrow. The invisibility skill is also ineffective. Nin Se-kyung, holding two knives, stared at the group of people. The curly-haired man shouted loudly, "The night is long. Don't waste any more time. Take action." The blonde hair raised his scepter and said to Nin Se-kyung, "Today, not only will you die, but that guy won't survive either." He displayed a light projection technique, creating a large sphere of light above his head. Light projection technique can not only be used for illumination, but also to dispel darkness, increase the accuracy of my spells. Most importantly, it can also counter the stealth skills of the target. The blonde hair laughed, "You thief, today you will surely die." Nin Se-kyung, a little worried, said, "I have to risk my life." The other three opponents also displayed their spells. The curly-haired man drew his bow. The black-haired man held a shield and dagger. The blonde-haired man held his scepter. Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung were surrounded in the middle. At this moment, Jang Uk calmly summoned a skeleton warrior. Go. Suck. Wasting effort. Summoning an immortal being really makes people feel disgusted. My blazing fireballs is a level 20 wizard skill. Watch as I turn you all into ashes. Saying that, the blonde hair unleashed a giant fireball towards Jang Uk. Quick, run away. At this moment, Nin Se-kyung grabbed Jang Uk's hand to escape. Nin Se-kyung looked in disbelief at the string binding her legs tightly. Since when did this spiritual power string? At the same time, Curly Hair shot 3 arrows at once towards them. Try my triple shots with triple the damage. Nin Se-kyung looked at the arrows coming towards her. It's over. In reflex, Nin Se-kyung pushed Jang Uk out to protect him from the arrows. Then a fireball was launched towards her. Just as she pushed Jang Uk out while Nin Se-kyung was still stunned, 2 Scale-Ton warriors stood on either side to protect her from the arrows, and at the same time, another Scale-Ton warrior shielded Jang Uk from the fireball. The incoming arrows were all blocked by the Scale-Ton warriors using swords, and another Scale-Ton warrior used a shovel to push the shield bearer. He was immediately thrown far away. The Scale-Ton warrior with 2 axes emerged from the flames, their golden hair standing in disbelief. This? How can it be? Analyzing skills. That wimpy guy is only a level 10 magic necromancer. Don't come over here, he exclaimed in fear. I'm a level 21 mage, he's only level 10. How can we not defeat him with just one spell? The curly-haired and black-haired individuals also expressed their fear. What is this? Our skills are completely useless against those summoned creatures. Why do summonses have such high attribute values? The 3 of them were surrounded by the green flames. The blonde-haired individual paled in shock as thousands of Scale-Ton warriors appeared around them. Nin Se-kyung also gasped in astonishment. Those are truly the Scale-Ton warriors we've seen before. They clearly look fearsome. How can they be so powerful as a level 10 summon? Even a level 20 mage and the skills of archer couldn't hurt them, and there are too many of them. Nin Se-kyung looked towards Jang Uk, who closed his eyes. You. Before she could say anything, Jang Uk's eyes opened, his eyes also emitting a blue light. The information board appeared. Name, Jang Uk. Extraordinary abilities, magic necromancer level 10, experience points 0%, power 100, agility 100, spiritual attacks 300, physicality 100, no equipment, summoning space 44 out of 100, scale-ton warrior, quantity 44. Along with the appearance of the information board, countless scale-ton warriors also rushed forward at Jang Uk's command. Comprehensive growth talent level 2 only, passive skill damage transfer, active skill soul blaze level 10, summon scale-ton warrior level 10, comprehensive increase level 2, efficacy of all skills increased 10 times, summon scale-ton warrior level 10, summoning a bronze scale-ton warrior. The blonde-haired individual used his power to create a pink shield as soon as he saw the scale-ton warriors rushing towards him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, one scale-ton warrior rushed forward and used his sword to break the shield, leaving him shocked and sweating. The shield shattered, forcing him to step back. He then raised his staff, emitting a bright red light around him, pushing the scale-ton warriors to retreat. He lifted his club and shouted, "Taste my power!" The blow seemed to have no effect on the skeleton warriors. Before he could strike back, the skeleton warriors continued to rush forward, raising their swords to attack him. He can react in time, just muttered, "What?" The skeleton warriors swung their swords at him. A black-haired man with a headband looked terrified and thought, "Just one move. Only a few seconds have passed. My agility attribute is clearly over 1,000. Why can't I dodge these skeletons?" He ran away, but the skeleton warriors chased after him, leaving him with nowhere to hide. The short black-haired man kept blocking the attacks of the skeleton warriors, yelling, "Attack, attack." He was holding a shield and a sword, surrounded by a yellow shield, making Jang Uk amazed, saying, "Extreme defense. I didn't expect the knight to possess this skill." Jang Uk thought to himself as he watched him, "This is one of the core skills of a knight. A defensive power will become extremely strong in a short time. A level 20 knight displaying this skill can withstand attacks from a level 40 mage. Knights holding extreme defense and knights not holding extreme defense are like two different extraordinary abilities." The short black-haired man fighting and sweating, thinking, "Why are these scale-ton warriors so frightening? If only I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come just because of a mid-level skill book and lose my life." At this moment, Jang Uk raised his hand and said, "Use the blocking skill, don't let him escape." While speaking, Jang Uk thought, "Don't let him escape. If we're going to kill, let's kill them all." The move Jang Uk unleashed was a fierce blow. With the ability to create 200% self-damage power for the target, its power was 1,500. Jang Uk gave the order and all the scale-ton warriors were strengthened. Their bodies emitting red light, they advanced and cracked the black-haired man's defense layer, making him panic and exclaim, "He even knows how to use skills." He looked at the scale-ton warriors rushing up and thought, "Extreme defense lasts for a minute, but enduring such intense attacks during that time will shorten it." Unable to resist anymore, his defense layer completely disappeared, and the scale-ton warriors immediately surrounded him, causing him to panic and say, "Damn it." At that moment, Jang Uk remembered his sister's words. "Jang Uk, remember, if you're not going to do it, then don't. But if you're already doing it, don't be lenient." Seeing this, Nin Se-kyung said, "He's going to kill them all." Nin Se-kyung was surprised, thinking, "He doesn't even move a finger." After seeing all the attackers had died, Jang Uk thought, after extraordinary abilities die, the objects in the storage space will fall out. Let's see what those guys have. Jang Uk immediately assessed the items he had obtained. Firstly, there's the bronze rank Carmen's staff. This staff enhances spiritual attacks by 20 and increase the power of mage skills by 5%, usable after level 18. The second weapon is the bronze rank Carmen's battle bow. It boosts agility by 20, can enhance archery skills by 5%, usable after level 18. The third weapon is the bronze rank Carmen's shield. It increases physical resilience by 20, can strengthen defensive skills by 5%, usable after level 18. The final weapon is the bronze rank Carmen's sword. It increases strength by 10, resilience by 10, can boost spell attack skills by 5%, usable after level 18. Se-kyung, standing beside him, looked at these items and remarked, "These are all weapons dropped in the dungeon of Carmen's Orc Legion. It's a level 20 dungeon on the outskirts of Xi High. They must frequent that dungeon for loot." After learning about the functions of all the equipment, Jang Uk immediately wanted to collect everything. Each item turned into smoke and entered the portable storage on his person, the purple item behind Jang Uk's back. Then Jang Uk pondered, these 4 pieces of equipment may not be useful, but I can probably sell them for some money. Jang Uk held a beginner skill book and thought, this book is worth 10,000 gold, extremely valuable. Should I sell it or keep it for my own use? Sekyang beside him remarked, you probably don't have any beginner skill books yet, so you can use it. Although there's a chance you might learn skills you already know, you could also learn new ones. Beginner skill books can teach skills up to level 20 and may include skills you've already learned. Nin Sekyung continued, but are you thinking of selling it for money? Are you sure on cash? Beginner skill books aren't that expensive, not worth much. Upon hearing this, Jang Uk thought, seems like 10,000 gold isn't a big deal to her. Looks like her background is extraordinary. Jang Uk nodded to Nin Sekyung and then asked, how do I use it? Nin Sekyung laughed mischievously and said, it's simple. Just hold the book and say Su Dum. Jang Uk listened and seriously held the book, saying Su Dum. But after a while, nothing happened and Nin Sekyung continued to laugh by his side. Nin Sekyung continued teasing, oh, that's not right. Your voice is not loud enough. You have to shout louder to use it. Jang Uk, not believing her, thought, it seems that using spiritual power to enhance the skill book. He then infused his spiritual power into the book, which emitted a bright golden light swirling around him. Sekyung scratched her head and said, how did you figure that out? You failed badly. The new skill Jang Uk acquired was Corpse Explosion Level 1, a violent skill that detonates a dead body, causing damage equivalent to 10% of the target's health points within a 1-meter radius. The book in Jang Uk's hand burst into yellow flames. Jang Uk thought, with this new skill, this book is invaluable. In the eyes of a magic necromancer, even a dead body has life. Although this skill seems weak, considering my talent after enhancing my damage output, it can reach up to 10 meters. With just one detonated dead body, I can continue to explode new enemies, making it an unstoppable group attack skill. Thanks to my talent, all skills have almost become divine skills. Beside him, Nin Sekyung immediately asked, did you learn any new skills? Jang Uk turned to reply, I did. Upon hearing Jang Uk's voice, Nin Sekyung said, your voice is pleasant to listen to. Why don't you like to talk? It's such a pity. Jang Uk glanced at Nin Sekyung and thought, this girl seems different for the other students in school. Jang Uk responded, your voice is also nice. Nin Sekyung blushed and said shyly, thank you for the compliment. I also think my voice is nice. Then Sekyung handed Jang Uk a suitcase and said, remember to save me, Sekyung, and compliment me. I'll give you this. Inside the suitcase is a mid-level skills book that can awaken skills from level 40 to level 70 with the ability to acquire existing skills. Upon seeing it, he thought, a mid-level skills book? This can be sold for 1 million gold at the Empire Exchange, 100 times the price of a beginner skills book. This item is too valuable. She must not have been hunted for the mid-level skills book. Why would she give this as a gift? 2 people continued to sit by the fire. Nin Sekyung was warming her hands by the fire and said, I found a lucky treasure chest in Carmen's dungeon in Shanghai City. This type of treasure chest appears randomly. Just as I caught it, I opened the chest and got this intermediate skill book. Sekyung remembered the scene of discovering the chest and opening it. The chest emitted a dazzling golden light. Nin Sekyung continued, I didn't expect those guys to spy on me. They wanted to steal all my skills. Although this item is not worth much money, it was difficult for me to obtain. How could I easily hand it over? So they chased me. That's why I ran away. I ran away for 2 days from Shanghai City to Xai. Tell me, are they bothering you, like those insects? Jang Uk sat down next to Nin Sekyung and said, you almost died. Nin Sekyung replied, don't worry, I didn't die. When facing life-threatening injuries, I will automatically be teleported. But still, thank you. If it wasn't for you just now, even though I didn't die, I would have definitely been injured. You have to know that being injured is very painful. Sekyung is most afraid of pain. Nin Sekyung hugged her trembling arm as she looked at Jang Uk. Seeing Nin Sekyung like that, Jang Uk immediately thought to himself, looks like she's overprotective. She must be the owner of some valuable treasure, absolutely untouchable. Sekyung held out her hands to Jang Uk and said, give you the intermediate skill book. Do you have any food? People are still hungry. I don't want food to fall from a dead person. I want sweet potatoes. Jang Uk then handed a sweet potato to Sekyung to eat. Sekyung asked Jang Uk while eating, are you here to train levels? Your level probably hasn't reached university yet. Where are you planning to take the exam? Jang Uk replied, Sayajing Academy. Sekyung, eating her sweet potato, replied, oh, Sayajing Academy is good. Then she thought to herself, based on his strength, it won't be a problem for him to enter any university. How can someone at level 10 easily kill someone at level 20 with extraordinary abilities? And with just 3 of us, if he can't pass the exam for Xinjiang Academy, It's unlikely that anyone else can pass either. Nin Se-kyung remembered Shimsa Tower as a black tower emitting creepy red light. Nin Se-kyung continued to talk about Saejing Academy, so there could be a lot of accumulation points at Saejing Academy. The accumulation points are even more useful than gold. In Saejing Academy, there is also a Sheng Guangshu Yuan. If possible, you must go there. The two continued chatting until midnight. Nin Se-kyung fell asleep. Jang Uk immediately covered her with his clothes and meditated to restore his spiritual power. The next morning, when Nin Se-kyung woke up, rubbing her eyes with one hand and holding out her other hand, demanding Jang Uk's sweet potatoes. Jang Uk, I'm hungry. Do you have any sweet potatoes left? Jang Uk handed her a few. She hugged them tightly, but still reached out and continued to ask, Not enough yet. Can you give me more? Men and women should be generous. Give me all of it. Jang Uk shrugged and said, It's really over. Hearing that, Se-kyung smiled and replied, All right, I believe you. Then Se-kyung stood up to bid farewell to Jang Uk, saying, I have to go now. I also need to level up. Jang Uk, see you later. Make sure to level up quickly so you can take me along. She then turned and ran off, while Jang Uk watched her departing figure and murmured, Take her along to level up in the future. After Se-kyung left, Jang Uk stood up and looked at the dead bodies of the 3 attackers from yesterday, saying, Now I can try out the new corpse explosion skill I obtained yesterday. Jang Uk quickly performed the corpse explosion skill, causing the bodies to explode. His hand formed a red sphere with sparkling blue and golden lights, burning the bodies without mercy. The flames illuminated brightly in the deep forest before detonating with a loud boom, sending trees and sand flying in all directions. This attack was truly powerful enough to make a high-rise building disappear. Recognizing a small change, Jang Uk said, After the talent level increased the range destroying corpses without leaving a trace, it seems that the advantages of high-level explosions may be a bit greater. Although Jang Uk had long finished this evening, it still continued like a perpetual explosive machine. Boom, boom, let's go to CK Mine Dungeon to take a look. While walking, Jang Uk thought, after the Black Iron Skeleton Warrior transformed into bronze level, it requires 70 spiritual power points to summon one, while my spiritual power is only 300. After spending a night meditating to recover spiritual power, I was able to summon 4 new Skeleton Warriors, followed by my powerful Skeleton Guards. Jang Uk was pondering where to obtain spiritual power quickly, so he quickly checked the open system panel. Summon space, 48 out of 100 Skeleton Warrior quantity, 48, almost reaching 50, so there was no rush to summon more as one day the summon space would be filled. Jang Uk and a Skeleton Warrior stood high up. From this angle, he could see the surrounding area perfectly for hunting or observing enemy camps. In the distance, a group of people were gathered, heading towards the space gate, known as the entrance to CK Mine Dungeon. After determining his destination, Jang Uk approached closer. The entire huge wall here with several tall pillars closely clinging together to stand out the entrance gate of CK Mine, with 2 gatekeepers above who were speaking enthusiastically to recruit members to join their powerful team, depending on which the rewards would be distributed according to each person's ability. Normal difficulty, 3 lacking a healer, normal difficulty with a mage and a healer, needing a knight, the elite team for mining mission of nightmare difficulty with a knight, mage, rogue, lacking a healer, and a non-class support. Jang Uk approached, his appearance not ordinary. Everyone was captivated by the Skeleton Warrior walking beside him. In this mining, you fight monsters and collect loot like money or gold, from which you could become rich or stronger. It was divided into 2 levels. A system information board showed mining could choose difficulty level, normal level, nightmare level. Jang Uk thought, although there was no hell difficulty, the monsters in normal difficulty were still tough, many times stronger than monsters outside. In nightmare difficulty, the monsters were even tougher, requiring at least 5 people, with a team of 2 support and 2s. A curious young man used his analyze skill to ask, Hey, are you a summoner? The young man shuddered with cold spine when he saw the murderous look in the eyes of that skeleton. Because he had worn a protective badge, the analyze skill failed, unable to find anything and being scared by the skeleton's gaze. The young man didn't say anything, just silently walked away. Provoking him might cost a life. Others saw an opportunity and took turns recruiting talents. Hey buddy, do you want to go farming dungeons with us? We are still missing a dips. You must be a summoner. Summoners, tips is not bad. Do you want to join us? We are a powerful team fighting difficult nightmare levels. Get equipment, we will divide evenly. Jang Uk thought, luckily he had the badge that Se-kyung gave him, so he could avoid some troublesome things. However, the trouble was these 2 recruiters. Jang Uk nodded slightly and politely refused. No need, thank you. The system appeared. Please confirm if you will choose nightmare difficulty. He was thinking, it's nightmare monsters, they are not simple creatures. They have terrifying internal strength. Fighting one is already difficult, not to mention a whole horde. Jang Uk carefully considered and confirmed. The system panel disappeared. A light flashed from head to toe of Jang Uk, drawing him into a void. Everyone was amazed, as it was the first time someone dared to enter a dungeon alone, and moreover, a new recruit. The woman next to him said, "He entered the dungeon. He entered the dungeon alone." The other two looked at each other, not understanding what he was thinking. Is he trying to commit suicide? No way. Does he want to pass the level alone? Quite confident. This made the commotion even more chaotic. Buddy used the analyze skill to try and find out his information. What level is he? What extraordinary abilities does he have? The guy who was a little timid answered in a slightly trembling voice, "No, there is no information. So let's wait and see if he can survive and come out." Someone else said, "He might just be a well-known but inexperienced guy. Seems cool, but actually a clueless fool." Trick of communication brought Jang Uk inside the Sihai mining dungeon, a dark cave, with only a small beam of light shining on the rock wall. There were also some bloodstains left behind. Not only that, but everywhere the smell of blood was strong. The smell of blood was too pungent. Jang Uk said, "It seems like this area has been discovered by monsters, entering the dungeon and already encountered the first monster. It really is a nightmare level." Ahead was a short Golban standing, holding a ready axe to kill anyone who approached. This system is really convenient. Jang Uk just needed a touch of his hand to have complete information about this creature. Golban guarding mining, enhanced type of monster, level 14, power 800, agility 400, spirit 200, physique 1000, ability to attack and stun. Truly an enhanced type of monster. Attributes several times higher than normal. Both power and physique are high level. This means that their attack and defense power are extremely terrifying. An extraordinary abilities, Knight of level 14. Physical attributes only range from 300 to 400, completely inferior to this enhanced type of monster. If not cooperating to form a team, normal extraordinary abilities cannot pass through the nightmare level dungeon. Jang Uk's hands lit up two blue flames, emitting extremely majestic energy, surrounded by more scale-ton warriors. Because these powerful monsters were too reliant on their attributes rather than physical strength, their attributes were still far inferior to Jang Uk's scale-ton warriors. Still in a serious stance, he reached in his pocket, radiating confidence. This was not just a new player. He was the chosen one, the one who would found and be the only necromancer in all other professions, unmatched by others. Calmly approaching the enhanced Golban, the two scale-ton warriors moved in to attack with sharp swords, piercing through its skin and flesh, leaving the Golban unable to react, seemingly helpless under the mighty king's power. Defeated the level 14 mining guard Golban, gaining 4,200 experience. Jang Uk was quite surprised by the experience he had just gained. This was truly the perfect feast to stimulate his attributes, with 4,200 experience, 10 times more than monsters of the same level outside. Killing a monster here was equivalent to killing 10 outside. Truly a great deal. The amount of Golbans continues to decrease. Jang Uk's skeleton warriors keep rushing ahead, continuously killing with just 1 to 2 seconds. His leveling speed will increase significantly. In Jang Uk's mind, a map of this sub-dungeon is slowly taking shape. It seems Jang Uk plans to thoroughly clean this place. Jang Uk orders the skeletons. Every corner, every cave must not be overlooked. The timeline system keeps notifying continuous experience gains. Kill level 14 Golban Mine Guard, 4,200 experience. Collect 5 skulls. Kill level 14 Golban Mine Guard, 4,200 experience. Collect 6 fur. A light from Jang Uk's head announces the words, "Level up." Jang Uk did not expect that his own profession is the one that will lead the world, a position that no one else possesses just 5 minutes into level 11. After leveling up, spiritual power is fully restored, summoning 4 more skeleton warriors. The more they fight, the more they win. The more they fight, the stronger they become. Jang Uk, Magic Necromancer, level 11, experience 1%, strength 120, agility 120, spirit 4,400, physical 120, summoning space equipment 56, 110, scale-ton warrior, quantity 56. The eyes of the scale-ton are even stronger. Experience increases rapidly. Comprehensive upgrade of talent level 2. Passive skill, damage transfer. Active skills, soul flame level 11, summon scale-ton warrior level 11, corpse explosion level 11, damage transfer. All damage that the necromancer receives will be transferred to the summoned target. Soul flame level 1. Burn the target's soul, causing powerful damage based on spiritual power and skill level. Summon Skeleton Warrior level 11. Summon a Bronze Skeleton Warrior. Corpse Explosion level 1. Make the corpse explode, causing damage up to 10% to the health of enemies within a radius of 1 meter. Looking at the rapidly increasing skill system panel, Jang Uk said after level 10, the increase in basic attribute levels changes significantly. Agility, physical strength, stamina. Each stat increases by 10 points compared to the previous level. Now it has become 20 points. Spiritual power has increased by 100 points. As the level increases, the attribute increases more and more. The Skeleton group also exudes a new radiant glow, power overflowing in their bodies. Current system: Bronze Skeleton Warrior Strength 1700 plus 200, Agility 1700 plus 200, Spirit 1700 plus 200, Stamina 1700 plus 200. Rage Trike level 1. A single berserk attack deals 200% damage to the target. In just 5 minutes, this bronze rank group has reached a new height. Not knowing how strong the future will be, the basic stats of the Skeleton Warrior have increased by 20 points after being magnified 10 times, finally increasing by 200 points. Besides Jang Uk are 2 new entities: the level 1 Corpse Explosion, equipped with a bronze armor set, and then wielding a spear. Why can all skills be increased? Only Corpse Explosion is still at level 1. It turns out that these corpse explosions are all corpses taken from the death and resurrection of those who fell when Jang Uk activated the corpse explosion skill. If Nin Se-kyung were here, she might have known. Complete clearing the monsters in the area in front. A loud growl accompanied by a strong wind rushed straight towards Jang Uk. Jang Uk looked up to see the Mine Wolf King, leader's attributes. The giant wolf roared fiercely. The eerie sound echoed throughout the cave. Half black fur, half white fur, cool red eyes. 2 sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, looking fierce. Seeing the Wolf King, but Jang Uk did not feel scared at all. Even though the attributes of the leader have reached this level, the final boss of the dungeon may have even greater and stronger attributes. The Wolf King kept growling, eyes full of hatred, staring straight at Jang Uk. Although your attributes are higher than my Skeleton Warrior, unfortunately in the end, it's just you alone. Jang Uk used strategic tactics to deal with this Wolf King, rallying the soldiers behind charge. The Wolf King responded with a skill, Roar. The gust of wind blew away anything approaching it. The skeleton army did not back down, trying to move forward using swords to defend. Unfortunately, the war skill was immune to these skeletal warriors, relying on the physique of the Skeleton Warrior, reluctantly able to withstand the damage from the Wolf King. This Wolf King probably has some grudge against the writer, otherwise it wouldn't just have such a useless howling skill like that. Using a fierce attack skill, Jang Uk then commanded 5 to 6 skeletons to rush forward and use their swords to cut the Wolf King's flesh. Without waiting for it to counterattack calmly, Jang Uk also called forward the group behind him. The larger the enemy, the more advantageous it is for my Skeleton Warrior army. The Wolf King, bloodied and struggling, tried to break free, howling out bloodied cries, its body now heavily injured. The normal attack skill's effectiveness not bad at driving it back. Instead of continuing the fight, it leaped to a high rock wall and ran away. Jang Uk had never seen a sub-leader know how to flee. Strange. Suddenly, shining red eyes emerged from the darkness, ready to attack. Jang Uk warned, "Not good, retreat now." A pack of wolves emerged, the scent of strong blood surrounding them. It seemed they had already eaten many people. That wolf was not fleeing, but calling upon hundreds of mining wolves to join forces and attack. With just a glance, Jang Uk knew, not strong attributes, but too many in number, at least hundreds. A normal team of 5 people would have no way to deal with so many mining wolves like this. Could it be that Jang Uk chose to give up? Regardless of living or dying, he had to take a risk with it. But I am a necromancer, and this is all my valuable experience. Kill a level 14 mining wolf, gained 2,800 experience, harvested 3 wolf hides. You activated the powerful energy-draining skill in your palm. This is the newly received Corpse Explosion skill. It is incredibly powerful, absorbing everything in the air to create a storm. Jang Uk thought, after the aptitude is increased, the damage of Corpse Explosion will turn into 100% health points of the wolf, resulting in instant death. Boom. The skill just released engulfed half of the mining wolf army. Kill a level 14 mining wolf, gain 2,800 experience, harvested 2 wolf hides. Kill a level 14 mining wolf, gain 2,800 experience, harvested 3 skulls. Kill a level 14 mining wolf, gain 2,800 experience, harvested 4 wolf hides. The fierce and terrifying wrath descended upon the life of the Wolf King. It could not believe that today would be the end of the entire pack, its legs trembling as it struggled to treat others equally. You will also taste it. Many fierce and dark lightning bolts flashed, penetrating deep into the marrow cells of the Wolf King. In an instant, Jang Uk had dealt with hundreds of them in a move. Nothing could stop Jang Uk from dominating the cave at this moment. Only 10,000 years of experience was equivalent to 5 mining wolves in attribute value. But luck was not bad either. The items dropped here were worth it. In Jang Uk's hand was the blue tooth of a mining wolf. Killing a level 15 mining wolf, gaining 10,000 years of experience, harvesting the fang of the Wolf King, harvesting the monster crystal core. The experience was not worth mentioning, but getting this tooth was a bonus. Selling it outside would probably be enough to eat for 3 lifetimes. Storing the tooth in portable storage, Jang Uk and the skeleton group continued deeper. Following the way surely would encounter the final boss soon. After the battle in the local hell dungeon, the experience will surely be even greater. Jang Uk just needs to go. The rest will be handled by the skeleton group to clear the way for the magic Necromancer, killing level 15 orc warriors, gaining 4,500 experience points, and harvesting 6 beast bones. Jang Uk pondered, this dungeon will probably level up in over an hour. Based on this efficiency, after a few more rounds, not to mention level 16, levels 18 or 19 are also possible. Hey, we will meet soon. Finally, the older sister Jang Uk mentioned is a goblin king who sleepily sleeps with one eye closed. Jang Uk wants to quickly say, wake up, big boy, just defeating him will probably level up to 12. Sleep, tremor. After reading this information, you think, indeed, the attributes of the final boss, especially the strength and physicality, are much higher than the skeleton warrior. It was already somewhat difficult to face hundreds of wolf kings before. If you can overcome this obstacle, not only will the experience increase, but when you leave the gate, everyone will be amazed. The Goblin King woke up very annoyed that small ants dared to disturb its sleep. Its eyes opened angrily and stared straight at Jang Uk. Goblin King stood up and swung his sword. Crash. Using his powerful arm, he swung the huge sword straight at Jang Uk. Jang Uk used damage transfer, meaning the damage that the Goblin King just caused would be transferred to his own bones, sacrificing himself. A crack started to appear in his bones, disappearing bit by bit, as the skeleton disappeared in a divine light. The goblin's attack was too dreadful, and it continued with a rage strike, killing 2 skeleton warriors, leaving only 54 out of 56. Bang! The dominance of the Goblin King was overwhelming, and Jang Uk thought for a while before realizing, I understand now, my attributes are too weak, with only 120 in physique. Facing a formidable strength of 3,000 of the Goblin King, my defense is too weak. It's natural that the soldiers will suffer more damage due to the transfer. Jang Uk touched his head in frustration, thinking, seems like I am the only weak point. I need to enhance my physique in the future. Looking at the information panel of the Goblin King, level 16 monster leader, strength and physique of 3,000, spirit and agility of 1,500. Comparing to bronze skeleton warriors, only level 11 with a strength and physique of 1,700 and spirit and agility also 1,700. The stats are almost half of the fairy leaders. Jang Uk contemplated. It seems that the skeleton warriors cannot directly confront the boss in terms of strength, but I have a whole army of skeleton warriors. Thinking this, Jang Uk felt extremely confident. His skeleton warriors rushed together to attack the Goblin King. Continuing like this, it will be defeated by his skeleton army. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Goblin King used his flying power straight up into the air, then landed on the ground using his own shockwave skill to increase the distance between himself and the skeleton warriors. Seeing that Goblin King had used his trick, causing Jang Uk's skeleton warriors to gradually move away from him. Jang Uk thought to himself, this shockwave skill is much stronger than the Wolf King's war skill. Then Goblin King continued to create flames with great damage, causing the fighting power to decrease, and the casualty rate of the skeleton warriors increased. Jang Uk's heart suddenly tensed. Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly spoke up, returned to summoning space. In his mind, he began to plan. We must definitely cut off its skill, Soul Flame. Jang Uk began to use spiritual power to create Soul Flame. Even if Goblin King used his flames to counter Jang Uk's skill, he could not prevent it. Very quickly, to fire along with the combination of skeleton warriors, Goblin King was attacked. The beautiful green flames of emerald carried a hint of malice that burned the upper part of the Goblin King. It hurt so much that even using both of his hands could not extinguish the beautiful green flames. Jang Uk could use a lot of spiritual power, and now he couldn't help but consider, I have little spiritual power left, I must seize this opportunity to capture it. A rage strike, a skill of the remaining skeleton warriors, all focused on attacking Goblin King. Jang Uk thought to himself, it should be fine. Killing Goblin King, he gained 40,000 experience points, harvested a bronze level weapon, Golden Sword, obtain a bronze-level defense gear, wisdom robe, and obtain the crystals of Golden King. Killing Golden King, Jang Uk also received the following rewards after the battle, finally reaching level 12 as he maintained his soul flame. His spiritual power was depleted. Luckily, when he leveled up, his spiritual power was restored. It's about time to leave the dungeon. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. Jang Uk put on the wisdom robe for defense and thought for a moment. Although the magic Necromancer is considered an extraordinary abilities mage, his skills are different from other mages as there is no cooldown time. This equipment seems to have no effect on me, but increasing spiritual power and physicality by 10 points each is not bad. The wisdom robe is a bronze-level magical item, adding 10 to spiritual power and physicality and shortening the cooldown time of mage skills by 5%. This gem can be exchanged for at least 10,000 gold at the trading place, which is more valuable than the other two equipment items. The rewards from this dungeon are not bad. Holding the orange crystal of the Golden King just collected, Jang Uk couldn't help but comment. After leveling up, spiritual power is fully restored and he can summon 4 more skeleton warriors, trying to use spiritual power to summon them. Jang Uk contemplated the situation after his level up. Summoning level 12 skeleton warriors requires 110 spiritual power, with only 60 available out of 110. Summoning 60 skeleton warriors, spiritual power 510. Feeling that the task is completed, Jang Uk quickly decides to leave. Return. Teleportation took the skeleton warrior and Jang Uk outside, unexpectedly meeting a few people who were already waiting there. They couldn't stop exclaiming in amazement, "He's out! I can't believe he can come out alive. Look at the robe he's wearing. Does it look like a wisdom robe? Could it be that he really soloed the dungeon? That's the wisdom robe. Unbelievable. Look at him so young. Never thought he could solo a dungeon." Surrounded by all the chattering comments, Jang Uk and the skeleton warrior continued on without paying attention. On the bustling street, Jang Uk thought to himself, the dungeon cooldown is 12 hours, farming mobs gives too little experience. Killing dozens of them is not as efficient as killing one in the dungeon. Waiting for the dungeon to reset is a good time to rest and restore spiritual power. While waiting to restore his spiritual power, the skeleton warrior stood guard beside Jang Uk. Reflecting on the recent battle, Jang Uk thought, this dungeon not only exposed my biggest weakness, but also helped me understand the usefulness of skills. Thinking back on the recent experiences in the dungeon, Jang Uk noted that Corpse Explosion was a very effective skill. It's an invincible skill. For the Soul Flame, it can interrupt an enemy's skill and ignore their defense. Even nightmare bosses would have a hard time resisting. Just like that, 12 hours later, Jang Uk's tired eyes, also opened spiritual power, has recovered quite a bit, can summon 4 more skeleton warriors. Descending the mountain after resting with the skeleton warriors, Jang Uk saw some people resting by a fire here and judge. These people often go camping, their experience is rich and their preparations are complete. Thinking about this, Jang Uk vaguely remembered the image of a girl who seemed to be suffocating. Feeling a bit intrigued as he was watching her, there was a lively crowd gathering ahead, seeming a bit heated. Jang Uk curiously thought, what is happening? There was an argument there. Your dynasty guild is too domineering. Why don't you let us into the instance? That's right. Why? The instance doesn't belong to your dynasty guild. Why does it have to be you? Us entering the instance won't affect you. The man with light pink hair seemed to be from the dynasty guild and spoke up. Our guild leader is completing a mission in the instance. Until he finishes the mission, you are not allowed to enter the instance. Why? Your dynasty guild is too overbearing. When they saw the other person speak, others also raised their voices loudly. The man with pink hair just now was explaining, but now he did not bother to argue back and directly launched a fire attack towards the group who had just spoken out. The person who had just been arguing was immediately knocked far away and lost his life. The man next to him shouted in fear, "Dead, dead." Others were also outraged and said, "How can you just kill people like that?" The group behind the pink-haired guy just now, who were from the Dynasty Guild, also spoke up. It's just a fake profession, killing innocent people. What's the big deal? If you have the guts, come seek revenge from Dynasty Guild. We always welcome it anytime. Seeing them speak like that, the group who had just been arguing back were also helpless and said, "You guys." Seeing something going on, Jang Uk walked forward and asked, "What's going on?" A man not far away probably recognized Jang Uk and thought, "That's not the guy soloing dungeons, is it?" He also replied to Jang Uk, "Well, Dynasty Guild wants the essence of the Goblin King. The drop rate of the essence is very low. Only the Nightmare level dungeon has a drop rate, and it can only drop once every 100 days. Today is exactly 100 days for the next drop, so they are acting alone. The guild leader is currently on the mission in the dungeon and not letting us in. The trading location is actually announced by Dynasty Guild, but no one has completed it yet. The essence of the Goblin King is worth at least 30,000 gold, but they only want to buy it for 10,000 gold. Only fools would sell it to them. The other person continued to speak without pause. At this moment, Jang Uk remembered some details of the mission. The mission of the Dynasty Guild, Zhe Mine Dungeon level 14, obtained from the boss of the dungeon, the essence of the Goblin King, which will only drop from a nightmare level boss, with a reward of 10,000 gold for the mission. Such a coincidence. Jang Uk asked the person he just spoke to, "What is the purpose of this essence?" The person replied, "The essence of the Goblin King can be used by alchemists to craft Goblin King rings, which increases all attributes by 10, upgrades current skills by 1 level, can be used at level 15, and is known as the strongest jewelry for levels 40 and below." Jang Uk thought to himself, "Such powerful attributes, truly formidable. It is like a divine existence for extraordinary abilities beginners." That person continued, "I heard that the deputy head of the Dynasty Guild wants to take the entrance exam for Xiajing Academy, so he must have this equipment. There is no shortage of blacksmiths in the guild. All other materials have been prepared, only lacking the essence of the Goblin King." Upon hearing this, Jang Uk immediately moved forward. "Forget about the guild. Stopping my leveling is not allowed." After explaining everything to Jang Uk, the person saw Jang Uk moving forward and asked, "Hey, where are you going? Come back quickly. We can't mess with the Dynasty Guild. You will die." The people from the Dynasty Guild stepped on the body of the man they had just killed and said, "Those who are not members of the guild dare not speak in front of us. Next time, do not appear in front of the Dynasty Guild again, understand?" Seeing Jang Uk approaching, the pink hair man from the Dynasty Guild said, "You also want to die, don't you?" Jang Uk, not caring, said directly, "Get out of the way. You are blocking you from training in the dungeon." The pink hair man from the Dynasty Guild, angry, immediately kicked the body of the man under his feet and said to Jang Uk, "Little shit, did the monsters hit you on the head? Do you know who you were talking to?" Jang Uk quietly repeated, "Step aside." The pink hair man spoke up, "So it's a level 12 chicken, doesn't understand human language, just treat it as a wild animal. No need to go to the trouble of summoning magic necromancer, have never heard of it." Others tried to stop Jang Uk. "Come back quickly. The Dynasty Guild means business and will kill you." The redhead chatted with Jang Uk. "Judging by the look in this kid's eyes, why does it make my heart beat fast? Why isn't he scared?" The pink hair man wanted to attack Jang Uk directly using a special move. "Stinky brat, you want to die, right? Take one more step and I'll kill you." The people from the Dynasty Guild followed the pink hair man's command. "Kill him." Joe Giel, a level 25 wizard, spoke up. "You wretch level 12. Even if I stand here and let you attack, you won't break through my energy shield. Kill." The pink hair man directly fought against Jang Uk's skeleton warrior. He couldn't help but think, what kind of summoning is this? Such a powerful attack, my energy shield can at least withstand 5 attacks from a warrior of the same level. Now at most can only hold for a while. A fierce blow from the skeleton warrior was used. Seeing this, Joe Jewel knew it was not good. "No, if the next attack comes down, my energy shield will break. I will die. Fire repulsion ring." Joe Jewel spoke up. "What are you standing there for? Take action." After speaking, he sighed. "Luckily, I escaped. You don't even know who I am. Watch me destroy your disgusting summoned creature." Joe Jewel then rushed to attack the Scale-Ton warrior. I have a knight? How can this happen?" Being knocked away immediately, Joe Jewel couldn't bear it and said, "Kill the summoners. Just kill him. The summoned creature will disappear naturally." At this moment, a man and a woman with bows aimed at Jang Uk. "Daring to challenge our guild, you will die." People around them warned, "Be careful. Move away quickly." Jang Uk began summoning Scale-Ton warriors. "Come forth." The summoned Scale-Ton warriors started to break the arrows flying towards Jang Uk, surprising the 2 members of the Dynasty Guild. "What is this?" The woman with orange hair shot her bow towards Jang Uk and said, "Not just one summoned creature." Joe Jewel and a woman fought together. Joe Jewel said, "Block them for me." He easily used the fire serpent dance skill to attack Jang Uk, causing everyone to explode. This name is in trouble. The flames of the technique were advancing towards Jang Uk, and Joe Jewel couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Huff, this time he's definitely dead. A powerful explosion resounded, but it had no effect on the Scale-Ton warrior. Not only that, but the number of Scale-Ton warriors had changed and was gradually moving towards the members of the Dynasty Guild. Joe Jewel exclaimed in fear, "Why are there so many? Monsters, monsters." Joe Jewel, terrified, ordered the team to set up defenses, and the members activated their powers one by one, including enhanced strength, agility, and spirit, as well as stimulating the speed of the soul of the Berserker. Behind them, a young girl also provided support to the team. Jewel thought to himself, our guild has rich experience and a coordination is excellent. Therefore, he couldn't contain his excitement and pride, declaring, our dynasty guild is the unrivaled champion of the world. On the other side, Jang Uk warned those around him, get back a bit. Then he activated Soul Flame and struck directly at the opposing guild, causing a member of their team to fall. The support girl immediately used healing magic, prompting her teammates to exclaim, members of the Dynasty Guild are truly different. The healing magic is very timely. However, immediately after the girl's expression changed, she panicked, covering her mouth tremblingly, saying, he's dead. Jewel, hearing this, was extremely surprised. He worried, could it be that the Dynasty Guild was really surrounded and killed by him alone? On the opposite side, Jang Uk released numerous demon beasts, ordering them to focus their attack on him. Jewel saw this and told everyone to open maximum defense to protect the whole team. After a while, they could not resist his ferocious attacks anymore. A member, sensing the situation was not good, urgently called out, everyone, come help. Where is the support? Keep increasing. Suddenly, the defensive line was broken. Jang Uk's power surged in massively. Not long after, he incinerated the body of another warrior, destroying the formation of the Dynasty Guild. Jewel saw that and couldn't help but worry. He thought to himself, trouble, there's a gap in the formation run. That person is not human at all, however. Jang Uk summoned a skeleton warrior. Jang Uk calmly said, it's too late to run now. Then Jang Uk used the corpse explosion skill. Jang Uk calculated silently. After the skill is upgraded, the range of corpse explosion expands to 10 meters at the same time, dealing 100% of the dead body's health points as damage to the enemy's health points. The health points of the knight is number 1. Number 2, among all professions, taking the knight's health points as the standard. Surely, no one can survive. Shortly after, the teammate who ran away with Jewel was also caught and killed right there. Not long after, Jewel was also dragged back and unable to resist Jang Uk's power and died after finishing the job. Jang Uk just gently wiped the blood on his face and walked into the space, then used the corpse explosion skill to destroy everything. After a while, a group of people arrived and exclaimed, heavens, everyone is dead, not even a trace left. Even the corpses are destroyed. This is truly wicked, few words spoken. Dynasty Guild will not give up their intentions. What should we do? Suddenly, a young man in the group spoke up. Based on Dynasty Guild's character, they will definitely not spare anyone. If they catch us, the outcome will surely be death. Should we leave now, since all of Dynasty Guild's people here are already dead? No one can find us. Half an hour later, the team leader returned from scouting the area and complained still couldn't get the Goblin King's essence. Then he asked, where did Jewel's team go? All the members have disappeared. A female teammate replied in panic, Captain, no one has left. Upon hearing the response, the captain said, fire a signal. If they are nearby and see it, they will respond. Although the captain's face remained calm as usual, his mind was already turbulent. Thinking to himself, what has happened? Jewel led them away. He reassured himself, they are all not here, something must have happened here. He then thought, based on Jewel's brute strength, they should be the strongest here. Could he have been killed? If there was a battle, why is there no trace here? Not long after, the team captain suggested, the whole team should leave first. Who knows, there might be danger on the other side. A moment later, Jang Uk had defeated Goblin King, gaining 40,000 experience points, a bronze-level weapon, Goblin King's magic book, and a low-level monster crystal. Jang Uk looked at the book and thought to himself, indeed, this time there is no Goblin King's magic crystal. I'll wait until Jing Academy to find a blacksmith. I will use Goblin King's magic crystal as Goblin King's ring. Then Jang Uk examined the value of Goblin King's magic book, which was a bronze-level weapon, spirit plus 10, physique plus 10, skill power for mages increased by 3%, can be used at level 12. Jang Uk evaluated. This magic book can also be used flexibly and effectively with Soul Flame, but has no effect on Skeleton Warrior. At the same time, the book also announced that Jang Uk was now a level 13 Necromancer. Jang Uk thought to himself, the experience requirements are getting higher. I probably won't be able to reach level 14 in the next dungeon. To get to level 15, I still have to grind. It will take at least 5 more runs. The highest level I can reach is level 16, which is slightly lower than predicted, but it should be enough to apply for Jing Academy. After thinking, Jang Uk immediately called for the team to go to the previous position. Jang Uk coldly looked around and sneered. They have all left, as expected. Leaving is the best choice for them. The dungeon has cooled down and they will come back tomorrow. The next day, Seol Ni, a level 10 elemental mage, confidently walked towards the dungeon. Seol Ni thought to herself, finally, I have reached level 10. I can challenge the Sihei Mine dungeon now. Suddenly, Seol Ni was surprised to see Jang Uk. She wondered if it was really him and said, "It must be him. He is the only one with the magic necromancer profession in the world with such powerful summoning skills. Does he want to solo the dungeon?" Seolnai thought to herself, he has already soloed the mining dungeon, but I am also a rare elemental mage at level 10. It shouldn't be hard for me to find a team. Seolnai looked at Jang Uk with a confident and challenging gaze, saying, "I won't lose to you." And 45 minutes later, Jang Uk stood in Mine, thinking to himself, after leveling up and using meditation to recover my spiritual power, my skeleton warrior legion now has 72 members. Then, while unleashing his power, Jang Uk said, "Don't sleep anymore, wake up." From then on, Jang Uk managed to kill the Goblin King, gaining experience points, acquiring a bronze-level weapon, the Goblin King's long bow, and obtaining low-level monster crystals. Additionally, his attribute points noticeably increased. Jang Uk sighed as he consoled the final boss monster. "Don't be sad, I'll be done after a few more times anyway. After all, it's your duty to be killed by someone, and it doesn't matter who kills you. If I kill you, it's quicker. There's less suffering. Honestly, I don't want to kill you either, but I have no choice. I need to level up." 12 hours later, Jang Uk came back. Smirking, Jang Uk said, "Mwahaha, I'm here again. Don't be scared, just 3 more times and we'll be done. We're already familiar with each other, aren't we?" Then Jang Uk killed the Goblin King again, gaining weapons and experience points as before. After a while, Jang Uk sat quietly in a secluded spot deep in the forest. Jang Uk thought to himself, the number of skeleton warriors has increased to 76. All attributes have also increased by 2,300, but unfortunately, the skills of the skeleton warrior are simply not strong enough. She'd just come out of the dungeon. Immediately, Seolni asked Jang Uk, "What level are you?" Upon hearing Seolni's question, Jang Uk coldly replied, "Level 14. Seolni was shocked and asked, "What? Level 14? How can you level up so quickly?" Seolni thought to herself, "My team cleared the Mine dungeon twice on normal difficulty. I'm almost exhausted, and I only just reached level 11. Then Seolni seemed to not believe her ears and said, "Even if you can solo the dungeon, you shouldn't be able to level up that fast." In Seolni's mind, she thought, in the newbie dungeon, he was level 7, I was level 5, a 2-level difference. Why am I now level 11? It's already 14. The gap is getting bigger. A moment later, Seolni seemed to have a clear mind. Seolni turned around and walked back towards the dungeon entrance. As she was walking, she said, "I won't give up." Jang Uk wondered, wasn't she just in bad shape? Why did she look for a team to enter the dungeon again? Maybe she didn't have time to cool down. After an hour, Jang Uk and Seolni met again at the same spot. Seolni saw Jang Uk and immediately ran to find a team to enter the next dungeon. Without stopping to rest for even a moment, her actions made Jang Uk think, she's also so reckless, not giving herself a chance to ask. And an hour later, the two met again. Seolni knelt down on the ground, breathing heavily, and said, "I won't lose to you." Then she stood up to join a team for the dungeon. Half an hour later, Seolni came to where Jang Uk was sitting. Seolni said, I'm tired to the point of exhaustion. I'm level 12 now, I'll catch up to you quickly." Jang Uk coldly asked Seolni, "Not tired?" Seolni replied, "Tired? How can I not be tired? I can't even lift a finger now." Right after that, Jang Uk asked again, "Why?" That question made Seolni couldn't help but get angry. "Why do you still have the nerve to ask me why? I've always been ranked below you for how many years? I will definitely surpass you." Upon hearing her answer, Jang Uk immediately raised his hand to his forehead and thought to himself, if I had known that, I would have let her take the first place once. Not long after, Seolni continued, "Of course, not only that, I also have to take the entrance exam for Jing Academy. If you also want to take the exam, you should understand." Hearing that, Jang Uk silently assessed, to safely pass the Jing Academy entrance exam, you need a level 15 and the safest is level 16. Based on her speed, level 15 is already very difficult. Jang Uk didn't know what else to say, so he advised Seolni, "You should do more nightmare dungeon runs, that way you'll level up faster." When Seolni heard Jang Uk's advice, she immediately spoke up, "Are you kidding me? Which high-level team is easy to find? They all require fake level 16 to level 17 professions. I'm only level 12. Who would want me? That's why I still need to do regular dungeon runs multiple times. Level 14 should not be a problem. If I try hard enough, reaching level 15 is not impossible." Seeing Seolni so determined, Jang Uk remained silent. After a while, Jang Uk directly asked Seolni, "Why did you bypass the dungeon cooldown time?" Seolni sat up, surprised, and asked Jang Uk, "You don't know?" Seeing Jang Uk not saying anything, Seolni excitedly said, "So there are things you don't know after all. Talk properly, and I'll tell you." After that, Jang Uk's face darkened. Knowing she had gone too far, Seal Nai spoke up, "You fool, can't even take a joke. They say a mage's mind is the most flexible, but you're too rigid. This is a cooldown amulet, an item that lets me nullify the dungeon cooldown time. The basic cooldown amulet has 7 uses left out of 10, and it can nullify the cooldown time of dungeons, but only for level 20 dungeons." Seeing this item, Jang Uk's expression returned to normal. Holding the amulet, Jang Uk thought with interest, "So, there is such a thing." Then Jang Uk asked Seal Nai, "Is this thing expensive?" Seeing this, Seal Nai replied, "Probably very expensive. When my dad gave it to me, he seemed very reluctant." Hearing Seal Nai's answer, Jang Uk regretfully thought, "Looks like I won't be able to get my hands on this thing." Suddenly, Seal Nai grabbed her head and sighed to Jang Uk, "I only have 2 days left to use up all 7 of these. Plus the cooldown time, I still have to go through 9 times of clearing the dungeon to ensure reaching level 15. My god, I'm exhausted." Seeing Seal Nai like that, Jang Uk seemed to have a plan. After a while, Jang Uk suggested to Seal Nai, "I can take you to clear the dungeon, guaranteeing that you reach level 15 without you having to lift a finger." At that moment, Seal Nai remembered that Jang Uk could clear the dungeon alone. She thought to herself, 2 people clearing would gain more experience and wouldn't have to personally do it, but then I might not be able to catch up to this person's level. Not long after, Seal Nai agreed to the suggestion. "Okay, I agree, you can take me to clear the dungeon. I'll share this charm with you to use." Seal Nai thought, "Even if I don't go with him to clear, I won't be able to catch up. Sooner or later, I will catch up to him." Seeing Seal Nai agreed, Jang Uk immediately said, "You rest for a bit, in 2 hours we will start." Seal Nai quickly agreed and closed her eyes to rest. "All right then, I will take a nap." 2 hours later, the 2 of them began to enter the dungeon. Jang Uk used Seal Nai's cooldown spell, then chose the nightmare mode. When they arrived, Seal Nai looked at the attribute board and exclaimed, "The monster's attributes are high. This is clearly the difficulty of nightmare mode. Jang Uk, did you choose the wrong mode?" Jang Uk didn't say much, just simply told Seal Nai to follow him, but Seal Nai stood behind and complained to Jang Uk, "Jang Uk, are you crazy? We will die." However, Seal Nai thought to herself, "But if I run away from the dungeon like this, he will definitely laugh at me." Then Jang Uk taunted, "Seal Nai, hurry up, are you scared?" Seal Nai heard Jang Uk say that and impulsively shouted, "Not scared." Suddenly, a monster rushed towards them, frightening Seal Nai and making her scream. Why not fight back? Immediately, Jang Uk controlled the skeleton warrior to charge into battle, making Seal Nai silently marvel. Such a high attribute monster, yet completely unable to damage his skeleton warrior. Then both ran straight ahead. Seal Nai followed in, all wondering, what does Jang Uk want to do? However, just a moment after seeing what was inside, Seal Nai seemed to understand Jang Uk's intention. Seal Nai worriedly thought, "This is the mind Wolf King Nightmare level, can grow twice as big as the ordinary level." Beside him, Jang Uk unleashed his power. Using the corpse explosion skill, Jang Uk silently calculated to attack like before. 2 time wasting, using corpse explosion to kill in one go can save a lot of time. After that, Jang Uk continuously killed the surrounding monsters, leaving Seal Nai speechless. His experience immediately increased by 30%, and finally Seal Nai couldn't help but shout, "What kind of operation is this can clear a dungeon like this?" Seeing the Wolf King continuously being hit and dying on the spot, Seal Nai dumbfoundedly wondered, "Is it that easy to die like that?" Seal Nai thought to himself, "I joined a group of 3 each struggled for over 20 minutes to defeat the Wolf King, but it died in less than a minute here." Immediately, Jang Uk urged Seal Nai to move on. Seal Nai turned back to look at the abyss and asked him, "Jang Uk, do you always clear the nightmare level dungeon alone?" Seal Nai secretly assessed, "Without seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe that a fake level 10 professional can solo clear the nightmare dungeon." Seal Nai didn't want to be left behind, so she ran after Jang Uk. While running, Seal Nai inquired, "Did Jang Uk start clearing solo since level 10? Jang Uk, seeing Seal Nai's question, calmly replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Seal Nai was shocked to the point of being speechless, muttering, "I've only been in the dungeon for 10 minutes and I'm already facing a final boss. Our previous group took at least over an hour to get to this point." Seeing the final boss monster advancing menacingly, Seal Nai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. However, immediately Jang Uk used his skill to defeat the monster, leaving Seal Nai surprised and skeptical. The final boss was killed with 1 hit. After that, Jang Uk immediately leveled up to level 15 under Seal Nai's shocked gaze. Seeing this, Seal Nai looked at the experience points above her head and thought quietly, the distance with him has increased again. Thanks to defeating the Goblin King, Jang Uk's experience points were increased by 2,500 points. He also obtained a bronze-level weapon, the Goblin King's Longsword, and some low-level monster crystals. Seal Knight glanced at it and said, "Longsword, it's a pity it's not a staff." Jang Uk, standing beside her, asked, "Do you need a scepter?" After that, Seal Knight seemed to be contemplating something quietly to herself. The Goblin King's scepter is the best weapon for a mage before level 20. Although it's available in the trading post, I don't want to ask my father for money. Suddenly, something flew towards Seal Knee. Instinctively, she reached out and realized it was the Goblin King's scepter. Jang Uk threw it and generously said, "Take it." Seal Nai was initially stunned, but soon regained her composure and said, "Thank you. Why would you use it?" Jang Uk summoned the Goblin King's spellbook and casually replied, "I have this and I don't like scepters." After seeing that item, Seal Nai tightly gripped both hands and quietly thought to herself, "From start to finish, I didn't see him use the magic book. Perhaps this extra gift is something he doesn't consider important." Jang Uk is now a level 15 magic necromancer. His power is 200, agility 200, both mental and physical attributes have increased to 800 and 200. Jang Uk slowly approached the body of the Goblin King, thinking to himself as he walked, "Indeed, luring monsters and using the corpse explosion spell faster will gain us more experience. Even though the team has been divided, with Seal Knee's tool, we should easily reach level 16. Currently, Jang Uk's equipment is the magic book of the Goblin King, summon space at 84 150. It's 84 Scale-Ton Warriors, overall aptitude level 2, passive skill of damage conversion, active skill of Soul Flame at level 10, summon Scale-Ton Warrior at level 15, Corpse Explosion also at level 15. Jang Uk then walked towards the body of Goblin King, kneeling down and gently rubbing the creature's body, saying, "Sorry, I may have to kill you 5 more times." This behavior of Jang Uk makes Seal Nai feel strange. She approached curiously and asked, "Why are you talking to boss? He doesn't seem to understand." Jang Uk quickly replied, "I just want to talk. Whether he understands or not is not important." Not long after, Jang Uk went straight to the transmission gate, leaving Seal Knee behind. Seal Nai watched Jang Uk leave and wondered to herself, who apologizes to boss so seriously isn't the boss for gaining experience. However, Seal Nai soon exclaimed happily, "He is indeed a strange person, but also lovely." Jang Uk stood at the transmission gate waiting for Seal Nai to hurry up and said, "Come on, let's continue." Seal Nai saw this and eagerly responded, "Okay, let's continue." Then both of them entered the dungeon. Jang Uk continued to use Seal Knee's cooldown spell. In Ixtake Mind, they defeated monsters together and leveled up. After reaching level 14, Seal Nai excitedly said, "We have used up all the spells, just 1.5 days left until the exam. As long as we can sweep twice and reach level 15 to enter Jing Academy, we are 90% sure." After finishing speaking, she asked Jang Uk, "Jang Uk, do you also want to level up?" He didn't hesitate and replied, "Yes." Seeing Jang Uk like that, Seal Nai immediately laughed and asked Jang Uk, "Do you want to try becoming the champion?" Upon hearing this, Jang Uk did not understand her meaning. Seal Nai had to explain, "To become the champion, you must accumulate a lot of points, which is extremely important at Jing Academy. The most important thing is that you have the opportunity to join the Creation Seminary." Furthermore, Seal Nai added, "According to my father, Creation Seminary is undoubtedly the top academy of our Shenxia Empire. Jing Academy recruits only talented elites, and Creation Seminary is the top figure among the talented elites. I've heard that Senior Sochian Seon has already entered, being the only one from our Kasai High." Seal Nai expressed, "I feel that you have hope to become the second person. If you can get in, Headmaster Rukon, even in his dreams, would be able to smile." While saying this, Seal Nai secretly thought, "I have never seen this guy's way of doing dungeons before, completely changing my understanding of dungeon completion. If he can't get into Creation Seminary, then who else can?" Jang Uk seems contemplative and thoughtful next to him. "I go to Jing Academy, so of course I will pass the Creation Seminary exam. If I have the chance, I will definitely try." Suddenly, Seal Nai saw a familiar face at the ore mine and exclaimed, "Isn't that Ko Yang?" Seal Nai soliloquized, "He is level 11 already. It's a pity that he is a knight too low level to fight monsters. Even if in a normal team, he should be at least a level 13 knight." Seeing Ko Yang being abandoned by other teams, Jang Uk and Seal Nai immediately approached to offer to go with Ko Yang. On the other side, the leader of the Dynasty Guild's father was extremely angry. He directly scolded his son, "Did your brain get eaten by a dog? The idea of sealing the copy map that you came up with. Do you think that Shenxia Empire and the Extraordinary Abilities Guild are just decorations? If you want to die, don't drag the guild down with you." He raised his hand to his tired forehead and said, "For the next few days, don't go anywhere. Just stay in the guild. Anyway, you are already at level 16. Go and take the exam peacefully." The captain saw that and immediately asked in panic, How should we handle Joe Jules' people?" His father, upon hearing his son's question, spoke solemnly. "We have already sent someone to investigate. This is not something you should worry about. It may cause many people to disappear. The power of this person is not something you can handle." After speaking, he thought to himself, "Someone dares to bully our dynasty guild. Ha ha." Ko Yang suddenly shouted the names of two people, Jang Uk, Seol-nae. The two looked at Ko Yang. Ko Yang teased and said, "These two are." Before he could finish his sentence, Seol-nae threatened him, "Shut your mouth, or I will rip it off completely." Ko Yang laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. "Heh, just kidding. Don't take it seriously, Miss Seol-nae." Seol-nae crossed her arms and replied, "Don't look for trouble anymore. Wait for the cooldown time of us to end. We will take you to sweep the dungeon before the exam so you can reach level 12 without any issues." Ko Yang's eyes widened and he said, "Really, you two are truly my benefactors. The academy I want to enter requires at least level 12 and above to be safe." Seol-nae pointed and said, "You keep talking like that. You're not going." Ko Yang flattered, "Don't worry, Miss Seol-nae. I will definitely listen to your orders seriously. If you tell me to go straight, I absolutely won't turn. If you tell me to play dead, I won't get up." Seol-nae gritted her teeth and said, "Shut up." Ko Yang, sweating hurriedly, asked, "My lord, just wondering how long the cooldown time for both of you is." Seol-nae's anger began to subside as she replied, 10 hours. Ko Yang, looking like he wanted to leave but also comfort Jang Uk, said, "All right, you two rest and chat to regain strength. I'll go hunting monsters. Jang Uk, keep it up. I've got my eye on you. Sooner or later, I'll catch you." Before he could finish speaking, a flame rushed towards Ko Yang, causing him to scream and run away. Oh my goodness. Turns out it was the young lady who had acted, finding Ko Yang's disrespectful words too much. Jang Uk, realizing the situation was not good, quickly said he was just joking. After 10 hours, Ko Yang, in a panic, asked, "Boss Jang Uk, young lady Seol-nae, did you both choose the wrong difficulty level? Why is it a nightmare difficulty?" Seol-nae stood with crossed arms and said, "Stop talking nonsense, just follow behind, no need to fight monsters. In the end, it's not just you reacting like this." Ko Yang hurried to Seol-nae's side, his face pale with sweat, while Seol-nae confidently showed her triumph. Seol-nae was startled when Ko Yang approached her again, asking, "What are you doing here?" Ko Yang quickly hid behind Seol-nae, saying, "This is a nightmare level. If I get hit by the monster, I'm dead." Seol-nae responded, "You're a knight." In a moment, Jang Uk defeated the monster with a corpse explosion. Ko Yang was surprised by the terrible power, saying, "This is the boss of the nightmare level. Even if there are dozens of people like me, it's not certain we can defeat the boss," but the boss was easily killed. Seol-nae looked at the monster lying on the ground and said, "Looks familiar." Ko Yang praised Jang Uk, saying, "Big brother, can I follow you in clearing dungeons in the future?" Seol-nae looked at Ko Yang and said, "As a knight, you should have a bit of knightly spirit. Don't be so lacking in confidence." Ko Yang, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "What good is knightly spirit with a big brother here who needs a knight?" Jang Uk reassured, "Don't worry, I'll accompany you. If we sweep one more time, I can reach level 16. Seol-nae can reach level 15, and Ko Yang can also increase to level 12. Ko Yang exclaimed happily, "That's great." Jang Uk announced, "Next is waiting for the Awakened Latent Abilities University entrance exam to begin." A person standing above expressed concern and asked, "Should the kids go back now?" An excited older woman asked, "Tomorrow is the university entrance exam. I wonder what the result will be." A bespectacled man with his hands clasped together asked, "Rikon, the two geniuses of the school, I've heard their goal is to enter Xeajing Academy, right?" Rikon explained, "Yes, Jang Uk and Seol-nae both want to enter Xeajing Academy. Based on last year's standards, level 15 is where most students secure their place. Level 16 ensures no defeat. It's difficult. Level 15 is manageable, but level 16 is too hard. In our city of Exihad, besides Socheon-seong, only Jang Uk's older sister reached level 16 last year. It is possible for either Rim Hai-jin's younger brother or Hajia's prodigy to create a miracle." An elderly man with gray hair and sunglasses announced, "Some people have returned." A boy named Hyojin Jium, a level 12 swordsman. "The people above report someone from our school. Level 12, very impressive, truly one of our school geniuses." Next is a girl archer named Wai Ming, a level 13 Eagle Eye archer. A voice sounded, "Our school's Wai Ming is back too. Level 13, ahead of him by one level. Levels don't say much. University entrance exam results are the most important. This group is really prestigious. Another person concerned. But almost everyone has returned. Not even a level 14 person is back. Looking up at the sky with flying birds along with conversations, Seolni, Jang Uk, Ko Yang hadn't returned yet. Logically, they should have returned first. Something must have happened. Finally, the three of them appeared before dawn, accompanied by cheers. We're back. We're back, finally all back. Rikon joyfully said, returning safely is enough. Don't know how many levels they've climbed. The announcement board immediately displays Ko Yang, level 12 Sword Shield Knight. Seolni, level 15 Elemental Mage. Many people are surprised. That kid has really leveled up to 15. She must have passed at least 8 exams to get into Seajing Academy. The bespectacled old man nearby exclaims, Ryuk-an is proud again today. The main character appears as Jang Uk, a level 16 mage. Some can't believe their eyes and quickly ask, what, level 16? Those of them are all amazed. 1 level higher than Seolni. This speed is too fast. The bespectacled old man says again, surely they will clear the dungeon together. Look at their weapons. Ko Yang and Seolni stand firm, holding their weapons, a sword shield in Ko Yang's hand, a scepter in Seolni's hand. Both are the weapons of the Golden King. Someone exclaims again, the drop rate of weapons is very low. It's not easy to gather corresponding equipment. While others are impressed, it seems they have put in a lot of effort to pass the Awaken Latent Abilities exam. As they are getting on the carriage, Ryukun pats Ko Yang on the shoulder and says, get on the carriage and wait. We'll leave together when everyone is ready. Ko Yang did not immediately respond, yes, principal. Ryukun thought excitedly to himself, this time I can boldly seize the spotlight in front of those old folks. Ryukun encouraged everyone, rest well tonight, gather at the school in the morning. We will head to the exam location. Jang Uk sat back against the window, contemplating, grade 16 now, I am absolutely confident in passing the Seajing Academy exam. Now it seems I can think about the champion status and also consider the creation seminary. The next morning, Jang Uk felt refreshed. Spiritual power is full. All 100 Scale-Ton warriors' attributes have also reached 2,500. Jang Uk confidently walked forward, thinking, I am now in the best state. As he neared the place, he saw Ko Yang waving and shouting loudly, Big brother. All eyes turned to Jang Uk, including Seolni, who approached him and asked, are you sure of victory? He replied, yeah. Seolni tightly held his hand, promising each other, then we will meet again at Seajing Academy. Jang Uk agreed, all right. Principal Ryuk-an announced, this is a teleportation stone. Crush it or use spiritual power to activate it. Then you can teleport to the exam location. The teacher added one more sentence. During the exam, everyone must prioritize their own safety. Life is the most important. Okay, now let's start the transmission. Transitioning to the exam location in Jiangning province, Jang Uk observed and thought, it seems that the number of examinees exceeds 10,000. The exam tower started up. Many golden rays surrounded the exam tower. A voice reminded all examinees carefully listen to the rules of the exam. Do not make any noise. Do not ask questions. Those who violate will be directly disqualified. A tall boy wondered. No questions allowed. Another person asked, what if we don't understand after hearing? A blue light flashed. 2 people have violated the rules, disqualified for the university entrance exam. Ko Yang quickly covered his mouth, while Jang Uk thought to himself, that guy really thinks he's smart. A strong wind and yellow particles rose around the tower. On the top were 5 mysterious dark shadows. Professional main battle types will soon arrange for battle tests. A monster with white hair and red skin appeared with a green light under its body and red stones on top. Support types will be given various situations. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. Through the examination base, professions will have the right to choose the difficulty level, including normal level, nightmare level, and finally hell level. Different difficulty levels will have different achievements, earning different accumulation points. Suddenly, a blue board appeared with a score of 1,200. The accumulated score is the achievement of the candidates, which can also be used at the academies where they take the exam. There, the accumulated score is much more effective than gold. One last thing, equipment carried can be used normally. Besides that, any other tools cannot be used. The storage space will be locked. Suddenly, a monster appeared with a pair of moon-shaped horns, along with blood-red eyes wearing sturdy armor. Candidates who violate the rules will be disqualified from the exam. All candidates lined up into the tower, each person lined up, including Jang Uk, who worriedly thought Jiangning province has many participants in the exam like this, afraid that the whole country has over 1 million candidates. He, like many other candidates, was surrounded by columns of different colors. It seems that my guess is correct. The practice tower and the examination base are similar, depending on the profession brought to different spaces. Each person from the mage to the knight and the gladiator all evaluated Jang Uk. This is the first Academy's new profession in Xi to be featured in the news. Magic Necromancer, huh? Based on the documents they provided, it must be a summoner type of mage. Hopefully this new profession won't disappoint us. First, arrange for him according to the rare mage class rules, set up a monster of the same type, but 2 levels higher than him. They observed him while assigning a mage-type monster. He had to fight a wolf-orc mage. His task was to kill the wolf-orc mage. The countdown began. The wolf-orc mage aggressively rushed in. That bright screen over there prevents me from knowing the level and attributes of the monster. Jang Uk silently reassured himself, but it's okay. He began to act with the Soul Flame skill. With just one move, he defeated the wolf-orc mage in 0.1 seconds. The knight was bewildered. Just 0.1 seconds, and he's dead in one hit. In the monitoring room of the training tower, a few people were chatting. Ning Xuan Feng, one of the judges, suddenly appeared. One of them said, "Mr. Feng, why are you here?" Ning Xuan Feng replied, "I heard there is a new profession, so I came to see." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "How can we show the capabilities of this profession by defeating a monster in an instant like this?" At this moment, Ning Xuan Feng said, "Magic Necromancer, right? If setting up a rare profession test that cannot be measured, then let's conduct the second test based on the legendary profession level." The other person turned to look at him hesitantly. Is it fair to him like this? Ning Xuan Feng replied, "It's okay. In the first test, he killed it instantly. So first I'll give him a position of 100 points. If he passes the second test, I'll give him 1,000 points." He seemed very curious about Jang Uk, and everyone agreed, understood. At another location preparing for the second test, defeat the monster in front. Wolf Orc Mage Golf, level 20. Looking at the monster wielding a blue fire staff, it was clear that it was very powerful, with a body full of sharp spikes. If one were to collide with them, they would surely be seriously injured. Its fierce eyes and sharp teeth were staring directly at a man who turned out to be Jang Uk, our male lead. He seemed indifferent towards this opponent, calmly using his technique, Soul Flame, defeating it effortlessly. The people on this side looked at Jang Uk in disbelief. Once again, he is passed in the blink of an eye. This is truly a legendary test of professional strength. Ning Xuan Feng observed Jang Uk's performance and confirmed that he was a talent. No need to continue the test. Let's proceed to round 2. Jang Uk looked towards the voice announcing the results and declared, "The first round of the leadership profession contestants has ended. With 10,632 participants, 5,220 have passed." Beautiful Seal Knee's sister frowned. Even though I know Jang Uk can achieve the highest score, 0.1 seconds should not be impossible. First place, Jang Uk, 0.1 seconds, 100 points. Second place, Zulmai, 3 seconds, 70 points. Third place, Seolnai, 5 seconds, 40 points. Fourth place, Wang Jiaho, 5 seconds, 10 points. Looking at the results, Seolnai was determined not to lose to Jang Uk, while Wang Jiaho, stunned, muttered, "I'm not in the top 3. Clearly I should be first. No seconds. How could this be?" Wang Jiaho was sure the judge must have made a mistake, while Jang Uk was now feeling a bit guilty, wondering, did I go too far? Suddenly a voice announced, "The second round of the professional contestant leader competition is about to begin. Contestants, please pay attention to the difficulty level. In this round, there may be casualties. Please assess your own strength. In case of danger, you may shout to withdraw, and your exam will end. Results will be based on current performance. The exam duration is 30 minutes. Please choose the difficulty level for your test. Defeating common level monsters earns 1 point. Defeating nightmare level monsters earns 3 points. Defeating hell level monsters earns 5 points." After looking at the information board, Jang Uk seriously stroked his chin and thought, it seems like this round is about who could kill more monsters in 30 minutes. Wang Jiaho, a level 60 rage warrior, chose to defeat a hell level monster, feeling pleased and thinking, killing 1 hell level monster is equivalent to 5 common level monsters. That arrogant guy, even if you won the previous round, you won't stand a chance in this round against me. Seolni, a level 15 elemental mage, as she prepared to enter the second round, closed her eyes and thought elemental mages are not good at close combat and solo battles against high intensity, but they can win with numbers. In the training monitoring room, a group of elders gathered to speculate. Among the rare professions, the rage warrior is considered powerful. This round should yield some decent results. The explosive power of the elemental mage isn't bad either, but weak in close combat. That girl is smart, choosing the average difficulty. Contestant Zuoman, level 16, a shadow warrior, belongs to the rare and versatile professions, extremely strong in close combat, opting for nightmare or inferno difficulty. On the contrary, we don't know which difficulty magic necromancer Jang Uk will choose this time. Step aside, don't crowd. Ignoring the elder's speculations, Jang Uk knew this was a continuous combat capability assessment. 30 minutes posed a difficult challenge for any contestant, except Jang Uk. He swiftly chose the Inferno difficulty. The elders on this side were not particularly surprised. The woman in purple said to Jang Uk's master, "Rukun, you hit the jackpot. 2 out of the top 3 are your students. If Jang Uk comes back with a provincial champion certificate, what have you just been with pride?" Upon entering the second round of the competition, Jang Uk faced off against an elite wolf beastman warrior, level 13, with 500 strength, 300 agility, 150 spirit, and 400 physique. Jang Uk thought to himself, these attributes are weak, but if the monster is too strong, it will surely eliminate all the contestants. Then he looked at his hands silently and said, "Let's go." The skeleton warrior, level 16, with 2500 strength, agility, spirit, and physique, said softly, "Too simple." After a monster died, Jang Uk thought to himself, the second one will appear in 5 seconds. Summoning 2 skeleton warriors will be enough. The old men were even more surprised. Jang Uk's summoned monster is so powerful. It's even more formidable than any summoner extraordinary abilities we've seen. Moreover, he can summon 2 creatures. This new extraordinary ability is much stronger than I imagined. Wang Jiaho's face was full of killing intent, as if wanting to devour the monsters alive. An old man in the monitoring room said, "This contestant, Wang Jiaho, is reckless, completely not conserving energy." Boom! A girl wielding a scepter in her hand sprayed a fireball. It seems he is no match for Seal Ne. Looking back at Jang Uk, he took out a hot potato from his bag, leaving everyone amazed. This is the first time I've seen someone eating sweet potato in the exam. Take a picture quickly to make him famous in history. Is the exam too easy for him or not? Ning Xuan Feng stroked his beard. This kid is interesting. Wang Jiaho was exhausted by now. Finally, it's over. I killed 50 monsters. Hell difficulty is really not easy. I'm definitely the first this time. The familiar voice sounded again. The second round of the competition has ended, with 1220 contestants injured and voluntarily withdrawing. Wang Jiaho was eager to know the result early, his eyes gleaming with certainty of victory. There are 2440 contestants left who can choose to withdraw or continue to the next round. The results board showed Jang Uk with a total score of 1605, Zhuo Mi with a total score of 470, Xiu Ni with a total score of 270, Wang Jiaho with a total score of 265. After seeing the results, Wang Jiaho exclaimed, "No way, how could he achieve such a high score?" The frequency of monster appearances is 1 monster every 5 seconds, with a maximum of 12 monsters appearing in 1 minute. Each monster is worth 5 points, with a maximum of 1800 points achievable in 30 minutes. He scored 1605 points by defeating 301 monsters, killing monsters without wasting time. The old men couldn't help but praise, with Rukun saying, "This student is too strong." Rukun waved his hand and said calmly, "Calm down." Even so, Qian Seong, who is extremely talented, only scored 700 points in this round, and Rim Hai Jin scored just 650 points. In the third test round, the time limit was 30 minutes. Participants had to face a boss-level monster. Defeating a normal-level monster earned 100 points, a nightmare-level monster earned 300 points, and a hell-level monster earned 500 points. Jang Uk confidently chose to face the hell-level difficulty, wanting to test his personal combat abilities against the boss monster alone. The Wolf Beastman, a level 15 boss, had a strength of 1000, agility of 800, spirit of 500, physicality of 1000, and the skill Wild Wind Slash. Looking at this monstrous beast, Jang Uk hesitated, thinking, this is a hell-level boss. It is even more challenging than the monster at High Mines. Jang Uk ordered the skeleton warrior, somewhat disappointed. Although I understand the Empire will not release hell-level monsters, the exam has a total of 5 rounds, hoping that the next 2 rounds can truly be challenging. At Wang Jiaho's place, he was enjoying the pleasure of killing. Ha ha, kill. Seal Knight launched a fireball towards the fiercely fighting monster, while Zhuo Mi was constantly fighting with the monster. Rage Shot, a blow from the skeleton warrior, completely defeated the monster, making everyone dumbfounded. Another instant death, and still use skills. What summoning creature is this every time like this? The power of this Jang Uk kid is really excessive. I feel that our test cannot make him unleash his true power. Wait until the 5th round. If he wants to be provincial champion, he must pass the 5th round. I do not believe the 5th round will not test his true combat power. Top 1 Jang Uk, total points 2105. Second place Zhuo Mi, total points 970. Third place Seal Ne, total points 770. 4th place, Wang Jiaho, total points 765. 670 place, Ko Yang, total points 302. Looking at the scores, Jang Uk thought Ko Yang seems to be very hardworking too. The announcement sounded through the speaker. Prepare for the 4th assessment round. The difficulty in the 4th round will continue to increase, and the level of danger will also rise. At present, candidates can choose to continue or withdraw. Wang Jiaho frowned. The 4th round is about to begin. This is my chance. With the current achievements of you all, entering the top 100 empires' top academies is not a problem. If you want to continue, we will respect your choice. The rules for the 4th round are as follows. Each of you will have to face 10 groups of attacking monsters. The number of monsters in each wave is 10, totaling 100 monsters, whether you defeat the monsters in a previous wave or not. A minute later, the next wave of monsters will appear. The last group of monsters will be led by a leading monster. Defeating all monsters is possible. Each monster is worth 10 accumulated points. After passing, the points of this round will be doubled, totaling 200 accumulated points. Moving on to round 4, a series of powerful monsters along with a leader wearing a hood will appear. The old men were curious. Let's see how he copes this time. The best way to deal with summoners is to eliminate the summoner themselves. Will Jang Uk be flustered this time? Ning Xuan Feng remarked, "You think this round of testing still won't pose a challenge for Jang Uk?" This made the old men look at him in disbelief. On Jang Uk's side, he summoned a skeleton warrior to stretch its bones. Stretch your bones, my warrior. While summoning, Jang Uk thought 3 skeleton warriors should be enough. After summoning the skeleton warriors, Jang Uk used his ultimate move, Soul Flame. Blue lightning continuously struck the monsters. The monsters howled in pain. Gra. The old men were surprised by this scene. This kid has a 3rd summoned creature. Damn it. Why didn't he bring it out from the start? Why reveal it only now? This sneaky brat, why does he like to hide things? Yes, the stronger he is, the happier we are. Meanwhile, after finishing the fight, Jang Uk yawned and thought, this college entrance exam has no challenge at all. It's not as thrilling as my first time in the West Sea dungeons. No surprises at all. On the other side of the screen, Silonei is using the Path of the Flames technique to fight monsters. Silonei thinks to himself, attacking in groups is the strength of an elemental wizard. This time I can do it. Meanwhile, Wang Jiaho is fighting monsters and crazily says, kill. Watching these scenes on the screen, everyone discusses excitedly, incredible, so many monsters. How can they kill them all in time? Luckily, I chose to quit. That guy Jang Uk is also amazing. The monsters that have just appeared are immediately killed by his Scale-Ton warrior. Ko Yang proudly says, Jang Uk is my boss. That's right, he's the best. Come here, I'll tell you the story of how boss Jang Uk alone swept through the Nightmare level dungeon. Upon hearing this, the others showed disbelief. Alone sweep the Nightmare level? How is that possible? Right, trying to trick us. Inside the venue, there are still 5 people fighting, and everyone continues to discuss. This guy's name is Feng Su. From now on, he will give his all. Feng Su, Saint Swordsman, level 15, comes from a family of swordsmen, understands the rules of the exam very well, knows that after the last 2 rounds is the time to accumulate points. It turns out to wait here. Look quickly. Wang Jiaho has Berserk now. Berserk lasts for 5 minutes. Physical strength increases by 500%. Agility decreases by 200%. After the effect of Berserk, it will enter a weak state for 30 minutes. At Jang Uk's side, he thinks, finally, the final series of monsters have arrived. Suddenly, an announcement. The 4th round of the competition has ended. Finally, there are 5 people who passed. Next, we'll announce the rankings. First place, Jang Uk. Total accumulated points is 3605. Second place, Zulmai. Total accumulated points is 2470. Third place, Silmi. Total accumulated points is 2270. Fourth place, Wang Jiaho. Total accumulated points is 2265. Fifth place, Feng Su. Total accumulated points is 2200. Upon hearing this, everyone thinks and says only 5 people passed. The 4th round only has 5 people, so the 5th round will really have people passing. The 4th round was already difficult. It's really hard to imagine how difficult the 5th round will be. Wang Jiaho held a sword in his hand, his body full of wounds, but still smilingly said, everything is in the prediction. The 5th round is truly the time to determine victory or defeat. On the other side, Silonai breathed out softly, wondering to herself, being in the top 5, entering Academy's Sing of Jing should not be a problem anymore. Zuomei frowned seriously. Academy's Xia Jing, I'm coming. The announcement continued to sound, I know you all want to enter Academy's Xia Jing, but don't think being in the top 5 can guarantee safety. If your performance in the final round is not outstanding enough, you will still be eliminated. If you want to enter academies to see how Jing strive to accumulate points, please listen carefully to the rules of the 5th round. Hearing this, Jang Uk and Seal Mei immediately became serious. Finally, it's here. All of you will be teleported to a special dimension known as the Expedition Dimension, where you will encounter all kinds of monsters, including hundreds in the first wave alone. There may even be boss-level leaders. The faster you kill, the faster new monsters will appear, increasing in speed. Everyone needs to adjust their attack pace and pay attention to changes in their own accumulation points. The campaign space is divided into 5 stages, each with different accumulation points. The rules of accumulation points can only be seen by you. Even the main judges do not know. After you've entered the campaign space, the main judges can only see the changes in your accumulation points. So if you have any secret weapons, now is the time to use them. Good luck to all of you. After that, the information board appears. Stage 1, monster level 15, accumulation points when killing monsters 50. Stage 2, monster level 16, accumulation points when killing monsters 100. Stage 3, monster level 17, accumulation points when killing monsters 200. Stage 4, monster level 18, accumulation points when killing monsters 400. Stage 5, monster level 19, accumulation points when killing monsters 800. Upon entering the campaign space, Jang Uk commented, "I can feel the air filled with the smell of death. It seems each battle here is beyond imagination." In the campaign space, surrounded by a gloomy gray sky, lightning bolts striking down one after another on the barren land, only rocks pile up. Suddenly, a horde of monsters swarmed in. Jang Uk summoned Skeleton Warrior while saying, "Trying to make us feel the battlefield." Ha! The level 15 Lizardman warriors rushed towards Jang Uk. Jang Uk wondered, they only have levels, no attributes and skills. The monsters suddenly roared. Jang Uk looked up and asked, "The roar is calling for reinforcements?" Then the Skeleton Warrior swung his sword and wounded the monster in the chest. Jang Uk observed closely and wondered, can't kill in one hit. Seems like the attributes of this type are not low. Then Jang Uk's face turned serious. One sword doesn't kill, then 2 will. The Skeleton Warrior continued to swing his sword towards the monster, the cut leaving a red glow. Jang Uk used a skill, Corpse Explosion. On the other side, the judge looked surprised at Jang Uk's score. Jang Uk has taken action. Once he has gained another 500 points, once he kills 10 monsters in one shot. After killing the monsters, Jang Uk stood up and said, "If they can war for reinforcements, I just need to wait here for the monsters to come to me." Suddenly, the corpses of the monsters on the ground began to fade. Jang Uk wondered, corpses are disappearing again, can only exist for 10 seconds. After that, the green flames surrounded the bodies of the monsters and then disappeared. Jang Uk thought to himself, it seems like the plan needs to be adjusted a bit. The 9 Skeleton Warriors just lured the rest of the monsters up. The Skeleton Warriors rushed to lure the monsters, while Jang Uk used the Corpse Explosion skill and said, "Luring the monsters completed." The area was now chaotic, with lightning constantly striking down. On the other side, the main judges were discussing Jang Uk's score. What did Jang Uk do in the end? Damn it, we couldn't see anything. He gained 4,500 points in one go. Did he already kill all 100 monsters? The main judge was shocked, thinking, what has this kid done? What are the extraordinary abilities of a magic necromancer? Where are his limits? On the other side, Jang Uk stood on a rock, wondering to himself, this time I probably won't have to wait another minute to continue fighting the monsters. Suddenly, flames came from nowhere, surprising Jang Uk. He ordered the Skeleton Warriors to block the flames for him, realizing it was a firestorm created by a level 16 Lizardman mage. Jang Uk stood behind the Skeleton Warrior, smiling. Finally, it's my turn to return the favor now, right? The Lizardman mages rushed to attack Jang Uk. At the same time, Jang Uk summoned the Skeleton Warriors to fight. The Skeleton Warriors struck a blow straight at the monster, while Jang Uk used Quartz Explosion to kill the creatures. A horrifying explosion occurred, caused by Jang Uk's Quartz Explosion skill. The main judges were shocked. He increased by 6,000 points again. He killed 120 monsters in one blow. His summoning ability is already strong, and he also has group attack skills. His Soul Flame skill is also very strange. 2 main judges stood puzzled. These extraordinary abilities seem to have surpassed legendary level. They might be on par with other extraordinary abilities. We cannot say for sure yet. Being powerful at low levels does not mean being powerful at high levels. Let's observe more. On the other side, Jang Uk observed and concluded the aura of death has increased. Phase 2. Far away on the rocks, shadows were standing. Jang Uk thought, there are at least 40 scattered beastmen packs around, with the level of monsters increasing and their numbers doubling. With this difficulty level, only very strong, extraordinary abilities can break through. Even if Phase 2 can be passed, it will take a lot of time, but I have nothing to worry about. On the first rock, it was identified that the shadows standing on it were level 16 furry beastmen archers. In the history of Shenseia University's entrance exams for over 100 years, only one extraordinary abilities have passed through the third round campaign space. I think Jang Uk has a great chance. His skills are too extraordinary, and I suspect he has already awakened a talent. If he has truly awakened a talent, it will be a very good thing for humanity, right? The genius who just awakened latent abilities has already awakened a talent. Maybe in the second round, he can awaken a new talent. Extraordinary abilities are already very rare, but fake talents are even rarer, 1 in a million. How lucky we are to meet them. On the screen appears the current ranking board of the contestants. First place is Jang Uk with a total score of 34,605. Second place is Seol Na with a total score of 7,270. Third place is Feng Su with a total score of 6,200. Everyone in the room exclaimed in surprise, "Quick, look! That kid Jang Uk has entered stage 2. Killing a monster worth 100 points, and he defeated 200 monsters in one strike. Isn't this just giving away points? If I had the authority, I would definitely summon dozens of bosses for him." Transitioning to Xiajing, the capital of Empire's Shenxia, in the center of the city stands the Trial Tower, one of the Empire's Shenxia's 3 major divine formations. In a secluded corner, a lone mouse looking for food suddenly stops and gazes at the sky where dark clouds and a storm are approaching. At the foot of the Trial Tower, a sharp purple object flies towards the attack site, and a voice is heard from somewhere. "Be courageous." From inside the Trial Tower, a giant yellow hand reached out to block the creature. It turned out that the creature was created by a giant monster which said, "Keek, but you can't stop me." Before finishing the sentence, the yellow hand created a powerful ball to attack the creature. A voice said, "Want to die?" Despite being attacked, the creature responded, "This is just a clone. You can kill it as you wish, Keek. But you guys in your Trial Tower." Before the demon child could finish speaking, the giant hand had crushed it. Beside them, the dark shadows floating in the sky said, "I can't believe the bastards from the abyss dare to sneak in and attack. The speed of the evil light's flow is too fast. It seems like they are prepared to come. Their target is the children in the campaign space." They continued, "The bastards from the abyss sneaked in and disrupted the space inside. The power of the abyss is corrupting the laws." Then one of them released a stream of power. He said, "The world in the tower originally relies on abyss soil. This benefits them. How long will it take to stabilize and restore order?" It turned out to be Baek Yuewon, an expert level of the Empire's Shenxia. The rest of them replied, 1 hour. In the campaign space, Jang Uk stood among the skeleton warriors wondering what is happening. Why did the monsters suddenly disappear? Suddenly, a woman's foot appeared. A voice rang out, "Woodhead Jang." Jang Uk turned back at the sound, clearly seeing the person who called him, thinking, "Seol Ni, what is happening in the campaign space? Why are we able to meet other contestants?" Seol Ni, covered in wounds, holding a scepter, said to Jang Uk, "I was killing monsters when suddenly they all disappeared. Do you know what happened?" Jang Uk replied, "I'm not sure." At the same time, Wang Jiahou also appeared here. He was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, introducing himself. "Young people, I am Baek Yuewon." People below were surprised and exclaimed, "God Beak, it's God Beak again." The main judge wondered to himself, why is God Beak showing up? Is there an issue with the campaign space? On the other side, Baek Yuewon continued, "The Abyss World demons have invaded the campaign space, targeting all of you. We are trying to repair and restore the space rules. It will take about an hour." Upon hearing this, Seolna was shocked. Abyss demon invaded the campaign space. Baek Yuewon added, "Therefore, in the next hour, you must protect yourselves. I don't know how the Abyss World demons will deal with you, but I believe that as long as we unite, their invasion will not harm us. The people of Shemsidao are not afraid to fight, not afraid to die." After saying this, Baek Yuewon frowned. Wang Jiahou below raised his sword high and shouted loudly, "Not afraid of war, not afraid of death." Everyone echoed in unison, "Not afraid of war, not afraid of death, not afraid of war, not afraid of death." Next to him, Jang Uk thought carefully, "The weakest monsters in the Abyss are level 70. If God Beak says we can resist the invading power of the Abyss, then clearly this power stream is not strong." The main judges hearing this immediately felt fear. And yet this is happening. The Abyss deliberately infiltrating the university competition. They want to target the geniuses participating in the 5th round of the competition, wanting to cut off the roots of our Shenxia if we don't handle this well. Now, I'm afraid they will come every year. An old man shouted, "Stop talking, inform the people outside, tell them not to panic, believe in God Beak, just like you do." On the other side, someone pointed to the red moon in the sky and said, "It's the Abyss blood moon. The power of the Abyss is starting to take action. Everyone prepare well. If they want to kill our team, they have to step over our dead knights." The knights rushed forward to form a barrier. A voice from somewhere said, "Mwahaha, well done. Truly the future of empires, Shemsea. Too bad you all have to die. One word enough to kill you all. Too bad. I can't taste the delicious taste of your dead bodies here. Cake." A shout echoed, "We're here." Approaching was a furry beastman warrior, level 19 abyss polluted, a giant green creature with a large axe in each hand. A girl with long hair and a scarred face said, "I remembered, a campaign space has a level limit, the highest being 19. The boy beside her responded, "That's right. Why did I forget? That there's nothing to fear. We're many." Before the boy could finish his sentence, giant monsters began to approach from all directions, causing panic as people saw their numbers. How can there be so many? At least they're enhanced elites. Seolni, seeing this, stood behind Jang Uk and asked, "What do we do?" Jang Uk firmly said, "It's bothersome, but we can still handle them." Jang Uk thought to himself, enhanced elite monsters, aren't they like nightmare-level sub-bosses? They have mutated for being infected by the Abyss powers, so will they provide experience points? In the desolate battlefield filled with the remnants of the Abyss demons, a voice echoed from the gate connecting the two worlds, perhaps the voice of the devil. Sucks, are you scared yet? Are you afraid? Godbeak said that unity is the key to victory. There are over 100 of you, each with a beast. Hearing this, the human warriors stepped back cautiously, evil creatures. The human warriors were all afraid, trembling before the ominous aura of the Abyss forces. Even the 5 Academy students who made it into the inner circle of Feng Su Academy were starting to lose courage, their determination seemingly extinguished. "No, we can't win." Their breath makes it impossible for me to lift my sword. Both of the students of the group of 5, Zhou Mai and Wang Jiaho, were also cautious, focused to the extreme and dripping with tension. However, Jang Uk maintained his cold demeanor and stepped forward with the confidence befitting a leader. Seolni, seeing Jang Uk approach like this, was extremely fearful. Although she considered him a rival, she still worried for him, fearing he would be killed, so she tried to stop him. "Look at Jang, what are you doing? Quickly come back. There are over 100 level 19 enhanced elite monsters over there." Jang Uk, still exuding confidence, continued to step forward. Seeing Seolni's concern, he finally said a word, "You go back." But Seolni, full of courage and determination, replied, "I don't want to." In Jang Uk's mind, he thought her following along won't make a difference, so be it. With that thought, he told Seolni, "Suit yourself." Even the soldiers behind them doubted and exclaimed, what does he intend to do? Is he just going to charge in like that? When those soldiers learned about Jang Uk's ability as a magic necromancer, they were all surprised as it was a unique, extraordinary ability. They were curious and asked many questions. What is magic necromancer as an extraordinary ability? Are those dry bones his summoned creatures? Isn't extraordinary abilities typically summoners? What should we do now? Should we charge in with him? Seeing Jang Uk bravely advancing, the army behind them cast away their fear and moved forward, led by Zhuo Mai and Wang Jiaho, creating a scene of valor. The army, united in purpose, declared, "As citizens of Shengxia, we fear no battle, even in death." Seeing this, the voice of the Demon King from the gateway, leading the Abyss forces into the mortal realm, rang out arrogantly. "Ha ha! Finally someone willing to offer up their life, courageous indeed. I almost regret having to kill you. Otherwise, you could have come to the Abyss and become a slave to my Demon King." Jang Uk remained firmly in place with a cold demeanor. He continued to stride forward, steadily getting closer, confronting them as if challenging them. The Demon King, somewhat surprised, continued, "Have you thought it through? The Abyss Gate is always open to welcome you." Jang Uk raised his head, revealing that he had been calculating tactics and measuring the distance to optimize his strength. At a distance of about 50 meters, using corpse explosion at this range would yield the best results. The army behind him saw Jang Uk suddenly stop and couldn't understand, leading to a few puzzled murmurs. He stopped. Why isn't he moving forward? Jang Uk calmly replied, "This is far enough." With that, the flames in his hand flared up, and immediately a legion of skeleton warriors was summoned. There were 100 skeleton warriors, prompting more curious whispers from behind. So many. How does he have so many summons? What exactly is this extraordinary ability? Even Zhuo Mai, a top-tier agile melee fighter, widened her eyes in admiration. "So fast! These summons are even quicker than my shadow warriors, which specialize in agility." Jang Uk's skeleton warriors charged into the horde of vile lizards, unleashing their special skill, Rage Strike. However, the lizards didn't die and continued to surge forward fiercely, causing the skeleton warrior's physical strength to drop to 1995 from the initial 2500. After observing the fighting style, Jang Uk made a prediction. It seems that the strength of these abyss-infected monsters is about 3,000, able to withstand multiple attacks without dying. Physicality must be over 3,500, but for quartz explosion skill, the higher the physicality, the better. Skills were used and he defeated the lizard soldier, gaining 8,000 experience in line with Jang Uk's thoughts. Indeed, gaining experience, he began to get serious. He unleashed a powerful ultimate skill and shouted, "Corpse Explosion!" With a glowing red sphere in hand and powerful green lightning theme himself. Experience gained is quite little, but better than none. Luckily, there are quite a few monsters to make up for it. Immediately, Quartz Explosion was unleashed. The glowing sphere and lightning in Jang Uk's hand exploded, spreading around and approaching the abyss-possessed lizards. The human army behind couldn't help but be surprised. Someone exclaimed, "What's happening?" Just saw a huge explosion along with a giant energy ball sweeping through the monsters. Shortly after, the ground was magically pristine, creating doubt in the minds of the onlookers about Jang Uk's immense power. Killing effortlessly. What skill is this? Why does it possess such great influence? Fang Su, feeling overwhelmed, knelt down, filled with remorse and self-doubt. How could this be? How can he be so powerful? Why am I not the one with extraordinary abilities awakened? This is unfair. On the contrary, those around rejoiced and expressed gratitude. We are saved, we are saved. The magic necromancer's extraordinary abilities are truly formidable. Even the voice of the Demon King from the Abyss, after witnessing such unimaginable power, held a hint of fear. Impossible. How could this be? You have angered me. I want to kill you, drink your blood, eat your flesh. The Demon King continued to emit energy beams to dominate and control the horde of lizards attacking the humans. He taunted and cursed. "Skutsk, let's see what you can do next. You all will die. You all will perish." Enraged by the voice, Jang Uk found the source of the problem. "So it's you." Immediately, a skeleton warrior appeared and brought Jang Uk close to the source of the voice for his spell to reach. Seeing this, the voice said fearfully, "Moy, la du dine, moon lam gay." Just as the words were uttered, the demon saw Jang Uk right in front of him and heard the powerful spell. Corpse Explosion. He clearly was a soul when hit by Soul Blaze, crying out painfully, I want to kill and boy kill." After taking such a strong blow and not dying, Jang Uk was also a bit surprised. "Still not dead in you, Arka. What skill is this? How can it burn my soul? There is no way extraordinary abilities of this type will exist in this world." Hearing this, Jang Uk turned and left, creating a loud stomp and threatening, "Invade the battlefield like this, then you must pay a high price." With that, he turned and left. The wizards from the academy outside the arena were also surprised. Jang Qian also shocked, saying, "Hey, the invading abyss forces have weakened on a large scale." Baek Yuewon, full of anger, exhaled an aura full of killing intent, angrily asking, "All the contestants in the tower are dead." Jang Qian felt relieved hearing that. "Not correct, I can feel the life breath of many people in it. While the consciousness breath of the abyss demons weakens, it is hurt." Upon hearing that, Baek Yuewon returned to normal. "Why didn't you say it earlier, making people worry at death?" Jang Qian was a bit startled, sweat pouring down his face. "Next time, can you not emit such a terrifying breath?" Baek Yuewon reflected on his own thoughts and wonders based on what he heard. But the Abyss demons are using the power of the Abyss to disrupt the campaign's space rules. Even we can't enter. Who can hurt it? Relying only on level 1,516 participants in it. Inside the arena, the Demon King, after being injured on his pride, angrily shouted, "I'll kill you! I will kill you! Everyone, kill him!" Then he controlled more lizards to attack. People below were full of fear, some even kneeling down and freezing when facing a lizard. Meanwhile, Jang Uk proceeded to level up. His Quartz Explosion skill has upgraded from level 1 to level 2. It can detonate corpses, dealing 15% of health damage to enemies within a 2 meters range. He knew that Corpse Explosion had been upgraded after the talent was increased. The damage range of Corpse Explosion would increase by 20 meters, creating damage equal to 150% of the enemy's health points. In his mind, he had some thoughts. This is a skill he must use often to increase his control. Then leveling up, except for the talent skill acquired when awakened latent abilities, the skills learned from the scroll will also be upgraded like that. At that moment, right behind him was a whole group of lizards. It was also the time he needed to check his thoughts at the right time. The observing crowd was amazed. Who is he? But he could use this type of monster to level up. It seems his name is Jang Uk with new extraordinary abilities. Luckily we have him, otherwise we would be dead. The Demon King from above then said, "It seems you can't go." The Demon King appeared very scary. He continued to ask, "You are Jang Uk, I will remember you. Wait for you to come to the abyss, I will." Before the Demon King could finish speaking, Jang Uk used corpse explosion. A loud explosion echoed through the sky. The crowd below cheered and rejoiced. The campaign space has been restored to normal. We have won. The consciousness of Abyss has been destroyed. The old man with white hair, Jang Xiam, looked around and said, "The campaign space is slowly returning." The long-haired old man, Baek Yuewon, asked anxiously, "How are the kids doing?" Jang Xian replied, "They are all safe and sound. There are no casualties." Baek Yuewon was extremely surprised. No casualties. The situation is completely different from what we expected. What happened in the campaign space? Just to be safe, let's teleport the kids back. Okay, let's retrace what happened inside the battle space. Seal Nag showed concern and asked, "Woodhead Jang, are you okay?" Jang Uk immediately replied, "I'm fine." Baek Yuewon quickly announced, "Students, the Abyss forces have disappeared. The campaign space is back to normal. You will be taken back to your exam venue, and then the exam results will be announced." Seal Nai looked at Jang Uk and said, "We basically couldn't have fought against those beast people. Luckily, we had him." The announcement on the loudspeaker sounded, "The exam for the main class has ended. Please wait for the final evaluation." Tuan Feng mused, "The results of the class leader exam are compiled from the scores obtained in the exam and evaluations. The top academy selects students not only based on good performance, but also requiring to achieve evaluations of excellent, which are different from those of other candidates, as determined by the upper echelons of the Shenxtat Empire. I don't know what exactly happened there, but I am really curious to know what evaluation this kid Jang Uk will receive." The image of Jang Uk reappeared. This person, the magic necromancer, I have heard about his extraordinary abilities, which are completely new, recently appeared in the city of Zihai, Jiangning province. I didn't expect him to single-handedly stop the fierce wave, truly formidable, calm, decisive in combat, with powerful, extraordinary abilities. This little one has the qualifications to become a top powerhouse, not only with powerful, extraordinary abilities, but he must have awakened a talent. This year's evaluation points might be difficult, but those who run away are cowardly. Their future on the battlefield will only be as foot soldiers without any significant accomplishments. After all, he is just a teenager. Jang Yuk's evaluation is definitely outstanding. As for the others, let's discuss. The scene was very crowded with people waiting for the announcement of the results. A large board displayed the rankings, with Jang Uk taking the first place with a total score of 34,605 and an evaluation of excellent. Ryukon happily clasped his hands and exclaimed, "First place, the top scorer, top scorer. Jang Uk, well done, kid. Congratulations, Ryukon. The school has a provincial champion student after 20 years. Seal Nan also happily congratulated Jang Uk. Congratulations, Woodhead Jang. You truly achieved the provincial champion." Jang Uk gave a slight smile and replied, "Thank you, Seal Nan." Seal Nan widened her eyes in surprise. "You just smile. You look very handsome when you smile. Why don't you smile more often?" The announcement board continued to display the results. Seal Nan took the second place with a total score of 7,600 and an evaluation of excellent. Congrats again. Second place is also an achievement for the school. Principal Rick chuckled. "That's really exciting for the fans." Feng Xiu came in third place with a total score of 6,700 and an evaluation of excellent. Zhou Nai in fourth place with a total score of 6,225 also had an evaluation of excellent. Wang Jiahou in fifth place with a total score of 6,300 received a poor evaluation. Just the results were announced, no explanation or further details. Wang Jiahou was sweating and couldn't believe it. He felt underestimated. Why? With this evaluation, he shouldn't even think about Jing academies. Not even the top 20 academies in the Empire would accept him. He angrily shouted, "I don't accept this. Why? Based on what am I considered inferior? It's not fair." A notification sounded. Wang Jiahou violated the school rules. Expulsion, no. This year's provincial champion of Jiangning province, extraordinary abilities class, Jang Uk. Ko Yang jumped up and cheered. "Have you seen that? That's my boss. Top scorer and the provincial champion, silent. Transferred to the Empire's national exam this year, Jang Uk has become." Everyone was curious. The Empire's order has the provincial champion not ended yet. Jang Uk has become this year's national exam top scorer. What? National top scorer? I didn't mishear. Jang Uk, national top scorer. Principal Ryukon seemed to be on cloud 9, ecstatic. Haha, top scorer, national top scorer, Ryukon. Are you okay? Don't get too excited. Take care of your health. You didn't mishear. This time you can brag for a lifetime national top scorer of Jiangning province We have a national top scorer. Jang Uk is too amazing. If I have a child in the future, I also want to send them to the #1 school. Everyone gathered to congratulate. Jang Uk, congratulations. Thank you. Without you, we would have been in trouble. You must also be enrolling in Seijin Academies. See you at Seijin Academies. I will treat you to chicken drumstick rice. Okay. Seeing Jang Uk's short response, Seolnai replied, "This guy doesn't like to talk. I've been classmates with him for 3 years, and we haven't spoken more than 26 sentences to each other." Seolnai's answer made the two in front of her unable to stop smiling. At Jang Uk's house, "Sister, I'm about to arrive at Seijin Academies. Oh, Grandma, I've become the national top scorer." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Principal Ryukun, why are you here?" Unexpectedly, there was a figure with 2 eyes and white hair that looked terrifying. Jang Uk immediately felt a terrifying breath, struggling to breathe. Shortly after, a skeletal warrior was summoned by Jang Uk, ready to fight. Baek Yua-won then appeared, saying, "Not a bad reaction." Jang Uk bowed respectfully, saying, "Hello, Lord Godbake." Baek Yua-won started talking. "This time I have come to discuss Academy's Xia Jing with you. You remain calm and composed with excellent instinctive reactions, a good seat." Jang Uk invited everyone into a room, leaving only himself and Baek Yua-won. Principal Ryukun told Baek Yua-won, "Sir, last year Jang Uk's sister went to Academy's Xia Jing, so he always lives alone. It's rare for both siblings to be able to enter Academy's Xia Jing. Such a family situation is commendable. It's even harder to find talents like him." Baek Yua-won looked at the skeletal warrior next to Jang Uk. All 4 attributes, strength, agility, physique, and spirit, are at 250 normal attributes. How did you do that in the campaign space? Jang Uk pondered in surprise. All 4 attributes are at 250. It seems that others cannot see the attributes of the skeletal warrior after being enhanced by talent. Baek Yua-won continued to ask Jang Uk, "You have acquired a talent. What talent have you acquired?" "My talent is upgrading enhancement for all skills and attributes," Jang Uk replied. "Today I came for 2 things. First is to award the prize from Seijin Academies to you. Second is to take you to academies. Tomorrow there will be a trial. I hope you can participate," Baek Yua-won said. "What is the trial?" Jang Uk asked curiously. "It's just the trial in Seijin Academies," Baek Yua-won replied. "Let me see," Jang Uk thought. "I can't disclose the content to you," Baek Yua-won said, "but I can tell you that this trial is a rare opportunity. Originally, you couldn't participate in this trial. I will participate," Jang Uk quickly replied. Old man Baek Yua-won smiled happily. "Haha, once it's like that, let me give you praise first. Being the national top scorer, your rewards are not few. Scroll skills reward." Baek Yua-won handed Jang Uk a card. "Firstly, besides the test score from last time, you were rewarded with an additional 100,000 points. Your points are all here. Surely you have heard about it at academies. Points are more useful." "I understand now." Jang Uk thought to himself, "Godbeak's advice must be extremely important. Collect a little. I will take you to Academy's Xia Jing." Principal Ryukun cheered as Jang Uk teleported away. "Keep going, little one." Quickly, both of them teleported away. Scene changed to Academy's Xia Jing. Baek Yua-won pointed to the gate and said, "This large gate serves as both a protective barrier and a weapon. Even top-tier experts will have to pay a high price to enter. Let's go. This is the residential area for today. You stay here. I'll go ahead, rest well. Someone will come to take you to visit the academies tomorrow." "Yes." At that moment, an orange-haired person entered calling out, "Lord Godbeak." He glanced at Jang Uk and thought to himself, what status does this kid have that makes Godbeak personally bring him here? And why is he so cold towards Godbeak? The orange-haired person spoke up. "You must be Jang Uk, right? Where do you want to stay?" "A 4-person room for 500 points per month. We have many options: dorm rooms for 4 people, single rooms for 2 people or single villas, and villas with underground levels for cultivation. Rooms for 2 people cost 1,000 points per month, single rooms cost 2,000 points per month, villas cost 10,000 points per month. Prices vary greatly for different types of rooms. The cultivation villa doesn't have a specific price yet. As a student, Jang Uk, I know you just completed the exam, so you have quite a few points. But I advise you to save if you can. There will be many places that require points in the future. Just stay in a 4-person room for now, or maybe." The young man made a quick decision. "I want to stay in a single dormitory." Jang Uk thought to himself, "I really need to save a bit. I'll choose a single dormitory." In the single dormitory, he decided yes. The orange-haired guy looked at Jang Uk and thought to himself, "It's true that when you have money, you can be capricious, not saving now and later realizing how hard it is to earn points, then regretting it." The scene shifted to Jang Uk's single dormitory. I'll choose this room. Okay, Jang Uk, your student ID card. Please give it to me so I can register. He quickly swiped the card into the machine. A beeping sound echoed. The orange-haired guy began counting the points he saw on the card. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. How do you have so many points? Jang Uk replied coldly, reward for being the national top scorer. The orange-haired guy was shocked to see the balance. 130,000, no wonder you want to stay in a single dormitory. Since I entered academies, I've only earned 10,000 points in total, not even equal to your odd number. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation, unless necessary. The orange-haired girl smiled and said, all right, from now on, this is your dorm room. Rest up, and if you eat anything, just contact me. Remember to buy a communication device tomorrow. It will be quite inconvenient without one. The next day, there was a loud bell sound, signaling the end of meditation. Jang Uk opened the door to see a familiar figure of a girl in front of him. Heh, don't you recognize me? She said. Jang Uk was surprised and replied, I do know you. The girl quickly grabbed Jang Uk's hand and said, come on, let's go have breakfast. She then introduced Jang Uk to Academy's Xia Jing. In no time, she brought him to the dining hall of Academy's Xia Jing. After selecting their food, Jang Uk eagerly offered to pay, saying, let me. The cashier swiped the card and said, ding. Why did he pay with points? This place accepts gold. Never use points where gold can be used. Jang Uk quickly replied, I don't have gold, only points. If you don't have gold, you should say so. This here is not lacking in gold. Don't waste points next time. Points are hard to earn. Luckily, it's only 5 points. The girl saw Jang Uk's 6-digit score and was surprised. Wait, how do you have so many points like that? Remember, in the future, you can use gold, so you don't need to use points at all. Points should be spent on weapons. Even if you have a lot of points, you should do that. Jang Uk handed the girl a beautiful red stone. This is for you. It's beautiful. This is the core crystal of the Goblin King. This is a 5th-tier Goblin King ring. It's a boss accessory, you know. Do you know its value? If you were to trade it, the price would be at least 1 million gold. Really, why would I give it to you? Without hesitation, the young man replied, yes. After replying, Jang Uk thought to himself, this thing is so valuable. It seems that the Dynasty Guild is really. Before he could finish his thoughts, the girl spoke up again. Thank you. I'm not rude. Scene transition to the administrative office. All right, your enrollment procedures are complete. Jang Uk asked, why can't I find any information about my sister? A blank screen appeared. Dana is empty. It is possible she is on a special mission for the academies, which requires confidentiality, so no information is available. It is also possible that she has joined a special academy like Sheng Guangshuyan. There is a possibility that your sister has joined some academy. All right, don't worry, everything will be fine. Thank you. All right, let's get to the main point. I brought you here today to familiarize you with the academy, but I also have a task at hand. Transfer to the classroom. To Yin. I brought someone here, the national top scorer. A long-haired girl in a pink shirt graciously reached out to Jang Uk. Hello, I am Jang Du Yin, a level 23 Elf Knight class. The young man politely replied, Riven Jang Uk, Magic Necromancer level 17. A nearby young man showed contempt and disdain. Only level 17 joking with me. Even if you want to bring someone, you shouldn't just randomly bring anyone here. Seeing the young man arrogantly look down on others, Sekyung helped by teasing him. Young men, what do you mean by that? When you talk, pay attention a little. Jang Uk is the national top scorer. The youth tilted his mouth, gently stroked his hair so that Jang Uk could not get into his eyes. Right after that, the guy came in front of Jang Uk and asked, your name is Jang Uk, right? I know you were introduced here by Lord Godbeak, but don't think that having a relationship with Godbeak means you can do whatever you want. In the Hidden Dragon team, we only care about real power. How you participate in the trial this time is not a problem, but please keep your mouth shut. Don't say anything. Don't make any sound. It's better not to be involved with us. Otherwise, I will be the first one to hit you. At this moment, the young man Jang Uk thought quietly in his head, a Solnai is not as arrogant as this guy. The young man put his hands in his pockets and calmly replied, going nuts. Young man heard it and got angry, his whole body as if about to spew out fire. What did you say? If you're gonna say it again, today you must take a hit. Seeing young men being too aggressive, Jang Du Yoon immediately raised her hand to stop him. Young men, if you dare to hit someone, young men stop. Young man gritted his teeth. Yeah, I'll cut him some slack because of you, Du Yoon. Du Yoon then gently told the young man, we'll depart tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Gather here and we'll tell you about the trial tomorrow. The young man quickly replied, I understand, thank you. Sekyung then flashed a bright smile. Let's go buy some stuff to prepare. As Jang Uk and Sek-kyung left, Jang Do-yoon advised young men, I know you're not happy, but don't bring resentment to the trial, especially since he's the one God-beak nominated. Have some restraint, I just want to see how the person replacing my younger brother ranks. He's a national top scorer, not much compared to us, but achieving provincial champion definitely speaks volumes. Furthermore, his extraordinary abilities are unique. Even if he leads others, he must be useful. Every year, new extraordinary abilities emerge, with most being trash. Perhaps the extraordinary abilities. Magic Necromancer is no different. Sek-kyung is comforting Jang Uk not to compare himself with that person. Think of him as crazy. Let's go buy some wound healing and magic recovery medicine, and there's also a communication device. Sek-kyung signaled to the clerk for wound healing and magic recovery medicine, 10 bottles of each, and also a communication device. While young man Jang Uk said he wanted to sell these items, immediately, the communication device was put on Jang Uk's hand. Sek-kyung was pleased that now I can annoy you anytime. Raising the bracelet, Sek-kyung suggested with a smile, let's be friends, okay. After making friends and achieving the goal of making friends, Sek-kyung waved goodbye, saying see you tomorrow, okay. Indeed, handsome men also have their own worries, right everyone? The youth in the room immediately pulled out his scroll of basic skills, holding a skill book with a golden-colored cover. He thought to himself, I should still prepare more for this trial journey. He then used successfully, acquiring the slow curse skill at level 1. Within a 5-meter radius, he cursed the enemy, reducing your speed by 5% for 1 minute. With talent upgrades, the range increased to 50 meters, the speed reduction reached 50%, and the duration extended to 10 minutes. Another amazing skill. In his mind, he imagined being able to confidently taunt and mock enemies after using this skill. My skills can now be categorized into summoning, attack, and curse series. Regardless of the series, they are all important and very powerful. I hope to learn other skill series in the future. The next day, through the communication device known as the transmitting bracelet, he saw Sek-kyung's image with a message, Wake up! The sun is shining. I'm downstairs. Come down for breakfast and then we'll leave. Okay, come down now. Later in the waiting room before entering the trial, Jang Do-yoon advised, after being teleported to the trial site, do not run off and wander. Meanwhile, young Min just grinned and said, Hey kid, don't drag us down. Sek-kyung didn't hold back and sneered, You'd better not pull our leg, young Min. Jang Do-yoon frowned, whatever conflicts you have, deal with them after the trial. You all know how important this trial is. Now let's introduce our extraordinary abilities. Miao Yu, level 20, Elf Elder. Duan Gao, level 20, Extraordinary Abilities Race Diviner. Young Min, level 21, Warlock. Jang Do-yoon, level 23, Elf Knight. Jang Uk, level 17, Magic Necromancer. And Sek-kyung, level 19, Shadow Assassin, with an extraordinary abilities, unique hidden class. Jang Do-yoon continued, Unity is crucial for this trial. Don't blame me if we fail due to lack of cooperation. Rest assured, we'll not let anything interfere with the trial. Academy's Xia Jing Hidden Dragon team. Begin the trial teleportation. A tall red tower appeared, the Shenexia Tower. It turned out that the Shenexia Tower's forces would teleport them to Mermaid Island. A large green stone emerged as the mission stone. Touch the mission stone to learn about the trial's task. Jang Do-yoon stated, just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. Jang Uk quickly touched the mission board that appeared. The trial mission this time is to go to Mermaid's Tier Dungeon, defeat the final boss, and obtain Mermaid's Tier. The maximum team size is 6 people. The highest level is level 20. Mermaid's Tier only drops on Nightmare difficulty level, with only 3 items dropping. Only the first 3 teams to complete the dungeon can obtain Mermaid's Tier. The dungeon is located in the center of Mermaid Island. Jang Do-yoon was surprised. I didn't expect the location of the trial this time to be Mermaid Island. Sek-kyung was curious. Do-yoon, you have participated in many trials. You must have rich experience. Tell us about it. Seeing the younger ones say that the older sister also had to pass on some of her experience. Mermaid's tea can be used to create a very special equipment with great effects. Mermaid Island is not within our empire's Shenxia territory. Furthermore, only 3 mermaids' tiers fall each year. Therefore, apart from our empire's Shenxia, there are other countries. Our Hidden Dragon Academy has a total of 10 teams, and we are team number 2. In other words, we not only have to compete with other teams within the academy, but also with the extraordinary abilities teams from other countries. So if we were to face a team from another country, what should we do now? Similar incidents have occurred before, but most of the time it was just a standoff at the entrance. However, do not be complacent because incidents of bloodshed and death have occurred before. If conflicts really arise, life is the most important. Young Jang Uk confidently reassured Sek-kyung, Don't worry, we won't encounter that situation. Okay, let's get ready to head to Mermaid Island. Duan Gao, apply your buffs. Sure. Immediately, several buff circles appeared, including the following buffs: Strength Enhancement, Flexibility Enhancement, Defense Enhancement, Mana Activation. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. Jang Uk received several rounds of buffs and thought all 4 attributes are increased by 30%. The power of skills is increased by 20% effectiveness for 1 hour. This extraordinary abilities diviner is truly a powerful support. Extraordinary abilities. Just a pity that compared to my talent, the upgrade effect of the diviner is too weak. Suddenly, the young man thought of something, right? If the diviner's buff are also applied to the skeleton warrior, what effect will they have? He then summoned a skeleton warrior, and the whole team saw Jang Uk's pet and were surprised. What the heck? An immortal summoned creature. Sekellen seemed familiar with it. She reassured everyone. Don't be afraid, the skeleton warrior is very cute. Jang Uk asked Duan Gao, could you please give it buff too? Thanks, Su Sure. But then Duan Gao replied, my skills cannot be added to it, maybe because my talent is too strong. Duan Gao's buff skills are directly overridden by the talent. Young Min, on the other hand, belittled both Jang Uk and the skeleton warrior. It is true that the young man lacks life experience, is still inferior and weak. Even the state cannot be enhanced. This summoned creature is just like its owner, truly garbage. Despite the other guy's nonsense, Jang Uk and the skeleton warrior still stand cool. Inside, the young man silently thinks, one moment of recklessness is a lifetime of misery. The dangerous world of Jang Uk is not as dangerous as the loose mouth of this guy. Upon entering the trial, Young Min arrogantly says, so, want to fight? Jang Du-yoon quickly intervenes. You can fight later. Let's finish the trial first. Dan, why do I feel like I'm about to die when his summoned monsters look over here? My whole body is freezing to the point of stiffness. The trial begins. Everyone quickly rushes to the mermaid dungeon. Our goal is the mermaid dungeon. Move quickly. Wild monsters that don't need to be fought should be avoided to save time. The team quickly moves. Under the water suddenly bubbles a lot of air. A merfolk soldier appears in front of them. Level 19, strength 300, agility 150, spirit 200, physique 320. No skills. The team quickly rushes into battle. Sekyelm quickly approached her target with her assassin nature. Sekyelm swiftly executed the merfolk soldier. The system quickly announced, killing level 19 merfolk soldier, gaining 1,500 experience points. Captain Jang Du-yoon received 1 fish scale. Now a level 21 monster has appeared. At this rate, it will take 3 more hours to reach the center of the island. Our speed is too slow. We can't clean up the monsters anymore. Miao Yu, you take control, we'll go straight in. Miao Yu quickly responded, all right, windbind. A whirlwind quickly formed. Miao Yu said, hurry up, I have it under control. 20 minutes later, in front of the team, there were many monsters. Jang Du-yoon saw they were still far from the center of the island and said, we are falling behind. Jang Du-yoon gritted her teeth and pondered, is there any hope if we charge in directly? Miao Yu replied, there are too many. I can't control them all. Furthermore, the level 22 monsters are higher than my level. My skills may fail. If we charge in directly, we may likely be surrounded by monsters and fall into danger. If we follow this path and slowly clean up the monsters, it will take at least another hour, and we will fall far behind. Jang Uk spoke up, let me go. Jang Du-yoon looked at him suspiciously. Youngin sneered, you? A level 17 rookie can't do anything useful. You've done nothing on this long journey. What's your use at this team? Just keep hiding behind the women. Sekyang angrily retorted, Young, shut your rotten mouth and go brush your teeth. You're too impatient. Open your mouth and it's all rotten. Despite his doubts, Jang Du-yoon asked, Jang Uk, what do you plan to do? Jang Uk confidently replied, use this scale-tongue warrior to lure the merman monster. Jang Du-yoon thought, right, you have summoning objects, so I'll leave it to you. Jang Uk's scale-tongue warriors quickly dashed off, leaving Jang Du-yoon amazed. They're too fast. Very quickly, the skeleton warriors had lured the monsters away. Jang Du-yoon immediately commanded, the path is clear. Let's move quickly. At that moment, a notification appeared for Jang Uk. Skeleton warriors have been recalled to the summoning space. Seeing that Jang Uk's skeleton warriors had excellently completed the task of luring the monsters, Jang Du-yoon turned to commend him. Well done, it's all thanks to you this time. Young Min chimed in with a complaint. Why didn't you do that from the beginning? If you had, we would have reached the mountain peak long ago and wouldn't have fallen behind like this. Sekyung glared at him. Shut your filthy mouth. If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? Despite the rebuke, Young Min's foul mouth continued to grumble. It's all because of the summons, isn't it? Who knows? Maybe he's just trash himself. Hearing this, Jang Uk became furious and shot Young Min a sharp glance. This is your final warning to watch your mouth. Suddenly, Miao Yu shouted in alarm, "Oh, run, run quickly." Seeing the large group of people approaching Jang Du-yoon, the names of the country Dailai continuously release skills. That is the divine skill of Shikigami summoners. It is said that they can summon ancient gods. Why do they do that? They want to prevent us from climbing the mountain. The summoners of country Dailai shouted, "You guys just stay here. If you can't stand it, use the mission stone to teleport away. This mermaid dungeon belongs to our country Dailai this time." Haha, despicable. Shikigami summoners are legendary tier extraordinary abilities. It seems like country Dailai has invested heavily here, now concentrating hundreds of merfolk monsters. It will take at least a few hours to clean them all out. Jang Du-yoon looks expectantly at the young man Jang Uk. Jang Uk immediately responds, even with summoners, they still have to move the monsters elsewhere. You thought summoners are omnipotent. Ha! Hundreds of monsters like these are useless, even with summoners. Seeing the skeleton warrior attracting the monsters, everyone curious. Who summoned this creature? He's already pulling the monsters away, that's great. But unfortunately, there are still 2/3 of the monsters here. Immediately afterwards, Jang Uk summoned another skeleton warrior. Jang Du-yoon saw and was extremely surprised. 2 of them. "So you have 2 summons." Jang Uk ordered the skeleton warrior, "Go, lure all those monsters away." Jang Uk thought to himself, "I can't use the quartz explosion skill. If I do, the Adia will share my experience." The young man continued to summon another skeleton warrior. Everyone was amazed. "Another one? You're doing great. The trial is over. I invite you for a drink." Unexpectedly, there was a 3rd one. "Whose summon is this? Thank you." "All right, everyone go. Don't let those Shikigami summoners be too arrogant." The people around gathered around Jang Uk, clapping and cheering. "Brother, next time for the trial, we will go together." "Thank you so much, brother." Young Min saw Jang Uk being greeted by many people. He was furious. Suddenly, the summoner from Daylight Country felt something was off. "Huh? What's going on? How can they come up here with so many monsters? They should at least be able to hold them off for a few hours." The archers were ordered. "Archers, take your positions. Not sure how they're going to handle merfolk, but they must be stopped." The series of names fired out were archers from the country of Dalai. Shield bearers raised their defenses. The battle began. Sekhyun was not afraid and said, "This time with you and your scale-ton warrior, I'm not afraid." After the first round of battle, "No, our team is too disorganized. We need to reorganize. It's best to have a powerful mage." "That's right. We've lost quite a few people at the foot of the mountain. We must regroup to be able to overpower the country of Dalai." Unexpectedly, Young Min suggested to Jang Du-yoon, "Captain, I want to switch to another team." Young Min even pointed straight at Jang Uk. "Either he goes or I go. Captain, you decide." "Young Min, you're being a bit too much." "That's right. Without Jang Uk leading the monsters, we can't climb the mountain." Sekhyun also got angry and yelled, "Young Min, you're worthless." Young Min thought to himself, "The captain will definitely keep me." Jang Du-yoon also thought before making a decision. "Other teams are all looking for a wizard. Our team cannot afford to lack a damage dealer, but this way, we can only drive him out of the team." Immediately after that, Jang Du-yoon made a decision. "If that's the case, Young Min, you lead the team." Young Min was extremely confident, thinking that team leader Jang Du-yoon would choose him and eliminate Jang Uk from the team. So when he received Jang Du-yoon's answer telling him to leave the team, Young Min was astonished, unable to believe what he heard, his eyes wide, mouth agape. "What, team leader? You want me to leave the team? If I leave the team, then this trial is surely a failure, isn't it? Don't you want to enter the creation seminary?" At this moment, Jang Du-yoon was very cold with her decision. Hearing Young Min's question, Jang Du-yoon replied, "I want to, but you forget my profession. I am an elf knight. I have my own belief, and I cannot do what you ask." Young Min had to leave in anger and extreme frustration. "If that's the case, then don't regret it later." A quick notification popped up. Young Min has left the group. Jang Uk immediately turned to team captain Jang Du-yoon. "Let's go into the copy." Jang Du-yoon, still worried, was startled when she heard Jang Uk's words about going into the copy, and she exclaimed, "Ha, what are you talking about? But there's still country Galai." At that moment, Sekhyun, with a mischievous smile, patted Jang Du-yoon's shoulder. "Du-hyun, let's go into the copy." Jang Du-yoon asked again, "But how do we go in?" Before the question could be answered, Duan Gao and Miao Yu agreed together. "Let's go with them." Jang Uk, taking the lead and coldly stated, "Basically, if you want to go in, just go in. At least with me here, there won't be any danger." Jang Du-yoon was extremely doubtful of Jang Uk's words, but why does Sekhyun believe Jang Uk so much? All 3 remaining people shared the same question in their hearts. Then the whole team moved towards the entrance of the copy. At that moment, near the entrance of the copy, they saw many people from Country Daylight standing guard. When they saw Jang Uk's team approaching, they immediately shouted, "Go back, intruders from Shenxia. You are not allowed to enter the copy." At the same time, the remaining group of people had also arrived. One person quickly recognized, "It's that brother who can summon. Let's go up. Don't let the people of Country Daylight bully the person Shenxia. We protect him." Young Min was also present at this time. He mocked, "Fools. They just want to die, don't they?" Suddenly, a giant monster appeared and pounced. The Jang Duyun group saw this scene and were both shocked and gnashing their teeth. Jang Uk, on the other hand, was calm and confidently summoned Skeleton Warrior. "Go forth." This time it was not just one or two, but many. The summoned Skeleton Warriors quickly rushed into battle, only hearing the screams of the monster. Arg. The remaining three in the team were extremely surprised to see this, their eyes widened and mouths gaping as they exclaimed, "What? Jang Uk can summon so many creatures like this." The long-dead Skeleton Warriors blocked all attacks. The people of Country Delhi were extremely frightened. What kind of demonic profession is this? How can there be so many summoned creatures? What are these dry bones? Our attacks are completely ineffective against them, even though they look so fragile as if they were about to collapse or crumble at any moment. How can we defeat them? The leader flew over from afar, shouting loudly, "They are about to enter the dungeon. We must stop them." The group from Country Dalai immediately charged forward. While the enemy was preparing to attack, Jang Uk confidently whispered to open the dungeon, selecting Nightmare difficulty. As soon as the teleportation gate opened, the members from Country Delhi threw 2 talismans to block it, but it was all too late. In a flash, the entire team disappeared. The group from Country Delhi gritted their teeth in frustration, unable to stop Jang Uk's team. The teleportation transported the team inside a mysterious cave. Jang Uk, with his confident and incredibly handsome appearance, caught the attention of team leader Jang Duyun, who looked at him differently. Se-kyung said, "Rest assured, his skeleton warriors are very strong." That's great. "I hope the attack power of the skeleton warriors is enough. I will try to block as many monsters as possible. Miao Yu, make sure to buff our health in time. This time, controlling the battlefield is up to you. Don't worry, Duyun. I will bless us." Not long after discussing the battle strategy, a notification appeared. Defeat the elite merfolk warrior, gain 10,000 experience, receive 10 fish scales. Miao Yu was startled and didn't understand what was happening. Wait, what is going on? Duan Gao was equally surprised and exclaimed, "Why do I suddenly gain experience?" Another monster was defeated by Jang Uk, an elite merfolk warrior enhanced level 21, with strength 2,000, agility 1,200, spirit 800, physique 2,200, skill shriek. The whole team was amazed. Is it really that easy to kill? 2 skeleton warriors lead the way, Jang Yu coldly said as he walked, "Keep searching for the target." Jang Duyun pondered earlier, his skeleton warrior killed enhanced nightmare level monsters in one shot. Even if it was a party, it would still take at least 1 to 2 minutes, wouldn't it? Taekyeon waved her hand as she walked. I've said it before. Jang Yuk's skeleton warrior is very strong. Everyone hurry up. Duan Gao shouted, "Wait, the buff status hasn't been added yet." Duyun ordered, "Don't worry about the buff status anymore, hurry up." The skeleton warriors continued to unleash rage strikes and quickly cleared the merfolk warriors ahead. Duyun still couldn't believe it. "For the first time, I feel like completing a sub-dungeon is so easy. I always had to stand in front to block all the monster attacks to protect my teammates, but this time it seems like I don't need to provoke the monster's hatred anymore." Duan Gao and Miao Yu also sweat and look at each other in confusion. It seems like we're not. The whole party arrived at a cliff with a waterfall cascading down, and the large lake below seemed like a dead end. Is this the end? The number of monsters in this dungeon doesn't seem to be that many, a team member remarked. Se-kyung looked down and exclaimed, "Down there, it looks like a boss." A large serpent, the merfolk queen serpent, an elite target, level 23, strength 3,600, agility 5,500, spirit 3,000, constitution 5,000, skills, lash, death triangle, venom. These stats are even higher than the Goblin King's. Currently, my 4 skeleton warriors' stats are only 2,700 each. Looking at its mix of white, black, red, and yellow, it's clearly highly poisonous. Jang Viyim spoke up, cold sweat dripping. "Let me go challenge it." Jang Yu quickly replied, "No need." 2 skeleton warriors swiftly charged forward, but the serpent quickly lashed out with its tail, darting out of the skeleton warrior's attack range. Seeing this, Tuyim asked, "It's too agile. What should we do?" Jang Uk responded coldly. After that, the young man immediately displayed the slow curse skill. The pink magical flow appeared in the palm of the young man. Then, immediately several chains bound the basilisk. The basilisk struggled and screamed. Its speed decreased. As its speed had decreased significantly, the Scale-Ton warriors began to approach it. A Scale-Ton warrior jumped onto the basilisk's body. Dugyeom asked Jang Uk, "Is that a curse-type skill?" The cold young man replied with just one word, "Yes." Dugyeom glanced at Jang Uk and pondered. Being able to summon powerful creatures and knowing curse-type skills, Magic Necromancer is truly a profession like no other. The basilisk was not easy to defeat. Even when slowed down by the chains, it was still able to use its skill, Death Strangle. One Scale-Ton warrior was wrapped and strangled by it. Then it sprayed a large amount of pink venom, but the venom had little effect on the Scale-Ton warrior. Jang Uk added, "My Scale-Ton warriors are immortal summons. The venom has little effect on them." Just as she turned back, she saw the giant basilisk impaled by many swords of the Scale-Ton warriors, ending with a sword piercing the head of the Scale-Ton warrior from top to bottom. Too fast, too dangerous. Jang Uk was shocked. What? It's already over? Notification popped up. Kill level 23 Merfolk Queen Serpent. Gained 50,000 experience. Received silver grade armor. Serpent skin armor. Obtained intermediate level monster core. Seeing Duan Gao and Miao Yu standing there dumbfounded, Sekyung approached with a smile and said, "Don't be distracted. Let's go quickly. We might get left behind." First time entering a trial dungeon without doing anything but just watching, experiencing continuously increasing experience points. How could one not be surprised? Duan Gao answered, "I haven't done anything yet but received a lot of experience already." Seeing all three talking for a bit too long, team leader Jang Uk ordered, "Let's go keep up with Jang Uk because the last boss was the pet snake of the queen, so the next boss is definitely the Queen of Merpeople." After hearing the team leader's order, the entire team quickly followed Jang Uk. After walking a while, a strong foul smell filled the air. In front of them stood the magnificent and splendid palace of the Queen of Merpeople. It was surrounded by extremely treacherous terrain with only one entrance. The landscape seemed accessible for entry but very difficult to exit. Around the palace, many merfolk warriors stood guard, each wielding a sharp trident. From a distance, a quick count of the merfolk warriors, also known as merfolk monsters, revealed 1, 2, 3, 59, 60. But it wasn't 60 individual merfolk monsters. It was 60 teams patrolling the Queen of Merpeople's palace. Each team had 3 members, totaling 180 merfolk monsters, all of which were heavily fortified. Seeing this scene, Jang Uk, Sekyung, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao all retreated far back, sweating profusely. Only Jang Uk remained extremely confident. The more monsters, the better. I'll round them all up in one go eventually. While the whole party was carefully hiding to avoid being this action of Jang Uk made Jang Uk exclaim in surprise. "What? Jang Uk? Even though his skeleton warrior is very strong, rushing out like that is too reckless, isn't it?" Information about the Mer soldiers quickly appeared. Elite Mer soldiers, enhanced elite monsters, power 2200, agility 1400, spirit 1000, physique 2400, stunning sweep skill. Noticing Jang Uk, the Mer soldiers quickly used their skill to charge towards the sharp spikes on the other side of the battlefield with fierce Mer monsters. They were also greeted by Jang Uk's enraged skeleton warriors. Seeing so many Mer soldiers rushing in, Sekyung was also extremely worried. Other guards also rushed in. The young man, Jang Uk, coldly ordered, "Cover your ears." This made Sekyung surprised and confused, while a young man was summoning a red sphere with blue energy strands around it. Suddenly, a shockwave accompanied by deafening sound made Sekyung cover her ears with both hands. Immediately after, the following messages appeared. Defeat Elite Mer Soldier, receive 12,000 experience points. The continuous notifications surprised Jang Uk, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu. Before the team could recover, loud explosions rang out. Boom, boom, boom. Blue energy beams covered the area like lightning bolts, followed by another batch of notifications. Defeat Elite Mer Soldier, receive 12,000 experience points. The 3 of them exclaimed in horror. "Oh my god, what kind of skill is that with such terrifying power? How did he do it? It's the first time I've experienced such a massive influx of experience points." Just then, the gates of the palace opened, and the Queen of Merpeople appeared with a 5-colored effect. Queen of Merpeople, high-level boss, power 5,000, agility 6,000, spirit 5,000, physique 6,000, skills, fearsome shriek, billowing wave. In front of the beauty of the Queen of Merpeople, along with a myriad of dazzling mystical effects behind her, Sekyung's eyes widened. Wow, so beautiful. The continuous effects radiated, mesmerizing others as well. Seeing this, Jang Uk immediately grabbed Sekyung's hand and pulled her back. while Jang Uk's scale-tone warrior also intervened. Approaching the Queen of Merpeople, Jang Du-yeon cautiously warned, "Everyone, that's just an illusion. Be careful." Miao Yu asked, "Is Jang Uk okay? The illusion of the Queen of Merpeople is making everyone feel dizzy. I'm feeling strange." Miao Yu explained the current situation. "The Queen of Merpeople has illusion skills. We are all affected. Luckily, Jang Uk is here to prevent everyone. Otherwise, we might have been defeated." The illusions of the Queen of Merpeople continued to lure Jang Uk's team, but seeing that the illusions could not defeat Jang Uk's team, the Queen of Merpeople switched to a menacing state. The Queen of Merpeople immediately used her fearsome shriek skill, holding the trident firmly in her hand, and she leaned back and let out a loud scream, the sound echoing throughout the palace. Team leader Jang Du-yeon silently calculated the stats of this Queen of Merpeople, thinking that with the normal play style of the six-person team, it would take at least a minute to defeat it. But now he couldn't predict Jang Uk's actions. Jang Uk thought to himself that the power of the Queen of Merpeople was too high. Even the scale-ton warriors would have a hard time resisting. In this situation, he felt like a pack of wolves surrounding a male lion, not knowing who would win or lose. The Queen of Merpeople fiercely thrust her trident forward, swiftly killing one of Jang Uk's scale-ton warriors, indicating that one had been defeated. Jang Du-yeon ordered Duan Gao to buff our team ready to fight. Duan Gao quickly complied. Jang Du-yeon continued, saying to wait until Jang Uk's scale-ton warrior couldn't hold on anymore, then we would take over. Young man Jang Uk listened coldly and replied, "No need." Immediately, the young man used his skills, creating a red ball, the slow curse, a red chain quickly wrapping around and slowing down the Queen of Merpeople. He was not easily defeated, retaliating with the skill-billowing waves. The destructive waves constantly attacked, quickly destroying Jang Uk's scale-ton warriors. The report showed a major loss for Jang Uk this time. 12 scale-ton warriors were eliminated. Kyu-yeon sweated. "It seems like the scale-ton warriors can't take it anymore. It's our turn now. Jang Uk, please recall the scale-ton warriors. Let's go." Ignoring Jang Du-yeon's words, Jang Uk not only did not recall the scale-ton warriors, but also called out more, casting a spell. Summoning the remaining 87 scale-ton warriors, a skeletal warrior army was summoned, causing the group to be horrified once again, unable to count them all. The team of O-shaped eyes and A-shaped mouths were stunned. "What? How can this be?" Jang Du-yeon muttered. "I must not be dreaming. It's impossible to count them all." Miao Yu added. He must have summoned so many creatures before, always keeping it hidden and never summoning them all at once. Duan Gao exclaimed. "It's terrifying. No wonder Se-kyung trusts him so much." At the same time, Se-kyung looked at Jang Uk in amazement and exclaimed, "He's becoming even stronger, and his speed is becoming powerful beyond what I imagined." Jang Uk's army of scale-ton warriors charged towards the Queen of Merpeople, who was in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Suddenly, she turned around and used the skill Tears of the Queen, a terrifying scream of agony and despair. Miao Yu listened in horror. "No, my level is too..." Jang Uk reassured, "My spirit is high enough not to be affected by the boss's spirit skills. My scale-ton warriors are fearless and they do not feel pain. Skeleton warriors without souls or emotions have nothing to fear." The cries continued as the Queen of Merpeople attacked relentlessly. A message appeared. "Defeat the Queen of Merpeople. Gain 80,000 experience points. Receive silver-level weapons. The Queen of Merpeople sword. Receive silver-level weapons. The Queen of Merpeople staff. Queen of Merpeople sword, silver level, adds 50 strength, 50 physique, increases warrior skill strength by 10%, usable at level 20. Queen of Merpeople staff, silver level, 50 spirit, 50 physique, increases mage skill strength by 10%, usable at level 20. Receive Tear of the Merpeople, quantity 1. Se-kyung cheered, "Yeah, Tear of the Merpeople. Challenge completed. We are one step closer to Shang Guang Shu Yun." Jang Du-yeon continued. "That's right, we just need to complete a few more challenge tasks. Level up, we can definitely enter Shang Guang Shu Yun." Se-kyung was still immersed in joy. Tear of the Merpeople, Tear of the Merpeople. This time, thanks to Jang Uk, without him, we wouldn't be able to complete the challenge. That's right. The worst is that guy Young Min. People like him will never be in the same group again. Jang Uk had a sudden idea. "Se-kyung, do you have a cooldown talisman?" Se-kyung quickly realized the problem. "Jang Uk, are you planning to?" The cooldown talisman, also known as a reset charm, was activated immediately, startling the other three. "This is a cooldown talisman." After Jang Uk's team was teleported outside, the crowd outside was abuzz. Someone asked, "They're already out. Why so fast? It's only been half an hour." Others nearby smirked and said, probably didn't fight back so they escaped quickly. Staying inside would have meant waiting to collect corpses. Ha 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 ha. The person next to the white-clothed figure also chimed in. It seems those dry bones aren't very useful. They can only be used as a shield to deflect blows. The rest of the group had better intentions. The person in a comforting robe said, OS siblings, failing in this stage is not a problem. As long as we're alive, it's good. If we fail this time, we'll succeed in the next one. That's right. Let's quickly get back on our feet. But young men expressed regret. Why are we still not dead? Stubbornly dragging the whole team into the stage. Now it's fine, we've escaped, right? Seeing the group glaring at their team leader, with rich experience in battles, Hyun quickly switched to a defensive stance and shouted, no one enters the stage, everyone be cautious. Sekyang, without any worry, replied, don't worry, Do-yeon, with Jang Uk here, just follow our agreement, no problem. Sekyang immediately used a cooldown talisman. The people out in a flash, Jang Uk and Sekyang disappeared into the instance dungeon in front of the astonished crowd. They're going into the instance dungeon again, cooldown talisman. Even that woman seems to have something high tier, her status doesn't seem simple. If I'm not mistaken, they're not going into a nightmare level instance dungeon, are they? Going into a nightmare level instance dungeon isn't suicide, right? Do-yeon watched them with great anxiety. Now, we can only rely on them. VOU quickly comforted a worried Jang Do-yeon. Sister Do-yeon, we have all witnessed Jang Uk's true power. There is no problem. Hearing this, Jang Do-yeon remembered the tremendous power of Jang Uk. That's right, even in a nightmare level instance dungeon, Jang Uk alone should be enough. Yes, you can rest assured. Inside the instance dungeon, Sekyang joked with Jang Uk. Last time you said you would help me level up. I didn't expect you to do it so quickly, but you can't just do it once and then stop. Jang Uk quickly responded. Accompanied by Jang Uk, Sekyang ventured deep into the dungeon, saying, the remaining cooldown of my cooldown talisman is just enough for 2 players to complete 2 more rounds of the dungeon. We must make the most of this opportunity to collect all the tier of the mer people. At that moment, the merfolk monsters noticed Jang Uk and Sekyang. They quickly rushed to attack, but before reaching Jang Uk, they had to pass through the bodies of the dried skeleton warrior. Both sides continued to engage in a chaotic battle. Thinking of the people outside, Sekyang expressed some concern. Let's not waste time, we must complete the dungeon as quickly as possible. Jang Uk reassured her. Don't worry, they don't kill monsters as fast as I do. While Jang Uk and Sekyang were fighting, the skeleton warriors quickly cleared the merfolk monsters. System messages appeared one after another, counting incessantly. Defeated level 21 elite merfolk warrior. Received 25,000 experience points, received 10 fish scales, received 9 fish scales. Below the deep abyss is the raging merfolk queen serpent, its 2 fiery red eyes glaring and its sharp teeth bared as if ready to devour Jang Uk and Sekyang alive. However, with a swift move, Jang Uk quickly defeated it. A notification popping up, defeated Queen of Merpeople's level 23 merfolk, Queen Serpent, experience points, plus 125,000 obtained silver grade armor. Serpent skin armor obtained intermediate level monster core. Watching Jang Uk's speedy monster slaying process, Sekyang was amazed. Last time it took over half an hour to get here. This time you defeated the small boss in just 5 minutes. Sekyang glanced at Jang Uk and said cheerfully, stronger than I imagined. The young man, striking a handsome pose with his hand in his pocket, replied, let's go to the palace of the Queen of Merpeople. And there it is, Sekyang secretly liking the young man Jang Uk. After that, both of them arrived at the palace of the Queen of Merpeople, with the skeleton warriors leading the way. Upon detecting an intruder, the merpeople warmly welcomed them due to their formidable force, but they could not stop Jang Uk's skeleton warriors. One by one, each merperson was defeated. The system warning signaled, boss has defeated all the palace guards, boss is about to appear, once again confronting the boss Queen of Merpeople. The boss information appeared, Queen of Merpeople. Boss level monster, strength 5,000, agility 6,000, spirit 5,000, physique 6,000, skills. Fearsome shriek, billowing wave, tears of the queen. Sekyang stood behind Jang Uk, muttering, this time I will not look at her, I will not be enchanted by her again. Sekyang pointed towards Queen of Merpeople. Jang Uk, go kill her. Following the beautiful woman's call, Jang Uk quickly casted Slow Curse. A red chain quickly rushed towards and wrapped around Queen of Merpeople. Next, Jang Uk unleashed Corpse Explosion. A burst of red power shot out from Jang Uk's palm, quickly reaching Queen of Merpeople, and with a loud bang, smoke and flames filled the air. The queen quickly went on a tour under Hades without even resisting. Congratulations on defeating the Queen of Merpeople, gaining 200,000 experience, obtained silver grade weapon, Merfolk Queen's Sword, agility plus 50, physical strength plus 50, increases assassin skill power by 10%, can be used at level 20. Obtain silver grade weapon. Merfolk Queen's Grimoire, spirit plus 100, increases power of mage-related skills by 10%, can be used from level 20. Obtain Merfolk tier, quantity 1. Sekyang leveled up immediately. She excitedly jumped up. I leveled up, hurry, let's play again. Quickly collect 3 tier of the merpeople. Jang Uk responded quickly and decisively. Okay. Jang Uk sighed in contemplation. When I first met her, she was level 19 and I was only level 10. How long has she been stuck at level 19 while I just reached level 20? It seems like this girl doesn't like leveling up. Sekyung is extremely excited and raises her hand to like, to Yun, it's done. Seeing Jang Uk and Sekyung coming out, the people outside are confused and do not understand what is going on. Why did they just enter and then immediately come out? It's only been a short while, probably not even 10 minutes. They definitely can't kill any monsters, just trying to make an impression. Wasting the cooldown talisman like this, rich people take risks and waste for real. Sekyung holds the cooldown talisman in her hand, looking extremely cute and chill. Jang Du-yeon is also very surprised. Only 10 minutes, it came out so fast. Miao Yu turns to Jang Du-yeon and continues. Du-yeon, it seems that Jang Uk's true strength is much stronger than we thought. The scene shifts to Jang Uk and Sekyung. It's the 3rd time running the sub-instance he. Let's see how long it takes us this. Jang Uk thought to himself, she almost treats this trial like a game. Sekyung checked the time and exclaimed, 8 minutes 58 seconds, 30 seconds faster than last time. Jang Uk told Sekyung, we've killed enough, let's go back. I can't wait any longer, eager to see the expression on those country Delai's faces. Seeing Sekyung and Jang Uk coming out quickly, the crowd was surprised. Why are they coming out again? Some people who acted stupid pretended to be knowledgeable and commented, what a waste, the number of times using cooldown talisman is over. Right. Laughing to death, maybe they didn't even see any monsters, just scared and ran out. Du-yeon saw Sekyung and hurriedly asked, Sekyung, did you get enough? Sekyung raised 3 fingers and smiled lightly. Don't worry, Du-yeon. Suddenly a change occurred. The door to the instance dungeon was slowly closing. The crowd panicked and exclaimed, look, the instance dungeon seems to be disappearing. How is this possible? How can the instance dungeon disappear? It only disappears when someone takes away the 3 tiers of the merpeople. They only enter the... Jang Uk coldly told the team, the challenge has been completed, so let's go team. Du-yeon quickly agreed, holding the tier of the merpeople in hand. Okay. As the team left, the people from the country of Delai found it easy to let them go. Their leader shouted, we can't let them leave. The tier of the merpeople is on them. We must capture and hand them over. The people followed suit. Quickly hand over the tier of the merpeople. Jang Du-yeon's team will get everything. I couldn't believe it either, but the prize had truly disappeared because it was the achievement of our team, Shenxa, and we couldn't let the people from the country of Dalai steal it. Before the people from Shenxia could react, the leader of country Dalai rushed to attack Jang Uk. His eyes were white and eerie. Then 2 horned red-eyed monsters appeared right after. Seeing this, Jang Du-yeon was also a bit frightened. Jang Uk used Soul Blaze to counterattack. His mysterious Soul Blaze quickly approached the monsters. They cried out in agony, shaking the area. The leader became furious and gritted his teeth in anger, seeking death. Country Delai arrogantly told Jang Uk, you should just surrender and die. Without hesitation, he took out a summoning scroll. He shouted loudly, summon ancient gods. His ancient gods quickly appeared, surrounded by a golden glow. His ancient gods resemble a monstrous beast, with red glowing eyes, sharp fangs, a long snake-like tongue, and a giant axe in hand. It quickly charged forward and commanded, attack. Jang Uk made a move, and the ancient god's monster raised its axe to defend. Haha, your attack can only scratch my giant axe. Immediately, Jang Uk summoned 2 Scale-Ton warriors and stood from a distance observing the ancient god's monster using a furious strike skill with a power of 2700 to confront Jang Uk's Scale-Ton warrior gang. The Scale-Ton warriors quickly closed in on the ancient god's monster. Boom, boom, boom. What's happening? In a blink of an eye, the ancient god's monster was defeated. The onlookers were horrified. What? Why is it so weak? He killed the summoned ancient gods of the Dalai summoner country so quickly. Seeing this, the crowd watching couldn't believe what they were seeing and started buzzing with gossip. His Scale-Ton warrior is so powerful. It's the ancient gods of legendary summoners, yet they were easily killed. What level is he? What profession? What are those Scale-Ton warriors? Why are they so terrifyingly horrifying? Is this guy using hacks? The country named Delhi ran away while glancing back in secret thought. Magic Necromancer level 17. He must have awakened his talent. Shemsa appeared as an extremely powerful person. This information must be reported. Jang Uk then continued to summon the Skeleton Warriors, who posed as if to take a photo with their owner before chasing after the people from country Delhi. Soon after, Jang Uk's Skeleton Warriors caught up and surrounded the people from country Delhi, cutting off their escape route. The terrified people from country Delhi cried out, "I don't want to fight that thing. I don't want to die." In a panic, the people from country Delhi screamed and ran away frantically. The Shenichea group laughed happily, with one person even covering one eye and mocking. "Ha ha! Look at those guys, they literally pissed their pants." Useless, being threatened by a few skeleton warrior made them run away without their weapons. Those skeletons are able to go against monsters and nightmare difficulty. They would just be signing their own death wish if they were to fight. Haha. After mocking the Dadalai country group, the others turned to admire and idolize the young man Jang Uk and said, "Where did that heroic young man come from, so powerful yet so humble? Truly a role model for us." Right. The scene of swiftly killing the ancient gods earlier was truly spectacular. While the whole team was happily surrounding Jang Uk, at that moment, Young Min gritted his teeth and regretted, "If I hadn't left the group, I might have completed the challenge too." He was extremely frustrated and resentful. "No, this is not my fault. Jang Uk, wait, we're not done yet." At the same time, team leader Jang Du-yin tightly grasped the tear of the merpeople with determination. And as for Se-kyung, she seemed tired and lying on the table. AGH, finally it's over, making our princess exhausted. Oh, something strange here. Inside the classroom, Se-kyung just stood there and didn't do much to be tired. Or, at this moment, Se-kyung's eyes looked at Jang Uk with something suspicious and said to Jang Du-yin, "Sister Du-yin, no need to be wary of him. Although he doesn't speak much, he is actually very kind." Upon hearing this, Jang Uk froze. Jang Du-yin smiled at Se-kyung and said, "You're defending him again." Suddenly, Jang Uk's phone received a message, opening it quickly. It was from Baek Yue-won. "Jang Uk, come to the faculty office, a message from God Beak." Scene changed to the faculty office. Baek Yue-won was already waiting. As Jang Uk entered, he said, "I've watched your challenge video." In Baek Yue-won's mind, he thought, neither arrogant in victory, nor discouraged in defeat. Not bad. Then, God Beak asked, "Do you know the use of the Tear of the Merpeople?" Jang Uk quickly replied, "No, sir. Is the Tear of the Merpeople very important?" Baek Yue-won then explained to Jang Uk, the Tear of the Merpeople is related to the success rate when awakening innate talents at level 40. Items that can help awaken innate talents are very rare. Even though the Tear of the Merpeople is low grade, it is still very important. This time, it was unexpected that the Delhi nation also calculated the timing and location of Mermaid Island's appearance, almost leading to a challenge failure. Fortunately, you were there to secure the Tear of the Merpeople for Shengsa. What reward would you like? I will try to meet your request to your satisfaction. At this moment, Jang Uk pondered deeply. Previously, I couldn't find any Upon hearing this, the eyes of the young man shone brightly. Shangguang Academy. Jang Du-yin's ultimate dream is Shangguang Academy. Se-kyung and Seol-mi always told me that I must join Shangguang Academy if given the chance. I didn't expect my older sister to have entered before me, but my sister entered the academy last year, not even half a year before joining Shangguang Academy. Your sister joined Shangguang Academy according to regulations. I cannot disclose any more information to you before you join the academy. You may not meet your sister. If you have any questions, just join the academy and find your sister on your own. Baek Yue-won controls the information device on his hand to transfer data to Jang Uk. Jang Uk's hand also received a notification. The conditions for joining the academy have been transferred to you. What your sister should have told you, I should say, is not considered part of this reward. Baek Yue-won raised a finger. You can request one more thing, so I want a cooldown talisman, or also known as a reset charm. Jang Uk thought quietly, this is not something you can buy on the black market, so it must be very rare, but truly very useful. I really need a cooldown talisman right now. Baek Yue-won raised his hand in a gesture of refusal with a laugh. "Ha ha! I watched the recording of you in the challenge. I guess you want this. But cooldown talismans are not easy to buy, even at a low level. It's not enough for this challenge. I have one more. Jang Uk doesn't need to think very quickly and decisively. The young man continued to think to himself, with the cooldown talisman, I will level up faster, soon join Shangguang Academy. But I have to wait for you to reach level 20 to receive this task. If you are in a hurry, you can go to the Academy's Instance Dungeon Hall for fast leveling. This is the teleportation stone of the Instance Dungeon Hall. Not everyone is eligible to receive it. As soon as he received the stone, the young man activated it. Teleport. Baek Yuo-1 was surprised, going to level up right away. Impressive little boy, just came out of the trial and didn't even bother to rest. Jang Uk was overwhelmed as soon as he entered. Is this the Instance Hall of Seajing Academy? There are many people here recruiting team members to enter the Instance Dungeon. The Bone Burial Grounds Instance Dungeon, normal difficulty, lacking a mage around level 25. It is best to be proficient in fire skills. The Blood Battle Orc Legion Instance Dungeon, Nightmare difficulty, lacking a healer level 20 to 25. Required to be proficient in healing with a full set of bronze grade equipment. The Black Knight Tower, Nightmare difficulty, need a knight above level 30. Requires a full set of silver grade equipment. Just returned from the information device in hand, Jang Uk saw the requirements to enter Shangguang Academy had 3 requests. Requirement 1, pass level 30. The young man mumbled at the requirement to pass level 30. Looking back at the requirements on the information device once again, the requirement to join Shangguang Academy was to pass level 30. Jang Uk continued to ponder and wondered level 30. Does this mean his sister, after arriving in Xianjing for 3 to 4 months, had reached level 30? Requirement 2, pass the level 30 dungeon, Abyss Frontline in Hell difficulty. Requirement 3, contribution points must reach 1,000. Seeing that requirements 2 and 3 were very high, the young man Jang Uk continued to rack his brain. The difficulty of Hell must be much harder than Nightmares. He could know if he could defeat it alone, and where to get these contribution points from. Suddenly, at this moment, a blonde girl walked up behind Jang Uk and called out to him, "Excuse me. Hey, is this your first time here? My name is Shu Han. I can introduce you to all the information about the dungeons here." Jang Uk listened to the girl and thought to himself, it seems like he wants to earn bonus points here. Quickly, Jang Uk asked straightforwardly, "How many points do you need?" The girl Shu Han also quickly raised a finger and replied, 100 points is enough. Jang Uk quickly transferred 100 points to Shu Han, and the girl happily received the points, saying, "Thank you." Immediately after, Shu Han kept her promise and provided detailed information about the dungeons, saying nonstop, in the dungeon hall, there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons between levels 20 and 30, and 20 dungeons between levels 30 and 40. There are 52 dungeons at levels 40 to 70. In addition, there are 2 large dungeons that can hold more than 40 people, and 1 large dungeon that can hold over 100 people. In total, there are 95 dungeons here. Each dungeon has their own respective clearing records. Setting a new clear record will award you more rewards. Shu Han led Jang Uk to a place with 5 large round crystal balls and said, "Where we are right now is the Tasks and Team Recruitment Center. You can complete tasks here to earn points or recruit teammates." After a series of information provided, Shu Han gently asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Jang Uk stroked his chin and asked Shu Han, "How can I get contribution points?" Shu Han gently explained, "Contribution points? Participate in the Academy's challenges, complete the tasks assigned by the Academy to receive contribution points." The young man, who was very puzzled, thought, in order to join Shangguang Academy, you need 1,000 contribution points. The highest contribution points task at the mission center is only 10 points. Most only have 2 or 3 points. Furthermore, Shu Han added, it's very difficult to earn contribution points. Usually when you have a task, others will complete it immediately. But to join Shangguang Academy, contribution points are mandatory. Suddenly, a notification appeared, received 50 contribution points. Soon after, Duan Gao called Jang Uk. "Have you received contribution points as well? How many did you get?" "Haha, I got 20 points. A baker and sister, Tu Yun, got 30 points. She's very happy." Jang Uk replied, 50 points. At this moment, only the surrounding group murmured, "I didn't hear it wrong, did I? 50 points, is that a joke? How can one person receive such a high amount of contribution points at once? That's the school's level, and his rank isn't even high." A while after disconnecting from Duan Gao, young man Jang Uk turned to Shu Han. "Thank you for explaining and providing information to me." Shu Han waved his hands dismissively. No problem, no problem. You've also returned the favor. However, you want to find a group to raid a dungeon now?" In a hurry, the young man didn't have time to reply to Shu Han and instead touched a spear-selected dungeon. The dungeon information appeared. Mutated Forest level 17 dungeon. Requires level 15 to 19. Dungeon entry costs 10 points, 40 points to reset cooldown. Dungeon achievement, 1 hour 58 minutes and 2 minutes 17 seconds. Seeing the achievement board, Jang Uk thought to himself, no one has broken the record in 3 years, so let me try to break the record. The young man decisively chose the Nightmare difficulty, and the people around saw Jang Uk choosing a lower level dungeon. Causing a commotion, the blonde guy showed a mocking attitude. Mutated Forest? Damn, I thought he was some kind of big shot. The person next to him added, so he's just a kid under 20. Seems like he didn't receive 50 contribution points, but only 50 regular points. Information and progress appear immediately. Mutated Forest Dungeon Level 17, 32.57% completed. Not sure how many levels it can ascend after completing this dungeon. Quickly, a series of notifications appear. Kill Mutated Bear Level 17, gain 6,000 experience, receive 5 Beast Skin. Kill Mutated Bear Level 18, gain 7,000 experience, receive 4 Beast Skin. Complete quest, defeat small monsters for Skeleton Warrior. I can directly locate the boss of the dungeon to shorten the time. Going deeper into the dungeon, after a while, young man Jang Uk exclaimed, found it. Boss information screen appears. Mutated Dragon Turtle, Leader, Level 19, Strength 4,000, Agility 500, Spirit 500, Stamina 7,000, Skills, Bite, Sweep, Super Defense. Seeing the stats, Jang Uk also sighed and thought to himself, the stamina of this boss is really high, higher than the Queen of Merpeople, Level 24. The Skeleton Warriors of Jang Uk rushed towards the boss. The slashes of the Skeleton Warriors came down fiercely, but the boss quickly used a super defense skill to completely block the rage strikes of the Skeleton Warriors. Although it didn't cause much damage, the boss was really tough. Now I understand why this record hasn't been broken in 3 years. Sorry, but I'm in a rush. The youth immediately used Soul Blaze, only able to use skills to bypass defense to deal with you. The boss took painful damage and screamed, and the youth used magic to flip it over, and then commanded the Skeleton Warriors to attack the boss's abdomen. The continuous rage strikes were launched by the Skeleton Warriors. After the sturdy shell was flipped over to reveal the abdomen, the boss was quickly killed by the Skeleton Warriors. The notification popped up. Killed Mutated Dragon Turtle, gain 150,000 experience, obtain a bronze level weapon, Dragon Turtle Fist set, bronze level, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, martial artist skill power, increased by 6%, available after level 12, obtain bronze level armor, Dragon Turtle Heavy Armor, bronze level, constitution plus 30, defense skill power increased by 6%, available after level 12, obtain a low level monster core. Jang Uk stood on the cliff, contemplating. Currently, my experience is at 35%. One more run and I'll level up to 18. I wonder what the reward for breaking the record is. The bell of the Holy Temple rang and the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my god, someone set a new dungeon record and we didn't see any strong teams showing up. Seeing Jang Uk preparing to enter the second dungeon, the crowd was once again in a commotion. Is he really going to solo it? I already gave him 30. Will he leave me to level up or will he lose face? Or does he really have 50 contribution points? The information of the second dungeon appeared. Spider Nest, level 20 dungeon, requiring levels 18 to 21. Must be 18 to enter, so we have to go back to defeat the Mutated Forest again. When Jang Uk came out, the crowd whispered, the expert is back. I know now, Spider Nest requires level 18 to enter, but the expert is only level 17, setting a record for soloing the first dungeon. Half an hour later, the expert is out. The expert is level 18 now. Finally reached level 18. Oh my god. The expert is 18 now. Probably going to break the Spider Nest record. Who will time it for me? I feel like it's even faster than last time. Really breaking the record. The leaderboard appeared. New record from Mutated Forest. Number of people completed 1. Completion time 24 minutes 32 seconds. Current ranking. First place. What? So the speed earlier was not the fastest. Where did this godly person come from? That record was set by a team of nearly perfect 5 people, maintained for 3 years, unexpectedly broken by a newcomer, immediately in 2 consecutive runs. Will the Spider Nest record be broken by him as well? Spider Nest level 20 dungeon, record dungeon. Completed in 12 minutes. Seeing the information about the Spider Nest dungeon, Jang Uk quietly thought to himself, the Spider Nest record must have been set by them. No one has been able to break it for 3 years. The young man, as if wanting to tell the record-breaking team, I'm sorry, but I also really need contribution points, so I must achieve this record. The determined young man chose the nightmare difficulty level. As he entered the next dungeon, Jang Uk was extremely puzzled. Is this really a spider nest? Too dark. A dungeon with a very dangerous terrain, and especially, it's so dark, limiting visibility. As Jang Uk approached, he saw a few brightly colored mushrooms, knowing they were extremely poisonous, all blooming in a very challenging dungeon. Jang Uk reached out to summon a bit of spirit to illuminate. The further he went, the more he realized the complexity of the dungeon. This spider nest is like a maze. Perhaps I should send a Skeleton Warrior to scout ahead. As soon as he thought of it, the young man immediately summoned 5 skill-ton warriors to go ahead and scout the way. He didn't have to wait long before receiving multiple notifications. Killed level 20 Scarlet Spider, gained 9,000 experience, received 5 Spider Silk. Killed level 19 Long-Haired Spider, gained 8,000 experience, received 4 Spider Silk. Looking at the split paths ahead with the 5 Scale-Ton Warriors, Jang Uk pondered, so many split paths. And almost every Scale-Ton Warrior encounters monsters and fights. At this rate, we won't be able to move quickly. Shortly after, right in front of Jang Uk, there were cobwebs everywhere, and information about the spider appeared. Small spider level 18, power 200, agility 200, spirit 100, physique 200. Jang Uk looked at the spider and wondered, these spiders are also monsters in the dungeon. In those other paths full of them, let's try using skills. Without further ado, Jang Uk used the Soul Blaze skill, a powerful skill that quickly defeated several small spiders. This time, he managed to kill at least 100 spiders, and a series of notifications appear. Killed level 18 spider, gained 500 experience. Killed level 18 spider, gained 500 experience. Seeing the pile of experience accumulating, the young man excitedly said, the experience gained is equivalent to 20 skilled monsters at the same level. This is the holy land for leveling up. At this moment, many spiders were attacking the Skeleton Warrior's body, trying to bite it. Checking the information of the Skeleton Warrior, its physical condition was deteriorating rapidly. Jang Uk couldn't clearly see the stats of his Skeleton Warrior. Sensing something unusual, he immediately ordered the Skeleton Warrior to return to the summoning space. Usually I use this strategy to consume bosses. Unexpectedly, the summoning failed. The young man pondered, why is that even the summoning failed? Maybe because there are too many spiders on the Skeleton Warrior. I will use Corpse Explosion to get rid of the spiders. Boom, boom, boom. The Corpse Explosion skill detonated. The spiders were quickly exploded into pieces, and a series of notifications flooded in. Killed level 18 spiders, experience gained 500. The young man immediately finished the match with great enthusiasm. Because this is a very good place to gain experience points, it cannot be wasted. The cave has a total of 108 caves, with 10 Skeleton Warriors in each group, so they will not be afraid of the annoying little spiders. 15 minutes later, a young man reached the boss position, a huge Spider King in front, Spider King. Boss level 21, strength 5,000, agility 3,500, spirit 500, physique 4,000. Skills, spinning web, acid, wind turbulence. Finally found you. The young man gathered his spirit in the palm of his hand with the determination to fight many monsters quickly. It's my turn now. Outside the dungeon, Shu Han was extremely curious and a little worried. Do you think he can really solo clear the spider nest? The others murmured. The spider nest dungeon is the best place for farming experience and equipment. It isn't that easy to clear. It's been over an hour. The record is 12 minutes. I don't think he can break the record. Inside the Spider Nest dungeon, Jang Uk has gained 80% experience, leveling up from 1% to 81%. The fight lasted for too long, and it's already been 1 hour and 32 minutes. It seems like I'll have to clear it again to earn contribution points. Killing the Spider King rewarded 190,000 experience and obtained a silver grade weapon, the Spider Blade. At this moment, Shu Han was starting to get anxious. It's been over an hour and a half, and he still hasn't come out, or maybe he. Just then, Jang Uk was teleported out from the dungeon. Ah, you're finally out. Shu Han immediately asked, did you clear the dungeon? It's fine if you didn't. The spider nest is filled with too many monsters for one person to handle. Jang Uk confidently replied, thank you, I cleared the dungeon. Shu Han couldn't believe what he was hearing and couldn't stop muttering. He really cleared it. His speed alone is comparable to a group of 5, and he looked so relaxed, as if clearing it was easy for him. Immediately after, Jang Uk asked Shu Han, hey, do you know which dungeon gives the most experience points below level 25? Spider Nest gives the most experience points 3 times more than Mutated Forest. Although it takes longer to complete, the experience points from Spider Nest are really high. I can almost complete it 4 times in the time it takes to finish Mutated Forest. The system then displayed cooldown reduction costs 40 points, but doing so also consumes a significant amount of points. Next, Jang Uk asked Shu Han, is there a dungeon that can be completed quickly, but gives high experience points? Oh, high experience points for completing quickly. After hesitating for a moment, Shu Han replied, actually there is. You can try the big dungeon, Tyrant Desert, with others. Although Tyrant Desert is for level 25 players, because it can be done with 40 people, players as low as level 20 can join. Many experts bring new players here to earn points. It's a big dungeon. I wonder if you can handle it alone. Level 20 is required for the God Beak mission as well. Thank you very much. Once he finished asking, the young man turned around and walked away, saying, "Looks like I have to quickly reach level 20 to beat the record." Shu Han watched Jang Uk walk away in surprise, thinking, "You were planning to go to Spider Nest." Continuing to explore the spider nest, Jang Uk looked at the baby spiders in front of him and said, "Nguoi kin yim twice se home than o'day." Beg Yua one, through the observation screen, said, "Have you seen it?" Surprised, right? Despite having contact with him, or when watching him fight, I was still surprised. The old man, Mang and Ban, continued, "Solo defeat the Merpeople boss. Take all 3 tier of the Merpeople. Next is Hong Shan, Dean of Tianlong Academy. Look at the expressions of the people from Daily Country. The students from Tianlong Academy cannot compare to a new student who has just finished the entrance exam and has not taken any courses at the academy. Beg Yua one, you have contacted him as talent. It's an enhancing talent. How many times it enhances is not asked. That is his secret and privacy. Look at this challenge. This kid is very good. I also feel this kid is very promising. His sister has also joined Shang Guang Xu Yuan. His sister is also valued by that old man, focusing all efforts on training. Those trained by that old man are the elite of our race. How high his gaze is, he and I both know. I feel he is also likely to be noticed by the old man. It seems that our race is about to have 2 new stars, in my opinion. The future of this kit may become a knight defeating thousands of soldiers, fighting against tens of thousands alone." Back to the young man Jang Uk. This time he didn't kill all the spiders, so the experience points were slightly lower, but he also increased the experience points by 70% and beat the boss much faster. This time he can definitely break the record. The holy electric bell rang again. Who broke the record again? It must be Jang Uk. I saw him enter the dungeon again, and he is truly talented. A man named Young Min spoke from behind. "Talent? What talent? He's just lucky." "Why are you saying that, classmate?" He pointed his finger in a mocking manner and said, "He's just a student from a normal academy. He must have used his connection with God Beak to get some powerful items. Otherwise, how could he solo a nightmare-level dungeon?" Shu Han heard this name and could not help but speak up. "What's so special about a normal academy? Can a normal academy set a record? I recognize you. You're a student from Tianlong Academy. What's so great about Tianlong Academy? Besides, you're accusing him like this. Do you have any evidence?" Everyone started talking excitedly. "Quick, Jang Uk is out." The announcement board displayed Jang Uk, Magic Necromancer level 19, completion time 47 minutes, current ranking first, breaking the dungeon record, easily earning 1,000 points, only once for 5 contribution points. Hey, there's someone slandering you. Indeed, breaking the record again, 47 minutes, nearly half an hour faster than the old record. As he walked out of the dungeon, Jang Uk saw Young Min bruised and battered. "You again, doing this again. Jang Uk, what are you pretending for?" "Clearly, it's because of Godbeak's protection. If it weren't for a top national student, I wouldn't have paid attention to you." The young man Jang Uk coldly replied, "I've tolerated you many times," his eyes glinting with hidden malice. "I still can't act in the academy." Young Min roared fiercely, Do you think I'm afraid of you? What are you?" Despite shouting out loud, deep down he felt a sense of fear creeping over him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. His eyes he's killed before. Why do I feel so scared? It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Jang Uk, the young man, coldly glanced at Young Min. This crazy guy is just playing around, wasting my time leveling up. I still need to reach level 20 today. At this moment, Jang Uk had reached level 19, 74% progress, about to enter a dungeon where skeleton warriors were battling a boss. Determined, he muttered to himself, "After this battle, I can level up." Finally reaching level 20. "Before I receive the mission from God Beak, I'll check my stats after." The system information quickly appeared. Name, Jang Uk, profession, Magic Necromancer, unique, level 21%, strength 300, agility 300, 3 period, 1300 plus 20, physique 300 plus 20, equipment, Goblin King's Magic Book, Intelligence Robe, Summon Space 122 hundredths, 120 Skeleton Warriors, Talent Overall Blessings, Passive Skill, Damage Transfer, Active Skill, Soul Blaze, level 20, Summon Skeleton Warriors level 20, Corpse Explosion level 2, Slow Curse level 1, Summon Skeleton Warrior, able to summon a silver grade Skeleton Warrior. The youth thought to himself, summoning skills have been upgraded, let's try summoning a silver grade Skeleton Warrior. Reaching out his hand to summon the spirit, instantly deducting 500 spirit points. It costs 500 spirit points each time. Silver grade Skeleton Warrior with a power of 4,000, agility of 4,000, spirit of 4,000, physicality of 4,000, a level 2 rage strike skill dealing 300% damage based on its own power, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The silver-grade skeleton warrior looked extremely cool and incredibly powerful. Jang Uk thought quietly, stats are substantially improved, it's almost on par with a boss in the dungeon, and the skills have been enhanced as well. The cost of summoning the skeleton warrior is too high, my equipment is outdated, so I need to change some of it and sell some of the received silver equipment to buy new skill books. The youth took immediate action and headed to the trading post. I remember the trading post is here. Seeing Jang Uk, the crowd began to gossip. The master is back, he's leveling up again. We've never seen anyone level up from 17 to 20 in a day. Did you guys notice? He broke his own dungeon record again. It seems like he will be out in under half an hour. Oh my god. Maybe his previous speed wasn't his limit after all. Jang Uk went inside the trading area and took out a bunch of equipment, telling the shopkeeper, please exchange all of these for gold and then use all the gold to upgrade the reserve fund. The shopkeeper was surprised to see so many items and thought to himself, he's only level 20, why does he have so much equipment? Then the store owner quickly replied, yes, young man, but you decide to sell all of this equipment, you don't use it yourself, level 20 can already use silver equipment. While the store owner hugged the closed equipment in awe, young man Jang Uk thought to himself, I really need new equipment, but ordinary silver equipment is not very useful for me. Even these common equipment with skill enhancement effects cannot compare to my talent, like Duan Gao's blessing skill before. The young man said to the store owner, I don't really care about items sold for gold. The store owner was extremely surprised and introduced, no problem. We also have a shopping street with points. The really good stuff is there. The young man exclaimed and said, please take me to see. The store owner brought the young man to a room selling only good items for points and told Jang Uk, I will sell you equipment. You can take a look. Thank you very much. First is a long sword, a silver level spirit sword, spirit bonus 400, usable after level 20, crafted by Zhang Tai. One of the 3 equipment of the spirit set, price 3,000 points. Oh, a set. And it's even a spirit. The equipment here is really good. There is even a full armor set. The price is really expensive. The whole set estimated at over 10,000 points. A long cloak silver level spirit, spirit bonus 200, usable after level 20, crafted by Zhang Tai. One of the 3 equipment of the spirit set, a silver level spirit ring, spirit bonus 200, usable after level 20, crafted by Zhang Tai. One of the 3 equipment of the spirit set. The youth looked at all 3 items in the set and stroked his chin and thought, the full set effect can add an additional 800 spirit points. This set is really good, twi, no rat tot, but even though it's quite good, that's all there is to it. Suddenly, Jang Uk heard the noise of the crowd in front of him. What kind of broken weapon is this, still daring to set the price at 50,000 points? It doesn't even have any attributes. Where did this jump come from? Surely this is not just a piece of scrap iron. 50,000 points. Is there really any fool who would buy it? The youth looked at the Danita sickle that the crowd was discussing and whispered to himself, 50,000 points? At this price, even the Academy wouldn't have many people who could afford it. Quickly check the information of Danita sickle, a legendary weapon that can be used from level 10%, part of the Death Spirits set. Danita sickle absorbs souls of the deep abyss to gain experience for leveling up. Deathly Speaker, Consuming Spirit, can summon a deceased hero general. Military situation, the hero general will inspire and lead an army formation with his undead summons. Currently locked, new skills can be unlocked upon leveling up. The youth looks at Danavistical again and is extremely curious. Death Spirit set. Summoning a hero general. Quickly the youth realizes the issue. His Scale-Ton warriors truly need a leader, and it is truly a set with the Scale-Ton warriors, even though currently they have no attributes and are seen as trash by others. But they can absorb souls of the Dark Abyss to level up, which really appeals to him. So the youth decides to buy this sickle, handing the accumulated points card to the shopkeeper as he carries a stack of skill books. The shopkeeper is surprised, thinking the youth doesn't have enough points. Are you sure you want to choose it? Do you even know how many points it requires? Are you mistaken? The youth is determined, not mistaken, swipe the card. After swiping the card, the information appeared on the machine. The shop owner's eyes widened in shock, with his mouth agape. 130,000 points, so many points, I can't believe this person can actually afford it. The young man quickly grabbed the Danata sickle and left. The shop owner looked at the scene and thought to himself, the Death Reaper's scythe in the marketplace will outlast me. I never thought someone would actually choose it. Holding the scythe with a stack of skill scrolls underneath, the young man murmured, there's no chance of finding demons in the deep abyss yet. Better awaken these scrolls first. With so many scrolls prepared, I can definitely awaken some new skills. Without wasting any time, the young man got to work. A while later, Jang Uk exclaims, "Success this time, system modification. Received skill, skeleton armor level 1, summons skeletons to form armor, providing 100 points of physical defense while increasing resistance to elemental attacks by 10%, lasting for 5 minutes, can be used on others." Jang Uk was delighted. A defensive skill very useful, finally compensating for my only weakness with enhanced talents. The 100 points will increase to 1000 physical defense and 100% resistance to elemental attacks. Immediately after, the young man focused on the palm of his hand as if there were a skeleton behind him. The young man then focused on the blue spirits and suddenly they turned yellow. At that moment, the young man shouted, "Come out!" A frightening skeleton mage appeared. The skeleton mage had 100 strength, 100 agility, 300 spirit, 100 physique, and the skill Burst Flame. Burst Flame caused fire damage, and its attack power depended on spirit. Similar to himself, only with high spirit, but the power of the skill depended on spirit. Therefore, the Skeleton warriors had the means to attack from a distance. Next, all he had to do was to continuously train and upgrade their skills, and the skeleton mage would become stronger day by day. On the second day, his spirit had recovered, and he went to find God Beak to inquire about his mission. The young man quickly went to find Baek Yua-1. Upon arriving at the room, Baek Yua-1 asked, "What's up, kid?" "God Beak, I am already level 20. What was the mission you mentioned the other day?" Baek Yua-1 was extremely surprised. "It's already level 20, just 1 day has passed. This speed is faster than even my old self. The two sisters are monsters, leveling up so quickly." After a while, old Baek Yua-1 regained his spirit and said, "The task is very simple. Go and help me get something. Have you been to the dungeon hall yet? You probably know there is a large dungeon there, Tyrant Desert. Your task is to enter the Tyrant Desert dungeon, obtain the Tyrant Desert heart, and bring it back. It's a 40-man dungeon. The difficulty level of the dungeon is not to be underestimated. You should understand that. Within 3 days, just bring the Tyrant Desert heart back to me. I will help you get a low-level cooldown talisman. The effect of a cooldown talisman cannot be compared to the dungeon hall." Baek Yua-1 continued, "Not only that, high-level cooldown talismans are all upgraded from low-level talismans. If you complete the task, I will also show you how to upgrade it." When young Jang Uk heard this information, it was like finding destiny. The talisman that can be upgraded, I will bring the Tyrant Desert heart back. The reason for 3 days is because in 3 days, the Academy will hold the opening ceremony. Hope you won't be late. As the young man left, another old man walked in and said, "I am very pleased with this kid. Yeah, the more I look, the more I like it. Cold personality, very much to my taste. With its character, it'll definitely go to challenge Tyrant Desert alone. I still remember back when I was 30 years old and stumbling out." Baek Yua-1 heard this and felt embarrassed as he sighed, and then Baek Yua-1 continued, "But Jang Uk is much stronger than me back then." After leaving the room of God beat Baek Yua-1, young Jang Uk returned to compete for the local saint's relic, and people saw Jang Uk once again amazed and gossiping. "Hey, that's the guy who broke the record yesterday. Oh my god, he's watching the Tyrant Desert relic. That's a big relic. Maybe he's planning to break the record for the big relic." At this moment, young man Jang Uk was checking the information of the deputy file, and he saw information about Phylon Academy, probably a school at the same level as the dean of Qianlong Academy. The deputy information displayed Tyrant Desert. The record was the team of Phylon Academy, 40 people, 16 hours, 45 minutes, 18 seconds. Young man Jang Uk saw the record and whispered to himself, 40 people still have to take 16 hours. How amazing. Suddenly, the blonde girl Shu-Han appeared. "Hello, student Jang Uk." The young man quickly replied, "Hello, Shu-Han, student Grim. Are you watching the Tyrant Desert?" The blonde girl Shu-Han thought to herself, "You fought the deputy a lot yesterday. Today, you're not resting. Too hardworking." After a while, the young man replied, "I have to go get something called the Tyrant Desert heart." Upon hearing this, Shu-Han jumped in surprise. A Tyrant Desert heart. That's not just an item dropped by the final boss. Right now, the encyclopedic beauty of the deputy version, Shu-Han immediately added, "The Tyrant Desert heart can be made into extremely powerful jewelry. The Tyrant necklace, this item only drops once a year. The last time the Tyrant Desert heart appeared was 2 years ago." Shu-Han's 2 big round eyes were curious. "So you're not trying to challenge the Tyrant Desert, Jang Uk? You just reached level 20 and where are your teammates?" Then she realized with a bit of panic, "Rim, are you planning to solo the 40-man raid? Phylon Academy's record hasn't been broken in 4 years. Shu-Han could only look at Jang Uk and mutter his name. Jang Uk. At this moment, Shu-Han saw a group of people fully equipped with high-quality weapons advancing. Ah, so it's them. Shu-Han quickly stepped aside to avoid the path and said, They are from Bai Lai Academy, who have been preparing for a long time to break the record of the Tyrant Desert sub-dungeon. They even prepared many sets of equipment that are gold grade. A person leading with a shining rugged armor reflecting a high-quality golden light shouted loudly, "This time our Bai Lai Academy must set a new record." Then he gritted his teeth. "Everyone is ready. Anyone who messes up will be kicked out of the group." Jang Uk thought to himself, they also plan to fight the Tyrant Desert. It seems I have to act fast. Before he could finish his thoughts, Jang Uk stepped towards the Tyrant Desert sub-dungeon. The onlookers outside were amazed by this scene. Oh my, that guy really went into the Tyrant Desert sub-dungeon alone, daring to advance towards the Tyrant Desert alone. Is it real or fake? Has anyone ever soloed a big sub-dungeon before? If he succeeds this time, he will make history like no other. Shu Han was extremely worried as he watched Jang Uk's shadow move towards the dungeon entrance. The captain of the Bai Lai Academy team glanced at him and said, "He dares to enter Tyrant Desert alone." He sneered and thought Jang Uk was a newbie, saying, "Who is this rookie?" No one told him this is a major dungeon. He then ordered his team members, "Don't pay attention to that kid who wants to commit suicide. Everyone, get ready to teleport." As the scene shifted inside the Tyrant Desert dungeon, true to its name, the scorching hot desert made Jang Uk shield his eyes with one hand. The sun was directly overhead, making it impossible to determine the direction. As a major dungeon with a record of 16 hours, the scale of this dungeon was likely enormous. Jang Uk quickly summoned a group of skeleton warriors with determination, thinking, "It seems I can only explore this dungeon map on my own." The skeleton warriors dispersed in all directions, and through their feedback, a map was quickly formed. Jang Uk realized that entering a major dungeon required 500 points and resetting the dungeon cooldown cost 2,000 points. With his remaining points, he knew his time in the dungeon would be limited. A red signal from the skeleton warrior responded. Young man Jang Uk exclaimed, "Encountered monster. Desert Ghost Tree, extremely strong elite monster level 25, Power 5,000, Agility 1,000, Spirit 2,000, Physique 6,000, Skills, Death Strangle." Jang Uk's skeleton warrior had to fight a desert ghost tree. Indeed, a big sub-instance. Just a normal monster, but attributes are comparable to a level 24 boss in Merfolk Dungeon. If not upgraded to Sliver Grade, dealing with it would be time-consuming. The group of Jang Uk's skeleton warriors quickly surrounded and attacked the desert ghost tree. The strong slashes of the skeleton warrior quickly turned the desert ghost tree into pieces of wood. An immediate notification sent to Jang Uk. Killed level 25 desert ghost tree, gained 300,000 experience, received 5 ghost tree branches. Jang Uk smirked. Experience is at boss level. If all monsters and instances are at this level of experience, this is truly a holy place. The youth was extremely careful when taking out the Dainata sickle and equipping the skeleton armor, as dangers lurked beneath the sand and safety was paramount. The youth, along with the skeleton warriors, quickly advanced deeper into the dungeon. 2 hours later, at a secluded island, they found the best feng shui spot in the dungeon. The youth thought, an island in the middle of the desert, surely most of the monsters will gather here. As soon as the youth mentioned monsters, a giant Dacis scorpion appeared. The level 25 Dacis scorpion had 4,000 strength, 3,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, 6,000 stamina, and the poison stinger skill. The youth felt their caution was indeed wise, as they thankfully did not dare to approach closer. Jang Uk's skeleton warrior unleashed the Rage Strike skill, quickly dispatching the Dacis scorpion with coordinated strikes. The notification appeared stating that the level 25 Dacis scorpion had been killed, gaining 300,000 experience and receiving 3 shark tail stingers. Glancing around quickly, Jang Uk spotted several fruit-bearing trees, which were the consumable items found in the dungeon. The youth ordered the skeleton warriors, "Go harvest those fruits and bring them back." The other skeletons stopped the giant scorpions. "The rest help me gather this type of fruit." The giant scorpions gathered here because of this type of fruit. A skeleton warrior offered a freshly picked fruit to Jang Uk. What are the benefits of this fruit? Information about that fruit appeared. Desert Oasis fruit can quickly restore a large amount of spirit, must be eaten within 5 minutes after picking, cannot be stored beforehand. With useful information and effects of that fruit, Jang Uk exclaimed, "The fruit can restore spirit." Jang Uk's current spirit is 1859 out of 2,900. He quickly ate a fruit. After just one bite, the youth felt his spirit recovering rapidly. Seeing the large number of giant scorpions in front of him, the youth was not worried at all because his eyes were focused on those spirit-recovering fruits. As long as there are enough fruits here, my spirit is hardly depleted. With determined focus on his spirit power, the youth summoned skeleton mages here. The youth believed, this is a very good holy place to train skills and upgrade the skills of my new pet. The skeleton mage's pet of the young man immediately appeared, with cold, piercing eyes, a body ablaze, and shrouded in a deadly black aura. I'm pondering how to upgrade the skeleton mage's skills. Based on the restorative properties of this fruit, my spirit can be infinitely replenished. Therefore, I can continuously summon skeleton mages. As long as I upgrade the skill to level 20, the skeleton mages will become silver grade. One hand of the young man devoured the spirit-restoring fruit, while the other hand summoned the skeleton mages. 3 hours later, a notification appeared. The skeleton mage's summoning skill has been upgraded to level 20. Finally, success! Come forth, skeleton mages. A silver grade skeleton mage's ice type appeared before the young man. Upgraded, the skeleton mages looked much more powerful, holding a staff that appeared very cool. The detailed information displayed: level 20 strength 2000, agility 2000, spirit 8000, physique 2000. Skill: Blizzard of Ferocious Ice. Blizzard of Ferocious Ice creates a freezing snowstorm in the area, dealing ice damage to the target, with attack power based on spirit. The youth with a few skeleton mages of 4 elements ice, fire, electric, and wind are extremely confident. One hand in pocket, posing coolly thinking, my skeleton warrior just got killed by those monsters, very happy about it. Now it's my turn. The quartet of skeleton mages is very powerful. The first 2 are fire and ice. The next 2 are wind and electric, seeing these 4 interfaces with a strong smell of death. After Jang Uk summoned the 4-element skeleton mages, the silver-grade skeleton mages rushed into battle with the aggressive scorpion monsters. All 4 elements fire, ice, wind, electric were released. The scorpions were immediately hit by wind, fire, ice, electric elements. Some were struck by lightning to death. Some were frozen. Some were blown away by the wind. Some were burnt to ashes. A moment later, the scorpions crowded in like ants, a mighty army. Jang Uk Youth was holding a desert oasis fruit while looking at a group of scorpions, muttering to himself, this is the style of a big boss, like to play in large numbers like an army, like to bully others, I have it too. He then summoned all his long skeleton warriors and long skeleton mages. The system quickly showed. There are currently 130 skeleton warriors. There are currently 70 skeleton mages. Jang Uk's followers, although fewer in number, were also very brave against the fierce scorpions. Jang Uk Youth then pondered, it seems that if at the same level, even a big boss like me can fight evenly. Jang Uk's pets with shining swords rushed forward. The skeleton mages at the back continuously cast spells, and Jang Uk Youth also joined the battle. Activate corpse explosion skill. Then there were loud explosions amidst smoke, fire, ice, thunder, and lightning filling the sky. Jang Uk's pets bravely fought. Immediately, a series of notifications appeared continuously. Congratulations on killing level 25 giant scorpion, gaining 800,000 experience, receiving 3 shark tail stingers, kill level 25 giant scorpion, gaining 800,000 experience, receiving 3 shark tail stingers. In an instant, there were dozens of notifications like that. A while later, under the bright sunshine on the deserted island, the sounds and noises of the monsters were no longer heard. Looking into the distance, not a single scorpion was visible anymore. Jang Uk, the young man, wondered to himself, are all the monsters gone? I haven't upgraded my other skills yet. It would be great if there were always more monsters like that. Unfortunately, all the scorpions are dead now. This is a large desert submap for teams of over 40 people, so the map is incredibly vast. The young man continued to venture deeper into the submap as the skeleton mages have been upgraded to silver grade. I should quickly find the boss of this submap, as the longer I take, the less chance I have of obtaining the Terran Desert Heart. While walking, the young man suddenly noticed something. It's a group of beasts. Many monsters are charging towards me. He immediately used the skill Skeleton Armor, or as it is also known, Skeleton Armor. The system responded, Skeleton Armor skill activated. It is true that today young people are lucky players, having their wishes come true. Just as they defeated the dead scorpion herd, they immediately encountered a swarm of ants. This ant army, even larger than the scorpion herd. Information about the monster appeared. Desert Soldier Ant level 26. They quickly rushed towards Jang Uk in large numbers. The young man with a Denata stickle in his hand somersaulted in the air to avoid them. Jang Uk wondered, where are they going? Observing quickly around, Jang Uk seemed to have discovered something. Then the young man followed the ant swarm to a cave. Entering inside, the young man looked and asked himself, is this the ant's cave? Information about these ants was provided by the system. Desert Flying Ant, extremely strong elite monster level 27, strength 6,000, agility 3,000, spirit 3,000, physique 7,000. A giant ant with wings, the flying ant can be considered as the queen ant's close guard. Perhaps the boss here is the queen ant. When the giant flying ants noticed Jang Uk, they immediately flew over to attack. wanting to take advantage of their skeleton armor not being upgraded yet. Jang Uk focused his mental strength into his palm, then summoned the skeleton mages. Skeleton mages of wind type unleash their raging whirlwind skill, creating a large tornado that sweeps away the flying ants. Notifications appear. Killed level 27 flying ant gained 360,000 experience, perceive 5 flying ant wings. Young man Jang Uk focuses his mental energy on his palm and summons, "Come out, my soldiers." He then commands his skeleton warriors, "All of you, find the queen ant's lair. We have enough skeletons mages here." The skeleton mages continue to use their skills. Ice type uses Blizzard of Ferocious Ice. Fire type uses Explosive Fire Magic. Electric type uses 5 Thunder's Divine Strike. And Wind type uses Raging Whirlwind, covering the ant cave in the colors of the 4 elements: Ice, Wind, Electric, Fire. Notifications pop up. Killed level 27 flying ant gained 360,000 experience, received 4 flying ant wings. Feedback from the skeleton warriors through the map are all red icons, indicating they have encountered a monster. The young man knows immediately. Finally found it. No more wasting time. Let's go fight the boss. The boss information board appears. Desert Queen Ant, leader level, monster level 28, strength 9,000, agility 3,000, spirit 8,000, physique 8,000, skills, summon ants, sonic wave attack, storm strike, curl. Seeing the largest ant in the group, the young man recognized it as the queen ant. Surrounding it are winged ants. Their information also appears. Queen's personal army, extremely strong elite monster level 27, strength 5,000, agility 4,000, spirit 3,000, physique 7,000, skill, hardened shell. Facing the ants are a group of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages behind the young man. Looking at the ant army, the young man feels a bit disappointed. Thought there would be some challenge, but it's boring. Immediately after, Jang Uk orders, "Go play with them, our soldiers." The queen ant then uses the storm strike skill. A strong wind immediately strikes, which is a wide area skill, attacking all targets in a large area. The young man resisting this skill explained, "This skill doesn't differentiate targets, it's powerful. Luckily, I awakened the skeleton armor." The youth ordered his army. The mage immobilizes the queen's army warriors, while the skeleton warrior rushes forward to attack the queen ant. The queen's army warriors were quite tough too, using their hardened shell skill to defend against the attacks. After a while, a new message appeared. Defeat level 27 Queen's Army Warriors, gain 390,000 experience, receive 10 ant teeth. Focusing on the boss, the Queen Ant unleashed a powerful sonic wave attack, quickly eliminating several of Jang Uk's skeleton warriors. It then used all its skills, including Curl and Summon Ant, to battle the skeleton army. The youth, with a cold gleam in his eyes, muttered, "Another extreme defensive skill. What a waste of time." Concentrating his spiritual power into his hands, Jang Uk shouted, "Rise again, my warriors." As the skeleton warriors were summoned, a swarm of ants also arrived, much larger in number. Jang Uk exclaimed, "This is the summon ant skill, and it's even more crowded than expected." The ant swarm and queen ant quickly approached, but Jang Uk was not very afraid of them. "You guys are looking for a way to die on your own, all right? Just gather together, then die at once." The young man stood still and used his skill. Corpse explosion. Then there were loud explosions. Small ants were blown away. The queen ant struggled in pain and also signed the death note shortly after. Defeat Desert Queen Ant, gain 800,000 experience points, obtained silver grade weapon. Queen Ant Spear, obtained silver grade accessory. Queen Ant Ring, obtained Desert Queen Ant Egg. Desert Queen Ant Egg can be incubated by a beast tamer to obtain Queen Ant. Jang Uk held the Queen Ant Egg in his hand and thought, "Next time in the big dungeon, the items I get can be exchanged for a lot of coins, and the experience points will also increase significantly. The pearl and the ant nest helped increase my experience by 78%. Jang Uk's current experience level is level 27, 18%. This is a good leveling place. It's a pity that I don't have much time. Next time I come back to grind experience, first I have to go get the Tyrant Desert Heart." 2 hours later, the wizards and warriors of Jang Uk had cleared all the road-blocking monsters, and the young man arrived at a seemingly ancient castle. Inside the castle, there was the Lion Tyrant, the leader, with his soldiers kneeling in line, awaiting orders. Seeing the castle with many guarding monsters, Jang Uk thought to himself, "It seems like I have found the right place." A monster on the high walls with a bow on its back appeared in front of him. Desert Lion Archer, extremely strong elite monster level 29, strength 5,000, agility 6,500, mind 1,500, physique 4,500, skill 100 arrows. Looking at the attributes, Jang Uk licked his lips. Their stats are stronger than the soldier ant and flying ant in the ant hole. Another aggressive monster with red eyes and sharp fangs, also updated Desert Lion Warrior, extremely strong elite monster, level 28, strength 6,500, agility 5,000, mind 2,000, physique 5,000. The Desert Lion Warriors lined up, weapons raised and ready for battle. Young man Jang Uk continued to comment and analyze. The well-organized lineup seems unable to use tactics like on the island and ant cave. With Denada's sickle in hand, the young man was extremely cold and decisive. However, the battlefield also knew how to fight back. Deathly Speaker summon Hero General. Summon Creature Hero General. Skill, Military Influence, a very cool-looking commander summoned by Jang Uk. Come out, my soldier. A series of Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Mages were called out by Jang Uk. The brave creature Hero General used the skill Military Influence. Young man Jang Uk raised the Denada sickle high and commanded, "Follow my will, lead my soldiers, go forth and defeat them." Jang Uk's troops, under the command of the Hero General, formed a strong defensive formation. As several lion archer monsters from the high walls saw the enemy troops, they roared loudly with bloodthirsty fangs. They quickly set up their defenses as well. The pack of lion archers unleashed the skill 100 arrows, raining a barrage of arrows towards Jang Uk's soldiers. Jang Uk's skeleton mages also unleashed a series of skills with 4 attributes: wind, fire, ice, electric, to counter the archers. The series of portals quickly became disabled, the skeleton mages' skills flying quickly towards the lion archers on the walls. They were quickly overwhelmed by streams of ice, fire, electric, thunder covering the sky. From afar, Jang Uk observed and sighed regretfully. It's a pity that the bodies of the lion archers fall inside the castle. Unable to use corpse explosion, he turned to watch the lion warriors preparing to fight his pets and exclaimed, "But with you all here, wait a little longer, and I will make you all pay." Jang Uk's skeleton warriors bravely rushed in to unleash rage strike skills. At the castle gate, streams of ice and fire from the skeleton mages were constantly being unleashed on the walls. The lion archers kept shooting arrows continuously. Jang Uk muttered, "Half of my mages are attacking the castle gate. It's been a while, and the gate still hasn't been broken." After some thought, Jang Uk also realized the issue. "I understand now. This is a major instance, probably requiring teamwork or some method to open the gate." Then facing a final boss, all the troubles about the mechanics of the instance stem from insufficient firepower, so pile up their bodies at the gate. Very quickly, the corpses of the monsters were gathered into a high pile at the city gate by the Skeleton Warrior. A youth shouted from afar, "Corpse explosion." The corpse explosion skill was executed, followed by horrifying explosions at the city gate. The youth Jang Uk posed coldly with the Denada sickle and Hero General. Inside the palace was the boss sitting on a throne of power. The boss's information appeared: Lion Tyrant, Wood Level Leader, level 31, Strength 13,000, Agility 8,000, Spirit 4,000, Physique 12,000, Skills, Hell Roar, Fury Pounce, Revolving Storm. At this moment, the youth Jang Uk had also entered the palace looking for the monster. He silently thought, "This is the wood level boss, indeed completely different from any boss I've seen before." The gigantic boss stood towering in front while the youth Jang Uk seemed tiny, but he was not intimidated by that. The youth coldly uttered, "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry." The boss quickly unleashes the Fury Pounce, charging straight towards the Sliver-grade Skeleton Warrior with 4,000 strength, agility, spirit, and physical attributes each. As the boss lunges, a notification pops up: 2 Skeleton Warriors have been defeated. It continues its vicious onslaught, baring its fangs as it lunges forward. Young man Jang Uk commands, "Quickly stop it." The skeleton mages of electric type immediately use the 5 Thunders Divine Strike skill, paralyzing the boss for a short time. It growls softly, its eyes filled with hatred. Then a series of moves fly towards it, but the boss remains unfazed. Next, the skeleton mages of wind type use the Raging Whirlwind skill, holding the boss in place for a moment before it fiercely charges towards the group of Skeleton Warriors. Another quick notification appears: 24 Skeleton Warriors have been defeated. Jang Uk now ponders, it's truly powerful. With such attacking power, even a knight would struggle to withstand it. The boss now readies its 2 axes to charge again, while the young man mutters, "It must be stopped." Jang Uk unleashes the Slow Curse skill, a long red chain quickly wrapping around the boss. Nevertheless, it still viciously uses the Hell War skill, a horrifying deathly scream enveloping the space. Another grim notification appears: 14 Skeleton Warriors have been defeated. Jang Uk worried, "My skeleton armor can only withstand for under 2 seconds, with chains wrapped tightly around me," but the boss still unleashed its Fury Pounce skill. The boss leaping towards Jang Uk, seeing the boss with its glowing red eyes charging towards him. Jang Uk thought, Even though I have damage transfer, I am not afraid, but this attack will surely deplete all of my skeleton warriors. Focusing his spiritual power into his palm, the young man then unleashed his Soul Blaze skill. The opportunity has come, everyone attack. The skeleton mages on the outside also continuously cast skills towards the boss. After the ground strike from the Fury Pounce skill, the boss also went berserk and continuously attacked. The skeleton warriors continuously cast Rage Strike skills, but there was a notification that appeared. 4 skeleton warriors have been defeated. Jang Uk continued to use Soul Blaze. Soul Blaze cannot be stopped. This time, if my mage doesn't level up to Silver Grave, I may not be able to defeat it alone. After 20 minutes, the skeleton mages continuously unleash skills: Explosive Fire Magic, Raging Whirlwind, 5 Thunders, Divine Strike, Blizzard of Ferocious Ice. The thunderous sound echoed, smoke and fire filled the air, a hand of the boss raised. Jang Uk calmly put his hands in his pockets and said, "Tyrant, I approve of you." Notification appeared: defeat Lion Tyrant, experience plus 2,000. Receive Gold Grade Tyrant Battle Axe, Gold Grade Tyrant Staff, the Tyrant Desert Heart. Next drop time, 1 year, the Tyrant Desert Heart, a special material needed to craft Tyrant Necklace. Jang Uk wondered to himself, I wonder if I've reached level 21 yet. Fighting the Tyrant boss made me forget I was only level 20. System displayed information. Name Jang Uk, level 21, strength 330, plus 30, physique 330, plus 30, agility 330, plus 30, spirit 1500, plus 200. Summon skeleton mage's skill upgraded to level 21. The young man looked at his information board and was quite surprised and puzzled. He wondered, did my skeleton mage's summoning skill level up, or does it automatically level up when I learn enough skills? If so, I need to quickly level up all my remaining skills to the highest level, or else, the higher the level, the harder the training will be. Thinking about training skills, the young man came up with an idea. It seems like I have to go back to the desert dungeon. This boss relies on Oasis Fruit to train skills. At the same time, in the Holy Temple Dungeon Hall, a voice shouted, 6 hours, 6 hours of bells. How long has it been since I last heard the 6 hours of bells? Just now, in the Grand Hall, the 6 hours of bells rang out resoundingly, the crowd discussing excitedly. 6 hours of bells, it means the large dungeon just set a new record. Who is it? Which team with such high strength set a record again? A person with 2 hair buns named Bai Rai Sung, the grandson of the principal of Bai Lai Academy, said, "It seems like this record belongs to Bai Lai Academy this time." Another person said, "I remember that guy Jang Uk also participated. Maybe this record belongs to him." When Rai Sung heard this, he asked, "Who is Jang Uk? Which academy does he belong to?" The person with a disdainful expression said, "He dares to compete for the record with our Bai Lai Academy." A person with red hair whispered to Rai Sung, "Well, Jang Uk is." After hearing what the person with red hair said, Rai Sung burst into laughter. "Haha, you mean he went in alone? That's hilarious. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? He must be some knave fool to try to enter the large dungeon alone." Some crazy fans of Jang Uk then retorted, "What are you saying? He can't enter a big dungeon alone?" Jang Uk has set 2 consecutive dungeon records. Rai Sung sneered, "What's there to be proud of in setting records in low-level dungeons? He probably can barely handle 20-something now. Big dungeons are not easy to conquer. This record surely belongs to our Bai Lai Academy. No doubt about it." Suddenly, a gold board notification appeared. The Tyrant Desert Heart has fallen. The respawn time is 364 days, 23 hours. The crowd was shocked, with whispers of conversations filling the air as each person's mouth hung agape. The Tyrant Desert Heart has truly fallen. They say that Tyrant had incredible fighting power. If it wasn't defeated within an hour, it would never have fallen. Although I am a fan of Jang Uk, this time might truly be a record for Bai Lai Academy. Hearing this, Rai Sung burst into laughter. Haha, not only breaking the record, but also obtaining the Tyrant Desert Heart. From now on, our Bai Lai Academy will have the boss's treasure. Another gold board notification appeared. The record for the large-scale Tyrant Desert Dungeon has been broken by a new name, Jang Uk. Level 21, 14 hours, 11 minutes, 43 seconds. The crowd was in awe, that is. Name Rai Sung looked like his eyes were about to pop out. His face was stone-cold, sweat pouring out of him. His mouth stiff, but still managed to say a few words. Rim, Jang. The transmission of the battle appeared, the crowd yelling. "That guy has come out incredible. Didn't expect it was really him. He alone broke the record even faster than all the teams of Bai Lai Academy." Name Rai Sung walked up to Jang Uk with clenched teeth asking, "Are you Jang Uk?" The young man who had just stepped out of the sub-bureau didn't know what was going on. In his mind, he thought, I have obtained the Tyrant Desert Heart. I need to urgently find God Beak to complete the mission. Immediately after, the young man Jang Uk coldly replied, Sorry, I have something to do. Please make way. The people nearby saw this and smiled. Ha ha, this time Bai Lai Academy lost face big time. This will surely spread to all academies tomorrow. Serves them right for boasting so much. Now they got exposed being outsmarted by Jang Uk like that. In the lobby of the Holy Palace, there were many people gathered at this moment and lively conversations were continuously erupting. Have you noticed that guy Jang Uk just reached level 21, which means he has already entered the 40-player dungeon at level 20. Can a lone level 20-player venture into a large dungeon that only humans can do? Could he not be human? You're talking nonsense. Don't speak ill of him. It affects our guy. It's terrifying. This is the terrifying power of magic Necromancer. The scene shifts to Baek Yua-won's office, where Old Beak is using a signal device on his wrist to receive a call from Jang Uk. He immediately asked, Jang Uk, is there anything wrong, or can't you find a dungeon raid team? On the other end, Jang Uk yelled, God Beak, I've obtained the Tyrant Desert Heart. It seemed that the signal was very weak this season, and Baek Yue-won could not hear what Jang Uk had just said, so he continued, It's okay if you can't find a team. I will introduce you to some teammates. Jang Uk repeated his words, God Beak, I have obtained the Tyrant Desert Heart. Old Beak suddenly exclaimed, Wait, Jang Uk, what did you just say? Jang Uk repeated for the third time, I have obtained the Tyrant Desert Heart. Old Beak stood still for 3 seconds. This kid, just assigned the task recently, has already obtained the Tyrant Desert Heart. Immediately, Baek Yue-won asked, Where are you? Jang Uk replied, I am at the dormitory gate. After ending the call, the moon was already high up in the sky. A message came in, and Jang Uk was puzzled. New message. Let's see what it is. Quickly tap into view. Breaking the record of the Tyrant Desert Major Substate, receiving 5,000 reward points, 30 dedication points, only received once. The reward is good, but unfortunately only once. Suddenly, the youth was transferred in astonishment to a place he didn't understand. God Beak, Mr. Mang. The youth quickly bowed in respect. Jang Uk greets Mr. Mang. The old man said, Take a seat. Baek Yue-won added, No need to be polite. Mr. Mang is very easygoing. This old man is Mang Ban, a divine level formation master. After sitting down, Baek Yue-won instructed Jang Uk, Bring out the Tyrant Desert Heart, please. A shining golden heart was presented, and Mr. Mang explained, Indeed, the Tyrant Desert Heart. Just return the result. No explanation needed. Nothing else. Baek Yue-won, with a suspicious and curious look, asked, Are you all alone this time? Jang Uk replied, Yes, alone. How's the performance? Just over 14 hours. The two old men looked at each other in confusion and disbelief. Old Mang said to God Beak Baek Yue-won, Old Beak, promises made to others must be fulfilled. You don't need to remind me. Upon finishing his sentence, Baek Yue-won handed Jang Uk an item. Here's your cooldown talisman. The young man held the cooldown talisman in his hand, thinking to himself, With this cooldown talisman, my leveling up speed can be faster. Baek Yue-won continued to ask, Jang Uk, you want to enter Shang Guang Shu Yuan? Yes, but I lack a lot of contribution points. Even setting 3 new records only gives me 90 contribution points. Shang Guang Shu Yuan requires 1,000 contribution points. Young Jang Uk asked God Beak, Can the cooldown talisman be used in the original battlefield? It can, then. Is there any problem with this mission? No problem. Holding the cooldown talisman in his hand, the young man immediately thought of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. It seems that I can earn contribution points faster. Baek Yue-won replied, Alright, I'll take you back to rest first. After the opening ceremony, I'll take you to the main school. Thank you, God Beak. Old Mang asked Baek Yue-won, Is it okay for him to go to the main school early? I've seen it too. He can already handle large boss battles solo. At level 20, he's almost equivalent to some high school professions. Going to the main school for training earlier is suitable for him. But I won't tell him on the battlefield, the main school. There are those who belong to our species. After a long, tiring day, young man Jang Uk wrapped himself in a warm blanket, lying down and thinking to himself, Fighting for over 10 hours in the boss battles. Today, no meditation. Rest well now. Tomorrow back to Tyrant Desert for upgrading other skills. In the main hall of the boss battle, a messenger of the sacred grounds had brought the Bai Lai Academy group back, and they cheered as the person from the Bai Lai Academy returned. The black-haired one at the back spoke up first. Look, the Bai Lai Academy people are coming out. The purple-haired one on the side continued. Look at their excited faces. Do they think they've set a record or something? The remaining name also joined the discussion. There is a fun game to watch, haha. One of the members of Bai Lai Academy excitedly announced, This time, we have shortened the time to fight in the Tyrant Desert Dungeon to 15 hours 58 minutes, setting a new record. This person is YY, a member of the Bai Lai Academy team. He kept laughing, while the rest of the group looked at him with puzzled expressions. Seeing everyone's reactions, he quickly realized that something was wrong and exclaimed, "Wait, team leader, something is not right, something is fishy here." Looking at the leaderboard again, he said, "We did receive the Tyrant Desert Heart, who defeated it." The team leader looked at the leaderboard with disbelief, saying, "Only one person, level 21, total time is 14:11:43. Staring at the record on the leaderboard, the team leader realized after a while, alone, it's him, level 21, 14 hours. The entire Bai Lai Academy team was shocked, and the team leader gasped, "No way, no way." The captain of Bai Lai Academy couldn't help but yell out loudly, "He's only 21, but can defeat our whole academy by himself." Seeing this, the teammate beside advised him to stop because there were many people around, so they should maintain their dignity. "Captain, let's go back." The crowd in the big hall continued to gossip. "Can't believe Bai Lai Academy got slapped in the face twice in one day, so ridiculous. His face was swollen. That guy Jang Uk is really something. Bai Lai Academy will become famous because of this." Feeling embarrassed and losing face, the captain quickly ordered the whole team, "Let's go." On the second day, after a good night's sleep, Jang Uk woke up feeling refreshed. He went to the main hall to conquer the large Tyrant Desert Dungeon. Along the way, he thought to himself, "If I find the Oasis Fruit this time, I will upgrade Slow Corpse and Skeleton armor to the maximum level." After arriving, a young man approached Jang Uk and asked, "Are you Jang Uk?" He pointed his finger at him. "Rai-sung wants to see you. Come with me on a trip." Jang Uk ignored the man's words and continued walking with his eyes closed. The man became angry and shouted, "How dare you ignore me? You have some guts. Do you know who Rai-sung is?" Jang Uk replied, "I don't know him. If he wants to see me, tell him to come himself. Why should I go to meet him?" The man looked at the notice board. It takes 9 days to return the board. Removing the return time requires 2,000 points. Entering the board requires 500 points. The young man thought to himself, removing the return time to fight again requires a total of 2,500 points. People in the lobby recognized Jang Uk. "Quick look, it's Jang Uk. He's going to battle in the Tyrant Desert again. The first time he didn't understand the board well and wasted time. This time he will surely set a new record in the board." Blonde Girl Encyclopedia of Everything see young man Shu Han. Male students in the main hall want to ask, "Excuse me, Shu Han, can you ask big brother Jang Uk to lead us to fight Tyrant Desert Foe Ban?" Another person said, "We can pay points." Shu Han agreed and asked for help from Jang Uk. Switch to Rai-sung. Someone else reported, "Jang Uk is not coming. He said to be him on his own." Rai-sung was angry, and someone else said, "Very rude." Rai-sung muttered, thought he could solo the Tyrant Desert boss very well, but it's just a high and low-level sub-level. He doesn't understand the changes of the professions after the second turn. Even now, he is strong after the second turn is opened. He can also become trash, because if he doesn't give us face, then don't pay attention to him anymore. Meet him outside to give him a lesson. In the main hall, Shu Han ran up to Jang Uk with a bright smile and said, "That's right, Jang Uk, everyone wants to complete the Academy's mission." The male students immediately said, "Big brother, take me to fight the sub-level once. I want to complete the mission. Jang Uk, help me." "Yes, big brother, help us complete the mission. I can pay 1,000 points." Jang Uk was a little surprised at this point. Mission. Shu Han explained, "It's this sub-level mission that the Academy issued Jang Uk, don't you know?" The male student revealed, "We've been stuck in the Tyrant Desert mission for too long. Can't join the Academy without completing it. We don't need experience, equipment, or materials. Just need to complete the mission. Big brother Jang Uk." Young man Jang Uk immediately replied, "Sorry, I'm a new freshman student. I don't know about this." The group of male students were shocked. What, is big brother Jang Uk really a freshman student? So that's it? It's not surprising that big brother's level is not high. Big brother, lead us. We can pay points. I will pay 1,000 points. I will also pay 1,000 points. The young man sweated profusely upon hearing so many requests for help. He thought to himself, "I don't have many points left after buying weapons. A reset for a dungeon also costs 2,500 points. If it's 1,000 points per person, participating in the desert dungeon with 40 people can earn up to 39,000 points. I can lead you to complete the mission. As you said, 1,000 points per person. However, I have a condition." The group happily agreed. "Big brother, just tell us we just need to pass the mission. Nothing else." "Yes, yes, we will all listen to big brother." The young man solemnly said, "If you find the Oasis Fruit, do not compete with me." The group of male students immediately recognized the fruit and replied, "Oasis Fruit is rare in the Tyrant Desert. It is rare in itself. We never thought we could encounter it." That's right, big brother, if we find it, we will definitely not compete for it. With a deal where there is no loss, the young man quickly closed the deal. Then I can only take 39 people once. Anyone who wants to join, step forward. Quickly, there were many people competing. Get out of the way of me first. Let me go first. It's my task. Been stuck for a year. Shu Han spoke up. Everyone be silent, line up. Shu Han also quickly pointed out the problem. Don't fight anymore. If you annoy the big brother, he won't lead us to fight the tyrant. So a long line of people was lined up in order. Jang Uk controlled the scoring bracelet while telling Shu Han, "Thanks. Sorry for bothering you." Shu Han quickly replied, "It's nothing, just a trivial matter." The young man continued to look at Shu Han, smiling, and said, "Has your mission been completed? Once it's done, you just take care of your own business. Don't worry about me, Shu Han. If you have any mission in the future, just find me. Okay, you can't refuse at that time. Okay, I guarantee you won't refuse." In the young man's mind, he thought, if there are many women, how can I refuse? Inside the tent, Jang Uk shouted loudly, "Follow me, do not pass me. Rest assured, boss, we all listen to you. You say go east, we absolutely do not go west. You say sit, we absolutely dare not stand." The young man summoned many skeleton warriors and ordered, "Go and find the oasis fruit." The students were shocked when they saw the skeleton warriors. Oh my, those are the summoned creatures of boss Jang Uk. No wonder he's called the magic necromancer. They are all immortal summons, but the quantity is too much, too scary. Definitely a legendary profession. The first checkpoint came quickly. The desert ghost tree, an extremely strong elite monster level 25, with power of 5,000, agility of 1,000, spirit of 2,000, and physique of 6,000. In an instant, the extremely strong elite monster was defeated by several skeleton warriors. The group of guys exclaimed, "Off, it was defeated in a blink of an eye. Last time it took us 2 minutes to defeat it. So terrifying, how strong are Jang Uk's skeleton warriors?" Information appeared. Skeleton warrior silver grade, level 21, power 4,500, agility 4,500, spirit 4,500, physique 4,500. Defeating the desert ghost tree grants 7,500 experience. The guy saw the notification and held his head. Leading 39 people with such little experience, luckily we gained 39,000 points. Just need to battle a few more times on our own. Anyway, focusing on upgrading skills these days. They saw Jang Uk leading a large group of monsters in front of them. The guys chattered excitedly. Jang Uk is pulling monsters, already over 100. Those are skeleton mages, planning to use their skills to ambush. Seeing a few desert ghost trees, the group of students shouted loudly, "It seems like my lucky first time seeing it, but oasis fruit is not always found." Young man Jang Uk saw the desert ghost tree without fruit and thought, since there is no oasis fruit this time, let's defeat the boss quickly and try again. Without oasis fruit to restore energy to summon and train skills for the skeleton mage route, Jang Uk decided to use a special move. The group of students saw Jang Uk using the move and shouted, "What's going on?" After Jang Uk displayed the technique, corpse explosion. Boom, 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 continuous loud explosions, smoke and fire filled the air. The students exclaimed, "My experience is constantly increasing. Boss Jang Uk kills monsters so quickly. What level of explosion is this boss Jang Uk's skill? Oh my, the power is too great." Young man Jang Uk turned back coldly and said, "The monsters around me are almost cleared. You guys stay here and wait for me. I will clear the monsters in the ant cave and call you guys, no problem. Boss will slowly fight, no rush." The crowd was in a buzz. It's only been 3 hours since we entered. I feel so confused, like in a dream. If I don't witness this myself, I absolutely won't believe it. 20 minutes later, a few idle students suggested to each other, with one saying, "Should we go challenge a monster to see how easy it is for boss Jang Uk to defeat them? It must not be that hard around here." 2 others enthusiastically agreed. "Let's try it out then. Our extraordinary abilities level must be higher than boss Jang Uk. We shouldn't have any problem defeating any monster, right? If we just sit around, we won't get the thrill of participating." 2 minutes later, the 3 of them provoked the monsters, with one person shouting in panic, "I accidentally attracted 2 monsters. Let's start fighting. Support team, get ready for healing." Seeing the 3 messing with the monsters, the remaining students also joined in enthusiastically. When a giant scorpion approached someone, they exclaimed, "This giant scorpion must still be young. Don't panic." The students behind continued to provoke, and the scorpion quickly charged and hit someone head-on, causing them to be knocked back. The others were shocked. What? The attack is too strong? Heal and cure quickly. There are a few more panicked. They are scared and shout, "Where is the exit? Where is the exit? Run." A girl in front speaks up, "Don't shout, we're fighting. What's all this noise, guys in skirts?" Information about the giant scorpion appears. Physical 5892 out of over 6,000. Seeing the attributes too terrifying, someone immediately commented, "What? Are you scratching it for it?" The scorpion continues to rush to attack the group of students. The newbies kept screaming, "It's too strong." The team behind saw that, immediately gritted their teeth and spoke up. "Get out of the way for us, you guys move back." 5 minutes later, the announcement popped up. Defeat the level 25 giant scorpion. Get 7,500 experience points. The other team sat exhausted on the ground, breathing heavily. The team members are lamenting. "It's too difficult, too difficult. The monsters here are really unreal, too strong to imagine. This is a big boss monster." And yet, Big Brother Jang Uk always has to face this type of monster. Too dangerous, can handle everything alone, truly formidable. In another place, Jang Uk also received system information. Defeat level 25 giant scorpion. Get 7,500 experience points. The young man saw a defeated scorpion without even having to intervene, immediately realizing a problem. They really can't be calm, told to sit still and wait, but keep moving hands and feet. In another corner, a person was fighting hard. Seeing others sitting, he shouted, "Why are you sitting there? There's one more right," initially caused trouble with 2 scorpions. Hearing this, the tired team quickly stood up. One person muttered, "Damn, what to do now?" The person next to him said, I'm exhausted. My limbs are too weak to lift." The girl then said, "At first, you didn't listen to Captain Jang Uk's orders, always taking risks. Now it's good. All are good gifts given to you." While everyone was discussing and blaming each other, at this moment, the scorpion quickly rushed towards the group of students standing under the desert ghost tree. They were extremely scared because they had no strength left to fight. Fortunately, at this moment, a skeleton warrior of Jang Uk arrived. The young man commanded the skeleton like a pet very swiftly. Jang Uk's skeleton warrior unleashed Rage Strike skill, cutting down the 2 powerful scorpions. Seeing Jang Uk's skeleton warrior gliding through like a gust of wind, the scorpions were split into 2. The students were amazed. How swift and lethal. I finally understand the terrifying power of Jang Uk's skeleton warrior. One fatal blow to awesome right. A girl gazed in astonishment. Luckily, Jang Uk left his skeleton warrior to protect us. The other 2 men discussed, "But it's been over 10 minutes. Why hasn't Jang Uk killed any monsters yet?" The man next to him predicted, "No need to say, he must be luring the monsters. I've seen it before." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of notifications appeared. Defeated level 26 warrior ant received 8,000 experience points. Defeated level 26 warrior ant received 8,000 experience points. The students were exhausted just from counting the notifications. "Wow, my experience is skyrocketing. Oh my god, this efficiency is too terrifying. This is no longer Hugh and my god. This is too much." In another corner, a group of 3 people discussed, with 2 of them speaking first. "It seems that boss Jang Uk has reached the boss level. I heard that the queen ant in the ant cave is extremely strong and hard to defeat. I also heard that if the damage is not enough, the queen ant will curl up and heal itself, never dying." The remaining girl who idolized the handsome Jang Uk interrupted, "You guys are underestimating the power of boss Jang Uk. I believe boss Jang Uk will win in the blink of an eye." Inside the ant cave, Jang Uk was facing off with the queen ant, using the corpse explosion skill to quickly finish it off. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, the students received a notification. Defeated level 28 queen ant received 20,000 experience points. Everyone was shocked. If we estimate the time, Jang Uk just reached the queen ant and defeated it immediately. Is the queen ant so easy to kill? Wow, so fast, even faster than a Hollywood blockbuster, Fast and Furious. While everyone was still talking, Jang Uk returned, putting his hands in his pockets with a cool demeanor like a god. He said, "Let's go, we go straight to the barbarian castle. I need to quickly finish the fight to reset the dungeon to find the oasis fruit. Hurry up and help me." Upon hearing the next round of the dungeon, the students quickly respond. All right, everyone hurry up, go to the barbarian castle." Seeing the crowd of monsters like ants, the students sweated profusely. "Oh my god, so many monsters, this quantity can already be called an army. I dare not imagine the scene if boss Jang Uk is alone like this. Estimated half a month can level up from level 20 to level 30. Because time was very urgent, and they still had to reset the dungeon to find Oasis Fruit to restore mental strength and train skills for the skeleton mages, Jang Uk advanced towards the barbarian castle alone. Then the youth cast a spell. Corpse explosion. Bang, 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 loud explosions echoed. Rocks flew in all directions and smoke filled the air. The students saw this scene and stared in shock, their mouths agape. What? They can even attack the castle directly when the ability is strong enough, can bypass the dungeon mechanism. The students continued to shout, "That's the lion tyrant. It's alive right in front of us. Is this a world-class boss? I'm trembling even from this distance. Truly, seeing is believing. It's terrifying. We should back up a bit more. I wonder how long it will take Big Brother Jang Uk to defeat it. The youth approached the giant fierce lion, then he tauntingly said, "My friend, we meet again. Sorry, but I'm in a rush." The young man continuously unleashed moves on the boss. The group of students standing behind watched and continued to exclaim, "Why does the world boss in front of Big Brother Jang Uk feel like just a creep? Big Brother Jang Uk fights so easily, I feel like I could take a few swings too." Then go ahead, let's hope you don't wet your pants. Very quickly, as fast as premature guys finishing up, the notification appeared again. Defeated level 31 Lion Tyrant, gained 50,000 experience. Haha, like a joke, I raised my hand, withdraw, we just killed the boss so quickly. One guy was crying tears of joy and happiness. Wah, my mission is finally complete. Jang Uk hurriedly teleported away. The students cheered with excitement. Thank you, Big Brother Jang Uk. Big Brother Jang Uk is really amazing. Ah, my mission that was stuck for 2 years is finally over. After coming out, young man Jang Uk quickly thanked the girl Shu Han. Thank you for arranging the next session. A man in the large hall saw Jang Uk and immediately informed Rai Sung. Sir, that guy has come out. Rai Sung ordered the informant, go in and duel with him, see how he fights alone. Seeing the long line of people, Jang Uk wondered, why are there so many people? Shu Han explained, they have been stuck on this mission for a long time. Heard that Jang Uk, you were leading the raid, so everyone rushed in. Jang Uk asked, does everyone understand the rules? Understand everything. Big Brother can rest assured, we don't eat anything. A man standing behind who hadn't reached his turn complained. It's really hard to get into this team. Entering the inner part of the raid, Jang Uk thought to himself, I hope this time I can find the oasis fruit. The young man quickly approached the desert ghost tree, looking up to find a bunch of 5 fruits. He was thrilled in his heart. Finally, I can upgrade my remaining skills. There's still about a day and a half until the opening ceremony. I have to fight a few more times to make it. The group of students saw Jang Uk's skill-ton warriors farming some scorpion monsters and joyfully shouted, oh my god, being carried is just way too awesome. Watching action movies is satisfying. Spending this 1,000 points is really worth it. It's so beneficial. Even the way it's done can't be learned. About to pass the level. So fast, already arrived at the Lion Tyrant boss. Truly unreal. When life's fantasy takes me by surprise, don't know how long this time will take. Oh my god, only 7 hours. Turns out Big Brother's record still isn't the limit. Raisung's Jr., after seeing everything, broke out in a cold sweat thinking, too scary. I have to report to the boss quickly. Meanwhile, the 2 friends next to him cheered like crushes agreeing to go out. My mission is finally complete. Big Brother Jang Uk is amazing. Good job, Big Brother Jang Uk. After emerging, the person immediately approached Raisung and whispered in his ear, Dear Master, Jang Uk, that bastard. So he uses corpses to deal AoE damage and has a ridiculously strong skeleton army, which means as long as we restrict his summoning and there are no corpses around, he's basically useless. Raisung nodded. It turns out everyone has weaknesses. Jang Uk's weakness is here. He then told the other person, go call Young Min from Tianlong Academy. Tell him I have something to find him. In his head, he thought, stealing the boss's jewelry from Bai Lai Academy and making me lose face. I will definitely make you pay for it. Shortly afterwards, Young Min found Raisung. Cut to Sejum Academy dormitory. This girl is Seol Ni. She thought to herself, I have to save points. There are so many good things at Sejing Academy. But unfortunately, all of them require points. I can't afford them. I envy that foolish guy with over 30,000 points. I wonder how many points he received as a national reward, but surely not few. I heard Principal Ryukan say Jang Uk has been at the academy for a few days now. I don't know how he's been these days, but with his abilities, he can surely integrate very well. On the second day, Baek Yue-won, along with Old Mang and Old Min, sat down to drink. The old men talked about all sorts of things in life. Suddenly, Old Min exclaimed, that boy you expect is quite rebellious. Baek Yue-won, upon hearing this, immediately asked, what's the matter? Jang Uk has a calm demeanor. How could he cause trouble? The old man sitting next to God Baek Yue-won was Nin Taeyeon, the grandfather of Sekyung, the dean of Seajing Academy. Old Nin then projected an image of the dungeon palace entrance and said, that boy Jang Uk is at the main hall of the dungeon palace, charging fees to lead people to fight in the tyrant desert. Baek Yue-won, surprised by Nin's words, remarked, charging fees to lead people to fight in dungeons is not something ordinary. It has always existed. What's new about it, Old Min? Old Min continued, but he led 39 people to fight in the dungeon, and those students who have been stuck in the Tyrant Desert Dungeon mission in recent years have all completed it now. Baek Yue-won chuckled. Ha 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 ha. This boy is quite something. Leading 39 people alone, he must be making quite a lot of money. Coming up with this method is quite clever. Godbeat added a bonus sentence. This feat cannot be cheap, and for students stuck with this task, it certainly cannot be cheap. Listening to Baek Yue-won's playful tone, old man Nin Tae-yeon tightened his grip on his hand and said seriously, Old Beak, do you not understand the purpose of the Academy setting this task? This difficult task is meant to filter out talented individuals through a large-scale trial. Being stuck due to the task is our fault, but Jang Uk managed to lead all the students to surpass the task. Old Beak took a sip of newer Hong and continued. I am aware of that, but what does it have to do with anything? The task and rules are set by the Academy. Jang Uk did not break any of the Academy's laws. Baek Yue-won glanced at old man Nin and said, I have not been satisfied with these tasks for a long time. Over the years, many talented individuals have been hindered by poor communication in finding a team. I think that kid did a good job. Having listened for quite some time, old man Bang also took a sip of newer Hong before joining the debate. The Academy system is too outdated. The regulations from hundreds of years ago really need to be reformed. When Lao Nin heard that, he became angry and said, So you two are wearing the same pants? Why are your opinions so similar? Baek Yue-won chuckled, Ha 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 ha. Then he coldly told Lao Nin, Even though you are old, your temper is still the same. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch Jang Uk, I will take away the dungeon place. Lao Nin, furious, turned and walked away. Lao Mang commented, Lao Nin Tae-yeon's temper is hard to change. Baek Yue-won nodded in agreement. That's his nature. Lao Nin Tae-yeon can only be subdued by one person in the world. In the Tyrant Desert Oasis, in the major dungeon of the Tyrant Desert, a system information panel displayed bone armor skill, leveled up to level 21, summons a skeleton armor, and increases defense by 2100, cooldown time, 5 minutes, can be used on other people. Jang Uk looked at the information panel and thought, great, the skeleton armor has finally leveled up. With the enhancement talent, it can provide 21,000 defense points for me. Now I can probably withstand the tyrant's attacks. Add a new information table. Slow Curse level 21 curses enemies in a 105-meter radius and slows them down by 105%. Lasting for 1 minute, my Slow Curse has leveled up too. The slow debuff has reached a higher stage. Unfortunately, the Corpse Explosion skill requires new corpses to upgrade. If not, take advantage of this opportunity to level up Corpse Explosion to the max. Transitioning to a different scene are two girls happily chatting. It's almost time for the opening ceremony. Due to low scores, I chose a double dorm. Didn't expect you to be my roommate. I also didn't expect. The girl in orange clothes is Seolni. Seolni continued, I don't have many points, but in terms of future food expenses, this girl will take care of it herself. The girl next to her saw a boy with a sword and asked, Seolni, is that? This person is Fang Su. When the girls saw him, they were all infatuated, their hearts racing. Oh, so handsome. The profession of a swordsman is so handsome. I've fallen in love. Fang Su turned his head, saw Seolni and her friend, and approached. Hello, guys, hello. Seolni smiled and said, Fang Su, you seem very welcomed. Speaking of which, have you met Jang Uk? In the dungeon, Jang Uk's information is displayed with stats like name, level, strength, physique, agility, spirit, equipment, and skills. Finally, Jang Uk reached level 22. After leading multiple dungeons, Jang Uk's points increased to over 350,000, but still not enough to buy intermediate skills. Jang Uk needs to earn more points to achieve the goal. At the Academy's courtyard, many students had gathered, creating a lively and noisy atmosphere. Seal and I looked at the clock and wondered, if less than 10 minutes until the opening ceremony starts, why hasn't he arrived yet? Suddenly, Feng Su said, he's here. From a distance, Jang Yu walked in looking cool, with his eyes shining a blue hue, exuding a strong and powerful aura. Seeing Jang Uk, everyone started talking excitedly. He seems stronger now, much more formidable, still carrying the aura of battle, probably just returned from the countryside. Isn't that the national champion Jang Uk? He looks a bit different. I'm kind of scared looking at him. Seal Nai approached Jang Uk and initiated the conversation. Dummy Jang Uk were here. The young man quickly responded, So you've all arrived. Jang Uk, what nonsense are you talking about? If you hadn't arrived, that means we wouldn't be accepted. The short-haired girl then asked, Jang Uk, what rank are you now? The young man responded succinctly, 22. The whole group was shocked, finding it hard to believe. How did you level up so fast in just a few days? In his mind, the young man thought, if I hadn't been leading others to earn points and slowed down my leveling, I would have already reached level 24. Feng Xiu immediately said, I know there's a dungeon palace in the academy where you can use points to reset cooldowns. You're the top student nationwide, so you have plenty of points to spend freely. Unlike us, we have to save our points carefully. Seolni agreed wholeheartedly. Points are really hard to earn. Hearing this, the young man thought to himself, points aren't actually that hard to earn. He kept remembering how his points increased by 39,000 every time he led people through a dungeon, and since he kept doing it continuously, his points kept accumulating. At this moment, the loud bell rang. Welcome all students to Jing Academy. Surely you are all geniuses from high schools, but that is in the past. Now you all only have a new identity, freshmen of Jing Academy. In the academy, students are divided into ordinary students, academic students, and top students of the top academies. These three layers enjoy different resources and benefits, so students strive to reach the top. In Jing Academy, there is a tradition during the opening ceremony where challenges between freshmen and seniors take place. Seniors can challenge new students, and they will pay corresponding points. Freshmen can refuse, but if they win, the points paid by seniors will be theirs. Whether they win or lose, new students do not have to give anything. This is a great opportunity for those who have few points to earn some now. Capable freshmen, do not miss this chance. Old Beak felt extremely uncomfortable hearing these words, once again oppressing new students to show them their place, so outdated, really boring. Hearing this, Loudon immediately responded, these new students are top scorers from all over the world, each one relying on their talents and very proud. Old Beak wondered aloud, I wonder if anyone dares to challenge Jang Uk. The elder beside him quickly reassured, no one is foolish enough to do that. The new students discussed animatedly, there's nothing to lose in losing and rewards for winning, even such good things. But our levels aren't as high as the older students and our skills aren't either. How can we win? Hearing this statement, the students felt it was true. Afterwards, everyone became very worried. With such level differences, how can we compete? A teacher then explained the confusing point for the new students. Rest assured, the competition takes place on a professional arena. The arena's enchantments will neutralize level disparities. Adjustments will let higher level skills above level 20. The enchantments will protect you from life-threatening dangers. In the academy, there are also divine level healers to ensure your safety. So go ahead and fight with confidence. It's true that the most passionate teacher on this planet, as soon as the school year started, he urged all students to fight with all their might. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, an old archer student walked up to challenge a new archer. I challenge you. The new male student responded coldly, I accept your challenge. The other students whisper, I know that new student, he is a top scorer. Oh my, the tension is high from the start. Unexpectedly, there was a loud voice coming from Jang Uk's place. Jang Uk, I challenge you. It was Young Min's voice challenging, I know you are the top scorer of this whole country, so what? Are you willing to fight or not? Don't brag about being a top scorer and then back down. That's very embarrassing. Seeing that Young Min was provoking him, Jang Uk was annoyed. Persistent bastard, too bad I'm fighting him in the academy. Jang Uk immediately asked Young Min, how many points did you get? Young Min arrogantly replied, 5,000 points. Jang Uk coldly responded, 5,000 is too little. Young Min snapped back, you think 5,000 points is little? Then how many points do you need to accept the challenge? Jang Uk raised one finger and stated bluntly, 100,000. The students were shocked to hear Jang Uk. What, 100,000? One student said, I only have 5,000 points. The student next to him added, I only have 7,000 points. Jang Uk remained indifferent to the number he mentioned, surely 100,000, while the other students were puzzled. How can a freshman student have 100,000 points? Is he hacking the system? Young Min thought Jang Uk was bluffing and sneered before saying, you must be joking. Do you even know what 100,000 points mean? Do you have 100,000 points? Even if you do, you're not worth it. Jang Uk stopped boasting. This is not the place for your nonsense. With your rural background, how could you get 100,000 points? Young Min listened and then replied confidently to Jang Uk's challenge. If you don't believe me, let's bet. I'll put all my current points as the stake. If I win, you have to pay me the same number of points you have. If I lose, my points will be yours. Then Jang Uk continued to provoke, you dare not, senior Young Min. Young Min felt some cold sweat at this, and Jang Uk continued to ask, not daring enough, just bluffing around, aren't you? Hyeseolmai thought to herself, Jang Uk even said something as bold as this. It seems like there is definitely deep animosity between Jang Uk and senior Young Min. Knowing that Jang Uk is the country's top scorer gives Young Min some doubt. He gritted his teeth and thought, why is he so confident, wanting to give points for free? Or is there something mysterious behind this? But if I don't agree, I'll lose face. Despite his concern, Young Min had to make a decision. He gritted his teeth and said, whatever, I agree. How many points does a freshman have anyway? Plus, I have a trump card. Why should I be afraid of this cocky brat? Witnessing this scene, God Beat Bake Yua One immediately said, this fool will die quickly on the battlefield. Jang Uk led a group of students to defeat the large boss many times, earning at least over 300,000 points, truly a fool wandering on the wrong path. The arena information was quickly updated as both stepped onto the stage. Young Min, Bai Lai Academy, level 21, Warlock, challenged Jang Uk, the country's top scorer, level 22, Magic Necromancer. The students below saw Jang Uk and recognized him immediately. It's him, the one who set a new record in the Dungeon Palace. Big brother Jang Uk, he's even a new student. I was just led by him to defeat the Tyrant Desert. Once in a raid, big brother Jang Uk earned nearly 40,000 points. Surely he has a lot of points in hand if he wins. Oh my god, it's going to be fun to watch. Young Min looked down on Jang Uk. What bullshit about being the top scorer? In front of me, you're just a pile of shit. Jang Uk youth steps into the ring with his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose. Looking at Young Min, Jang Uk says, your level is lower than mine. Young Min defiantly replies, I have had excellent abilities since I was young, trained early when entering the academy. A genius like me is not comparable to a cheap like you. Jang Uk, with good intentions, reminds Young Min again, your level is lower than mine. Feeling both embarrassed and angry and losing in terms of level, Young Min shouts out in anger, so what if your profession is strong? You were just lucky. On the battlefield, battle experience is more important. Despite everyone talking back and forth, Jang Uk simply repeats one word, lower. The young Jang Uk continues to emphasize this word lower and repeats the sentence, your level is lower than mine. But at this moment, Jang Uk's face is extremely cold, and Young Min, hearing the same sentence over and over, his blood boiling, now more impulsive than rational. Damn it, does your family not teach you how to have a conversation? Why do you keep saying the same sentence? Young Min then sees Jang Uk's terrifying gaze as if he wants to kill someone, and he is extremely frightened as he thinks, that look, just like before in the Dungeon Palace, he really wants to kill me. After that, he calmly said, you are just someone who exploits summoning and the corpse explosion skill. There are no corpses here, so you can't use the corpse explosion skill. Once you can't summon anymore, you are no different from trash. You will just be someone without talent, no more and no less. Young Min did not reply, but raised his hand to channel his mana. Immediately, a Scale-Tongue Warrior Grade Sliver was summoned. Young Min confidently stated, Young Min, if we weren't in the academy right now, you would be dead. The Scale-Tongue Warrior rushed forward, a blade coming down from above. Young Min seemed calmer now, and he took out a purple stone with a determined gaze. Crushing the purple stone, it immediately took effect, causing Jang Uk's Scale-Tongue Warrior to start dissipating. Jang Uk realized he could no longer summon. It seems my skill has been sealed. I can't summon the Scale-Tongue Warrior anymore. Young Min laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. His face was wickedly triumphant. See this? It's called a Summon Seal Talisman. Used to deal with summoners. Your summoning skills are useless now. There are no bodies here. Now you have nothing to fear. Immediately, Young Min raised his mage staff high. Be afraid. The Rain of Fire skill was unleashed. Even if I can't kill you today, I can make you feel the pain of burning flames. Young Min looked at Jang Uk thoughtfully. Humph, pretending to be mighty Jang Uk. Let's see how long you can resist. The old men discussed excitedly, with old Min speaking first. Young Min is really unkind, using Summon Seal Talisman. That's a tool specifically for dealing with summoners. Old Man continued, Summon Seal Talisman is a mid-level item, not something he should have. It seems like someone behind him wants to deal with Jang Uk. Let's see. He will have to pay for this. Young Min's voice boomed, stupid. Then his Rain of Fire came down, and Jang Uk immediately used the Skeleton Armor skill to defend. Jang Uk, luckily you have surpassed level 20, or I couldn't have used a level 20 skill. Seeing Jang Uk in the middle of the Sea of Fire, Young Min proudly exclaimed, my Rain of Fire skill is powerful. How does it feel to be burnt by the flames? You will soon be charred. But who can predict the unpredictable? Surprisingly, the flames did nothing to Jang Uk. After a while, Jang Uk still stood unaffected in Young Min's Sea of Fire. Young Min, upon witnessing this scene, was incredibly surprised and confused. How is this possible? This is impossible. How can my skill not harm him? Young Min shouted from outside, no way, die, die. He continued to cast Rain of Fire towards Jang Uk, who simply countered with his strong skeleton armor skill. The battle grew more intense day by day, with both skills reaching their maximum. Jang Uk, with a cold gaze, said, have you had enough? Your skills are weak and cannot penetrate anywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Uk raised his hand and used the Soul Blaze skill. Young Min immediately cried out in pain. Ah, it hurts so much, it's killing me. Immediately after that were shocking sounds reverberating through the space, blood spurting out from his mouth, Young Min's face completely disfigured and terrifying to look at. Healer rushed over to treat him. The female healer thought to herself, If it weren't for the protective barrier on the arena floor, he might not have even lasted until I arrived. The male students below had wide eyes and gaping mouths, some saying, "It's over, there's no entertainment value. I just saw that former student get defeated instantly, too fast. That mage's skills didn't even do any damage to Jang Uk." Jang Uk stepped closer to young Min, who was being treated. He exclaimed in horror, Don't come any closer." The cold youth Jang Uk replied with 3 words, "You've lost." Young Min struggled, I will give you the points." In his heart, he thought, as long as I can survive, the reward points are no longer important. Keeping my life is more important than seeking revenge. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. Jang Uk, you just wait. One day I will repay you in full. The host raised his hand to announce, in this match, Jang Uk won, and according to the agreement, Young Min needs to pay Jang Uk 358,000 points. Young Min was struck by lightning in the ear. What? How much? What is more than 350,000 points? After hearing a staggering number of 358,000 points, even though his body was covered in blood, Young Min still didn't care about his physical condition and shouted, "This is impossible. It can't be. He just arrived at the academy a few days ago. How could he have so many points? There must be some mistake. He must have hacked for sure. It can't be that he has so many points. Even a former student like me hasn't achieved that." The host of the arena listened to Young Min's crying and nonsense speech and didn't know what to say, standing frozen. After a moment, the arena host seemed irritated and asked Young Min, what do you mean? Do you think I'm talking nonsense, or do you think Jang Uk and I are cheating you?" Young Min quickly bowed, his face full of sweat. No, I didn't mean that." The host urged, "What's done is done. If you lose, accept it. Don't argue anymore. Young Min, pay the points right now." Young Min stammered, not knowing what to do. I don't have many points to begin with." Seeing Young Min refusing to transfer his points voluntarily, the host of the arena had to force him. "In total, you have 120,000 points, which will be transferred to Jang Uk first. The remaining 230,000 points, whether you borrow or buy something, you must repay within 6 months. If you fail to repay the full amount, you will be expelled from the academy. I know your family's situation. The academy will come to your house to collect the debt from your family." Immediately, Jang Uk received 128,000 points, confidently walking past Young Min with his hands in his pockets. Jang Uk thought to himself, causing more trouble is not worth it if I can eliminate one. I should get rid of this bad habit in the future. Hasul now was extremely surprised by Jang Uk's strength, her eyes widening in curiosity. "How can you be so strong? Can you help me increase my points in the future?" Quickly and decisively, Jang Uk replied, "Yes." At the same time, a message from God Beak Bake Yuwa came in. Jang Uk quickly read the message from God Beak, who said, "Get ready to go, departing in 1 hour." The young man thought to himself, God Beak said he would take me to the Yuan battlefield after the opening ceremony so fast. After thinking for a moment, Jang Uk quickly left, while Hasul Ni and the other 2 boys discussed Yuan battlefield. He said God Beak will take him there. It's really nonstop. They say that is the front line of the human race. Humans and abyss monsters have been fighting there for thousands of years. It's a very dangerous place, but also full of challenges and opportunities. At the same time, the young man went to the equipment store where he sold a pile of gold-grade equipment. I sold the gold-grade equipment for over 2 million gold. Currently, I have 140 skeletal warriors, 70 skeleton mages, and other equipment that is no longer useful. Quickly checking his status information, the system immediately responded. Name, Jang Uk, level 22, strength 360, physique 360, agility 360, spiritual power 1700, equipped with a Thanatos scythe at level 1, summoning space for 140 skeletal warriors, 70 skeleton mages. As soon as Beg Yuwa arrived at the meeting place with God Beak, he saw Old Mang displaying his tactics. God Beak immediately said, "Let's go, Mang will take us to the Yuan battlefield." Seeing Jang Uk staring at the Shenxia Tower, God Beak spoke up, "Not yet. I know you have climbed the tower twice, but wait until after your second turn. That way it will be more beneficial." The teleportation formation was activated immediately, and God Beak Bake Yuwa shouted, "Let's go!" The scene quickly changed to the Yuan battlefield, and both of them were swiftly transported to the location. Jang Uk, the young man, was very curious when he saw the scene in front of him. Is this the Yuan battlefield? Jang Uk quickly felt the familiar energy becoming stronger. As they walked, Beg Yuwa explained Jang Uk. Up there is the demonic watcher, used to monitor abyss monsters and prevent them from launching surprise attacks. In front of Beg Yuwa's chest is a badge with 5 stars and a sword. As Baek Yua-won approached, the guards immediately stood at attention, and young Jang Uk quickly recognized this as the influence of God Beak. Baek Yua-won also quickly guessed Jang Uk's thoughts. Kid, I know what you're thinking. Baek Yua-won pointed to the badge on his chest. They don't recognize people. They recognize this. I'll make one for you later. Baek Yua-won led Jang Uk to the surgeon badge processing office. Baek Yua-won instructed a soldier sitting at a computer, quickly make a surgeon badge for the kid next to me. The soldier, without looking up, rudely shouted, "Whoever doesn't open their eyes, stop bothering me while I'm working." Suddenly, a badge with 5 stars and a sword hit him in the face, and he was extremely shocked as he exclaimed, "General." The soldier then fearfully agreed, "Okay, I'll do it right away." Baek Yua-won urged, "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." The young military personnel thought to himself, "That's not God Beak, the 5-star divine general. Who is this young man that God Beak personally brought to request a surgeon badge?" Jang Uk held the badge in his hand, and Baek Yua-won said, "This is the surgeon badge. Wear it on your person. Don't store it in portable storage. Wear the badge when you defeat abyss monsters in the UN battlefield. Your achievements will be automatically recorded." God Beak explained about the identification of badge ranks. White is the lowest ranked soldier, followed by black for infantry, silver for captain, gold for major, purple for general. The stars on top represent military merit accumulated at that rank. The more stars, the greater the military merit. There is a 10-star promotion system. Surpassing 10 stars will result in a promotion. I am a 5-star divine general, and there are no more than 10 in the entire Shenxia Empire. As Jang Uk was putting on the badge, God Beak said, "Follow me to another place." They arrived at the Hall of Heroes, a place of solemnity where Shenxia's ancestors from various dynasties are worshipped. Baek Yua-won explained, "This is where our forefathers are honored, known as the Hall of Heroes. They sacrificed on the battlefield and remain heroes throughout their lives. Even after death, they do not return home, but instead protect Shenxia with their spirits." Baek Yua-won immediately clasped his hands and bowed in prayer. Descendant Shenxia, Baek Yua-won humbly requests the assistance of the ancestral empire to protect the descendants of the Tower of Destruction, one of the 3 great divine towers of Shenxia. The Tower of Destruction has imprinted your soul, even if you fall in battle at the UN battlefield. We have a way to revive you, leaving a glimmer of hope for you. Upon hearing the words, "revive," Jang Uk wondered, "Revive?" The god Beak had spent a whole constellation to leave himself a glimmer of hope to live. This is the meaning of protecting the descendants. Young Jang Uk thanked Baek Yua-won, and the old Baek patted the young man on the shoulder, saying, "What does a man need to thank you for? Just kill many monsters on the battlefield." Next, I'll officially tell you about the UN battlefield, the war fortress of the Shenxia Empire, called Eternal Great Wall, consisting of 9 fortresses lined up, over 1,000 kilometers apart to form the Eternal Great Wall. The fortress we are in is the #1 fortress, also the front line. Yua-won added, "Different from other countries that often need saving, since the Eternal Great Wall was built, Shenxia has never been broken by abyss monsters. UN battlefield has many challenging entrances, but abyss monsters will prevent humans from entering the challenge or ambush right at the entrance. The battle in front of the challenge gate is the fiercest and most dangerous, so be careful. Therefore, you need to buy many teleport stones that can return to the fortress. I have said everything that needs to be said. The next steps depend on yourself." Jang Uk's footsteps advanced, and the guards saw him and wondered. Level 22. This kid follows an older person. One kind guard reminded, even the weakest monsters outside at level 30 and abyss monsters can appear very dangerous. Young Jang Uk quickly replied, "Thank you, I'm just going to check it out." Following behind, Jang Uk muttered, "The aura of the abyss monsters is too strong and the visibility is very poor." Suddenly something happened. The young man was attacked. After knowing that he was under attack, Jang Uk immediately summoned his skeleton warrior squad. Prior to that, the skeleton armor skill had been activated. The young man Jang Uk searched around but found nothing. Jang Uk wondered to himself, "Invisible monster, huh? Even though I can't see the monster, the attacks keep coming towards the skeleton warriors." The monster information was updated by the system. Battlefield Ghost, level 30, power 6,000, stamina 5,000, skill physical immunity. With the support of the system, the young man quickly understood the issue. It was a ghost monster. The attacks of the skeleton warriors couldn't affect the ghost monster, indeed immune to physical attacks. Because of the physical immunity, trying using magic elemental damage instead. Jang Uk immediately summoned the skeleton mages. As soon as they were summoned, the skeleton mages unleashed a series of elemental skills: ice, fire, wind, electric, into a space. A quick notification appeared. Defeat Battlefield Ghost level 30. gain 300,000 experience, receive Soul Breath. Soul Breath contains the will of the dead on the battlefield, can enhance weapon equipment. Picking up the Soul Breath on the palm of his hand, Jang Uk was extremely surprised. How can even normal monsters in the UN battlefield drop this? Advancing deeper into the UN battlefield, Jang Uk pondered as he walked, because there are physical damage immune monsters. There may also be elemental magic damage immune monsters, and even monsters immune to both physical and elemental magic damage. His skeleton warriors and skeleton mages could become useless, so he needed to be more cautious. The skeleton warriors moved ahead to clear the way for Jang Uk to advance further into the UN battlefield. It had been 2 hours since they started, and they were nearing the entrance to the dungeon. Suddenly, footsteps hurriedly approaching from the opposite direction caught their attention. 3 soldiers rushed towards Jang Uk and warned him, "Quickly run! There's an abyssal monster behind us." Curious, Jang Uk asked, "Abyssal monster?" Immediately, a large group of monsters rushed towards them. The system quickly displayed information. Level 31 Abyss Hound, Strength 5,000, Stamina 5,000, Skill, Bite. Seeing Jang Uk approaching the Abyss Hound, the 3 soldiers warned each other, "They've changed targets. They're not chasing us anymore. That young man is definitely dead." Looking at the fierce dog with sharp, long teeth, the young man thought to himself, "Man-eating monsters, huh? Well, today you will be the ones getting eaten." With a cold glare in his eyes, Jang Uk wielded the Thanatos scythe and summoned a group of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. "You all die." The attributes of the skeleton warriors appeared. Skeleton warrior grade silver, level 22, strength 5,000, stamina 5,000, agility 5,000, skill, rage strike. As the Abyss Hounds charged forward, they were immediately attacked by Jang Uk's elemental sorcerers, with some being frozen and others set on fire. Then the skeleton warriors rushed in with their long swords, striking down the pack of fierce dogs. Notification: defeated Abyss Hound level 31, gained 310,000 experience points, gained 1 military merit. The military merit points on the badge on the young man's chest have been accumulated. System notification: congratulations on receiving the Thanatos Scythe, a potential weapon that can be used from level 1 onwards, currently at level 1%, with current experience at 3.33%. Reaper. With the Thanatos Scythe, he absorbs souls from the Abyss to a level up based on the experience gained. Finally, this weapon has also started to level up. It seems that I must kill 30 abyssal monsters to reach level 2, then they will all become my military merit. To win quickly, young man Jang Uk immediately cast the skill Corpse Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The Abyss Hounds quickly exploded. The young man looked at the Abyss Hounds being wiped out and murmured, "Military merit increased, Thanatos Scythe leveled up, how great." If there are more vicious dogs like this, the Danava Sickle can also gain attributes when leveling up. After that, the Danava Sickle reached level 2, with spiritual power increasing by 100. The 3 soldiers were terrified when they saw Jang Uk's Corpse Explosion skill exploding continuously, creating a sea of fire in front of them. "Oh my god, what skill is this? Is he a high-level professional? I have never seen any general summon an undead army like this. Luckily, without him, we would have become food for them." At a place in the darkness, there was a whisper. "All the fierce dogs have died. Encounter a high-level professional. Quickly summon more fierce dogs." Many fierce dogs were summoned, their red eyes enveloping the space. Dragon Frontline Post, level 26 sub-dungeon. Some soldiers saw Jang Uk discussing. "So young, not even 20, an officer with no white stars, a civilian soldier. 5 stars on the badge. He's from Shensea." Someone approached Jang Uk and asked, "Young man feeling lonely, what level are you? Want to form a team? We're from Shensea, leading you into the sub-dungeon." Jang Uk coldly replied, "No need, thank you." Dragon Frontline Post, level 26 sub-dungeon. Requires levels 21 to 31. Recommends 4 normal level, 6 nightmare level, 12 hell level players. There's even a hell level difficulty, only played nightmare level before trying this level. Jang Uk, a young man, chose the hell level. While Jang Uk was teleporting, a soldier said, "Our team has 1 spot left. It doesn't matter what level, we'll take your brother. After all, he is the future of Shensea. We can't let him die here." As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Uk was teleported into the dungeon. 2 people, astonished, asked each other, Did he go in? He went in. A group of several people from the country Dadalai nearby were gossiping. "Entering the dungeon alone is like committing suicide. How long do you think he'll survive in there?" "Ah, let me check. I'll know right away. You people from Shemsier always like to boast." The guy with blue hair took out a talisman. He activated it inside the dungeon, revealing it was a dungeon locating talisman. "That's right, my dungeon locating talisman can detect the number of teams at each difficulty level in the dungeon and see if there are any fatalities. Information appeared on the talisman. Normal difficulty, 1 team, 4 survivors. Nightmare difficulty, 2 teams, 12 survivors. Hell difficulty, 1 team, 1 survivor. Seeing the difficult hell-level dungeon, a team surviving with only 1 person left everyone in panic. I am not mistaken, the team only has 1 survivor in the hell-level dungeon. What a joke. He went into the hell-level dungeon alone. Is he trying to commit suicide? Shang Xia is really foolish, making others widen their eyes. How long do you think he can survive in there? Because the Del Lai country guys kept cursing Shang Xia as foolish, a sudden change occurred. Do you want to fight? Close your eyes and go. Just kidding. Shang Xia is really annoyed. Speak clearly. How dare the low country Del Lai provoke our Shang Xia? Not afraid of death. Shang Xia's soldier murmured. He can come here alone. Surely he is a genius and so young. The future of Shang Xia. It's really a pity. As the scene shifts inside the dragon frontline post-dungeon, the young man Jang Uk easily realizes it has a completely different feel from nightmare difficulty. It feels like something has been restricted, unable to use portable storage, meaning there is no source of supply and can't use teleportation stones to escape. So this is what a hell-level dungeon is. Surely the monsters here will be very terrifying. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. Just recall the monsters appeared instantly, a creature with 2 long horns, a yellowish head. The system updated information. Dragon Spearman, Hell level elite monster level 30, power 10,000, stamina 10,000, skill sweeping spear. The youth saw the stats of the monsters and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the true hell difficulty, a regular soldier with stats surpassing my skeleton warrior, even rivaling the hellish super monsters in big dungeons, almost on par with nightmare dungeon bosses." Before the life and death battle between the beasts and the skeleton warrior gang erupted, the information on both sides was displayed to show the power balance. Firstly, the Dragon Spearman's warrior attributes. Hell level elite monster level 30, power 10,000, stamina 6,000, spiritual power 4,000, physique 10,000, skill sweeping spear. Next is the stats of the Skeleton Warrior gang. Skeleton Warrior grade silver level 22, power 5,000, stamina 5,000, spiritual power 5,000, physique 5,000, skill rage strike. At a glance, one can easily see that the Skeleton Warrior's stats are only half that of the monsters, but Jang Uk's immortal Skeleton Warrior gang still charges boldly at the monsters. The Dragon Spearmen continuously use the sweeping spear skill to deal damage and maintain distance, making it difficult for Jang Uk's Skeleton Warriors to approach the enemy. Less than 30 seconds later, the Skeleton Warriors were stunned. Jang Uk quickly realized the monster's skills have a stunning effect. Being stunned cannot be summoned back to summoning space. Swish, swish, continuous damage from the monsters. The system quickly announced 3 skeleton warriors were killed. Seeing his numbers being easily depleted, Jang Uk quickly changed tactics, ordering skeleton warriors surround the dragon spearmen. Skeleton mages attack. Information about the skeleton mages quickly appeared. Skeleton mages grade silver, level 22, power 2200, stamina 2200, spiritual power 8,800, physique 2,200. At this point, there were many monsters using long-range attacks, but Jang Uk's skeleton warriors quickly split them up into smaller groups. Looking at the small number of monsters, Jang Uk muttered, "Those monsters, no matter how high their stats are meaningless in the face of overwhelming numbers." The skeleton mages unleashed their skills, engulfing several monsters in a sea of flames. The creatures screamed in agony, the smell of roasting flesh filling the air. Rapid notifications appeared. Defeat Dragon Spearmen using level 30 spears. Gain 600,000 experience. Perceive a dragon skin. Young Jang Uk immediately activated the skeleton armor skill, thinking carefully, if their stunning skill hits, the skeleton warrior will almost have no chance to resist. I must be more careful to ensure my safety. A stunned skeleton warrior cannot be summoned back to the summoning space. I have always advanced easily in dungeons before, but now I must be cautious. Jang Uk felt a bit anxious, but also excited to face this slightly challenging dungeon. He continued to advance deeper into the Yuan battlefield, with many hidden monsters watching his every step. After delving deeper for a moment, Jang Uk quickly realized that there were a lot of monsters around him. So sensitive, then used these skeleton warriors as bait to lure the monsters and eliminate them all at once. The skeleton warriors immediately carried out Jang Uk's baiting tactics, but suddenly something unexpected happened. The wind started to pick up, the monsters were constantly appearing and disappearing, very annoying. Jang Uk suddenly exclaimed, that is. At this moment, Jang Uk's skeleton warriors were surrounded by wind shackles. The Scale-Ton warriors with glowing eyes are very brave, but they can't do anything when surrounded by wind shackles. Jang Uk immediately realized that this was the skill of a sorcerer. Not far away, behind the monsters using long swords, there were many winged monsters continuously using skills. Jang Uk stood and carefully observed and analyzed. The monsters here even use some simple tactics. It seems they have a bit of intelligence. Every time Jang Uk felt a bit worried, the system would splash a bucket of cold water on the teenager's face. This time it was a notification. 2 Scale-Ton warriors have been defeated. Green spiritual power emanated from Jang Uk's palm. The cold-eyed young man gritted his teeth. If I can only summon a few Scale-Ton warriors, then it's really difficult to fight. Luckily, I have a lot of Scale-Ton warriors. With abundant spiritual power, Jang Uk summoned a bunch of skeleton warriors who quickly rushed towards the monsters. These monsters were extremely tough to defeat, constantly counterattacking. The message popped up, 5 skeleton warriors have been destroyed. However, sacrifices must be made to gain something else. Jang Uk's large and powerful group of skeleton warriors managed to finish off many of the monsters. A series of messages appeared, defeated level 30 dragon spearmen, gained 600,000 experience, and obtained a dragon skin. Next, the information about the monster spellcasters was updated. Dragon Mage, demon level monster, level 31, power 5,000, stamina 3,000, spiritual power 12,000, physical strength 8,000, skills, wind shackles, fire rain. Glancing at the attributes, Jang Uk realized that the Dragon Mage's stats were much higher than the Skeleton Mage's. The young Jang Uk was slightly surprised by the monster's strength and quickly unleashed the Soul Blaze skill. Jang Uk smirked, indeed intelligence to attack the spellcasters first, but it's too late for you all, 1 step behind me. The Soul Blaze skill of Jang Uk goes straight to the mob and quickly destroys them. A series of notifications appear. Defeat level 31 Dragon Mage. Experience gain 620,000. Receive a Dragon Horn. Defeat level 31 Dragon Mage. Experience gain 620,000. Receive another Dragon Horn. Jang Uk is surprised. Dropping a Dragon Horn. A Dragon Horn, this is one of the 4 God Beak items needed, killing many mobs but only dropping 2. The drop rate is really low. Probably have to repeat the dungeon to collect enough items. Already summoned back the heavily injured skeleton warrior to the summoning space. Continue using the method of luring mobs and then destroying them. Seems like the quantity is not enough, but this time must use Corpse Explosion. Otherwise, the skeleton warrior will not be enough to defeat all the mobs. For the first time after so long participating in the dungeon, the quantity of skeleton warriors may not be enough, truly deserving the hellish difficulty. Seeing a crowd of skeleton warriors dragging a large number of monsters, a young man smirked and said, "Well done." Jang Uk immediately unleashed his Slow Curse skill. The monsters were instantly bound tightly by the chains of Jang Uk's Slow Curse. It's time to counterattack my skeleton mages. Jang Uk's group of skeleton mages stood ready for a wide-scale assault. Meanwhile, at Mang's location, Baek Yua 1 was approaching Mang when he asked, "Has it been sent?" God Beak Baek Yua 1 replied, "Yes, it has." Seeing that Baek Yua 1's badge still had 4 stars, Mang quickly realized the situation and asked God Beak, "It seems like you really want to train him." He even gave him the spiritual imprint in the Hall of Heroes. The 5-star Divine General is now a 4-star, Baek Yua 1 responded, "It's just a small military merit. That kid has a lot of potential. We can't afford to lose any more talents. We must preserve one if possible." However, the task I assigned to him is to obtain some items from the dragon race. Even if he doesn't want to, he has to go to the dragon frontline post. Consider it as training for him. Just return the result. No explanation needed, nothing else. After listening to Baek Yua 1, Mr. Mang said, "The items you need have a very low drop rate in nightmare difficulty." Baek Yua 1 then added, "That's the effect I want. I'll give the kid a reset charm. He can participate in instances 7 to 8 times. That's enough. The Dragon Frontline post instance even has Hell difficulty. That kid wouldn't choose Hell difficulty. Forgot about that. I should remind him. Hell difficulty and Nightmare difficulty are completely different." Seeing Baek Yua 1 scratching his head out of concern, Mr. Mang reassured him, "Don't worry, he can handle 39 students alone in the Terra Desert. What can he do? Anyway, you've already bestowed a soul seal on him. He won't die. Worst case scenario, he will suffer a bit. But Mr. Mang, have you thought about whether that kid can really pass the Hell difficulty instance?" Mr. Mang contemplated for a moment before replying, "If he can really pass, the benefits will be great." Transitioning inside the instance, the system displayed a message, "Defeat level 31 Dragon Mage, gain 620,000 experience, receive a Dragon Horn." Jang Uk thought to himself, Killing over 20 dragon mages and only getting 2 horns, my skeleton warrior is heavily injured, but the instance is only 1/3 completed, feeling so difficult for the first time entering an instance. The powerful monsters even cooperate in battles. Truly hell difficulty. I want to see how this hell difficulty boss looks like. Very determined, Jang Uk had just finished thinking and immediately unleashed a series of skills to clean up the monster horde, advancing towards the city wall. The system immediately warned, Dragon Archer, level 31 Infernal Beast, Power 8,000, Stamina 10,000, Spiritual Power 3,000, Physique 8,000, Skills Arrow Rain, Binding Arrow. Jang Uk looked surprised. What? Archers also have control skills and mages only drop dragon horns. It seems the remaining items must be obtained from other monsters. Fearless, young Jang Uk coldly pointed and said, My Scale-Ton Warrior, attack. Before the Scale-Ton Warrior could charge, Jang Uk immediately received a notification. One Scale-Ton Warrior had been defeated. The Youth Skeleton Armor skill was quickly activated. Jang Uk was shocked. What? The Scale-Ton Warrior was defeated before it could react. Invisible enemies, strong attacks, fast speed. What kind of monster is this? A notification popped up. A Skeleton Warrior has been defeated. Jang Uk felt challenged. They all attack from behind, can't afford to take them out one by one. Jang Uk raised his Thanatos scythe high. Wide area attack. Jang Uk ordered the Skeleton Mages. Attack! Blizzard of ferocious ice and raging whirlwind were created by the skeleton mages. Upon colliding with the beast, it gradually took shape. The skeleton mage's skills caused damage to the beast. Its attribute information appeared. Dragon Assassin, level 32, strength 10,000, agility 10,000, spiritual power 2,000, physique 5,000, skill invisibility, fatal blow. Looking back at the attributes of the Scale-Ton Warrior is only half as powerful as the Dragon Assassin. Scale-Ton Warrior grade silver level 22, strength 5,000, agility 5,000, spiritual power 5,000, physicality 5,000, skill rage strike. Jang Uk sighed. The attributes of this Dragon Assassin are extremely good. With the skill invisibility combined with fatal blow, it is not surprising that it can instantly defeat the Scale-Ton Warrior. But Jang Uk also keenly noticed the weakness of the Dragon Assassin. The invisibility skill will disappear when attacked. Once revealed, your advantage will be lost. When the group of Dragon Assassins is revealed, they are immediately attacked by the Scale-Ton Warrior and Skeleton Mages. A series of notifications quickly appear. Defeat Dragon Assassin level 32. Experience gain 640,000. Receive a Dragon Heart. Defeat Dragon Assassin level 32. Experience gain 640,000. Seeing the Dragon Heart received, the young man immediately understood. It turns out that the Dragon Heart is taken from the Dragon Assassin, with only blood essence and crystal shards of unknown origin. At this moment, the group of dragon archers use the skills Arrow Rain and Binding Arrow to shoot a series of arrows towards Jang Uk, but the young man's skeleton armor immediately mitigated the damage from them. The young man with a cold gaze muttered, "It's the right time." Jang Uk then used the skill Corpse Explosion. The flow of power was gathering at the palm of Jang Uk's hand. The dragon race monsters saw this terrifying power and were horrified, unable to move, their eyes wide open. Boom, boom, boom. The loud explosions shook the entire dungeon. A sea of fire engulfed everything. Massive pillars of fire rose like giant mushrooms. A series of notifications appeared. Defeat Dragon Archer level 31. Experience gain 620,000. Receive a blood essence. Defeat Dragon Archer level 31. Experience gain 620,000. Jang Uk thought to himself, the dragon blood or blood essence has appeared, dropped from the archer. Now I just need to find a dragon stone. With support from the skeleton mages behind him, Jang Uk's skeleton warriors quickly closed in to attack the group of archers on the wall, and another notification appeared. Defeat Dragon Assassin level 32. Experience gain 640,000. Looking into the distance, Jang Uk wondered, where is the boss? Next to Jang Uk, there was a giant stone statue. Suddenly, the stone statue slowly cracked, then it completely shattered, large pieces of stone falling down, dust covering the area. A giant black boss appeared in front of Jang Uk. Looking down at the very small young man, the boss information quickly appeared. Sentry Post Guardian, Hell Boss, level 33, power 15,000, stamina 13,000, spiritual power 10,000, physique 15,000, skills, crowd attack, crowd stun, buff resistance. Jang Uk looked at the strange and high attribute points of the giant boss. He was sweating heavily. This was the first time the young man felt anxious. Jang Uk muttered, Level 33 boss, 11 levels higher than his skeleton warrior, terrifying attributes, much stronger than bosses in large dungeons, even with 2 crowd control skills. The boss from above touched the ground with 2 legs, then he roared loudly. His power proportional to his size, incredibly terrifying power was unleashed. A physique like this can't let it move freely. Jang Uk quickly used his skills, Slow Curse. The long familiar red chain quickly wrapped around the boss. The boss roared and struggled to break free from the control of the chain before it could accomplish its intention. Jang Uk's skeleton warrior quickly rushed in to attack, while the skeleton mages stood behind, constantly casting spells. A series of skills of ice, fire, electric, wind attributes of the skeleton mages also attacked the boss with considerable power. The boss roared in pain. In the distance, Jang Uk silently thought, dealing damage to the boss, Suddenly, its eyes glowed red as if wanting to devour everyone alive. A boss, not easy to eat like that, facing the continuous attacks of the skeleton warrior, skeleton mages, immediately used the buff resistance skill. Jang Uk's slow curse chain also showed signs of breaking. The young man quickly realized, not good, the effectiveness of slow curse has decreased. The boss continued to struggle, flapping his wings fiercely. Combined with crowd attack skills, a few skeleton mages were destroyed. The system immediately notified 4 skeleton warriors have been defeated. Continuing to grit his teeth, the boss unleashed strikes and used crowd stun skills, causing Jang Uk's skeleton warriors to go crazy, their heads spinning. With a flap of his wings, the boss destroyed more than 10 of Jang Uk's skeleton warriors. The system alert, 12 skeleton warriors have been defeated. Jang Uk began to ponder heavily. Although the defeated skeleton warriors can be summoned as replacements, spiritual power is limited, and this skill is too annoying. Out of nowhere, an undead general was called upon, displaying a military influence skill. To his surprise, Jang Uk discovered that this skill could increase the speed for the skeleton warriors to escape the stun effect. After recovering from the daze, Jang Uk's skeleton warrior bravely charged forward. The boss's health was now at 8547 out of 15,000. It continuously used crowd stun to stun the skeleton warrior. Meanwhile, Jang Uk's undead general kept using military influence to reduce the stun duration of the skeleton warrior. Jang Uk coldly said, useless when your endless control skills are broken. It's my turn to counterattack. Suddenly, a boss's glowing red eyes flew close, startling Jang Uk. The boss ignored the skeleton warrior and directly spread its wings to attack Jang Uk. Jang Uk exclaimed, Gan. He immediately used Soul Blaze against the boss, activating skeleton armor to block the impact waves. I'm outstunned. Putting all his strength into Soul Blaze, Jang Uk shouted, die. The boss screamed in agony, its fierce blood-red eyes, but 30 seconds later it was buried in the sea of flames from Soul Blaze and the ice-fire skill of the skeleton mages. Very quickly, only seeing the burnt black corpse, the notification appeared, defeat Sentry Post Guardian, experience gained 3,300,000. Receive gold grade weapon, Hell's Sentry Post Blade. Receive gold grade weapon, Hell's Sentry Post Shield. Receive gold grade weapon, Hell's Sentry Post Bracelet. Receive 2 Dragon Stones. Receive job transfer certificate. Receive unique title Dragon War King. Dragon War King buff all stats plus 500, reduce skill energy consumption by 50%. This title is obtained when one completes the Hell difficulty Dragon Frontline Post sub-instance. The young man, seeing the title above his head, was extremely surprised and could hardly believe it. The crystal is from the boss drop. I predicted that. But this title, Dragon War King, and the job transfer certificate necessary for the second transfer came so early. This title of unique Dragon War King, these stats are too strong. After defeating the boss, a strong yellow light effect radiates. It is the level up effect. Jang Uk said to himself, I'm at level 23 now. Turns out the Dragon Core Stone is dropped by the boss. The request from God Beak Bake UO1 to complete the mission in the Yuan battlefield area has also exceeded 1/3. God Beak Bake UO1's request, Dragon Heart, 10 pieces, Dragon Blood Essence, 10 drops, Dragon Horn, 10 pieces, Dragon Core Stone, 5 pieces. Current collection quantity of Jang Uk, Dragon Horn, 8, Dragon Blood Essence, 4, Dragon Heart, 4, Dragon Core Stone, 2. To review his attributes after leveling up, name, Jang Uk, profession, Magic Necromancer, unique level 23. Current progress is 0.18%. Title, Dragon War King. All stats increased by 500, skill energy consumption reduced by 50%. Strength 390 plus 500, stamina 390 plus 500, spiritual power 1900 plus 600. Equipment, Thanatos, Scythe level 2, plus 100 spiritual power, summoning space over 230, 140 skeleton warriors, 70 skeleton mages. Talent, overall blessings, x10. Passive skill, damage transfer, active skills, soul blaze level 23. Summon skeleton warrior level 23, corpse explosion level 3, slow curse level 23. Skeleton Armor level 23, summon Skeleton Mages level 23. Check the attributes of Skeleton Warriors after leveling up. Skeleton Warrior Grade Silver, level 23, Strength 5500, Stamina 5500, Spiritual Power 5500, Physique 5500, Skill Rage Strike. Skeleton Mages Grade Silver, level 23, Strength 2300, Stamina 2300, Spiritual Power 9200, Physique 2300. The difficulty of hell may be hard, but the experience and equipment dropped are better. After spiritual power is restored, use the reset cooldown spell to continue fighting in hell difficulty. Jang Uk was immediately teleported to the battlefield leading to the dragon frontline post-exit. As soon as he stepped outside, all you could see in front of Jang Uk was corpses, a sea of red covering a large area. The young man was sweating profusely due to the strong smell of blood. The skeleton armor skill was quickly activated. Jang Uk wondered, what's happening? Before he could understand the situation, a pack of fierce dogs suddenly attacked from behind. All abyss hounds, these vicious dogs were extremely ferocious, with their glowing red eyes and long, monstrous teeth. Immediately, Jang Uk summoned his skeleton warrior pets. Jang Uk's skeleton warriors were also very battle-ready. They unleashed their rage strike skills. Jang Uk raised his Thanatos scythe high with a cold, determined look in his eyes, ready to send the pack of vicious dogs on their way. Suddenly, a series of skills were unleashed towards the pack of dogs, followed by a loud call from behind, "Young man, come here quickly. Hurry up. This place has been surrounded by abyss hounds." It turned out to be a small squad. A girl came up to Jang Uk and carefully looked at him. "Are you injured?" While the one holding a shield said, "We'll hold off the pack of dogs. You use the teleport stone to go back to the camp." Without any panic and with the intention to leave, Jang Uk curiously asked, "What's happening?" The other person gnashed their teeth and answered, "The creatures in the deep abyss released many fierce dogs to surround us." Jang Uk thought to himself, with their strength, they should have run away. But they are here waiting for Sheng Xia and others who have just left the dungeon and are unaware of the situation outside, fearing that they will be attacked by wild dogs. The other team pointed in the distance and said, "That is the team from Del Lake Country. It surely cannot escape. We have also lost many under the claws of the wild dogs." The girl used a spell to quickly check the dungeon and said, "The normal difficulty has no team. The manga difficulty has no team. The hell difficulty has no team. There is no one left in the dungeon." The young man with a shield shouted loudly, "Then we will prepare to break through." Seeing Jang Uk standing there refusing to leave, the young man with his hands in his pockets, posing calmly, the girl asked in confusion, "Why haven't you returned to camp yet?" Jang Uk's eyes turned cold. Then he summoned a group of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages with his high-level Thanatos scythe. Jang Uk coldly said, "I still have monsters to fight." The group of skeleton mages with the elements of ice, wind, electric, and fire immediately displayed their skills, attacking the abyss hound creatures with burning, freezing, shocking, and swirling attacks, creating a desperate clamor of cries. The skeleton warrior army also fiercely rushed forward to slash violently. Members of the other team saw this scene, their mouths gaping open in astonishment. What in the world is happening? What just happened? Where did all these skeleton warriors come from? At this moment, a real chaotic battle between the skeleton warrior army and the abyss hound pack erupted. The members of the other team were sweating profusely and continued to be amazed. These skeleton warriors are very powerful. Are they his summoned creatures? The abyss hounds cannot resist against his skeleton warriors. Who is he in the end? Where are we? Who am I? And who is he to be so strong, incredibly strong? Jang Uk focused intensely and coldly ordered, "You guys retreat behind me." The spiritual power from the palm of Jang Uk's hand was showing immense strength. The young man in black questioned, "Why?" While the young man holding a shield walked and pondered, "Why am I unconsciously following his orders?" The red sphere in Jang Uk's hand was growing larger. Jang Uk then announced, "I am about to use a wide area attack skill, afraid of causing harm to you all." At this moment, the red sphere had reached its maximum size. Jang Uk then unleashed the corpse explosion skill. Boom! The loud explosions, accompanied by engulfing flames, towering columns of fire like giant mushrooms. Many abyss hounds were destroyed. Experience points also accumulated. The team gasped in awe. What kind of skill is this terrifying? At that moment, a message came. Military merit enough 100, promoted to 1-star private, receiving 1,000 accumulation points, 5 contribution points, promotion in rank. It was unexpected to receive accumulation points and contribution points No wonder God Beak said that in order to earn contribution points, one must go to the UN battlefield. Their weapons also leveled up. Danada's sickle, also known as Thanatos Sai, level 3, spiritual power increased by 300. Not stopping there, Jang Uk muttered, "For such a good thing, I cannot miss this opportunity. Anyway, I have no intention of leaving you guys behind." Seeing Jang Uk unleash a series of powerful skills the team discussed. He must be a genius from one of the top academies. No wonder he dares to enter the Dragon frontline post-solo. Wait, I remember he went into the Hell difficulty level alone, and he survived. Oh my god, did he really solo and overcome the Dragon frontline post in the Hell difficulty level? How could he break the unlimited control of the monsters in the dungeon? At this moment, on Jang Uk's badge, a new star has been added, showing the message, "Military merit reaches 200, promoted to 2-star private, earned 1,000 accumulated points, 5 contribution points, Thanatos Scythe level 4, spiritual power, increased by 600. After Thanatos Scythe leveled up, the spiritual power attribute increased even higher, feeling that this weapon is not simple. If continue to level up, may unlock new abilities. After defeating the pack of Abyss Hounds, the youth expressed regret. Regret that this time only killed over 200 Abyss Hounds. It would be great if there were more deeper Abyss creatures, wishing there were more monsters. After the Abyss Hounds were completely eliminated, the girl exclaimed, "Luckily, consider it revenge. Why suddenly so many Abyss Hounds appeared, or is the Abyss about to attack again? You on battlefield is really too dangerous." The team leader then extended his hand in front of Jang Uk. "Young man, introduce yourself. I am Silk Hung and level 31, Paladin from Jing Academy." Jang Uk also immediately introduced himself. Jang Uk, Magic Necromancer, level 23 from Jing Academy. Turns out to be a junior, not sure what year. Hearing his question, Jang Uk thought to himself, at the UN battlefield, there's no distinction between day and night, but it's already past midnight. After thinking, the young man answered Hyunyan's question. "Just this year, I just attended the opening ceremony yesterday." Wow. The shield fell to the ground. Hearing this answer, Hyun couldn't hold the shield anymore, his mouth gaping, his eyes wide in shock as he exclaimed, "What? You mean you're a freshman?" Jang Uk replied modestly, "Actually, I am indeed a freshman." After Jang Uk said he was a freshman who had just attended the opening ceremony yesterday, the entire team couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. They looked at each other with incredulous eyes. Freshmen at the academy these days are so extraordinary. The youth nowadays are getting better and better. In their minds, they imagine new freshmen joining the academy with weak faces or determined young men with a posture like blank sheets of paper. Freshmen at level 15 or 16 should be diligently cultivating at the academy. Captain Halligan went to pat Jang Uk on the shoulder with a bright smile on his face, saying, "The new junior has such strength, it's no wonder he dares to go to the UN battlefield alone and survive for so long in the Hell difficulty. I truly admire him." Young man Jang Uk quickly replied, "You praised me too much." Then young man Jang Uk curiously asked, "Your team also seems strong. Why not join the dungeon?" The young man next to him pointed at Hyunyan and said, "It's not that he can't handle the monsters. We entered the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, almost defeated entirely." Hyunyan then replied, "How can you blame me? I was only level 29 at that time, with poor equipment." Hyunyan continued, "Now I just need the Hell Sentry Post Shield. Unfortunately, the black market doesn't sell it. I'll have to defeat monsters to get it, and then we can enter the Nightmare difficulty dungeon." The other person said, "You just wait for the shield to drop. By then, we will be at level 32, surpassing the dungeon level limit." Hyunyan showed determination. "Don't worry, I will definitely defeat them. If not, I'll buy another temporary gold shield." After that, the other person turned to Jang Uk and asked, "Hey, Jang Uk, do you need anything equipped? If we win, we will sell it cheap for you." Hyunyan immediately replied, "The sentry post set is very strong. It belongs to the top of the gold grade equipment. Even though our group is only at level 23, we can still prepare gold grade equipment early on, and by level 30, we can use it." Unexpectedly, Jang Uk took out an equipment from his inventory, using a method, and then coldly asked Hyunyan, "Do you need the shield here?" A huge shiny golden shield. The other team members were astonished when they saw it. They couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "What?" The system information revealed Hell Sentry Post Shield, a piece of equipment in the Sentry Post set gold grade equipment, increases all attributes by 300, increases resistance to crowd control by 50%, reduces crowd control time by 50%, can be used from level 30 onwards. The voices of the team members still echoed. "This is the Hell Sentry Post Shield." Hyunyan asked Jang Uk in a trembling voice, "Jang Uk, where did you get this shield from?" Jang Uk immediately replied, I picked it up not long ago from the Sentry Post Guardian. Hyun was shocked, sweating profusely. Jang Uk, did you really defeat the boss of the Hell Difficulty dungeon? Jang Uk coldly responded, yes. The rest of the team members were speechless. Jang Uk, did you really defeat the dragon frontline post-boss alone? Jang Uk answered, no, I just fought some monsters. They were curious. Really alone? How is that possible? Jang Uk told team leader Hang Yan, you take the shield and see if you can assemble the set. The set effect, a strong golden glow radiated throughout the area. In the distance, others saw a beam of golden light shooting up from the ground. They exclaimed, wow, it's the Sentry Post set. Someone has assembled the full Sentry Post set. Who is it? Sentry Post is even stronger than Platinum Grade equipment. It's unbelievable that someone has assembled it. Having just assembled the Sentry Post set, Hellion eagerly asked, Jang Uk, can you sell me this shield? I will give you 10 million gold coins. What do you think? Seeing Jang Uk's hand on chin contemplating, Hyungin impatiently said, Jang Uk, my friend, I only have this much money. After some thought, Jang Uk replied, this is only a grade gold equipment, not worth as much. 5 million is enough. The whole team happily smiled and said, thank you, my friend. Thanks to Jang Uk, my friend, finally fulfilling our dream. Now we can go attack the difficult Nightmare Fortress. As they walked, they continued, really appreciate my friend. Let's return to the camp first. We were exhausted earlier when putting on the equipment, so we all need to rest. After all, safety is more important. Jang Uk thought to himself, then I will also go back to recover my spiritual power. So Jang Uk immediately crushed the teleportation stone to return. In a dark and distant place, there was a red magic enveloping the space. 2 magical eyes were observing and someone's voice sounded. Many ferocious beasts have died. Go see what's happening. Obey the order. The scene showed a fierce monster with 2 glowing blue eyes exuding energy. Back at the camp, Hyun was still thanking Jang Uk. Thank you, Jang Uk, my friend. Thanks to you, I was able to complete the set. We are preparing for the raid. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. While Jang Uk and Hyun were talking, 2 people passed by pointing behind Jang Uk and exclaimed, the Radiance, that's a holy night. Jang Uk turned around to see a young man with green hair surrounded by a radiant aura. The people around couldn't stop praising in awe. Oh my god, that's a legendary class. Holy Knight seems to be from one of the top academies, Gen Dan Academy. A legendary profession so powerful, truly enviable. To his surprise, the gaze of the young man caught Nin Se-kyung, the girl with pink hair. That the young man kept staring and she was smiling. Nin Se-kyung looked back and saw Jang Uk, also startled, quite coincidentally. Right after that, Nin Se-kyung approached Jang Uk and asked, Jang Uk, why are you here too? I came here to complete a mission. It's quite a coincidence. I also came here to complete a mission. Seeing Nin Se-kyung talking to Jang Uk, the young man with green hair also glanced over. Nin Se-kyung playfully raised a finger and said, let me guess, your mission must be to collect some dragon race items like dragon horn, for example. After speaking, Nin Se-kyung then waved her hand in a dismissive manner and said, no, that's not it. This mission is too simple for you. With a fond look and a slight smile, Nin Se-kyung continued, I guess your mission is to collect the Dragon Core Stone Dragon that only drops from the boss fight. Seeing Jang Uk silent, Nin Se-kyung tightly grabbed his hand and raised it excitedly. Got it right, I'm the same. I also need to collect the Dragon Core Stone Dragon. Jang Uk thought to himself, actually, God Beak needs not only the Dragon Core Stone. The young man with green hair approached and asked Nin Se-kyung, oh, who is he? This person's name is Jurak Seong, level 30 Holy Knight. Nin Se-kyung immediately replied, he's my friend. So they introduced themselves, Jurak Seong, level 30 Holy Knight, and Jang Uk, level 23 Magic Necromancer. Hearing Jang Uk introduce himself at level 23, Nin Se-kyung exclaimed in surprise, oh, you're already level 23 so fast, I'm only level 21. Jang Uk said, as usual, I will lead you to level up by fighting monsters. Se-kyung happily nodded and smiled brightly. Okay. The young man with green hair, Rak Seong, saw this and called out, wait, hold on. He approached Nin Se-kyung and said, I did say I would lead you to fight monsters. Nin Se-kyung replied, I'm sorry, but I don't need you to lead me to fight monsters anymore. Besides, my friend will guide me, so you don't need to bother. Rak Seong looked doubtful and asked again, just him. He's only level 23. He still needs someone to lead him in fighting monsters. How can he lead you then? Nin Se-kyung looked a little annoyed and replied, you don't need to worry about this. Thank you for offering to take me monster hunting, but I don't need it. Seeing Nin Se-kyung's displeasure, the young man Rak Seong didn't dare to continue. All right, take care of yourself. If you can't handle it, you can always find me. Rak Seong thought to himself, that fake guy only level 23 and already looks down on me. Nin Se-kyung raised her hand to give a like and said loudly, "Don't worry, he can definitely do it." Then Nin Se-kyung turned to Jang Uk and asked, "But Jang Uk, what difficulty level are you preparing to take me monster hunting at normal difficulty or nightmare difficulty?" With his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose, the young man simply replied with 2 words, "Hell." When Nin Se-kyung heard that they were going to a hell-level difficulty dungeon, she was extremely surprised, muttering 5 words, "Hell-level difficulty, is that so?" She shuddered at the thought, thinking to herself, "I must have misheard." Nin Se-kyung pondered, "Ju Rak Seon only mentioned taking me to a nightmare difficulty dungeon." The young man Jang Uk always responded coldly, "That's right, there is no mistake, it is indeed hell-level difficulty." After hearing Jang Uk's strong affirmation, Nin Se-kyung smiled brightly and beautifully. "Excellent, excellent, I have been wanting to try the difficulty of hell for a long time." Seeing Nin Se-kyung eagerly preparing to go on the raid with Jang Uk, Ju Rak Seong showed contempt. It is true that youth has not experienced life, only 23 years old, but leading others on a raid. Nin Se-kyung will probably come running back to me to lead her on a monster hunt tomorrow. Quickly, Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon raid. Jang Uk pressed the reset button for the raid, while Nin Se-kyung was overjoyed, finally witnessing the difficulty of hell. After pressing the reset button for the raid, they both wasted no time and entered the teleportation portal for the raid. Onlookers were shocked to see this scene. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, am I seeing things correctly? They just rushed into the difficulty of hell with just 2 people. This is like suicide. Last time the team that passed the difficulty of hell was Creation Seminary, led by Shen Xia. I remember there was also a very strong profession at that time called Blade Dancer. Never mind them. Not interested in them anymore, they're probably just out sightseeing. Upon entering the dungeon, Jang Uk activated the skeleton armor skill for both Nin Se-kyung and himself. Nin Se-kyung was very surprised and asked, "Is this a defensive skill that you activated for me?" Jang Uk replied, "Yes, it will make us safer." Immediately, Jang Uk focused his spiritual power in his palm. Seeing Jang Uk's handsome and cool demeanor, Nin Se-kyung couldn't take her eyes off him. "I still feel calm as usual." Jang Uk thought to himself, "As long as we don't get hit by their control skills, the dungeon will be much easier." At that moment, the young man summoned his undead army. The skeletal warriors cleared the path ahead while the skeleton mages continually used their attacks. Many dungeon monsters were defeated. Seeing everything unfold so easily, Nin Se-kyung remarked, "It seems quite effortless, even a hellishly difficult dungeon." Many notifications popped up. Defeat level 30 Dragon Tribe Spearmen, gain 300,000 experience, and receive a dragon skin. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. Jang Uk found the second time was easier and faster than the first time and muttered to himself, "It's really not difficult." Nin Se-kyung, playful and teasing, said to Jang Uk, "Only you would say it's not difficult. Others would struggle and pant, not like you, handling it so easily." Seeing a group of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages approaching like a brave army, Nin Se-kyung sighed. He has become much stronger, able to summon so many skeleton mages and skeleton warriors at once. Moving further into the dungeon, Jang Uk asked, "Nin Se-kyung, besides the Dragon Core Stone Dragon, what else does your mission require?" Nin Se-kyung, with a radiant smile, showed a protective ring and said, "Lady Nin Se-kyung is also very strong. The first mission was completed successfully, receiving rewards. Now it's the second mission, obtaining a Dragon Core Stone Dragon, reaching level 25, and becoming a 1-star private." The system immediately provided information about the ring of Brulin, all skills combined. Jang Uk was slightly surprised to see the ring and exclaimed, "This is." Se-kyung raised the ring and winked at Jang Uk. "Beautiful, right? Hey, yes, this is the Dragon Core Stone that you gave me before. I just completed my first mission and made it. Almost died." Suddenly there was a shock. "Be careful." Se-kyung fell toward Jang Uk. It was a landing from above of an invisible monster. Seeing the circle spreading around from the previous experience with the scale-tongue warrior nearby, Jang Uk quickly recognized the invisible monster. Nin Se-kyung looked at him and sweat. This time she was supported by the young Jang Uk, but still very curious. Invisible monster. Jang Uk explained, "Yes, it's an invisible monster." Nin Se-kyung understood the problem when Jang Uk explained, "It's indeed a difficult situation, but with my assassin skills, I can detect invisible monsters. I will help you." Nin Se-kyung used her skill to detect invisible monsters. Her eyes turned red, quickly pointing ahead. "There is one there. On the right, there are 2. With the support of Nin Se-kyung, Jang Uk quickly dealt with the assassins. Notification appeared, defeated level 32 Dragon Assassin, experience plus 320,000, received a Dragon Heart. Defeated level 32 Dragon Assassin, experience plus 320,000. Thank you, Nin Se-kyung. With you here, I do not need to be wary of those invisible assassin monsters anymore. Hey, it's nothing, my girl, always strong. When Nin Se-kyung turned back, she saw a 2-star emblem on Jang Uk's chest and exclaimed, "Ah, you already have 2 stars." Jang Uk replied softly, "Just kill a few abyss hounds and I'll level up right away." Nin Se-kyung playfully punched Jang Uk's chest a few times. "Don't leave me too far behind, you have to take me with you to fight those monsters." Maintaining his cool boyish style, Jang Uk put his hands in his pockets and replied, "All right." Shortly after, they both walked up to the statue of the boss. Jang Uk then instructed, "Nin Se-kyung, move away to a distance, don't stand near me." Okay. Immediately, Jang Uk activated his skeleton armor skill. Even though I haven't seen any monsters yet, Jang Uk told me to stay away. Nin Se-kyung felt a bit puzzled and thought to herself, why did he ask me to stay away? With Jang Uk's fighting style, the summoned person is hardly in any danger. Jang Uk walked up to the statue and said, "Get active, my old friend." Nin Se-kyung sat on a nearby tree branch, muttering to herself, "The sealed space on my body only has this left." She was holding a potato in her hand. Immediately, the stone statue shattered, a giant super boss appeared. It emitted a powerful aura of bright amber. Jang Uk was not to be outdone, summoning a large army of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages ready for battle. Nin Se-kyung, sitting high above, exclaimed, "It's the boss! It looks huge and powerful." Without giving the boss any time to react, Jang Uk used the slow curse skill, binding the boss with red chains. The skeleton mages then unleashed a barrage of explosive fire magic on the boss, causing it to scream in fury. With glowing red eyes and bared fangs, the boss immediately activated resistance enhancement, resisting strongly as it used the group knockback skill. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shockwaves caused Nin Se-kyung to drop her potato. "My potato, Jang Uk, give me that." Returning to the battle, Jang Uk focused his spiritual power to use the Soul Flame skill. At the same time, his immortal general, previously summoned, also used the War Formation skill to reduce the stun time for the skeleton warriors. The boss had entered a berserk state, continuously using its attack skills. With experience from previous losses, Jang Uk summoned all the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages back, and a notification appeared. All skeleton warriors and skeleton mages have been summoned back to the summoning space. Nin Se-kyung was amazed. Can you really play like that while fighting a boss? Summoning all the skeleton warriors back to the space to avoid the boss's explosive skill. Right now, Jang Uk looks so tiny against the massive and powerful boss. Nin Se-kyung thought to herself, can he really solo a hell-level difficulty boss? Even if I told my grandfather, he wouldn't believe it. Jang Uk raised the Thanatos scythe and summoned the skeleton warriors again, then commanded them to attack continuously. The skeleton warriors charged with frenzied strikes, while the skeleton mages of the 4 elements, ice, fire, electric, and wind, unleashed a barrage of skills. Blizzard of ferocious ice, explosive fire magic, 5 thunders divine strike, and raging whirlwind, all aimed at the boss. Very quickly, the system notification appeared. Defeated Outpost Guardian, gained 1,652 experience points, received gold grade weapon, Hell Sentry Outpost magic sword, received Hell Watchtower magic robe, received Hell Watchtower ring, received 2 Dragon Tribe crystal core. Nin Se-kyung received a class change certificate. A leveling up effect appeared on Nin Se-kyung's head. Nin Se-kyung was surprised. I leveled up. How did this happen? Then she stood still. Wait, there's still the tribe crystal core and class change certificate. I received the class change certificate. After a while of standing still in surprise, Nin Se-kyung, out of joy, rushed to hug Jang Uk from behind. Class change certificate, Jang Uk. I have a class change certificate. Jang Uk was also surprised by Nin Se-kyung's actions. After calming down, the young man replied, the difficulty level of the class change certificate drop is hell. It doesn't just drop so easily. Upon hearing this, Nin Se-kyung suddenly remembered what she was doing in excitement and had to let go of Jang Uk. Then she stepped back. This is the hell level difficulty. It only drops 1 sheet at a time. She blushed and froze, not knowing what to do. Only you could underestimate the class change certificate like that. Just return the result. No explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation, unless necessary. Hey, Nin Se-kyung, come outside. I have something for you. After teleporting outside, Jang Uk handed a golden dagger to Nin Se-kyung. She couldn't believe it and asked in astonishment, is this really for me? Yes. Hell Sentry headgear, part of the Sentry set, gold grade weapon. All stats plus 500 assassins feel increased by 50%, usable at level 30 and above. Dragon Tribe Crystal Core, an extremely rare material used for crafting items. Take a break, we'll continue monster hunting afterward, alright? Elsewhere outside the dungeon, the squad that Jang Uk had given shields to was in battle. Thanks to the sentry set, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Halian, there's still an abyss monster in the sky. What should we do? Hold out until Jang Uk arrives. As long as he gets here, the abyss hounds won't be a problem. Suddenly, a demon appeared at the entrance of the teleport gate to Sentry Dungeon, its body covered in spikes, with sharp green eyes and grotesque protruding teeth. Its outfit was scanty, making it look like a perverted demon. Observing from above, it quickly realized that below were those wretched humans. It's not them, they do not have my children's smell. The demon commanded the abyss hounds to attack, then devour them all. Swallow every one of these people, leave no one behind. I must have my revenge. Very quickly, the pack of abyss hounds immediately launched an attack. A chaotic battle between the soldiers and the abyss hounds took place right at the entrance of the Sentry Dungeon. With their numbers, they quickly terrified the people. Some unlucky ones were torn apart by them. A life and death battle, with smoke and flames engulfing a large area. Jurak Sion observed this scene with a bit of concern. Unable to look away, the abyss hounds showed no mercy, rushing towards the young Raxian, while he was still stunned by how quickly everything was happening. What's happening? Faced with imminent death, Jurak Sion immediately used the skill Aura Change. Aura Change, Resistance Aura. A layer of golden aura formed a shield to protect him and his teammates from the attacks of the Abyss Hounds. When the pack of Abyss Hounds pounced, they were immediately thrown back, unable to penetrate the aura despite their efforts to claw and bite. Standing from inside the classroom, Jurak Sion looked out and saw thousands of pairs of red eyes staring at him. Each of them had bright red eyes, sharp fangs, as if they wanted to tear apart everything. Jurak Sion wondered, why are there so many Abyss Hounds here? Before finding an answer for the Abyss Hounds, suddenly someone shouted, "Be careful, there is a demon in the sky." At that moment, the demon with long wings flew above Raxiang's head. Without saying a word, it immediately wielded its weapon and attacked. Jurak Sion showed disdain and said, "It's useless. With your frail body, you cannot penetrate through my aura. I am a holy knight. My skills are invincible." The demon shouted, "Die," then brought down its Denata sickle from above, with a powerful strike that pierced through Jurak Sion's protective aura, rendering it ineffective. Jurak Sion had to use both hands to resist, but with the demon's strong attack, he was not far away. My aura has lost its effectiveness again. With a loud thud, he hit the ground face first, the dust and smoke enveloping the area. Jurak Sion couldn't believe it and shouted loudly, "How is this possible?" The demon didn't stop and used some more tricks, the scene unfolding before Jurak Sion was his mouth full of blood, his face covered in sweat. Jurak Sion was on the verge of losing all hope, terrified. "I almost died just now." Hyeyan, who was given a golden shield by Jang Uk, stood nearby and, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. He pretended to be so strong, but in the end, he is weak. His black-clothed teammate added, "We thought the legendary knight was strong, but he is as weak as paper. He parades around calling himself a holy knight, undefeatable. This world is truly cruel. Nothing but empty boasts from this guy." Information about that monstrous abyss demon appeared, but specific details were still unknown, only the level being 36. Seeing this information, Helnian's team also broke into cold sweat, realizing the trouble ahead. At Abyss Monster at level 36, this is really bad. What do we do now? We won't be able to defeat it. We can only hope that Jang Uk doesn't come here, or he will also perish. The demon looked down with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, holy knight, a legendary profession. Killing a holy knight is truly a great gain. Faced with an extremely dangerous situation, the demon's high level made the soldiers know they couldn't defeat it. At this moment, someone in the crowd shot an emergency flare into the sky, shouting, "We have signaled for help. Someone will surely come to rescue us. We can't fight it. I don't want to die yet." The demon leaped down from above. "Ha ha ha, foolish humans, it's too late now. Today, all of you will perish here." Just then, Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung teleported out from the dungeon. Seeing Jang Uk, the demon shouted, "It's you! It's you who killed my child. I will crush you." The demon was filled with murderous intent, extremely cruel. Hearing the shout, Jang Uk looked up at the abyss monster. Hyungin shouted, "Jang Uk, be careful." Suddenly, a powerful strike from the demon, shaking the ground, dust filling the air. The demon smirked with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, useless humans. With just one strike from me, you are shattered. Ha ha ha." The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing Jang Uk with a cold gaze. The young man asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Why are you fighting so lightly, not even scratching me enough? With deep-seated hatred and provocations, the demon angrily shouted, "Go die!" It went into a frenzy, landing continuous punches towards Jang Uk. Why? Why can't I smash you? Why can't I shatter you? After a while of the demon unleashing its attacks, Jang Uk coldly asked, "Have you finished? Now it's my turn." The young man then used the Skill Soul Flame, hitting the demon with excruciating pain. The demon held its head and screamed, "I will definitely kill you," and tried to run away. Jang Uk glanced and said, trying to escape. The young man had already prepared this skill, unleashing the slow curse technique. Red chains quickly coiled around the demon, struggling and thrashing, but unable to escape. These chains quickly rushed to bind the Abyss Hounds. The red chains covering an area, Hyunyan's team quickly realized it's Jang Uk's skill. They were extremely amazed. The speed of the Abyss Hounds has slowed down, could cover such a large area. Seeing the demon trying to struggle to escape when tightly bound by Jang Uk, its tail curled tightly like a puppy. Nin Se-kyung chuckled mischievously. It's time to clean up our soldiers. At this time, the youth summoned many skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors quickly rushed to attack. They eagerly surrounded the demon, preparing to send it off. Seeing the skeleton warriors at this time, Hyunyan's team finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Jang Uk summoned the skeleton warriors. Boom! A series of corpse explosion skills were displayed by Jang Uk. Flames engulfed the vast space. After a while, the information of the Abyss Monster appeared. Abyss Dog Demon, Normal Monster, Level 36, Health 8,000, Spirit 3,000, Physique 8,000, Skills, Flight, Heavy Attack. Seeing the burnt corpse of the demon on the ground, Jang Uk silently thought, is that all the Abyss Monster can do? With the Thanatos Scythe in hand, spiritual power still emanating strongly, the young man slowly approached Nin Se-kyung's location. The notification appeared, defeat level 36 Abyss Monster, gain 860,000 experience, 50 points of contribution, receive Abyss Monster Blood Essence. Abyss Monster Blood Essence contains power from the deep abyss, can be used to craft equipment with enough contribution and points, promoted to a 5-star second-class soldier, earning 1,000 accumulation points and 5 contribution points. Nin Se-kyung exclaimed, I didn't expect to receive so much credit. Equipped with the Thanatos Sickle or Thanatos Scythe level 7, adding 2,100 spirit points, the young man Jang Uk immediately inquired about the completion of the task. The girl Nin Se-kyung chuckled and replied, it's done, thanks to you for helping me finish it so quickly. Seeing Jang Uk being praised as a hero by everyone around, Jurak Seong furiously gritted his teeth, standing on the clouds enjoying everyone's admiration, shining brightly. That should be me. I am a level 30 holy knight, saved by a level 23 person. How can there be a stain like this on me? Seeing Nin Se-kyung being affectionate with Jang Uk, Jurak Seong was even more furious. Eventually, Nin Se-kyung, you will kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Eventually, you will be mine. I will show you who the real strong one is. Jang Uk asked Seo Kyungin, is everything okay? Are you alright? Seo Kyungin replied, thanks to your shield, I was able to complete the preparation of the supplies for the stronghold so we can withstand. Suddenly in the distance, a group of people were rushing towards them. Seo Kyungin explained that is the Eternal Great Wall's defense force. They must have received the distress signal and come here. A fully equipped group with weapons and armor quickly arrived, passing by the corpses of the Abyss Hounds scattered around. They couldn't help but remark, there must be at least a few dozen corpses here. The captain of the rescue team immediately asked, who just sent the distress signal? Jurak Seong replied, it was me. What happened here? We were attacked by Abyss monsters. Jurak Seong then slowly recounted the events. As he listened, the captain glanced over at Jang Uk and thought, according to this holy knight, it was he who killed all those Abyss Hounds. The captain looked closely once more. It really is the corpses of Abyss Hounds. How could a level 23 warrior accomplish such a feat? The captain looked at Jang Uk and thought to himself, a 5-star soldier. Then he noticed the emblem on Jang Uk's chest. The soldier's emblem doesn't lie. He must have killed quite a few Abyss Hounds. A 5-star soldier at level 23, when many level 30 warriors haven't even reached 3 stars. This is a promising young talent. Then the captain looked at Jang Uk and said, young man, well done. Jang Uk quickly responded, eliminating Abyss monsters is our duty. Very good, very good. Suddenly in the distance, a group of horsemen appeared with a girl riding a white horse at the front. Her name was Mang Yu, a divine summoner. Seo Kyungin exclaimed in surprise, that's Princess Mang Yu from Xiajing City of the Mang family. She is a legendary professional, a divine summoner. Princess Mang Yu rode up and asked, I sensed a distress signal. What has happened here? All the soldiers behind were captivated by the beauty and high profession of Manhwa, their hearts in turmoil. The captain quickly replied, "It's nothing. Everything is resolved. We will not linger here." Manhwa glanced at Jang Uk. "That person, he exudes a foul smell that I detest." Four-star soldier Seo Kyung and then said to Jang Uk, "She seems to be searching for something usually seen deep in the Yuan battlefield, unexpected to appear here today." Nin Se Kyung added, "I know she is looking for a Nirvana crystal." Hearing this from Nin Se Kyung, Seo Kyung understood the issue. "So, you're looking for the Nirvana crystal. No wonder, it's an extremely rare material that can increase the probability of career advancement. When warriors undergo their second job change, they will determine their career development direction more clearly, and also have a rare chance for advancement. For example, my rare profession, the Holy Knight, has the potential to upgrade to a legendary profession, becoming a Holy Light Knight, but this probability is extremely low, almost impossible. However, the Nirvana Crystal can significantly increase the probability of job advancement." Seo Kellingen added, "Deep within the Yuan battlefield, there is a level 40 monster called the Battlefield Ghost, which has a very low chance of dropping the Nirvana Crystal." Nin Se Kyung also provided additional information. "Haha, I also know that there's a Battlefield Ghost King, which will definitely drop the Nirvana Crystal. The Battlefield Ghost King appears extremely rarely and is also a world-class boss, extremely difficult to defeat. Let me reach level 40 first, undergo the second job change, and then I'll probably need to find the Nirvana Crystal." Nin Se Kyung agreed with Hyungin's statement. Yes, it is indeed very difficult to defeat. In the mind of the young man Jang Uk, he was thinking, she has already taken on a legendary profession and still needs to advance her profession. The second job change is at level 40, the third job change is at level 70, and both have opportunities for job advancement. Could there be a level higher than a legendary level? Nin Se Kyung raised her hand and said, "I am a rare profession shadow assassin. Surely by then, I will also go in search of the Nirvana Crystal. Yes, by then, we will go in search of the Nirvana Crystal together." Somewhere far away, two red eyes appeared again. Another Abyss Hounds killed, still killed instantly. Even the Abyss Hounds from our faction also died. Damn, these people. This is a bit strange. Let's try again. It was the Fire Demon earlier. He is angry. What happened? I have reported what happened earlier. They will have someone take care of it. We don't need to worry. Switching scenes to outside the Yuan battlefield, two old men, Baek Yua-1 and Old Mang, are sitting drinking tea. God Baek Yua-1 curiously asked, "What's the situation now?" Old Mang replied, "Pour some tea, take a sip, and then speak." God Baek Yua-1 was eager to know. "Speak quickly. What's the situation now?" Old Mang took a sip and replied, "I contacted, received news and Tower of Destruction. Got news about Jang Uk. He's fine, even killed many Abyss Hounds. Now he's a 5-star warrior." God Baek exclaimed, "So fast, just 2 days, and he's already a 5-star warrior. Firewing Demon King, guarding the entrance to Abyss Rift, has sent many Abyss Wolves to harass Yuan battlefield. Coincidentally met Jang Uk. He also killed an Abyss Demon. Killed the Abyss Demon as well. It seems the upcoming Warrior Summit will be very exciting. With that, kin, this year's competition will surely be interesting." Ha! Didn't expect they would be together. What else do you see? The old man saw Nin Se Kyung with Jang Uk. "I see Elder Ning's granddaughter, the one who Elder Ning can't confront. Interesting. Elder Ning will surely be furious. Didn't expect it to be like this. I really want to see Elder Ning angry, with a red-faced Manhwa helpless." Returning to the Sentry Dungeon, inside the Yuan battlefield, a notification appeared. Defeated Watchtower Guardian. Experience gained 1,650,000. Obtained gold-grade weapon. Hell Sentry Longsword obtained gold-grade armor. Hell Sentry Leather Armor obtained gold-grade accessory. Hell Sentry Ring received 2 Dragon Tribe Crystal Cores. Above Jang Uk's head was a glowing golden level up effect. Leveling up again. Nin Se Kyung looked at Jang Uk and exclaimed, "With him, I'll almost have a complete set of sentry equipment. His leveling speed is too fast from changing professions until now. It hasn't been a month yet, and he's already level 24. Seeing Jang Uk use the skeleton armor skill, Nin Se Kyung murmured, "You're cautious, afraid of being attacked again outside." Jang Uk replied, "It has happened twice already. Better to be cautious." While teleporting outside the dungeon, Nin Se Kyung innocently replied, "Who would encounter continuous ambush situations like this, but being careful is never wrong. This girl will accept your good intentions." Jang Uk said, "Fight a few more times. Luck will help you gather a complete set of sentry. Just step out. See the calm waves of the still sea." Nin Se Kyung excited. Suddenly, the crowd outside was looking in one direction and shouting loudly, "Idol! It's an idol." At the same time, somewhere, a giant boss was pulling something back and forth. Back at the Dell-like country crowd preparing to enter the dungeon, people around were gossiping. A group of 11 people. They're going to play in Hell difficulty. They are summoners, idols of the deadly country, surely here for the Hell difficulty dungeon. Heard that if they pass the Hell dungeon, they can receive a powerful title. Nin Se-kyung wondered, is there really such a title if there is a title? Surely Jang Uk has already obtained it when he solo cleared the dungeon several times before. Jang Uk replied, yes, the title is called Dragon War King. All attributes plus 500, skill consumption reduced by 50%. A person from the Dalai country looked at Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung and said, ha, these two look familiar. Turns out it's him. What a coincidence. The two sides had a very tense introduction. Daily Country, level 30 Yin and Yang Mage, Gakko, Shenxia Empire, Magic Necromancer, level 24, Jang Uk. Hearing Jang Uk introduce himself as level 24, the people nearby immediately showed contempt and laughed. Haha, level 24, this newbie really doesn't know life from death. The person next to him chimed in, with this level, daring to come to the UN battlefield is nothing but suicide. Truly a newbie, haha. Go home and drink milk, kid. Don't be a burden to us here. Contrary to the cheerful contempt was an extreme shock and fear. Gakko broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, in just a few days, he's gone from level 17 to 24. I didn't expect his leveling speed to be so fast. He must have activated some hack mode. I've never seen anyone level up as quickly as him. It's truly monstrous. Gakko immediately thought of Jang Uk's skeleton warriors. Moreover, his skeleton warriors are extremely strong. If we don't eliminate him this time, we definitely won't be able to do it later. Gakko's eyes were filled with murderous intent as if he wanted to strike immediately. The person next to him patted his shoulder and reminded, he's just a small fry, we can take him out anytime. Oh, we can't act now. This place is full of Shenxia's people. Gakko glanced back at the crowd behind Shenxia and gritted his teeth before replying, I know, even though I really want to attack Jang Uk, there are too many people here, so I can't make a move. Gakko gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated, and told Jang Uk, at the Extraordinary Abilities Championship, we will settle it. Jang Uk, with a cold look, replied as he walked away. Gakko still tried to turn back and said, take advantage of the time to train more. Hopefully by then you won't disappoint us. Nin Se-kyung told Jang Uk, he cares not make a move, there are too many people here. Jang Uk replied with a casual tone, whatever. Even if it's just me, I'm not afraid of him, however. The Extraordinary Abilities Championship sounds interesting. Nin Se-kyung explained, in the world of extraordinary abilities, there is a world championship held every 5 years, with competitions in all aspects of combat and activities. Of course, the most attractive competition is in combat. This time, the Extraordinary Abilities Championship will be held in Shenxia. On a large scale, countless extraordinary abilities from around the world will gather in Shenxia to participate. Nin Se-kyung turned to Jang Uk and said, in my opinion, Jang Uk definitely cannot escape. By then, we will also go to register and participate. The team competition requires 5 people. By then, we can find more teammates. There is also an individual competition. You must register for it. The reward for the champion is very generous. It turns out there is also a singles competition. I don't know what the reward for the winner is. Suddenly, something happened. The badges suddenly lit up, and everyone said loudly, there is an order from the Shenxia army. What happened? What is going on? Or have the deep sea monsters attacked? Several orders appeared in the sky in a row. All Shenxia army immediately returned to the fortress for urgent concentration. The people from other countries saw Shenxia's soldiers immediately teleporting and began to talk excitedly. That's Shenxia's command. Everyone teleported away. So this is the unity power of Shenxia people. It's terrifying. This has never happened in our country before. Quickly, all the Shenxia soldiers teleported to the fortress. Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung, their sister, have returned. Jang Uk asked with curiosity, brother, do you know what happened? He explained, look at the demonic watcher over there. It's the direction of the deep gorge and the enemy's attack. It means a large number of monsters are coming. That's why they called all of us here. Knowing this was the first time being summoned by Jang Uk, he asked, were you surprised too? The demonic watcher is much stronger than we thought. It is said to command every large-scale battle. Even many strong beings must obey its orders. I always thought it was just a tool to monitor the movements of monsters. It seems I underestimated the demonic watcher. At this moment, the command appeared again. All extraordinary abilities below level 30 must join the fortress and start forming teams freely. From now on, extraordinary abilities below level 30 are not allowed to leave the city. Nin Se-kyung turned her head to look at the group behind and thought to herself, with Jang Uk here, we probably don't need to find more teammates. Surprisingly, a person named Naeung appeared on top of the city wall. Extraordinary abilities level 60, Legion Overlord. The people below were extremely excited, pointing their fingers. The exclusive legendary class of the Knife family. This is the true Legion of Extraordinary Abilities, the legendary level Extraordinary Abilities of the Knife family's exclusive bloodline, the most important existence in the Legion, worthy of a deity. With him, we will surely win this battle. Naeung raised his sword high, a powerful golden light radiating, a symbol shot up high. Naeung shouted loudly, "Listen to my command. Form the Legion is formed. I am the Grand Marshal of the Legion. The merits will be distributed based on the contributions after the battle. The Legion is formed. You are all teammates. Skills do not harm each other. Can maximize the formation of the Legion. If anyone is afraid of battle and retreats after the battle, they will be punished." Naeung proclaimed as he plunged his sword down like a declaration, activating the buff effect for all members of the army, increasing 4 attributes by 50%. I feel my fighting power has increased at least 4 to 5 times. Elemental resistance increased by 50%. Enhanced magic power. Magic damage increased by 30%. Life leeching attack. Physical attack can absorb the opponent's vitality used to heal oneself. Jang Uk also received the buff effect, but he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that all these effects are overshadowed by my enhanced abilities. Even the Scale-Ton Warrior cannot receive this enhancement buff. I wish the Scale-Ton Warrior could be further enhanced. Suddenly, Nin Se-kyung shouted loudly, "Jang Uk, look over there." High up in the sky was the girl riding the white horse from the other day, Manhwa, an extraordinary abilities divine summoner level 39. She was looking into the distance where many monsters were attacking. A girl yelled out, "Monsters are here." The system announcement came, boost morale, cast aside fear, increase combat spirit. For the next 10 minutes, defense increased by 30%. Manhwa immediately summoned a purple magical sphere with a powerful emanating energy, and he released the magical sphere into the midst of the monsters. Suddenly, there was a tremendous explosion. Seeing Manhwa's power, the demon also exclaimed, "Ha ha! This little sister is truly formidable, but she will die." Before finishing his words, the demon spread its wings and flew towards Manhwa to attack, but it was quickly defeated. Then the demon was showered with arrows from the city wall, engulfed in flames, and several demons fell down, a horrifying scene. Jang Uk's Scale-Ton Warrior also bravely rushed forward, and the soldiers' voices of panic echoed. "What is this so terrifying? Where did these skeletons come from? Oh my god! Whose summoned creature is this? The number is too many." Seeing Jang Uk's pets destroying the monsters, the people couldn't help but discuss. These skeleton warriors and mages have reduced a lot of pressure for us. They are really strong, but when we have a powerful god like this, is this extraordinary abilities or what profession is this? It's really awesome. I feel like we will definitely win this battle. A demon had just captured a miserable soldier. When the demon released the soldier from the height, the girl immediately shouted, "No, he's too far beyond my healing range. What should I do? He will be bitten to death by the abyss hounds." Observing from the wall, Jang Uk was thinking to himself, extraordinary abilities level 39 take the lead role, meaning besides Naeung, there must be no extraordinary abilities above level 40 that have changed professions twice. If this continues, there will surely be many casualties. Nin Se-kyung glanced at Jang Uk when she saw him approaching Naeung. Jang Uk went in front of Naeung and said, "I request to go to the battlefield." Seeing the 5-star badge on Jang Uk's chest, Naeung replied shortly with 2 characters, permission granted. After Jang Uk was allowed to go to battle, he immediately set off without hesitation. Nin Se-kyung was a bit worried and reminded him from behind, "Jang Uk, you must be careful." Jang Uk tightly held the thin-nosed scythe with a determined look. So much achievement and experience like this absolutely must not be wasted. Seeing Jang Uk not remaining in the city but going down to battle, Hyungin showed extreme surprise and curiosity. "Jang Uk, why are you down here?" The young man summoned a group of Scale-Ton warriors and skeleton mages and responded with a firm statement. "I came down to clean up the battlefield." The Scale-Ton warriors and skeleton mages quickly rushed to battle. The demons recognized Jang Uk and exclaimed, "It's him! He killed our offspring, dared to leave the stronghold. Kill him! Kill him!" Manhwa was extremely puzzled when the demons fighting with her suddenly turned and flew away. What's going on? From afar, Manhwa also saw Jang Uk. "It's him!" All the Abyss Hounds and demons focused their hatred on the young man. They quickly rushed towards Jang Uk, facing a large and dangerous army of Abyss Hounds and demons. Jang Uk immediately used the slow curse skill. Red chains immediately appeared and stretched out, creeping through each deep ravine monster and binding them as if wrapping a cake, the long chains covering the vast space. The The demons also realized this was a curse. Hylian's squad and those near them saw this scene, their mouths gaping and eyes wide open. It was still their junior, Jang Uk, so arrogant. What skill was this? A skill that could cover such a large area with a curse. Jang Uk murmured amidst the battlefield full of corpses. His corpse explosion skill had just reached maximum effectiveness. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Uk immediately used the corpse explosion skill. Seeing the powerful sphere in Jang Uk's hand with immense strength, the demon felt danger approaching. Not good, dangerous. Boom! 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 Loud explosions echoed through the sky. Pillars of fire shot up high. The entire space engulfed in flames. The demon fled. This human, what is he? Jang Uk's voice echoed, where can you run to? As Jang Uk's voice trailed off, boom, continuous louder explosions than before and wider coverage. The scene before their eyes was all fire. A series of notifications appeared. Killed Abyss Hounds level 31. Killed Abyss Monster level 36. From high above, Manhwa also marvels. This is his skill. Hylian's team could not believe and exclaimed, what incredible skill, so terrifying. Oh my god. He's an extraordinary abilities who has switched professions for the second time. Not even the second shift extraordinary abilities can single-handedly clean up the battlefield. Sweating profusely, wide-eyed, they continued, we seem useless now. How can this extraordinary abilities, magic necromancer, be so strong? Luckily, Jang Uk is our Xia Jing Academy student. Jang Uk remained coldly determined. As I said, I will clean up the battlefield, not leaving any behind. Jang Uk's warriors and skeleton mages quickly ran across the battlefield searching for monsters, seeing a large number of summoned creatures below. Manhwa realized the problem, so the uncomfortable breath before came from his undead summoned creatures. Didn't expect him to be this strong. Jang Uk's skeleton warrior was slaughtering Abyss Hounds, muttering to himself, this must be the last one then. Surprisingly, Jang Uk breathed a sigh when he saw the skeleton warrior in front of him, but he couldn't control it. I have lost connection with the skeleton warrior. From the darkness, the voice of the Demon King echoed. So it's you. So if you were the one who killed my little hounds before, I remember you now, Jang Uk of the Shengse Empire. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely tear you apart. Jang Uk looked up and said, enough with the fake god, fake demon. Come down and talk. Seeing Jang Uk approaching, the others were very puzzled. What is he planning to do? That is a teleportation spell created by the Deep Abyss Demon King. He doesn't intend to attack the shadows. That is not something our level can deal with. Everyone, quickly look at his skeleton squad. At this moment, Jang Uk continued to advance towards the dark spell in front. The skeleton warriors continued to chase and kill the Abyss Hounds to drive them into the teleportation gate with no intention of stopping. Jang Uk kept using the corpse explosion skill on the Abyss Hounds, jumping into the teleportation gate to damage the Demon King. Boom, boom, boom. The Abyss Hounds were blown to pieces. The Demon King roared in anger. You seek death. I will definitely kill you. I must kill you. Jang Uk glanced. Indeed, cannot harm him. Even the teleportation spell cannot destroy him. Seems like I have a long way to go. Suddenly, something big happened that startled Jang Uk. Two red energy beams pierced through the skeleton warrior from the darkness. Not stopping there, the energy beam also shot straight towards Jang Uk. Luckily, the skeleton armor skill shield was there, but it has been shattered by now, rendering the skill useless. Jang Uk was terrified. Skeleton armor only lasts 2 seconds. A powerful energy beam like a laser shot towards him. Jang Uk immediately used damage transfer. The red light beam pierced through the nearby skeleton warriors, instantly shattering them. A quick notification appeared. 124 skeleton warriors have been eliminated. Jang Uk was thrown into the city. The energy source was blocked by the shield. The power of the demonic watcher on the wall. The angry voice of the Demon King in the darkness shouted, Jang Uk, I will not forgive you. Nin Se-kyung was extremely worried, running to support Jang Uk. Jang Uk, are you okay? Are you okay? I never thought the Abyss Lord could actually strike through the teleportation spell. The bone armor only lasted for 2 seconds. Luckily, I have damage transfer, otherwise it would have been over this time. I overestimated myself, almost paid a heavy price. Ha ha, Abyss Lord, just wait. Standing on the high tower, General Nai-ung raised his sword high and shouted, we have achieved a great victory in this battle. Now let's distribute the merits. After the battle ended, the army's general announced, in this battle, we have defeated 10,000 Abyss Hounds, 100 Deep Abyss Demons, earned 20,000 points for killing enemies, defense merits of 3,000, no one retreated in fear, with 2,000 merits, total merits are 25,000 points. Our total extraordinary abilities in our faction are 1,052, excluding Jang Uk and Manhwa. Each person will receive 20 merits, Manhwa will receive 500 merits, Jang Uk will receive 3,500 merits. People were discussing Jang Uk. Indeed, this great deity truly deserves to receive so many merits. Manhwa looked at Jang Uk with a very affectionate look and thought to herself, 3,500 achievements, truly impressive. The voices of everyone continued to ring out, that's right, that's right. Perhaps 80% of the deep demon dogs were killed by him. Without him, we would probably have a hard time resisting the power from the deep abyss. At the same time, Jurak Seong sweated profusely, finding it hard to accept. I only got 20 points. Why did he get 3,500? My number is not even a small part of his. I am a legendary knight of light, extraordinary abilities of high rank. It is really humiliating. Young Jang Uk held the Thanatos scythe tightly and thought, this time, Thanatos' scythe has surely absorbed many souls from the deep abyss. I can feel it transforming. The voice of a nearby soldier rang out, I have been promoted to a 2-star badge. Nin Se-kyun also looked at her badge. It is shining brightly. The badge on Jang Uk's chest was also shining. The badge quickly increased in stars and emitted a dazzling green light, the final stars gradually appearing. The nearby soldiers kept staring at Jang Uk's badge in awe. Wow, Silver Captain badge! It's a Silver Captain badge! Nin Se-kyun teased Jang Uk by bowing her head. Hello, Captain. Jang and Uk, both surprised and feeling cool. Nin Se-kyun turned to pat Jang Uk's shoulder. Now you are Lieutenant Shen Xia, and maybe the youngest lieutenant. Of course, you just passed the big exam not long ago. This exceeds everyone's imagination. The announcement echoed in front of thousands of soldiers. Jang Uk, 18 years old, is the youngest lieutenant of Shen Xia, authorized to award the Shen Xia star title. Jang Uk was quite surprised. Title. A yellow title quickly flew over Jang Uk's head with 4 words. Shen Xia star, shining beautifully. The announcement continued. Receiving the Shen Xia star title, all attributes plus 300, skill consumption reduced by 20%, damage received reduced by 10%. Another title, Dragon War King, also appeared above Jang Uk's head. The general of the army saw it and immediately asked, you got a title? Yes, I have the title of Dragon War King. Where does your title come from? For the hellishly difficult challenge of the Sentry Dungeon. The people around were amazed. So the legend is true. The Sentry Dungeon challenge at hellish difficulty really earns a title. He could even single-handedly fight in the Sentry Dungeon at hellish difficulty. Oh my god, he can solo the Sentry Dungeon at hellish difficulty single-handedly, defeating nearly 10,000 Abyss Hounds. Perhaps only he can do it. Manhwa also marveled silently. I once soloed the Sentry Dungeon, almost died in there. Didn't expect him to. The general of the army immediately asked Jang Uk, can you explain the function and how to obtain the title? The Imperial Archive needs to record this. The young man quickly replied, sure, the title is earned by solo fighting in the Sentry Dungeon at hellish difficulty. The function of the title is to increase all attributes by 500, reduce skill consumption by 50% for all skills. The general of the army patted Jang Uk on the shoulder with a very cheerful smile. Not bad, really not bad. With this title, Shen Xia will have another genius. This young man, you are very impressive taking on merit points exchange. I allow you to use military facilities in the fortress. You may use military facilities, but also need to spend merit points, save points on your own. Jang Uk thought to himself, to access military facilities, at least the rank of lieutenant with 3 stars is required. With this great opportunity, young Jang Uk immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. The army general raised his sword high and shouted loudly, the battle is over, disband the army. At this moment, young Jang Uk was holding the Thanatos scythe and staring at it. The power of the scythe becoming stronger day by day. The Thanatos scythe seemed to have completed the transformation process. A notification appeared. The Thanatos scythe equipment has increased to level 25, with 3,000 spirit points reaching the limit. A complete set of equipment is needed to unlock attributes. Seeing the notification, the young man smirked and muttered, attribute growth has reached the limit. Need to collect equipment to unlock attributes. There is a chance to gather information about the equipment. Notification. Acquire new skill. Evocation. Detailed description of the evocation skill. Thanatos Scythe will capture the soul of the slain boss. Can spend 1,000 spirit points to summon that soul to fight, lasting 3 minutes, even awakening new skills. Young man Jang Uk with his cold eyes pondered. Can summon the slain boss to assist in battle. Seems quite good, so the Sentry Dungeon must continue to be cleared. This time, our number 1 fortress, along with fortresses 7 and 8, are simultaneously under attack. High-level players are all going to support the other 2 fortresses. It is known that the fighting is very fierce. Not only us Shen Xia, other countries are also attacked to varying degrees. Hylian added, our number 1 fortress is the farthest from the Abyss. There are still 9 other fortresses on the way to block the power of the Abyss. This place is least affected. In addition, there are dense defensive positions built by the Imperial elite to resist the power of the Abyss, which cannot summon the large and powerful demons, but there have been precedents. Although they cannot be summoned, some skilled demons lurk and ambush. Nin Sekyun turned to Jang Uk with a bit of worry and said, "This time the Abyss Demon King noticed me. If I continue to operate on the UN battlefield in the future, I must be cautious." Hyunla also agreed with Nin Sekyun's words. That's right. Young man Jang Uk looked at Nin Sekyun and replied, "I will be careful." Suddenly, Nin Sekyun's bracelet notified her. She raised her arm to check and suddenly exclaimed in sweat, "Oh no, Grandpa, where am I now? I am at UN battlefield, Fortress 1. Nin Sekyun panicked and said, "What should I do? My grandpa is coming soon." Jang Uk also had a very awkward expression, mumbling, "Maybe he's worried about you." At this moment, Nin Sekyun's grandfather approached, and Jang Uk couldn't take his eyes off the old man. Surprisingly, the young man saw the prestigious emblem. What 5-star general on par with God Beak? Turns out to be Nin Sekyun's grandfather. While Jang Uk was a bit worried, Nin Sekyun raised her hand, smiled, and greeted. Fortunately, everything is fine. When Grandpa Ning approached, Jang Uk was startled because he looked familiar. The old man was also surprised and exclaimed, "Rim Jang Uk?" Nin Sekyun, noticing the unusual behavior, asked, "Grandpa, what do you want to do?" Young man Jang Uk either pretended or genuinely forgot and stood scratching his head, asking, "Do you know me, Grandpa?" The old man replied to the young girl, "Ha ha ha ha, it's okay. I was just testing the courage of the boy." Nin Sekyun extended her hand to introduce to Jang Uk, "This is my grandfather. You probably already guessed his name. I won't introduce him anymore. Grandfather, this is Jang Uk. You have known his name for a long time, right?" The young man bowed respectfully. "Hello, Ning Sr." The old man turned to his beloved granddaughter. "Sekyun, old Baek is really cunning. He is already old, yet he dared to send you on the mission to UN battlefield." Nin Sekyun calmly replied, "But God Baek said, the mission is ordered by you, grandfather." The old man Ning became angry. "Enough! Stop talking nonsense. Old Baek decided on his own without discussing with me, and used an excuse when that day I had something to do." At this moment, old Ning's tone softened, and he said to his granddaughter, "Sekyun, come back to me. There are many tasks for you to do at school." The girl held his hand firmly and replied cunningly, "You taught me that work must have a beginning and an end, so I must complete the tasks I have been given." Old Ning warned Nin Sekyun not to, but she interrupted him, saying, "Grandfather, you must not threaten Jang Uk. I want to level up at the UN battlefield, so there is no need to send anyone to accompany us. Jang Uk can take me to fight monsters. What are you saying? Are you trying to kill us? Look at this." She took out a golden Hell's Sentry dagger and showed it to Old Ning. Upon seeing the Hell's Sentry dagger of Hell level, Old Ning asked, "Are you two really fighting in a Hell level substage?" Nin Sekyun calmly replied, "Actually, Jang Uk is carrying me. I hardly have to do anything, just follow behind. It's very easy, isn't it, dear grandfather?" At this moment, the young man Jang Uk also appeared very cold and posed proudly with the title of Dragon War King. "Senior Ning, rest assured I will take good care of Sekyun." The old man saw the title of Dragon War King and was quite surprised, thinking, "Although I know this kid can handle the big school missions alone, I didn't expect he could really venture into the difficult Hell Gate. No, this kid is not normal. I have to go ask the old God Beak next door." After talking with the grandfather for a while, Nin Sekyun felt tangled. Where others are flirting, you keep standing here. Thinking about this, she waved her hand excitedly and said, "Grandfather, all right, you should go back now. Wait until a few days later when the Extraordinary Abilities Championship begins, we will return." Grandfather Ning, hearing his stubborn granddaughter say so, could only sigh and think to himself, "I can't ask her to come back right now. With Jang Uk here, there's no need to worry. This kid has issues. I'll go back and ask those two old men for advice." Meanwhile, Jang Uk, thinking about Grandfather Ning, did not take his eyes off him and thought, "I didn't expect the principal of Seajing Academy to be the lifelong enemy of Nin Sekyun." She never listened to Grandfather Ning's words. After Lao Ning left, Jang Uk returned to the officer's room, where the system displayed information. The officer's rest room can speed up recovery, eliminate fatigue quickly. The officer's skills training area can speed up spirit recovery and training speed. The officer's teleportation gate can teleport to certain designated points. Looking at the selection board in front of him, Jang Uk saw the option for military merits exchange, where military merits can be used to purchase corresponding items, seeming to be the foundations of the military. As he selected the military merits exchange option, Jang Uk was quickly taken to another space, where information on materials was quickly provided. Anti-curse potion increases curse resistance by 50% for 30 minutes. Price 50 military merits per bottle. Dungeon Escape Talisman can instantly escape from any dungeon, carries into difficult dungeons. Price 100 military merits per talisman. Elementary Recovery Potion heals wounds and restores 500 spiritual power with a 1-minute cooldown. Price 100 military merits per bottle. Seeing the information of the items, Jang Uk immediately paid attention to the Dungeon Escape Talisman. This is not bad. Buy 2 backup talismans in case there is sudden danger that could lead Nin Se-kyung to flee. From the bloody experience in the previous raid, Jang Uk had more experience. The usefulness of prestige points seems similar to the accumulation points at Seijing Academy. Holding 2 Dungeon Escape Talismans in hand, Jang Uk calculated, but using too much prestige points at the officer rank level will decrease. I should still save a little. After buying the talismans, the young man thought and went straight to where Nin Se-kyung was. While handing a Dungeon Escape Talisman to Nin Se-kyung, the young man still didn't forget to strike a cool pose. Nin Se-kyung received the gift and thanked enthusiastically. Suddenly, there was a call, Se-kyung. When Nin Se-kyung turned around, she saw Mang Yu coming towards her. Mang Yu quickly glanced at Jang Uk, asked, Se-kyung, he is your friend, Mang Yu. If you need anything, just let me know. Mang Yu immediately gave Nin Se-kyung 2 stones, and Nin Se-kyung curiously asked, Mang Yu, what is this? Mang Yu replied succinctly with 3 words, teleportation stones. Holding the 2 stones in her hands, she explained, teleportation stones can teleport to a designated location. Then Mang Yu turned to Jang Uk with a very affectionate look and said, I am currently looking for the battlefield Ghost King. If found, you 2 will help me defeat it. Hearing a mention of the Ghost King, Jang Uk thought to himself, the battlefield Ghost King can drop Nirvana crystals. Seeing Jang Uk standing silently, Mang Yu hesitated a bit, turned and left, saying to Nin Se-kyung, the battlefield Ghost King will definitely drop Nirvana crystals, at least 3, at most 5 or 6. I only need 1, the rest is for you 2, it will also be useful for you both. Nin Se-kyung happily replied, no problem, Mang Yu. After that, Nin Se-kyung told Jang Uk, I cannot fight the battlefield Ghost King at all. I see Mang Yu has chosen you as her ally. Jang Uk, somewhat seriously, replied, the boss is at level 38, I am only level 24, not sure if I can defeat it. Nin Se-kyung still has full trust in Jang Uk's abilities and says, you can handle the single sentry dungeon in hell difficulty without any problem. Mang Yu must be aware of this too, and we might even level up a few more times before that. Taking out a cooling talisman, Nin Se-kyung, also known as the Dungeon Reset Charm, mentions, I have 8 uses left of my cooling talisman. Jang Yu quickly adds, I have 9 left. Jang Uk then suggests, rest for a day and start monster hunting tomorrow. Seeing Nin Se-kyung, the group nearby praises her. She's so beautiful, young, and attractive. Hearing this, someone nearby immediately warns, shut up, you fool. The person next to her is a formidable warrior. It's best not to mess with him, or you might not live to see another day. Nin Se-kyung notices the crowd looking towards Jang Uk and discussing excitedly. She whispers to Jang Uk, they are all looking at you. It seems like your performance on the battlefield yesterday has earned their recognition. Jang Uk coldly replied, don't care about them. Let's just go fight the boss. Both of them arrived at the teleportation door to the dungeon. As they entered, the youth summoned a battalion of skeleton warriors and observed the warriors. Jang Uk muttered, the number and attributes of skeleton warriors continue to increase. The effectiveness of monster fighting is also much faster. Jang Uk quickly checked his attribute information. Name, Jang Uk. Occupation, Magic Necromancer. Level, 25. Health, 450 plus 500. Mana, 450 plus 500. Strength, 2300 plus 3000. Equipment, Thanatos Scythe, level 25. Title, Dragon War King. Total attribute bonus, 500. Skill consumption reduced by 50%. Summoning space, 250. Number of skeleton warriors, 150. Number of skeleton mages, 90. This time, in less than 4 hours, Jang Uk was in front of the boss. The young man coldly said, sorry, I have used you to test my new abilities. Spiritual power emanated incredibly strong in front of the boss statue. Jang Uk immediately used the evocation skill, and the boss was quickly defeated. Through the evocation skill, Thanatos Scythe, Jang Uk was able to absorb the boss's soul, which could be summoned with 1000 spiritual power and last for 3 minutes in battle. Jang Uk was very pleased. He seems successful. While Jang Uk focused on attacking the boss, Nin Se-kyung took the opportunity to pick up equipment. She received a Hell's Sentry Dagger and exclaimed, another Hell's Sentry Dagger dropped. Nin Se-kyung asked Jang Uk if she could take the dagger as she had a use for it. Jang Uk agreed immediately, sure, take it. Your hidden skills also helped me a lot. Nin Se-kyung was very happy to receive the dagger, smiling brightly. Continue, continue. Unexpectedly, the skeleton armor skill was activated. A loud shout, "Get out of the way!" Jang Uk pondered, what's going on? Looking back, he saw a blonde man with a group of knights. The blonde youth rushed to Jang Uk. Move out of the way. Don't block the way. He tried to push Jang Uk away, but failed immediately. His face was sweating profusely, extremely puzzled. Why can't I push him back? Then he turned to push Nin Se-kyung. His mouth shouted loudly, "Get out of here quickly, you scum are tarnishing my lord's red carpet." At the same time, a sword struck down very fast, and the blonde youth fell back, the sword still stuck in the red puddle in front of him. He felt like he wanted to pee his pants, and his mouth kept shouting angrily, "Dare indeed! Who is attacking me sneakily?" The skill-toned warrior appeared with eyes full of murderous intent. The sword he just wielded belonged to this disciple, no one else. Nin Se-kyung quickly observed the surroundings and warned Jang Uk, "Be careful. They seem to be from the Gulen denomination." Jang Uk youth is always cold, I know already. He thought to himself, the church is as powerful as a country. From the luxurious horse carriage came an echoing voice, "Seesaw." The knights immediately stood straight, placing their hands on their chest in a formal salute. One foot stepped down, all adorned in gold and platinum. They looked noble and powerful, not just ordinary gold armor, but made by extraordinary abilities blacksmiths. Even the jewelry was crafted by extraordinary abilities goldsmiths, maybe a handmade outfit not comparable to the legendary Inferno gear, but definitely stronger than nightmare-level gold armor. The noble youth stepped off the carriage, staring at the beautiful Nin Se-kyung. He then commanded his subordinate, "Don't be so rude, step back." The subordinate quickly bowed, "Yes, my lord." He then approached Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung. Placing his hand on his chest and bowing slightly, "My subordinate acted disrespectfully earlier. I apologize on his behalf to both of you." After that, he introduced himself. "My name is Kim Ha of the denomination Gula, level 31, profession Vulican warrior." The crowd listening exclaimed in admiration, "Oh my god, so he's a Vulican warrior. I heard that denomination Gula worships the divine, claiming to inherit the power of the gods. This Vulican warrior is said to inherit the power of the fire god. Seems very strong and powerful." Some others reacted calmly and said, "What's a Vulican warrior? Just a legendary extraordinary abilities with innate fire attribute. Yes, indeed. A great hero who has killed nearly 10,000 demons is truly strong." Kinha paid no attention to Jang Uk and instead focused on Nin Se-kyung. He approached her and straightforwardly said, "Beautiful lady, would you honor me by sparring with me? I will challenge you." Seeing that guy trying to hit on her, Jang Uk immediately stepped in to stop him, coldly saying, "No need, your house doesn't have the qualification to go." Seeing Jang Uk trying to stop him, the young man smirked and said, "Your house is only level 25. I definitely have more qualifications than you. Young man, if you know what's good for you, you should stay away. Quickly step back so I can flirt with someone else. Little kid should go home and drink milk. Don't waste time here." Jang Uk youth glared coldly, his eyes filled with hostility. He continued, "You really don't understand anything. Your level is low and your vision is narrow. Let me shock you with the truth. Do you know I plan to bring this beautiful girl into what level of dungeon?" He confidently shouted, "I will defeat this sentry dungeon alone to earn the legendary title in the legend. Wait for a bit. After finishing the dungeon, I will come back to invite her deal." Nin Se-kyung just smirked and didn't say anything, leaving the confused youth to look around and see everyone laughing. He wondered, what's going on? What's so funny that everyone is so happy? Suddenly, a subordinate ran up from behind and called out, "My lord." The youth sweated profusely as he leaned in to listen and whispered, "A title in the sentry dungeon has already been taken by that person. It's the person standing opposite to you, my lord." While the other two were discussing themselves, young man Jang Uk still looked coldly with eyes. After a shocking moment with the information just now, he ordered all soldiers, "Everyone come here." As the group approached, he gave orders for some plan. After a while, the subordinates still worried and asked again, "Your Highness, do we really have to do that? This area belongs to Shenxia. Mostly extraordinary abilities Shenxia if something happens." He reassured, "Just do as I said. We just need to do it secretly. There will be no problem. Even if they die, others will only think they died in the dungeon." At the same time, Jang Uk, also with a cool and handsome attitude, approached Nin Se-kyung. "Don't mind them. Let's continue to clear the dungeon." Nin Se-kyung's eyes kept fluttering with Jang Uk's sunshine and quickly replied, "Okay." As he withdrew his words, Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung immediately teleported into the dungeon. The young man with a very sinister look used a special item, a dungeon tracking scroll, to teleport into someone else's dungeon. After using the dungeon tracking scroll, he and his soldiers were teleported inside Jang Uk's dungeon. The onlookers outside were surprised. Inside the sentry dungeon, Nin Se-kyung and Jang Uk had just teleported in when the young man and his soldiers also teleported in. He said triumphantly, "Unexpected, I will track you down." He held a dungeon tracking scroll, helped him teleport after Jang Uk, and said with a smile, "I heard you soloed the dungeon to take the title. There's no other way. I have to kill you for it if I want the title." Nin Se-kyung recognized the item in his hand and said with a cold sweat, "It's a dungeon tracking scroll. Our escape charm no longer works." He continued to taunt, "Are you desperate, scared, panicked yet, young man? This is the consequence of angering our Gula denomination." He approached Nin Se-kyung and smirked, "Beautiful lady, don't worry, I won't easily kill you. I feel you will be a great toy for me to play with every day." Jang Uk remained calm with a cold look in his eyes, then lightly chuckled. He noticed Jang Uk's unusual expression and angrily asked, "What are you smirking at?" Jang Uk pulled out his Thanatos scythe, his spiritual power radiating strongly, exuding an aura of death. He coldly said, "Indeed, your household used a dungeon tracking scroll I can't leave and you can't escape." Immediately, a powerful army of skeleton warriors was summoned by Jang Uk, causing great confusion among the members of the Gula denomination. What's happening? Jang Uk carried his Thanatos scythe on his shoulder, with the army of skeleton warriors behind him exuding a chilling atmosphere of death. It was at that moment the young man spoke. "He who knows himself and his enemy will win every battle. You don't even understand my profession and skills, walking into your own death trap." The young man from the Gula denomination still does not know that his death is imminent, so he is still defiant. "How can those rotten and ragged bones kill me? I am the extraordinary abilities legend Vulcan warrior." As he spoke, he immediately used his Vulcan body to transform, then ordered his soldiers to attack. After transforming, he looked quite cool. He continued to boast, "This is my skill Vulcan body in this state. All my attributes are tripled. Skill attack power is tripled. Damage received is reduced by 300%. Immune to all control skills. Your rotten and ragged bones can't stand a chance against me." He raised his sword high, a powerful light emanating from it. The soldiers behind him immediately cheered. "Our leader is invincible. Our leader will surely win." He arrogantly looked up to the sky. "At this moment, I am unbeatable. I am now the champion. Ha ha, you little brat. Prepare yourself to die." Jang Uk looked on in awe. Truly deserving of the extraordinary abilities legend, the power of this skill is truly impressive. Right after that, the young man threw out a sarcastic remark. "However, your soldiers don't have Vulcan body like that, do they?" Without delay, Jang Uk immediately used his skill Slow Curse, the familiar red chains tightly binding the troops of the young man. The Scale-Tongue warrior army was rushing towards the troops of denomination Gula, who were bound and unable to move, shouting to each other, "This is a curse. Quick support. Quickly dispel the curse. Hurry, the liches are coming." Seeing his troops being controlled, Kim Ha angrily rushed forward to attack. Damn, how is this possible? But his full-force strike was blocked by a Scale-Tongue warrior, and at that moment, Kim Ha felt something was wrong. How can the power of these skeletons be so strong, while a strike from a dry Scale-Tongue warrior has cracked the shields of the denomination Gula troops? Next, a servant of denomination Gula was thrown far away, his shield shattered into pieces, a cry of disbelief rising. What kind of power is this? The remaining troops, seeing the dry Scale-Tongue warrior in front of them, were so frightened that they almost wet themselves. "We're done for. We're going to die here." At this point, Kim Ha was extremely terrified. Jang Uk's pets quickly surrounded the people of the Gula denomination, and the screams of the terrified crowd rang out continuously. Your Highness, save me." Jang Uk, the young man, smiled lightly and muttered, "Only this fool is left, so he will be much easier to deal with." Kim Ha, more reckless than rational, shouted in anger, "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Jang Uk raised the Thanatos scythe high, then concentrated his spiritual power to prepare for his move. Just as I was wondering where to test my new skills, your house automatically offers itself up to me. This can only be blamed on your bad luck. Without further ado, Jang Uk activated the evocation skill, and the soul of a giant boss was immediately summoned. Jang Uk shouted, "Do you want to challenge a solo raid at hellish difficulty? Try facing a boss first. Defeat the boss before thinking about defeating me. You are still too inexperienced." After a while of shouting loudly, the denomination Gula looked at the boss, seeing its white eyes, gaping mouth, and sweating on its face. Kim Ha, as if in a daze, stuttered, This is the Dragon Outpost Guardian. Why can he summon such a difficult Hell Dungeon boss? The boss, seeing the fat prey in front of it, quickly flew over, displaying a small skill. Kim Hae raised his sword to defend, but with his weak strength, how could he withstand it? In a flash, he was knocked away, Kim Hae's voice faltering. At this point, he had lost the Vulcan body, returning to normal appearance, his face pale. He was extremely frightened, almost wetting his pants. Even though it's the present, he still can't believe what just happened. Just one strike completely knocked out the state of the Vulcan body. This is the terrifying boss of the difficult Hell Dungeon. The denomination Gula no longer had the strength to stand and sat down on the ground, facing the towering giant boss preparing to strike. The denomination Gula fell into a frenzy, continuously trying to crawl back, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move because of fear. You can't kill me. I am the holy son of God of the denomination Gula. If you kill me, you will die. You can't kill me. At this moment, he looked at the young man Jang Uk turning into a second boss with his dark face and bloodshot red eyes, and no matter how he begged, he could not move the heart of the boss. Suddenly, a loud explosion, flames bursting with eerie green and black mists. At this moment, he had gone to be his ancestors, a death with a grand cinematic sound and light effect. After the smoke disappeared, Jang Uk said to Nin Se-kyung, "People like them always look down on the lives of others." Nin Se-kyung replied, "I never expected him to plead for mercy before he died." Nin Se-kyung, as always after the battle, quickly picked up equipment. She raised a telescope to observe and said, "He belongs to the Gula denomination. Are you not afraid?" The young man Jang Uk quickly replied in a cold voice, "I am not afraid." Nin Se-kyung smiled and said, "Ha. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." After that, Nin Se-kyung curiously asked as she admired the equipment set, "But how should this Vulcan set equipment be handled?" Jang Uk, always quick-witted, immediately replied, "Just keep it. Let's focus on upgrading our equipment first." Nin Se-kyung responded with a familiar phrase, "Okay, I'll take it then." The scene shifted to the Vatican headquarters Gula, where they saw a statue emitting a dazzling light. They all recognized the sign and exclaimed, "Quick, let's find the Pope. Ruckers has died." Ruckers was the nickname for Kim Hae. The scene then changed to the three old men Shenxia, where they noticed Ning walking over with a stern face. God Beak Bake Yue One, holding a cup of tea, asked, "Ning, it's been a while. Why do you look so displeased? Who dared to tease you like this?" Ning sat down with a grim expression and asked, "Beck, why did you assign the mission to you in Battlefield to my granddaughter? Tell me honestly, is it because you let the young man Jang Uk seduce Nin Se-kyung?" God Beak replied casually, "Nonsense, Jang Uk is outstanding. There's no need for seduction. Have a cup of tea to cool your temper." Ning scoffed and continued, "He claimed he could lead Se-kyung into the difficult Hell Dungeon. I don't know if it's true or not." God Beak calmly responded, "You'll find out when he returns." Transferred to Jang Uk's location, at this time the youth and Nin Se-kyung were teleporting outside. The system quickly updated information. Jang Uk, Magic Necromancer level 26, Nin Se-kyung, Assassin level 23. Holding the cooling talisman in hand, also known as the Dungeon Reset Charm, Nin Se-kyung immediately said to Jang Uk, "I need to recharge the cooling talisman. I plan to return to the academy to hand in the mission. What about you?" Seeing the girl returning, Jang Uk decided to go back as well, so he replied, "The Extraordinary Abilities Championship is coming up. I also plan to return and sell off all the equipment." Both quickly returned to Sigajing Academy. Inside the trading floor, after appraising Jang Uk's equipment, the shopkeeper said, "The total is 20 million. Can you afford it?" The youth replied quickly, "Yes." After Jang Uk turned and left, the shop owner also beamed with joy. "This business is profitable. These are all equipment from the Hell difficulty, which God has so many high-level gear like this." After leaving the trading floor for a short while, a sudden message from the young man's bracelet arrived. God Beak curiously asked, "Why did you come back so quickly? Have I completed my mission? Did you return to submit the task?" God Beak incredulously asked again, "The mission is completed, so come here quickly." A moment later, Jang Uk had arrived at God Beak's location, and God Beak quickly checked the information of the young man. Jang Uk, level 26 Magic Necromancer. God Beak widened his eyes in disbelief. "Oh, how did you reach level 26 so quickly? How did you level up so fast?" The young man calmly replied, "I continuously ran dungeons, hardly ever stopping." According to Bake Yue One's calculations, something seemed off. No, even if you continuously clear nightmare level dungeons, you can't level up that quickly. Jang Uk honestly replied, "I cleared hell level dungeons and also brought someone along." Mr. Mang nodded as he listened to Jang Uk's words. I said this kid can sweep the hell-level sub-boss alone, and the person you brought must be Lao Ning's beloved granddaughter. Seeing the title of Dragon War King on Jang Uk's head, God Beak Bake Yue One asked, "That title? Could it be you?" Jang Uk scratched his head. "That's right, Dragon War King. All attributes plus 500, skill consumption reduced by half." Bake Yue One laughed. "Ha ha ha, excellent little kid. Not bad this time. The number of uses of the cooling talisman has run outright." Young Jang Uk pulled out a bunch of items such as horns, blood, and crystals. "God Beak, sir, I couldn't find a blacksmith, so I have to bother you." Bake Yue One frowned. "You're really straightforward. Recharging this cooling talisman is not simple. You can very well this time. I will help you all right. I will inform you soon. Thank you, God Beak, sir. It seems like you have heard of the Extraordinary Abilities Tournament, right?" "Yes, I've heard of it." God Beak provided more information. "The Extraordinary Abilities Championship is held once a year, this year hosted by our Shenxia Empire. Starting in 10 days, I not only want you to participate, but also want you to win the championship of extraordinary abilities, yes." The young man immediately took out another set of Vulcan God Beak armor. "These things still need to bother you to deal with. The Golden Fire God armor of the Fire Temple, denomination Gula. Why is it in your hands?" Old Man continued, "I heard that last year a warrior with the denomination Gula appeared, and he also received the Golden Fire God armor, Yuomat." Old Man was still hesitant to continue speaking when the young man interrupted. "They are in the subcopy to try to kill me first. Denomination Gula. It's quite interesting, daring to ambush students from our Shenxia in our territory. I've heard they can use divine statues to resurrect. That young man may not be dead yet." Godbeak suddenly said something incomprehensible. "Stop, Mang. You are not the host. Do not destroy the house." Old Mang heard this and didn't know what to say, while young Jang Uk stood still, not understanding anything. "All right, you go back first. I'll take care of this. It's been so many years since I've lifted a finger. Some people seem to have forgotten my other name," said Godbeak. Godbeak's other name is Shenxia's Slaughterer God. It is said that Godbeak once single-handedly invaded Hattai country, defeating 2 out of the 3 top masters of Hattai country, almost achieving the feat of destroying the whole nation. "I can't do this alone. I have to bring Old Ning along," said Godbeak. Godbeak looked at the items Jang Uk had placed on the table and said to Old Mang, "I still need your help with charging the cooling talisman and the tyrant necklace." "It's no problem. Those Gula denomination kids dare to do that to Old Ning's granddaughter. They'll only have to bear the consequences." Transfer the scene to the Gula temple. Someone from the church saw the golden and red glow from the fireball and couldn't understand it. He stared at it closely and exclaimed, "Heavens, what's that?" "That's terrifying. Is it the magic of a divine being? Could it be the descent of Vulcan, the god of fire? There are people over there, enemies. They can levitate. They're professionals who have passed the 3rd job chance," informed the Pope. Old Me above angrily shouted, "Go back, Took. Quickly bring your ass here for me. Go back, Took. Get your ass out here for me. Go back, Took. Quickly bring your butt here for me." Seeing Elder Ning and God Beak Bake Yue One in a fierce anger surrounded by flames, the people of Gula denomination were extremely panicked and fearful. Desperate cries echoed, "Denomination Gula, we're finished." Another person immediately followed. "Where is the Pope?" Above them, it seemed like a huge giant fireball was about to fall. Suddenly, there was a voice. "The Pope has arrived." Gubat, the Pope of the ancient denomination Gula, arrived and angrily shouted, "Who dares to seek me out? Who has the audacity to invade Gula denomination, wanting to seek death?" In a dominating manner, the Pope Gubat looked up and saw Elder Ning. Feeling intimidated, he anxiously mumbled, Nin Tayin, that divine-level professional from the Shenxia Empire." He looked towards the person next to him and became even more terrified. Seeing God Beak Bake Yue One, he shuddered in horror. Shenxia's Slaughterer God, why is he here too? The 2 of them coming together. Do they want to wipe out our Gula denomination? Immediately, Pope changed his attitude. He obediently bowed and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "2 great elders of Kwanglam, please speak slowly. If we have done anything wrong in front of you, I will take the blame on behalf of denomination Gule." The people below were puzzled by Pope's bowing gesture. "Pope, how can he—" At this point, it seemed that the ray of hope had been extinguished and the disciples of denomination began to despair. Could it be that the end times of denomination Gula have truly arrived? Old Ning, angry and stern-faced, asked, "Do you have someone named Kim Ha in your denomination? Tell him to get out here quickly." Pope immediately gave the order, "Go bring Kim Ha here." One disciple promptly responded, "Yes," and hurried off without hesitation. Pope chuckled lightly and lowered his voice. May I ask, where has Kim had offended the two great elders? At this moment, Pope of Gubat pondered, Rutgers is our Vulcan Place's holy son. We need to protect him as much as we can. Old Ning calmly replied, he did not offend me. God Bake Yua One also glanced and said, he did not offend me either. But immediately, both of them, with their darkened faces, eyes gleaming like demons, Old Ning shouted, but he insulted my beloved granddaughter. God Bake Yua One continued, he caused trouble with my precious disciple. The Pope was shocked to hear this, extremely panicked in his thoughts. Oh no, this is even more terrible than offending themselves at Fu Kim Ha. What has he done? At that moment, Kim Ha was brought over by a few servants, and when he looked up and saw the scene before him, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. Is that the descent of Vulcan? He was immediately lifted up into the air by the magic, amidst the astonishment of the surrounding denomination members. The Pope then led Kim Ha and said, these two gentlemen, this is Kim Ha, who unfortunately died the other day and has just been resurrected. Seeing the two figures in front of him, Kim had trembled. Old Ming then used spiritual pressure and questioned, are you the one who used a tracking scroll to hunt down and kill Shenxia Academy student Jang Uk? Are you the one who called my granddaughter a toy? Kim Ha was under heavy mental pressure, his mouth gaping open and his eyes wide. Then he went crazy and shouted, he dares to kill me. That kid dares to kill me. I will definitely kill him. His title belongs to me. That woman belongs to me. I want to turn her into my toy. I want her to beg. If not, she can't live, she can't die. Hearing Kim Ha's insane words, Pope thought to himself, damn it. He then turned to God Beak and Old Ning, raising his hand as if in a plea, sir. Old Ning immediately asked God Beak Bake Yua One, even if he's dead, can he still be resurrected? Did he leave a seal in the denomination's idol that let's see if without the idol, he can still be resurrected? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Ning pointed a finger and a sea of fire immediately engulfed the space. The denomination's people shouted in panic, quick, save people. And Pope immediately recognized the approaching disaster and shouted loudly, everyone, run. Kim Ha was confident and then laughed. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. I can revive, I want. Before he could finish his sentence, he sank into the sea of fire of Master Ning, a giant fireball from above rushing down, the denomination below in chaos. Run fast, run fast. In a flash, the fireball rushed down and shattered the deity statue. The Pope seemed silent, while Master Ning's voice echoed, there will be another time I will eliminate the Gula denomination. By then, there will be no bodies left to pick up. Master Ning and God Beat Bake Yua One then left, leaving the elders astonished. Pope. After a while, Pope Gubat breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we are alive with the temperaments of those two, not being killed is already a relief, thinking back to the number of deaths during the Hattai era. Below was a pile of ruins and smoke, with people standing in silence looking up. That damn Kim Ha, if it wasn't for that fool, our Gula denomination wouldn't have faced such a disaster. The Devi statue was destroyed. Our denomination suffered heavy losses. Perhaps we need to hide for a while. Those who are alive are very lucky in misfortune. At the same time, Elder Ning and God Beat Bake Yua One also teleport back. God Beat Bake Yua One sat down and took a sip of tea, noticing that this time Elder Ning seemed to be more lenient in not completely destroying the denomination people. God Beak asked, Elder Ning, why are you so merciful? Isn't it because of spoiling your granddaughter too much? Elder Ning replied, you're the same, but in the past you had already killed all the people of the Gula denomination. God Beak slowly replied, I'm old now, I have to be virtuous, killing sparingly, the root of disaster has been eliminated. Whether to kill the remaining people or not doesn't make much difference. At this point, Elder Mang spoke up, don't you want them to kill more abyss monsters? Elder Mang handed a cool talisman to God Beak, saying, take this. God Beak was surprised so quickly. Elder Ning then handed a cool talisman to Elder Mang, saying, Elder Mang, help me charge it too, can't you give me a break for once? Elder Ning laughed, ha ha, forget it. A few days later, several hot air balloons with banners flew all over Shenxia, Professionals Great Tournament 100th Edition. Jang Uk also received a notification from the wristband. Professionals Great Tournament has started registration. This competition is divided into 3 forms, which are team, individual, and challenge, each with 10 levels as a group. So our group is level 20 to 29. The championship prizes are also very generous. For teams under level 40, each winning team can receive a beginner flash skill scroll, a portion of miracle drug, and 50 million gold. The beginner flash skill scroll can be used to master a skill 100%. The individual champion can receive a portion of beginner magic potion, which permanently increases all basic stats by 200 points. Jang Uk pondered further. The rules and rewards for the challenge competition have not been announced yet. Who knows what exciting prizes there might be, but the mystery surrounding the rewards is definitely intriguing. At that moment, Jang Uk checked his own information and his stats quickly appeared. Name, Jang Uk. Occupation, Magic Necromancer. Unique, level 26. Title, Dragon War King. Power, 480 plus 500. Physical, 480 plus 500. Intellect, 480 plus 500. Spirit, 2500 plus 3000. The information is as follows. Equip Thanatos Scythe level 26, spiritual bonus 3000 max limit reached, completed collection, unlocking additional skills, death language, summoning soul, summoning space 250 260, number of skill tone warrior 150, number of skeleton mages 100, talent, overall blessings 10 times, passive skill damage transfer, active skill soul blaze level 26, summon skeleton warrior level 26, corpse explosion level 3, slow curse level 26, 2 skeleton armor level 26, summon skeleton mages level 26, skeleton warrior silver grade level 26, power 7000, agility 7000, spirit 7000, physique 7000, skill rage strike, skeleton mages silver grade level 26, power 2600, agility 2600, spirit 10,400, physique 2600. The next day at the academy, the students saw a young man and immediately called out, Jang Uk, are you also registering to participate in the professional league competition? The young man replied, yeah, you guys planning to join as a team of 3. 2 girls continued the conversation. That's right, initially we planned to ask you to lead us, but during the opening ceremony last time, you were already at level 22. We are not in the same rank, right? Jang Uk, how many levels are you at now? Promptly, the young man answered, level 26. The group was at level 17, and upon hearing Jang Uk's response, they were extremely shocked. Holy shit, level 26. Some stood frozen in shock, others seemed like they were turning into stone. Seolnai seemed like she wanted to spit out all her food after a while of hearing Jang Uk say he was at level 26. Seolni couldn't believe it with her mouth shut. So fast, did you turn on hack mode? How did you level up so quickly? A short-haired girl nearby was trying to find a reason to not feel left too far behind. Men can't be too fast. A young man next to her retorted, there's something wrong with me. The short-haired girl added, you know, all men are the same. The guy next to her was puzzled, didn't know what to say next. Suddenly, the beautiful and radiant Nin Se-kyun walked up and called out loudly, Jang Uk. The girl in a white dress, Seolni, turned to look at Nin Se-kyun with a very curious look. This is. Nin Se-kyun smiled and introduced herself. I am Jang Uk's friend Nin Se-kyun, level 25 assassin. Seolni was shocked, and seeing the expression of the girl in front of her, Nin Se-kyun scratched her head a bit shyly because she knew her level was higher. Seolni gasped in disbelief and asked, you're already level 25? Nin Se-kyun thought to herself, I never thought there would be anyone who could level up as fast as Jang Uk. Then Nin Se-kyun replied, it's all thanks to Jang Uk leading me to level up dungeons. At this moment, Seolni just understood the issue. So that's it I see. Seolni thought to herself, getting pulled into a party by Jang Uk, it's no wonder she leveled up so quickly. Seolni then introduced herself. I'm Seolni, from the same high school as Jang Uk, a level 17 elemental mage. The short-haired girl cheerfully waved her hand and said, I'm Zulmai, a level 17 assassin. The remaining guy introduced himself as well. I'm Feng Su, a level 17 holy swordsman. Nin Se-kyun always smiled brightly. Zulmai noticed Nin Se-kyun's level and how Seolni kept talking to her. Then remarked, being outstanding seems to come with some trouble. Feng Su next to him nodded in agreement. After a while, all 3 of them left. Seolni turned around to say goodbye. Goodbye, Nin Se-kyun and Jang Uk. We're off to find our teammates. See you later. Jang Uk informed them, if you want to raid the Tyrant Desert Dungeon, remember to contact me. At that moment, Nin Se-kyun's expression turned serious as she pondered Seolni's words from the same high school. Extremely curious about the relationship between Seolni and Jang Uk, Nin Se-kyun immediately asked, are you and Seolni very close? The young man calmly replied, we're just classmates from high school. Nin Se-kyun turned away and muttered, you're really clueless. If I had a beautiful girl like her by my side, I would have pursued her already. Upon hearing this, Jang Uk was puzzled, not understanding what was happening, when suddenly from a distance, a voice called out, Nin Se-kyun, Jang Uk. Nin Se-kyun turned back and exclaimed happily, Sister Du Yin, referring to Jang Du Yin, a level 24 elf knight with Duan Gao, a level 21 prophet, and BLU, a level 21 elf elder with him. Have you all come to register for the fake profession competition? Jang Uk replied, the fake profession competition only happens once every 5 years, so of course we can't miss it. Curious, Nin Se-kyung asked further, have you found teammates yet? Jang Uk responded, we haven't found any yet. Duan Gao scratched his head nervously, saying, actually, we don't really want to compete. We just want to go and watch. While Miao Yu quickly added, the others look down on us because we're lower level. They won't let us join their team. Unexpectedly, young man Jang Uk spoke up, you guys should join our team. Jang Uk thought to himself, it saves time to find my teammates. Upon hearing the invitation to join the team, all 4 people froze and focused their gaze on Jang Uk. Jang Du-yoon thought to herself, I heard that he alone led 39 classmates to defeat the Tyrant Desert boss. If I join his team, the championship seems almost certain. After some thought, Jang Du-yoon agreed, okay, but I have a condition. Nin Se-kyung asked with a bright smile, what condition, Du-yoon? Just say it. If it's reasonable, we'll agree right away. Jang Du-yoon explained, if we win the championship, the academy will reward us with contribution points, which is the best reward for us. Miao Yu also agreed and added, yes, we don't need anything else, just the contribution points are enough. Without hesitation, Jang Uk agreed, okay. Jang Uk thought to himself, if I didn't agree, they might refuse to join the team and I would waste a lot of time finding teammates again. Transfer to the location to register for the Extraordinary Abilities competition. While Ji-yeon was holding the file to register, Nin Se-kyung suddenly turned to say, thank you, Jang Uk. The young man also looked at her and replied gently, you're welcome. Switching to Bai Rai-sung, he smiled contentedly. Ha ha ha, I will definitely win the championship this time. The young man next to him also flattered, with the strength of the boss, plus some reliable teammates, a championship title will surely belong to the boss. A while later, both of them arrived at the registration area. The young man immediately acted like a gangster and shooed away some students nearby. Get out of the way. The students quickly recognized Bai Rai-sung and advised each other. He is the grandson of headmaster Bai Lai Academy. Don't provoke him. From a distance, Bai Rai-sung saw Nin Se-kyung standing next to a man. The man next to her is... After observing carefully, Bai Rai-sung also recognized Jang Uk. Why is it that brat? Immediately, Bai Rai-sung went in front of Nin Se-kyung and stopped her. Wait. Nin Se-kyung was extremely annoyed when she saw this unpleasant person and thought to herself, Bai Rai-sung, this annoying guy is here again. Bai Rai-sung tightly held her jealous hand and asked, Se-kyung, why are you with him? Seeing Nin Se-kyung holding hands with Jang Uk, Bai Rai-sung was sweating with anger. Nin Se-kyung found this crazy guy too much and replied bluntly, who I'm with is none of your business. Who I go out with is not your concern. At this point, Bai Rai-sung pointed his finger in her face and shouted, I don't care. You say I don't need to care. Who doesn't know you're my fiancé? Hearing this, Nin Se-kyung also got angry and retorted. Normally she looked gentle, but today she was completely different. With a stern expression, Nin Se-kyung pointed her finger and shouted loudly, shut up. Is there a problem with your brain? You proposed to me and I rejected you. Then you went around saying I'm your fiancé. Our families may have some acquaintance, but I haven't counted this with you. You lie too much and delusional. Do you need me to find a better healer for you to check your brain? Stop acting crazy here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tell your grandfather to teach you a lesson. Jang Uk looked at Nin Se-kyung and thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen Se-kyung this angry. Se-kyung also glanced at Jang Uk and said, what are you worried about? Jang Uk won't pay any attention to it. After a heated argument, Bai Rai-sung clenched his teeth in anger and shouted, all right, well done, Nin Se-kyung. This is not over yet, and now even women are trying to compete with me. Starting with you, Jang Uk, always opposing me. This time it's not finished yet. Bai Rai-sung glared at Jang Uk as if he wanted to eat him alive. The debt from last time is not settled with you yet. Facing Bai Rai-sung's hostility, Jang Uk chuckled lightly and replied, you clown. Upon hearing this, he became so angry that he wanted to spurt blood. You miserable brat, you're as good as dead. Sooner or later, I will kill you. Seeing this crazy guy threatening her boyfriend, Nin Se-kyung couldn't control herself and pulled out her weapon. If you want to die, just say it directly. Don't act crazy here anymore. Seeing the annoying guy itching for a fight and trying to steal his girl, Jang Uk also couldn't stand it and unleashed his spiritual power, his eyes full of killing intent. If I don't kill this guy, he will continue to harass Se-kyung. Jang Uk coldly asked, who do you want to kill? At this point, Bai Rai-sung began to feel scared. He suddenly remembered the terrifying figure that made him feel like peeing his pants. Last time it looked like a slaughterer god. God Bake Yua 1 was angry and asked, "Who do you want to kill?" After a display of manly courage, Bai Rai Sung heard a question from above that startled him. He looked up carefully once again and was shocked to see God Bake Yua 1, stuttering, God Beak. This time it was not just an illusion, but indeed God Bake Yua 1, God Beak. God Beak asked Bai Rai Sung again, "I ask you, who do you want to kill?" At this question, Bai Rai Sung's face turned pale, his soul scared away, his hands and feet trembling. Immediately, he fell backward, struggling to utter a few words. Master God Beak, I didn't say anything. God Beak was extremely angry, but out of respect for his father, Old Bai, headmaster of Bai Lai Academy, he merely warned him, "Get lost. If this happens again, I'll personally take your head to Bake Li Ho. Remember this well, one moment of recklessness can leave you bedridden for life, and you won't have another chance." Hearing this, Bai Rai Sung quickly turned and ran for his life, his underlings scurrying after him. "Boss, wait for me." God Bake Yua 1 slowly descended from above, and Nin Se-kyung hurried over to greet him. "Venerable Elder Beak." The young man Jang Uk also stepped forward. "Master God Beak." God Beak, curious, asked Jang Uk, "If I hadn't appeared just in time, were you planning to kill him?" The young man responded resolutely, "He wanted to kill me. I couldn't just stand still and wait to die. So I had to take the initiative to kill him first. One must always prioritize personal interests." Hearing the young man's straightforward answer, God Bake Yua 1 grew even more curious. "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the power behind him? His grandfather is headmaster of Bai Lai Academy, headmaster of Bake Li Ho with extraordinary abilities at peak level 81. The young man Jang Uk solemnly replied, "I have thought about this. At most, I will return to the Yuan battlefield. I am confident that I will survive on the Yuan battlefield." After a serious moment of questioning the young man, God Beak suddenly laughed and patted Jang Uk on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha ha. Good. This kid is good. He has the style of our old days, doing things truly unpredictable, just like the person you killed. Holy Sun denomination Gula. Kill then kill. Old man Ning has balanced denomination Gula. They dare not make a sound." The young man looked at God Beak blankly, secretly thinking in his heart, this old man changes his mood quickly. God Beak tightened his grip on Jang Uk's hand as if trying to impress upon him, "Remember, a strong fist is the principle of firmness, justice, and fear must rely on one's own strength to strike out." God Beak reminded, "The upgrading method has been sent to you. Once you collect enough materials, I will find someone to help you. All right, I will take advantage and start collecting. The new task has also been assigned to you. Make sure to do it." Before leaving, God Beak didn't forget to add a bonus sentence, "You two aren't bad either." God Beak chuckled lightly and turned around to leave, while Jang Du-yin, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu looked up to God Beak in admiration. Meanwhile, Nin Se-kyung smiled mischievously, and Jang Du-yin approached and said, "It seems like you two will be busy again soon. The championship will be held in Manhong City. Let's meet there." Nin Se-kyung happily replied, "Okay, Du-yin will see each other in Nanhong City." As Jang Du-yin, Miao Yu, and Duan Gao left, Nin Se-kyung curiously asked Jang Uk, "What task did Mr. Beak assign you?" Jang Uk quickly checked his bracelet and replied, "He told me to go to the third fortress to kill the Abyss Demon, complete the mission, and at least get promoted to a 2-star lieutenant." With her super curious nature, Nin Se-kyung continued, "Is that all?" "No, outside the third fortress, an elemental dungeon will appear. God Beak told me to bring elemental crystals back from there." Upon hearing this, Nin Se-kyung had some understanding in her mind. "I remember that outside the elemental battleground of the third fortress is also called the Elemental Plane, where a large-scale battle once erupted, with nearly 100 elemental mages launching over 1,000 forbidden spells attacks. The land became elementalized and then generated many elemental creatures." Speaking of which, Nin Se-kyung again wondered curiously, "Elemental creatures, what kind of beings have I never seen before?" Young man Jang Uk was very practical and replied, "You'll know when we see them." Shortly after, at the teleportation station of the academy, Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung were teleporting away. Quickly, both arrived at the third fortress. Surprisingly, this time Nin Se-kyung's eyes widened and she felt dizzy, unable to stand steadily. Jang Uk quickly held her up, saying, "We've arrived. I'm still not used to teleporting this far." Information from Jang Uk's bracelet continued to appear. Beginner Fire Element Crystal Core 100,000 gold. Used for magic and weapons to increase fire elemental damage, and for defense to increase fire elemental resistance. Beginner Wind Element Crystal Core 100,000 gold. Beginner Water Element Crystal Core 100,000 gold. Element crystal cores seem to be dropped from elemental creatures. It seems to be a specialty of the third fortress. Unfortunately, I don't need them. So let's go admire the elemental creatures here. Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung quickly moved to the gate of the fortress, a supergiant and extremely solid gate that was open. A gate guard who understood the danger outside immediately reminded, "Young man, you will die if you go out like that. You can't go outside. It's too dangerous outside. The weakest monster on the plane has reached level 33. The highest of you is only level 26. Don't go looking for death like that." At this time, a captain came up. "What's going on?" The gate guard reported, "Captain, they want to go outside." The captain looked at Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung, level 26 and level 25 going out to commit suicide. "Where are your adults? Why did they bring you here?" Before the captain could finish speaking, something happened outside. A fire elemental spirit appeared. Level 33. The captain looked at the fire elemental spirit, sweating a little, then looked back at the monsters Jang Uk summoned, sweating twice as much. At this point, young Jang Uk summoned a group of terrifying skull-headed skeleton warriors. They quickly rushed forward to attack the fire elemental beast. The speed was so fast and dangerous that the captain and some guards exclaimed, "Too fast." The captain, with discerning eyes, carefully observed and analyzed, with this speed, the attributes of these skeleton warriors must be very high. Jang Uk's pets immediately used the Rage Strike skill, and with a loud bang, the fire elemental creature vanished in an instant. A notification appeared, killed fire elemental spirit level 33, experience gained 165,000. The captain and guards were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. One hit, skeleton level 26 one, hit fire elemental spirit level 33. What is happening? Can you believe it? The captain was extremely surprised and looked back at Jang Uk. Quickly noticing the lieutenant badge on his chest, he exclaimed, "Lieutenant badge. Such a young lieutenant. When I was promoted to lieutenant, I was already level 38. Nin Se-kyung smiled confidently and asked the team leader, "Can we go out now?" The team leader hesitated for a moment and then replied with a nod, "Go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung left. While walking and talking, Jang Uk commented, "They're too cautious." Nin Se-kyung responded, "But to be fair, it must be said that it is thanks to dedicated professionals like them that we can have peace like this. I really empathize with them." Lost in conversation, Nin Se-kyung was suddenly startled by a burst of elemental energy that made her hair stand on end. "Ah, where are we? What kind of place is this?" Seeing her reaction, a young man chuckled and Nin Se-kyung turned to show her cute, fierce side. "Why are you laughing? What's so funny? People who make you laugh are naturally born to do so, huh?" At that moment, a huge tornado appeared in the sky. With loud explosions and dust clouding the area, the system reported the Skeleton warriors have been blown to pieces. At this moment, the skeleton armor skill on Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung has been activated. Jang Uk curiously asked, "Wind elemental spirit." A wind elemental monster with 2 red eyes appeared very dangerous. The system immediately reported wind elemental spirit level 34, power 4,000, agility 4,000, spirit 7,000, physique 5,500 skills, wind ball, storm, wind blade, unique characteristic, wind element immunity. Jang Uk focused his spiritual power into his palm with a cold gaze. "Dare to bully my skeleton warriors, and the price you will pay will be very high." The wind elemental spirit level 34 rushed over, but it wasn't easy to approach him. A series of skeleton mages with attributes of wind, fire, ice, and thunder were summoned and continuously used skills towards the monster. The wind elemental spirit level 34 was not a weak type that could be easily defeated. It quickly used its skills to counter the attacks of the skeleton mages, but no matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand being ganged up on. Jang Uk's army of skeleton mages and warriors was too numerous and dangerous. After a period of fighting, the wind elemental spirit was burned and disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, young man Jang Uk began to analyze. Elemental creatures have no bodies, so the corpse explosion skill won't work on them. Suddenly, girl Nin Se-kyung felt something dangerous and shouted, "Jang Uk, do you feel anything?" The ground is shaking, the elements are in chaos. Not far away, colorful columns of light pierce the sky, accompanied by echoing screams. "Someone, run away! Run now! Don't stand still or be shocked like that. If you don't run, you'll die." Nin Se-kyung was horrified to see the direction the people were running towards. They're heading straight into the lair of elemental spirits. No, running that way will only lead to death. Jang Uk saw this scene and immediately realized, informing Nin Se-kyung. Element dungeons appear randomly, causing the elements to go into chaos and creating many elemental creatures. It's quite a coincidence, or rather lucky. I was worried we wouldn't encounter an element dungeon, but this time we're really lucky. It's right there, waiting for us. A group of people ran past Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung, shouting at each other, "What are you standing there for, waiting to die? Can't you see there are many elemental creatures behind us?" Another person chimed in, "Don't mind those two crazy ones, let's just run. They're just inexperienced kids, faces still wet behind the ears, daring to come to the Yuan battlefield. Such foolishness can only be paid with their lives." Ignoring the nonsensical remarks, the young Jang Uk stood calmly, gathering spiritual power appear. The skeleton warrior brigade instantly materialized, their eyes gleaming with fierce intent. With spiritual power gathered in his palm, Jang Uk commanded his pets, "Kill!" Both sides had large numbers. A great battle was about to unfold. Following Jang Uk's command, his pets charged forward. The elemental creature brigade and the skeleton warrior brigade clashed in a chaotic battle. Boom, boom, constant explosions echoed, smoke and flames engulfed the scene, and a series of notifications appeared. Defeated level 34 fire elemental creature, experience plus 170,000. Defeated level 33 fire elemental creature, experience plus 165,000. Surprisingly, at this moment, Nin Se-kyung holds her head with both hands. "What's going on? My head is spinning too much." There was a very eerie sound that affected everyone. Young man Jang Uk thought to himself, "My mental attributes are quite high, so I am not affected by anything. This sound must be coming from the elemental queen who rules the element dungeon." Seeing a boss appear, the eyes of the young man lit up immediately. Jang Uk used the slow curse skill to control the monsters. The familiar red chains quickly wrapped around all the elemental monsters. The skeleton warriors wielded their weapons aggressively. Far away, the people who had run frantically were out of breath, some holding their heads. "Finally saved, I thought I was going to die." Someone wondered, "Why aren't those elemental creatures chasing us anymore?" Someone gasped and pointed towards Jang Uk. "Look over there." Seeing this battle, the fire against the elemental creatures was so strong that the people were amazed, their faces full of sweat. Who are they? Why are they so powerful? Too awesome. Seeing the headless scale-tongue warrior, the crowd trembled for the second time. Those scale-tongue warriors being summoned are too terrifying. They are truly powerful. What kind of profession is this? How can they summon creatures like that? It's ridiculous. Earlier, I even thought they were crazy. If they are not crazy, then am I crazy? After a while of feeling dizzy and headache, Nin Se-kyung suddenly felt relief. Finally, that damn screaming has stopped. My head was about to explode. Looking ahead, a series of 7 rainbow colors appeared. Jang Uk immediately recognized elemental crystals. Only the queen of the elemental dungeon can drop them. The young man urged Nin Se-kyung, "Let's go quickly." Nin Se-kyung, seeing the beautiful 7 colors, exclaimed without holding back, "So beautiful, how romantic." But Jang Uk, extremely cautious of beauty, felt that something was not right. There seems to be something inside. Curious, Jang Uk stepped forward to investigate. It turned out to be the entrance to the hidden scene. Nin Se-kyung said to Jang Uk, "Let's go in together." So both quickly advanced into the mysterious gate. The scene was different from the previous version. It was an independent space where they might encounter others, so they needed to be careful. Looking around, Nin Se-kyung exclaimed, "This is the ice place." Meanwhile, the young man Jang Uk used his spiritual power to summon a group of scale-tongue warriors and order them, "Quickly explore the path for us." Similar to before, the scale-tongue warriors spread out in different directions, then sent the locations back to the system to create a complete map. Seeing the pet creatures in the form of terrifying skeletons but incredibly efficient in their work, Nin Se-kyung smiled and said, "Your scale-tongue warriors really have the function of scouting the path. So convenient." The young man replied, "Once we find the right path, we will continue." This palace was like a maze with many twists and turns. After waiting for the scale-tongue warriors to update the map, Nin Se-kyung exclaimed, "Finally done, let's go. We found the way out. How fast, Jang Uk. These scale-tongue warriors are amazing." The next challenge for the young man was a boss of the ice place, its whole body made up of sharp ice blocks, emitting incredibly powerful energy. The system immediately displays information. Water Elemental General, Secret Realm Chief, Con boss at level 37, extremely powerful with a strength of up to 13,000, but agility score of 0, spirit 13,000 and physicality 16,000, skills, Ice Pillar, Ice Whirlwind, Sky Flood, characteristics, reduce physical damage by 50%, immune to ice element. Before they could greet each other, the Con boss unleashed its attacks. Nin Se-kyung and Jang Uk had to quickly evade. Nin Se-kyung noticed the boss's attribute score and asked in surprise, agility 0. Jang Uk quickly understood the situation. "I get it, it has merged with this ice place, unable to move." Summoning spiritual power in his palm, Jang Uk called forth a scale-tongue warrior pet, swiftly rushing to strike the secret realm chief water elemental general. But the result was inconclusive. Jang Uk pondered. Physical damage reduced by 50%, damage from the skeleton warriors was greatly reduced. Luckily, he had enough of them. In front of the scale-tongue warrior army, the boss immediately cast the Ice Whirlwind skill, shooting a series of ice arrows towards the scale-tongue warrior troops. Every time, summoning a group of pets consumes a lot of spiritual power. To avoid wasting troops and save spiritual power, the young man immediately recalled the scale-tongue warrior back to the summoning space upon seeing the iced arrows. As the ice arrows poured down, luckily Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung managed to hide near a rock wall. After the rain of arrows ended, the young man peeked out, seeming to understand the situation. He muttered, "If there is still something like this, it turns out to be like that." Not surprised agility is equal to 0, as the price to pay for healing ability. By now the boss had fully recovered from the earlier blow received from the scale-tongue warrior. Jang Uk continued to analyze, "However, we just need to surpass the recovery speed, then we'll be fine." Tightening his grip on the Thanatos side, Jang Uk shouted, "Appear." The young man summoned his previously tamed boss through the evocation skill. The attribute information displayed by the system: Outpost Guardian, Undead level 33, Strength 15,000, Agility 13,000, Spirit 10,000, Physique 15,000. Looking at his pet's attribute scores, Jang Uk licked his lips. It's not in vain to be the boss of the hell difficulty level of the tower. The stats of his level 33 are even higher than that of the level 37 water elemental general. The youth continued to summon his scale-tongue warrior gang. "My warriors, appear and help me." The imposing boss moved forward, followed by the scale-tongue warrior gang, promising an imminent epic battle. After seeing Jang Uk's massive boss being summoned, the level 37 water elemental general boss immediately used the Ice Whirlwind skill to shoot a barrage of arrows towards Jang Uk's outpost guardian, who quickly spread his giant wings to block. The guardian advanced while beating his wings rapidly to intercept the arrow rain, easily blocking the projectiles. Jang Uk muttered as he watched this scene. The same skill, completely useless against the boss guarding the outpost. At that moment, Jang Uk's scale-tongue warriors rushed forward, continuously using Rage Strike skill to strike at the body of the water elemental general boss. Sticking quite closely to the attack, the water elemental general boss began to crazily use Sky Flood, true to its name. The high waves rushing in made the young man Jang Uk amazed as the scale-tongue warrior group was pushed back. Sitting high above observing, Jang Uk said to Nin Se-kyung, "The AoE skill has a wide range, truly causing difficulties for my scale-tongue warriors." Facing a powerful wave stream, Jang Uk's large pet immediately flew to the wide river, with its wings blocking the attack. The scale-tongue warrior group was freed by the guardian and immediately continued to rush forward to attack. The guardian's eyes emitted a very powerful aura with a bright red color. As the powerful waves prepared to strike, unlike the scale-tongue warriors, they did not know how to fly and were passive. The guardian, however, knew how to fly, so it immediately flapped its wings to fly high to dodge. After avoiding the tidal wave, the guardian rushed forward to attack and finish off the water elemental general boss. System notification: defeat level 37 boss water elemental general, gain 1,480,000 experience, receive 10 water elemental general crystals. Immediately after finishing, Jang Uk withdrew the guardian boss back into the Thanatos scythe. Continuing on, the young man approached the level 37 boss, water elemental general, and used the evocation skill. But there was no response. Just as I predicted, pure elemental lifeforms have no bodies and no souls. It seems the evocation skill cannot be used on them. He bent down to pick up a few crystals from the water elemental general, pondering. Currently, the bosses summoned by the evocation skill only exist for 3 minutes, but that's enough time for me to defeat a normal boss. At the same time, Nin Se-kyung looked around and said, "The chaos of the elements seems to have subsided. It's much more comfortable than before. Yes, let's keep moving forward." So the two continued on their way. Suddenly, as they were walking, something happened. The skeleton armor skill was activated, and the elements flared up again. Nin Se-kyung felt fortunate and reassured walking beside Jang Uk. "It's lucky to have your skeleton armor. If another group were here, they would constantly take damage." After passing through the icy river and sea of fire, Jang Uk thought to himself, "Next, will it be the whirl of wind or the whirl of lightning?" The image in front of Jang Uk made him feel like a volcano. In front of him was not a mountain, but a fire boss. Another elemental boss appeared. The system immediately updated the information. Fire elemental general, secret realm level 37, power 0, agility 0, spirit 20,000, physique 16,000, skills. Flame Eruption, Hell Explosion, trait, 50% physical damage reduction immune to burning attacks. Upon receiving the information, Jang Uk thought to himself, another immobile and non-physical attacking boss, but I have experience. Without saying a word, the boss immediately used the Flame Eruption skill, a rain of flames. It was indeed an AoE skill that does not discriminate targets. Jang Uk's Scale-Ton Warrior root was burnt by the flames, combining spiritual power in his hands with ice crystals. The young man then performed Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, a series of ice rains to counter those flames. Bang, bang, loud explosions. The boss seemed to go into a frenzy state, the intense shocks causing the ground below to crack. Without any signs of stopping, the boss immediately unleashed the Hell Explosion skill. Bang, bang, the entire space engulfed in flames. Jang Uk immediately grabbed Nin Se-kyung's hand and jumped to avoid. In the end, that's all it is. It has used its ultimate move. Next seems to be handing it over to the warriors and skeleton mages. Boom, boom, a few loud explosions. The pillars of fire shooting up from below also look quite beautiful. Jang Uk, with the chance to impress the girl, said, "Se-kyung, I give you a fireworks display." Soon after, Jang Uk's skeleton warriors and skeleton mages ganged up and finished off the elemental boss. System announcement: defeated level 37 Fire Elemental General Boss, gained 1,480,000 experience, received 10 Fire Elemental General Crystals. The young man sat down to pick up the crystals, while Nin Se-kyung behind him smiled. I didn't expect you to be romantic. After a moment of intimacy between the two, it was time to leave. Jang Uk said, "Let's go." Transition to the country Hetai group. They have arrived at the mysterious gate. One person spoke up, "Boss, I can't believe we actually found it. The Element Dungeon. We've been searching for so many days and finally found it. It's strange, not all Element Dungeons are full of elemental creatures. Why don't we see any here? Surely someone has already entered. So what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. We can't be late. I can sense elemental energy still lingering, meaning they just entered not long ago. Someone went ahead and paved the way for us. It saves us some effort." The boss confidently grasped his hand and said, "Shen Sea has a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today he will be the oriole." Upon hearing the boss's plan to become the oriole stalking its prey, another person in the group spoke up, "The boss is right, we don't need to rush at all. Take it slow and we will succeed. The treasure of the dungeon is definitely ours as long as we defeat the final boss." The next person added, "If anyone dares to obstruct us, we'll defeat them along with the boss." Upon hearing this sentence, a gang leader burst out laughing. "Ha ha, this idea is not bad. Kill two birds with one stone. Let's go, let's go." Inside the secret scene, a person saw footprints constantly printed on the snow. He immediately called the others. "Found it. Quickly follow me." The scene shifts to Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung, both advancing deeper into the secret scene and constantly being attacked by elements that cause damage. Therefore, the skeleton armor skill was activated. Suddenly, a storm appeared along with lightning effects all over the sky, causing Nin Se-kyung to startle. The system information appeared. Lightning Wind Elemental General, Secret Realm Chief level 38, Power level 0, Agility 5,000, Spirit 25,000, Physique 20,000, Skills, Lightning, Gale, Tempest, Characteristics, 50% physical damage reduction, immune to wind, immune to electric. Jang Uk pondered. This boss is a combination of wind and electricity. The skills of that boss continuously descending. This time, it's a huge lightning strike. Jang Uk's skeleton armor is also activated to protect the youth from the tremendous damage. Seeing the boss continuously raging and unleashing skills in this situation, the skeleton warriors and mages are all doomed. The youth looked at the boss and then cast the slow curse skill. Red chains quickly flew towards the Lightning Wind elemental boss, entwining around it, reducing its attack speed and movement ability, but only limiting its skills. The Lightning Wind elemental boss still crazily released skills down below, the skeleton warriors in front taking all the hits. Seeing the boss slowed down, the skeleton mages from afar used ice and fire skills to attack the boss. Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, explosive fire magic. The skeleton warriors then rushed in to use Rage Strike, but the Lightning Wind boss had already flown to dodge. Jang Uk was controlling the chains of the slow curse. Seeing the boss fly away to dodge, the youth, somewhat annoyed, muttered, "Most annoying are these flying monsters." Continuing to focus all efforts on the slow curse skill to restrain the boss, the skeleton mages and warriors continuously unleashed skills and attacked the boss who was being controlled. A few loud explosions. The scene in front of us is all fire and ice skills. The notification system. Defeat Lightning Wind Elemental General Level 38. Experience gain 1,520,000. Receive 10 Wind Crystals. Receive 10 Thunder Crystals. Jang Uk, after picking up the crystals, urged Nin Se-kyung, "Let's go! There's only the Elemental Queen left." Jang Uk added, "There are elemental planes. These boss monsters will soon respawn. We must take advantage of this and leave here to find the Elemental Queen." So both of them traversed the colorful elemental plane. Ahead was a castle on a high plateau with a path leading to it, made up of scattered rocks that were difficult to approach. This castle was the residence of the Elemental Queen. The system immediately updated information. Elemental Queen, Secret Realm Leader Level 39, Power 20,000, Agility 5,000, Spirit 20,000, Physique 20,000, Skills, Elemental Attack, Elemental Starburst, Traits, Reduce Physical Damage by 50%, Reduce Elemental Damage by 50%. The Skeleton Warrior rushed in to unleash their skills, but were not very effective. Jang Uk quietly thought, "It's surprising that both physical and elemental damage are reduced by 50% with resistance to both physical and magic damage always present." Before Jang Uk could finish his thoughts, the Queen unleashed her Elemental Starburst skill. The Skeleton Warrior suffered enough. The system notification. 3 Skeleton Warriors have been defeated. Seeing his 3 pets gone, Jang Uk thought, after many battles, the Skeleton Warrior group was also exhausted. At the same time, the Elemental Queen was concentrating her power, preparing to use her ultimate attack. The 3 elemental energy sources of blue, red, and yellow were being gathered, accumulated in the Queen's hand and mouth. With the elemental attack skill unleashed, the 3 streams of ice, fire, and lightning elemental energy, with blue, red, and yellow colors, were released by the Queen towards Jang Uk. Along the way, those streams of energy swept away anything in their path. Once again, the unfortunate Skeleton Warriors were blown to pieces. The system immediately updated. 5 Skeleton Warriors have been destroyed. Seeing the devastating power of that skill, young Jang Uk also had to marvel. The skill was too powerful, truly the Elemental Queen of the dungeon. The elements seem to be drawn by something, that is the Elemental Queen. The Queen is gathering a large amount of elements from the surrounding environment. Immediately after, the Queen unleashes the Elemental Starburst skill. A sea of flames envelops this Skeleton Warrior group, followed by raging whirlwinds. The skeleton mages, unable to fly, find it difficult to dodge. A series of unlucky skeleton warriors perish. System message: 11 skeleton warriors eliminated. Facing the Elemental Queen for the first time, Jang Uk finds it very difficult to fight, as there was no prior preparation. It is certainly challenging. Jang Uk wonders, why did God Beak assign this task to me? Elemental creatures have no souls, no physical bodies. My violent soul summoning and physical attacks are useless. Since entering the battle, it hasn't even moved. The slow curse is almost ineffective. This is really bad. Only the summon, the undead general, and outpost guardian spells can be used. At this moment, Jang Uk seems to have realized something. It seems that the Queen's elemental is a boss type that needs to be fought in a new mechanism to be defeated. It looks like I am too ignorant, rushing into direct combat without collecting enough information. Transfer the scene to the country Hattai people. Witnessing the fiery fighting scene in front of them, a person yelled out, "Boss, they're engaging in combat." The girl next to him immediately said, "Stop them." Another bold youth voiced his opinion. "Stop what? Just kill them all, and the Queen too." The boss gave the order. "So, be up, use the ultimate skill, yes." Immediately, So Be Up activated the ultimate skill. Relying on his assassin instinct, Nin Se-kyung immediately felt the danger. She shouted, "Jang Uk, be careful, there might be an ambush." So Be Up skills were flying towards Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung. "Watch my Armageddon skill, ha ha ha, die." Faced with the enemy's ultimate skill, Jang Uk was not worried at all and silently thought, right on time. So Be Up's Armageddon skill was unleashed, boom boom. The space was engulfed in flames. The skeleton armor skill on Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung had been activated beforehand. The cold youth ordered his pets, go. In a space filled with swirling wind and fire attributes, combined with So Be Up's skills, but the skeleton warriors still ferociously rushed forward according to Jang Uk's command. The skull-headed skeleton warriors with glowing blue eyes exuded a fierce aura, causing the country Hattai people to be shocked. The voice of another person reassured, "Do not panic." At that moment, a country Hattai youth already had a bow prepared to shoot, but suddenly several familiar red chains from the young man Jang Uk quickly wrapped around the country Hattai people, leaving them rooted in place with wide eyes. The archer could not release his bow, startled asking, "What is happening?" So Beat Up immediately realized, it is a curse. Meanwhile, the cold and ruthless young man Jang Uk simultaneously unleashed his skills while muttering, Professional players and monsters are not the same. Support characters can control the ability to remove curses, deal with healers first. Then, Jang Uk summoned the skeleton mages, who swiftly used Blizzard of Ferocious Ice and explosive fire magic to attack the healers of the country head team with a barrage of iced and explosive fireballs, inflicting direct damage upon them. The country team Hattai saw this scene directly and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. Looking back, they only saw the unfortunate healers being badly burnt, the smell of grill meat wafting through the air. The red chains of the slow curse spell now flew towards the shield bearers. After the entire country team Hattai was restrained by the slow curse, several skeleton warriors rushed forward. At this moment, one of the country team Hattai took out a container of something and shouted loudly, "Don't be stingy. Quickly drink the antidote to remove this slow curse." So the whole team took out the antidote and quickly drank it. Another healer immediately buffed their own health, sweating profusely and muttering. Monsters almost died. Continuing on, the skeleton mages of the four elements, ice, fire, lightning, and wind, unleashed a barrage of skills, including Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, explosive fire magic, 5 Thunders Divine Strike, and Raging Whirlwind towards the country team Hattai. The Knight Captain, holding his shield, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Be careful." He immediately raised his shield to reduce damage with the group protection skill. The series of skills attributes ice, fire, lightning, and wind of the skeleton mages flew straight towards the country Hattai group, but were blocked by the group protection skill of the team captain. Observing this scene, Nin Se-kyung analyzed the knight's group protection, group chain, and the mage's sneak attack with meteorite fire are all level 40 skills after the second evolution. Seeing the country Hattai group able to move and use defensive skills, Jang Uk whispered, "So they have a slow curse remedy. This is the foundation of second job class players in situations where tools can be used. Level 40 players are truly difficult to deal with." After thinking for a while, Jang Uk continued with a cold look in his eyes, but if it worked for the skeleton armor skill, Se-kyung and I might have faced great danger after the sudden attack just now. When it comes to enemies, there can be no compromise, no mercy. Jang Uk then pointed and ordered the skeleton warrior and skeleton mages, "Kill." The skeleton warriors rushed forward while the skeleton mages behind continuously cast spells. Haiti country people continuously launch attacks, but the skeleton warriors still bravely rush in. The current situation makes the Haiti country people extremely terrified. The leader's sweat pours like rain. "Dan, I didn't expect this person to be this strong. While dealing with the elemental queen can still focus on us, it seems like the only way is to retreat." Immediately, the captain ordered a retreat. The Hatchan country people now look at Nin Se-kyung and Jang Uk like a terrifying monster. Jang Uk is not so merciful, focusing spiritual power on the young man's hand, then unleashing the soul flame skill. A Hatti country person immediately dies, followed by a series of attacking skills. The knight captain holds up his shield and retreats, panting heavily after escaping death in an instant. Watching his teammates being attacked, unable to resist, the captain quickly takes out a green potion and drinks it. Seeing the skeleton warriors approaching and slashing with their swords, he immediately activates the protective shield. Seeing Team Captain Hattai running away with a layer of leaves around him, Nin Se-kyung asked, "Jang Uk, are you going after him?" Jang Uk replied immediately, no need to chase him anymore. The knight has activated the ultimate defense skill. It's hard to kill him. We have a more important task to do, which is to confront the elemental queen." At that moment, Jang Uk's Scaleton warrior group was collecting the bodies of the country day-live to bring them to the Elemental Queen. The Elemental Queen continuously used elemental attack skills, ignoring those attacks. Jang Uk's Scaleton warriors rushed to the Elemental Queen's location as if they were hugging a suicide bomb. The timing was right. Young Jang Uk used the corpse explosion skill. Bang, bang, loud explosions resounded. The scene was engulfed in red. With the bodies thrown by the Scaleton warriors, bang, a huge explosion with massive destruction force. After the shocking explosions, looking back at the Elemental Queen exploding into elemental crystals, Jang Uk thought to himself, deserving of the bodies of level 40 players, the destructive power of this explosion is not bad. The spiritual power focused on the palms, the young man determined to take advantage of the opportunity to defeat it. Must risk his life all for him. The skeleton mages and skeleton warriors received the command, then continued to attack. Very quickly, Jang Uk's skeleton warriors approached the elemental queen, followed by a series of fire and ice spells from the skeleton mages from afar, suffering a great amount of damage from Jang Uk's corpse explosion skill earlier. It seemed that the elemental queen was no longer able to defend before she could see anything. The notification appeared. Defeat the Elemental Queen, gain 2,340,000 experience, receive 5 Elemental Crystals. Elemental Crystals can be used to make Palladium-level equipment or ancient equipment, and is one of the materials to make a cooldown talisman. After collecting all the Elemental Crystals, Jang Uk breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. With the Elemental Crystals in hand, Nin Se-kyung was still attracted by the beauty of the elemental effects around her, and stayed to watch. Meanwhile, Jang Uk thought to himself, most of the skeleton warriors are heavily injured and need to return to the summoning space here near the 3rd battlefield, just in time for Godbeak's mission to level up. Might as well go check out the Yuan battlefield. Change of scene to the 3rd battlefield. Just entering the battlefield, Jang Uk was greeted by a group of monsters, the system providing information. Abyss Devourer, level 35 monster, strength 6,000, agility 5,000, spirit 3,000, physical 6,000, skill, roar. Jang Uk wondered, why are Abyss monsters appearing here? Quickly, the Skeleton Warrior group defeated several monsters. The system displayed defeat Abyss Devourer level 35, experience gained 175,000, military merit earned 1, obtained Abyss Devourer Claw. Seeing the accumulated military merit points, young man Jang Uk muttered, Abyss monsters give too little military merit, still have to find deeper Abyss demons to kill. At this moment, the girl Nin Se-kyung with 2 short swords ready for battle. They are very cunning, more elusive than mice. Definitely will encounter them soon. Suddenly, Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung saw a flare shooting up, both immediately recognizing it as an emergency distress signal. Something's up ahead, not far from us. Let's go check it out quickly, Nin Se-kyung said. They quickly sped towards the location of the flare, and upon arriving, Nin Se-kyung, with her killer instinct, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Something's not right. The monsters here have all disappeared, she exclaimed. Suddenly, a mysterious laughter echoed, prompting Nin Se-kyung to call out to Jang Uk. This is the laughter of a demon. It seems like the Abyss Devourers are all being controlled by demons. Surely the player who sent the distress signal earlier is being surrounded and attacked by monsters, she said. The scene then shifted to a nearby location, where a team was being surrounded by a large group of monsters, their danger increasing as the monsters closed in. The team leader ordered everyone, follow me and break out of the encirclement. As the team leader was about to break the encirclement, danger suddenly loomed as a notification appeared. Abyss Wolf Demon, level 38, strength 12,000, agility 10,000, spirit 3,000, physical strength 9,000, skills, roar attack, and bite. The team leader saw the 2-headed wolf with wings rushing towards them, sweating profusely. Damn, it's playing tricks on us. It wants to take advantage of our rescue signal to attract more people here. Seeing the 2-headed wolf flying high, both Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung were slightly surprised. It's another flying monster. We have to think of a way to lure it down. The evil wolf saw Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung focusing on the flare and was pleased. Finally, someone has arrived. Seeing Jang Uk ahead, the wolf muttered, why only level 26? There's also the girl at level 25. The girl with smooth white skin looks very delicious. Eating her will surely be very tasty. The crowd was puzzled to see Jang Uk at level 26. Why is a level 26 person here? Why are there professionals and low-level players? It's over. Coming here only means certain death. The Abyss Wolf Demon viciously rushed forward. I'll eat you first. Seeing Jang Uk protecting Nin Se-kyung, the Abyss Wolf Demon shouted, escape is useless. Your fate has been sealed. I will devour you piece by piece, starting with your hands and ending with your thighs. I will not let you die until I finish eating. Your screams will be the most exquisite seasoning. Just thinking about it feels so vivid. Brat, go die. Do not stop me from eating this delicious prey. Before the demon could unleash its ultimate move, it was shocked to find red chains wrapping around it. What's happening? This is a curse. Upon realizing it was trapped by Jang Uk's red chains, the demon was soon controlled, and the Skeleton warriors rushed in, leaving the onlookers puzzled. Why all of a sudden it's a curse? Seeing the controlled monsters, the team leader ordered, great chance. Break the encirclement immediately. The whole team broke through the encirclement and breathed a sigh of relief. So good, this time finally. Suddenly, a crowd gasped in surprise. This is, oh my god. A scream echoed, kill. The whole group looked back and saw the Abyss Wolf Demon being chopped to pieces. That's the Abyss Wolf Demon, isn't it? What are those immortal creatures at the end? Why can't the Demon Wolf resist at all? System notification. Kill Abyss Wolf Demon level 38, experience plus 380,000, military merit plus 50, receive Demon Blood Essence. Demon Blood Essence contains power from the Abyss to help blacksmiths and alchemists create powerful equipment. The team members dared not believe their eyes and asked, the Abyss Wolf Demon is dead, right? Seeing the group approaching, Jang Uk said, step back, I'm about to clean up this place. The team wondered, clean up? Clean what? He's only level 26. How did he manage to kill the demon so quickly? The girl Nin Se-kyung waved her hand and shouted loudly, "Quickly run away, or you will get hit by that attack." One person who did not believe her words replied, "It's not easy to kill those Abyss Devourers." Nin Se-kyung remained firm in her decision. Just wait and see. At this moment, the Abyss Devourers rushed closer to Jang Uk, but with high-level armor. The young man was very confident. "Wherever there are corpses is my home." Immediately, Jang Uk used the skill Corpse Explosion. Boom, boom, loud explosions, a space filled with red light. Jang Uk continued to display his skill of Corpse Explosion, booming, booming, booming with red streaks and green lightning flashing around, causing a mass of Abyss monsters to die, continuously accumulating experience points. Seeing Jang Uk's powerful Corpse Explosion skill, the other team members gasped in amazement. Where did this kid come from? No wonder he dares to come to the third battlefield. Another person quickly added, "This kid is only level 26 but kills monsters so easily. His summon creatures are also really strong. What profession is this?" At this moment, Nin Se-kyung was extremely happy and exclaimed, "This is too fast. I'm already a 6-star corporal." Young man Jang Uk thought deeply. To rank up my military position, I probably need even stronger, higher-level Abyss monsters. Suddenly, a voice made Jang Uk curious as he turned back. "Hey, comrade." The captain of the other team approached Jang Uk and said, "Comrade, thank you for this time. Thanks to you, we were able to escape from a dangerous situation." Jang Uk modestly replied, "Shen Xiao will always send rescue signals. There's no need to thank you like that." One person scratched his head and said, "Ha ha ha, let you see the embarrassed face of our demon hunting team. Who would have thought an evil spirit sneaked in here?" The other person added, "Abyss is divided into many areas. The central surface layer deep in the heart of the battlefield ranks from 1 to 3, corresponding to the outer layer of the Abyss, or the deep trench. Battlefields 1 to 3 of Shenxia correspond to the entrance to the Abyss. There are powerful beings creating many obstacles. The strong Abyss demons cannot advance to battlefields 1 to 3. Only a few weak and small demons can quietly sneak in. Although they are small and weak, Abyss monsters are not ordinary enemies that can be easily dealt with. Abyss monsters of human professions are similar. Level 40 is the dividing line. Abyss monsters above level 40 are very strong, known as high-level demons. In the deepest part of the third battlefield, where some areas overlap with the entrance to the deep trench, the real deep trench can be seen. There are more Abyss monsters, and demons often appear. Not only that, there is a cave there. We plan to go deeper to see. Unexpectedly got blocked along the way. Now we also know our limited strength will not go there anymore." Hearing these words, Jang Uk silently thought, "More demons, huh? Sounds like a good place to rank up in military rank." The young man then asked the other person, "Where is the deep area of the third battlefield?" The other person curiously asked back, "Brother, do you really want to go deep in there?" "That's right." Hearing the quick response of the young man, the other person didn't know what to say. "You." Another person chimed in, "That's what a true genius would do." Immediately, Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung ventured deep into the Abyss area. In the depths of the Abyss, there were many teams. Encountering more demon hunting teams, it seems like we are not far from the target. Going a little deeper, both of them wondered, is this the deep Abyss? At this moment, there were many red eyes of demons looking at Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung. And Nin Se-kyung, not seeing anything, exclaimed, "It's really terrible." Suddenly, a demon flew out in the sky. It was the Abyss monster. Immediately, it fell to the ground, red blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the motionless demon, Nin Se-kyung curiously asked, "Is it dead?" At that moment, there was a masked figure holding a short sword in the sky. Nin Se-kyung immediately recognized the weapon made of white gold belonging to a level 2 assassin over level 40. Looking at the assassin Jang Uk, she silently thought, "I must have arrived at the right place." Nin Se-kyung continued, "No wonder he can take down a level 38 Abyss demon with one hit so fast." Jang Uk urged them, "Let's go, we can't let them take everything, yes." Then both of them rushed in to kill the monsters, Jang Uk using Soul Flame, while Nin Se-kyung used 2 golden short swords to finish off the monsters quickly. After half an hour of killing and not seeing any more demons, they realized that all the demons had been killed by the level 2 professionals. Suddenly, both of them were startled. Not again. In the sky, a group of demons were gathering around the assassin, only to see his hand release, and the short sword of the masked figure fell. It was him, the assassin from before. The dark shadow demon quickly took down the assassin, leaving Nin Se-kyung in shock. To die in an instant in such a high-level profession, be careful. The linked system provides information. Abyssal Shadow Demon, higher demon level 40. Strength, 18,000. Agility, 22,000. Spirit, 5,000. Constitution, 15,000. Skills, entanglement, shadow transformation. Characteristics, ability to see through invisibility, physical damage halved. Looking at the skill and characteristics information of the demon, Jang Uk understood the issue. Being able to see through invisibility, it's no wonder why assassins are killed so quickly. This is a level 40 high-ranking demon, not inferior to the Elemental Queen. The demon roared loudly, "You little level 26 brat, dare come here again. Today you'll have an extra meal, another extra meal, and a sweet fresh girl. You don't need to hide, even if you do. It's useless. You think that level 26 brat can protect you, little girl. I want her head. I want her thigh." As the demons advanced for an attack, Jang Uk's skeleton armor skill was activated, causing the monsters to be frightened. What the hell? Young man Jang Uk with a cold gaze. Want to attack the council? I don't agree. Jang Uk immediately summons the immortal army. "You annoying brat, watch my shadow transformation skill." The demon splits into a series of shadows. Trying to run, not so easy. Jang Uk's slow cursed red chains quickly rush forward. The demon is bound by the chains. It is shocked. What? Is that a curse magic? After being controlled by slow curse, a Scaleton warrior swarm rushes into attack. The Scaleton warriors with glowing red eyes continuously use Rage Strike. The powerful strikes are like flames. The demon is continuously being attacked, gritting its teeth. My illusions are limited by this slow curse. I fell into a trap. This kid's true strength is not just at level 26. The system updates the information on the Scaleton warriors. Scaleton Warrior Sliver Gray, level 26, strength 7,000, agility 7,000, spirit 7,000, physique 7,000, skill Rage Strike. While the evil spirit was being controlled by the slow curse and being attacked by the Scaleton Warriors gang, Jang Uk took some time to think. That high-level demon has the ability to reduce half of the physical damage. The Scaleton Warriors cannot kill it in a short time. So a high-level demon, difficult to kill, reduces physical damage, then I will use magic damage. The young man summoned a group of skeleton mages with spiritual power. The skeleton mages with 4 attributes of ice, fire, lightning, and wind were quickly summoned. Jang Uk, with a cold look in his eyes, said, "I will use spells to deal with you." Seeing the group of skeleton mages, the evil spirit felt the danger and exclaimed, "Damn it, the red chains of the slow curse skill keep flying and wrapping around to control the evil spirit." Faced with this situation, the evil spirit suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, give me your body." The evil spirit entered the body of a Scaleton warrior, and after taking over the body, the evil spirit happily laughed. "Ha ha ha, like this, the slow curse spell will not affect me anymore." The demon controlled the body of the Scaleton warrior to continue facing the warriors of Jang Uk. Extremely surprised, a series of skills of the 4 attributes of ice, fire, wind, thunder, including blizzard or ferocious ice, explosive fire magic, 5 thunders divine strike, raging whirlwind, fell down on their heads. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions echoed, the space filled with the raining skills of skeleton mages. Facing imminent death, the demon had to leave the body of the Scaleton warrior to avoid the attacks of the tiny humans that the demons considered worthless. But as it ran to escape the skills, the demon felt extremely angry. Damn, being forced to flee like this. Then the demon roared loudly, "You, come help me." Jang Uk's cold response, "Are you looking for them? Count if they are all here." The children of the demons had been killed by the Scaleton warrior using swords. The demons' bodies were pinned to the swords and raised. The Scaleton warrior's momentum was overwhelming. At this moment, Nin Se-kyung sweated profusely. These little demons are really hard to kill, exhausting me to death. Luckily, Jang Uk's pets are here, or I would really die here. Seeing his children being stabbed to death, the demon beast roared angrily, "How dare you? How dare you kill them?" The cold-hearted young man, Jang Uk, replied, "Then take this." Jang Uk commanded the skeleton warrior to throw the corpses towards the demon beast. Seizing the rare opportunity, Jang Uk immediately used the corpse explosion skill. Boom, boom! A series of loud explosions echoed through the sky. The high-level abyssal shadow demon screamed in agony as dark red fluid covered the space. In no time, the demon was blown to pieces, leaving only ashes flying in the wind. The system notification appeared. Defeated abyssal shadow demon level 40, experience plus 800,000, military merits plus 500, received demon crystal. Both Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung gained a significant amount of experience points, seeing the badge on the palm of their hands increasing. Nin Se-kyung exclaimed, "I have also been promoted to 2nd lieutenant." She grinned widely. If my grandfather knew I had been promoted to 2nd lieutenant, he would definitely be shocked to the point of losing all his hair. Jang Uk then revealed it takes 10,000 military merits to promote 1 star. Listening to Jang Uk's words, Nin Se-kyung finally understood the problem. It's not surprising that you haven't leveled up for a long time despite defeating many monsters. Nin Se-kyung continued, "It's okay. I heard that there is a new dungeon recently. Let's go check it out." Wanting to level up and having a chance to talk to the girl, young man Jang Uk immediately agreed, okay. Both quickly arrived at the dungeon that Nin Se-kyung mentioned. Switching scenes to God Beak Bake Yua One's place, old man Mang curiously asked, "Beak, are you crazy? Why did you bring that boy Jang Uk to the elemental dungeon?" God Beak casually replied, "I'm not crazy. I just want to see how far this boy's limits go. Even big dungeons like the Tyrant Desert can't handle him, yet he earns a lot of accumulation points. The difficulty of the dungeon is hellish, but that boy can solo it, destroying over 10,000 demon monsters. I believe the elemental dungeon won't pose a challenge to him either. Mang, don't worry too much, he will handle these small things just fine." Old Mang disagreed with Godbeak's viewpoint and argued, "What level is the elemental dungeon? How many sub-dungeons are there? The attributes of the elemental queen are equivalent to a high-level demon at level 40. Its skills are so strong that I don't know. Jang Uk Brat's skeleton warriors are numerous, but the elemental queen is not afraid of group attacks." While Old Mang was worried, Godbeak smiled and said, "It's okay. If he can't fight back, he can still run. It's good to lose occasionally or suffer losses. At least you can know the limits of this brat." Godbeak, confident in his ability to plan ahead, continued, "Moreover, the hero's temple seal is still intact. He won't really die. Not just the elemental dungeon, I also instructed Jang Uk Brat to go to the 3rd battlefield in the Deep Abyss to defeat demons and rank up." Upon hearing this from God Beak Bake Yua One, Old Mang didn't know what else to say. He then reminded, "Have you forgotten something?" Curious, Godbeak asked, "What is it?" Old Mang sweated and said, "Ning's precious granddaughter is stubborn. She's also going with Jang Uk Brat. She doesn't have the electric soul seal. If that girl dies, Ning will come looking for you." Upon hearing this, Godbeak was struck silent by the seriousness of the matter. At that moment, a familiar figure approached from behind, none other than Nin Se-kyung's grandfather, Ning. He overheard their conversation and sternly asked, "Who died? What are you talking about?" Godbeak waved his hand. "Nothing. There's nothing." But Ning couldn't be fooled. He questioned Godbeak, "Where did you send Jang Uk Brat on a mission?" Unable to avoid the direct question, Godbeak replied, "He went to the elemental battlefield. Don't worry. With Jang Uk Brat there, your precious granddaughter will be fine." Ning then walked away slightly angry, saying, "I have cast a protection spell on Se-kyung. There should be no issue. But if anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable first." Godbeak hurriedly reassured old Ning, "You can rest assured. The protection spell I placed there will keep everything safe." Meanwhile, old Mang sipped his tea and thought to himself, "Beak, you've also got a day like today." The scene then shifted to Nin Se-kyung and Jang Uk's location. This is the Deep Abyss border of the 3rd battlefield, where all the demons invade the battlefield from. In this Deep Abyss border, there are many evil spirits and flesh-eating monsters who jeered and taunted, "Ha ha ha, the world of humans. We, the demons, have arrived. The legends of delicious humans, we have come to savor them. Ha ha, you useless humans better clean up and wait to die." As the demons were boasting, suddenly they were hit by a series of spells. "Who dares to attack us, despicable humans? Suffer, suffer and die, you worthless humans." The red chains from Jang Uk's slow curse spell appeared, confusing the demons. Before they could understand what was happening, the red chains entangled them. At the same time, the skeleton warriors charged in, their long heads with 2 eerie glowing eyes filled with death. The Abyss monster was terrified when it was chained up and surrounded by a battalion of skeleton warriors. They were wondering, where did these immortal creatures come from in such numbers? Quick and dangerous, the skeleton warriors rushed in to attack, arrows flying, and the evil creatures fell one by one. As the nearby flesh-eating monsters also perished, the bodies piled up. Seeing the dead bodies, they summoned more Abyss monsters, and Jang Uk used the corpse explosion skill. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed continuously, the domino effect spreading quickly across a wide area. System notifications appeared in quick succession. Defeated level 37 Abyss monsters, experience gained 370,000, military merits gained 50, received demon blood essence. The young man watched his quartz explosion skill effectively clear out the Abyss monsters and flesh-eating creatures. His experience points and military merits kept increasing, and Jang Uk was quite satisfied. The temporary doorway between the Abyss and the human world is a great place to earn military merits. At the Deep Abyss gateway, thousands of red eyes were watching. Nin Se-kyung explained, more demons are trying to come out again. Firmly and decisively, Jang Uk ordered the skeleton warriors to throw some corpses into the deep abyss gate at the border. Immediately, the young man used the corpse explosion skill to eliminate the monsters inside the deep abyss gate at the border. Boom, boom, continuous and intense explosions. A series of notifications appeared. Defeat level 37 abyss monster. Experience gained 370,000. Military merits gained 50. Golden lights, military merits points continuously flew towards Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung. Jang Uk received quite a few military merits points and was somewhat surprised. I just tried casually, didn't expect the effect to be this much. This time, I almost increased by 3,000 military merits. The young man continued to analyze. It means there are a lot of demons crowding at the gate wanting to come out. Many red eyes were trying to come out, but before they could do so, Jang Uk had already eliminated them all. Military merits points continuously increasing, the badge on Nin Se-kyung's hand continuously glowing. She exclaimed happily, so many military merits. Jang Uk found this method too effective and muttered, I will go kill some more demons, then make them explode again. Continuous explosions. Wait a moment. Wait for the demons to gather a little more. At the border gate of the deep border realm, after a period of waiting, a dense group of demons and flesh-eating monsters gather, their eyes red with anticipation. Jang Uk realized the time had come and ordered the skeleton warriors to throw some corpses into the gate. As the corpses flew in, Jang Uk immediately used the corpse explosion skill, and the demons and monsters were killed. A series of system notifications appeared at the border gate. Destroy Abyss Monster level 37. Experience gained 370,000. Military merits gained 50. The system quickly updated the military merits points. Jang Uk, Lieutenant 0 stars. Current military merits points 8,500. Nin Se-kyung, Lieutenant 0 stars. Military merits points 7,900. Nin Se-kyung saw her military merits points increase rapidly, from just 3,000 a moment ago to 8,000 now. Marveling, these military merits increase so fast. Seeing the deep chasm door slowly narrowing, Nin Se-kyung curiously asked, is the deep chasm door about to close? Young man Jang Uk also lamented, what a pity. It seems that the power of the corpse explosion technique has made it unbearable. The deep chasm door is slowly closing its stable now. Jang Uk stared at the deep chasm door and said, it seems that I can be promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Suddenly something happened that startled Jang Uk. The skeleton armor skill was immediately activated. A giant red eye surrounded by fire appeared along with a loud shout. Jang Uk, I caught you. This is the Flame Demon King, also known as the Evil King of Fire. The loud shout of the Evil King of Fire caused Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung to hold their heads in pain. The Evil King of Fire continued to shout, Jang Uk, I want you dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the Evil King of Fire immediately launched an attack towards Jang Uk. A series of fire beams like lasers quickly shot towards Jang Uk and the group of skeleton warriors. The fast-moving fire beams made the young man Jang Uk horrified. Too fast, can't dodge anymore. Those flames caused the skeleton armor to shatter in an instant. Young man Jang Uk thought to himself, skeleton armor can't even withstand a second. This power is too terrifying. Jang Uk immediately used the damage transfer skill, or else he would be defeated instantly. The skeleton warriors were also taken down in a flash. The number of skeleton warriors quickly decreased. Notification system. Summoning space 201 240s. Jang Uk had to grit his teeth. Damn it, the number of skeleton warriors is dropping rapidly. This won't do. The system continued to announce. Summoning space 186 240s. After a while, the young man came up with a temporary solution. Got it? Jang Uk commanded the remaining skeleton warriors to throw the bodies of the demons towards the Evil King of Fire. The system announced again, summoning space 164 240s. If the number of skeleton warriors keeps decreasing like this, there won't be any left in a blink of an eye. Jang Uk concentrated spiritual power into his palms and then cast the corpse explosion spell. An explosion resounded. Those loud bangs echoed at the Evil King of Fire's location. The Evil King of Fire cried out, Jang Uk, Jang Uk. Hearing the screams of the Evil King of Fire, Jang Uk murmured, it seems like my choice was not wrong. Jang Uk felt a little regretful for not being able to continue gaining military merits as the Deep Abyss slowly closed. This time, the Deep Abyss could no longer be maintained. Seeing the Deep Abyss narrowing, the Evil King of Fire angrily shouted, Asshole! Asshole! Jang Uk, I will not spare you. Absolutely not. Jang Uk sat down on the ground feeling exhausted, but the youth chuckled lightly and replied, Evil King of Fire, What a coincidence, I am the same way. The youth then waved his hand provocatively, saying, "Goodbye, I will definitely make you explode in the future." The evil king of fire continued to argue, "Jang Uk, I will not." Before the evil king of fire could finish his words, the deep abyss had completely closed, and the girl, Nin Se Kyung, hurriedly ran over and asked, "Jang Uk, are you okay?" "It's okay, we only lost some skeleton warriors. The door has closed. Let's leave here." Jang Uk solemnly thought, "Evil king of fire, one day I will meet you again in the deep abyss." Jang Uk and Nin Se Kyung continued to advance into the world battlefield. Third battlefield, sub-dungeon level 30. Jang Uk feels curious. I wonder how it will be at the sub-dungeon, where the three forces intersect. Jang Uk pondered for a moment. My skeleton warriors have almost recovered, and there are many high-level players here, so I'm not afraid of demons attacking. Jang Uk turned to Nin Se Kyung and said, "Let's go." She smiled brightly and replied, "Okay." A loud voice from behind interrupted, "Hey, young man. This is the level 30 sub-dungeon. The monsters inside are very dangerous. Even the normal difficulty monsters are not something you two at level 26 can handle. Young man, you should find a better team. Don't go in there to die." Despite the other person's advice, Jang Uk turned back and replied, "Thank you. No need to worry about us." Meanwhile, Nin Se Kyung continued to smile brightly, showing no sign of worry. The other person, upon seeing Jang Uk and Nin Se Kyung heading towards the dungeon, sighed and held their head. "Oh, they're still so young and already going to commit suicide." One observant member of the team then said, "Why are you sighing? Didn't you notice their military insignia? Their insignia is silver, indicating they are second lieutenants who have slain demons. Why, it can't be true. They were only just promoted to level 26. As you heard, a few days ago on the first battlefield, a young second lieutenant at level 24 appeared and soloed a high difficulty dungeon. Unbelievable, right? Quickly tell us what happened." At the same time, Nin Se Kyung and Jang Uk reached a high mountain peak. Curious, Nin Se Kyung asked, Is this the dungeon formed from the convergence of three forces?" Suddenly, Nin Se Kyung saw something and exclaimed, "Jang Uk, look over there." Jang Uk was also extremely surprised, that is, war. They both saw armies from both sides preparing for battle. Jang Uk looked closely and suddenly noticed something strange. These players, not right, all illusions, even the abyss monsters too. Scene of illusion in front of them showed the fierce battle between two sides, one side being demons and monsters from the deep abyss, the other side being a group of human beings. Suddenly, a mage displayed forbidden spell, elemental destruction, a series of four-colored elements raining down from above. Boom, boom, a series of loud explosions. The monsters were instantly engulfed in flames, smoke, and dust shrouded the entire space. At that moment, a demon with long wings suddenly appeared from above, immediately rushed forward to attack. Boom! A huge explosion resounded. The space was engulfed in flames, only to see the mage being blown away. A sudden beam of light appeared, impacting the area where Jang Uk and Nin Se Kyung stood. Despite the distance between them, Nin Se Kyung noticed something unexpected and broke into a sweat, exclaiming, "They've all disappeared." In front of Nin Se Kyung, there were no longer any human or beast armies. Is this the reason for the formation of the elemental planes? Nin Se Kyung was extremely curious. The collision of forbidden elemental spells, this is the great war of the era of the Great Star. Jang Uk responded, "Perhaps so, that battle was likely just the tip of the iceberg." Jang Uk urged Nin Se Kyung, "Let's go." The two ventured deeper into the dark area. The scenery here was pitch black. Only the glowing, jagged elements were visible. Sensing the impending danger, Nin Se Kyung took a defensive stance. Jang Uk also gathered spiritual power in his palm and summoned skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. The system promptly notified, Battlefield Wolf Demon, Hell level elite monster, level 34, strength 15,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000, constitution 15,000, characteristics. Influenced by abyss energy, defense and health greatly increased. The series of skills of the skeleton mages actively attacked the wolf demon. It was surrounded by a pile of skills, but then it bravely rushed forward. Jang Uk was sweating coldly, wondering, not dead yet, this is the power of deep energy, but just higher defense and blood, a few more hits will do. Jang Uk ordered his skeleton warrior army to rush in and attack. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, the update announcement came, killed Battlefield Wolf Demon, experience gained 680,000. Jang Uk went to check and found no bodies. The monster was created from deep energy. Nin Se Kyung was a little worried. No bodies means no loot. Jang Uk replied, then continuously kill each one. Jang Uk thought to himself, no light, very poor visibility. At this time, Nin Se-kyung showed her strength, her eyes suddenly glowing. Nin Se-kyung pointed to her eyes and said, "Assassins are the spirits of the night. Watch my move. Let me help you find the monsters." Jang Uk agreed. Okay. With her assassin instinct, Nin Se-kyung quickly detected the monster and swiftly unsheathed her dagger. Here. Immediately, Jang Uk used his slow curse skill. "Jang Uk, there's one more over there." The young man commanded the Scale-Ton warriors to charge. After a while of easily defeating the monsters, Nin Se-kyung remarked, "Is this the level of hell difficulty too simple?" Jang Uk felt that something was off. Not right. Nin Se-kyung and Jang Uk continued to use their skills to fight the monsters. Their coordination was smooth. The accumulated experience points were enough. A notification appeared above their heads. Shining in golden light, it both leveled up. Jang Uk's information was updated by the system. Jang Uk, Magic Necromancer, Unique, level 27, Strength 510 plus 500, Agility 510 plus 500, Physique 510 plus 500, Spirit 2700 plus 3000. Nin Se-kyung, a mysterious guest level 26. Nin Se-kyung also felt somewhat surprised and asked, "Is this really a difficult Abyss dungeon boss?" Suddenly, the young man Jang Uk saw something mysterious not far away, where the deep energy source was being mysteriously attracted. After observing very carefully for a while, Jang Uk also realized this is the abyssal energy source. After the abyss monster dies, some of the abyssal energy will be absorbed by something. With better night vision, Nin Se-kyung commented, "It's the phantom. It's absorbing the abyssal energy." Jang Uk analyzed, "It seems we have to wait for the phantom to absorb enough abyssal energy before the boss appears." A while later, from the darkness, the boss suddenly appeared. Jang Uk immediately used Soul Flame to prevent it from approaching Nin Se-kyung from behind, and the boss retreated back into the darkness. In the dim and murky space, visibility was very limited, only a few meters around. Indeed, not much different from the boss in the Outpost dungeon, a golden leopard with glowing bloodthirsty eyes appeared. Information about the boss was quickly updated by the system. Elemental Leopard King, Hell level leader level 36, power 15,000, physique 15,000, agility 510 plus 500, spirit 15,000, skills, elemental explosion, elemental wipe, traits, extreme speed, enhance health and defense. The Elemental Leopard King gracefully dances its claws in the dark night, its muscular body moving with astonishing agility and formidable power. It roars, a thunderous sound that shakes the still darkness. Its shining eyes reflect strong will and determination like a wild world monarch. The sudden leap and fierce attack of the leopard startles everyone. It unleashes relentless slashing strikes. In an instant, Jang Uk's skeleton armor defense skill activates to protect the youth and Nin Se-kyung from the ferocious beast. The incredible speed of the Leopard King leaves Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung unable to evade. Too fast. This is extreme speed characteristic. Luckily, we have skeleton armor. Seeing the boss's strength and overwhelming speed making direct confrontation impossible, the youth calls out his pet for battle. Jang Uk tells Nin Se-kyung, "You step back, yes." Immediately, the youth raises his Denata sickle and uses the evocation skill. The Outpost Guardian Soul was summoned with updated attribute points. Level 33, Strength 15,000, Agility 13,000, Spirit 10,000, Physique 15,000. Skills include Group Attack, Group Stun, Resistance Enhancement. Comparing the power balance, the two bosses have equivalent attribute points. Jang Uk decided to limit the extreme speed characteristics of the Leopard King first. The red chains of the slow curse skill were released. The Leopard King was quickly bound. The Outpost Guardian rushed to attack, but the result was not very promising. Indeed, the strength attributes were similar, and the Outpost Guardian could not do anything to the boss Leopard King. Suddenly, Jang Uk seemed to have discovered the weakness of the boss. Aha! That's it. So that's how it is. All our soldiers charge. After Jang Uk gave the order, the Scale-Ton warriors quickly rushed to the Elemental Leopard King in a flash. The Outpost Guardian also flew over, maintaining the position to restrain the boss Leopard King. The Scale-Ton warrior rushed in with relentless strikes and ferocious attacks, but this time had to rely on the Outpost Guardian to restrain the monsters while they continued their assault. The Elemental Leopard King was covered in numerous wounds inflicted by the Scale-Ton warriors, causing it to roar in pain. In response, the Leopard King unleashed its elemental explosion skill to push back the Scale-Ton warriors and the Outpost Guardian to break free from the encirclement. Jang Uk was startled to witness the transformation as the Elemental Leopard King slowly shrank back to its original form. Indeed, this Elemental Leopard King is not an abyss monster, but a manifestation of mysterious energy. By depleting its energy, it can be defeated. At that moment, the skeleton mages unleashed a series of spells with ice, fire, wind, and thunder attributes. Thunderous explosions filled the air, engulfing the space in a storm of skills and effects. The boss Leopard King retaliated with its elemental wipe skill as the spells from both sides clashed, causing a violent quake that shook the heavens and the earth. Seizing the opportunity while the Leopard King was engaged with the skeleton mages, the Outpost Guardian tightly gripped its weapon and launched a deadly strike against the elemental Leopard King. After a long and exhausting battle, the elemental Leopard King received a fatal blow and finally succumbed to defeat. The notification display system. Defeated level 36 elemental Leopard King gained 260,000 experience, obtained elemental scepter, golden grade weapon, 600 spiritual power, 400 physical attributes, increased 22% skill, luck of the wizard. Young man Jang Uk with hands in pockets swagger forward. This is the end, feels something fishy, not quite right. What kind of simple quest is this? Jang Uk pondered, unreasonable. This is truly a hellish level dungeon, even simpler than Outpost Dragon Quest. Suddenly, Nin Se Kyung pointed upwards and exclaimed, Jang Uk, look over there, there is something, that is. Above was the image of a person holding a scepter, with a red cloak flying in. The seven-colored radiance enveloped the area, the eyes extremely cold and mysterious. Suddenly had a sound coming. Come here to find me. Jang Uk felt the sound resonating directly in his mind. The young man turned to Se Kyung. Se Kyung, wait for me here. She reminded Jang Uk. Be careful. After speaking, Jang Uk stepped up the stairs, the path leading up high, quickly reaching the mysterious figure. The mysterious sound echoed once again. Kill me. It turns out this is a boss. In a dramatic scene, the large boss stood there with big eyes and a wide mouth. Kill me. It ordered in a challenging and fearless voice, making the atmosphere tense and full of pressure. The system updated boss information. Great Elemental Mage, Dungeon Boss, level 39, Power 10,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 40,000, Constitution 10,000, Skills, Wind Shackles, Flame Burst, Meteorite Fire, Silence, Magic Shield, Features, Greatly Enhanced Health. The boss raised its scepter high and shouted loudly, If you can't kill me, then you will die. Immediately, the boss's scepter released a huge fire beam towards Jang Uk, who quickly activated the skeleton armor. Jang Uk was very curious. So this is the boss of this dungeon, but why is it a human elemental body? Jang Uk directed a skeleton warrior to move forward and absorb the damage for him, but it was instantly incinerated. The system announced, a skeleton warrior has been eliminated. The powerful force continued its assault on Jang Uk. It's fortunate that I have the skeleton armor for protection. Jang Uk was also taken aback. So strong, is this the attack power of a mage with 40,000 spirit attributes? Jang Uk continued to channel spiritual power and summon more skeleton warriors. We can only charge ahead. Upon receiving the command, the skeleton warriors swiftly charged towards the boss, preparing to strike with their swords. Suddenly, the boss's scepter emitted a blinding light. It was the magic shield skill, also known as the magical barrier. A protective shield enveloped the boss. The fierce slashes from the skeleton warriors were blocked by the shield. Seeing his skeleton warriors unable to reach the boss, Jang Uk gritted his teeth. That magic shield is really strong, even stronger than the ultimate defense of a knight. Among my skills, only Soul Flame can penetrate that shield. After thinking, Jang Uk focused a lot of spiritual power into his palms and used the skill called Soul Flame. Jang Uk released a strong blow. A huge Soul Flame flew towards the boss, as if it could feel the power of the Soul Flame, but Jang Uk's skill only caused a slight itch for it. The boss stared without flinching, adding some challenging and incomprehensible comments. Kill me. Only then you can get the answer. A series of skills were released by the skeleton mages, filling the space with colors and skill effects. Taking advantage of the boss being attacked by the skeleton mages, the skeleton warriors quickly rushed in. At this moment, a very strong purple light emanated, then a very strong purple light shot towards Jang Uk's skeleton mages, hitting one and causing a silence effect that prevented the skeleton mages from using their skills. Jang Uk looked at the state of the skeleton mages hit by the skill and immediately recognized that it was a silence skill specifically designed to counter the group of mages. The boss continued to raise its scepter high and launched silent purple light beams towards the remaining skeleton mages. Then the boss used the Wind Shackle skill, which immediately immobilized the skeleton warriors in swirling vortexes. Seeing his pets all being countered by the boss's skills, Jang Uk silently thought that the military control skill could only cancel stun effects and was useless against Wind Shackles. Currently, his skeleton mages were also silenced, and it seemed like he could only rely on himself. As he looked at the large and powerful boss in front of him, Jang Uk muttered that this was the first time he had fought a boss solo like this. Immediately, he used the Soul Flame skill, which fortunately could penetrate magical shields. His Soul Flame pierced through, causing the boss to cry out in pain. In response, the boss retaliated with the Meteorite Fire skill, turning the sky into a giant rain of fire with destructive power. It would burn everything in sight to ash, not only demonstrating overwhelming strength, but also creating a fiery hell on the ground. Jang Uk felt the imminent danger and broke out in sweat. The range and power are exponentially stronger than a level 2 wizard. The young man suddenly chuckled. Ha ha ha, then I won't dodge anymore. Jang Uk took out a few bottles of spiritual power recovery pills. Just extend a few layers of skeleton armor. The young man quickly drank the recovery pills. His spiritual power and skeleton armor's resistance capabilities increased. The rain of fire was still ongoing. The boss kept using silent skills towards Jang Uk, but all skills were blocked by the skeleton armor shield. While replenishing his spiritual power, the young man muttered, "Still want silence, huh? My skeleton armor is immune to all control effects and negative effects. Keep using your skills freely." The boss continued to attack while Jang Uk kept pushing his skeleton armor to the limit. Let's see who can endure until the end. Withstanding the attacks with his skeleton armor, Jang Uk unleashed his Soul Flame skill after fully recharging his spiritual power. The deadly blue flames flew towards the boss, causing it to scream in agony. Meanwhile, Jang Uk remained cold and composed with icy eyes saying, "Looks like you can't handle it, not me." The boss continually took hits from the Soul Flame as this skill pierced through its shield. After a while, the boss's arm slowly fell, marking its demise as it was signed into the Death Note by the deadly blue Soul Flames. The system promptly announced eliminated Great Elemental Mage, level 89, experience gained 3,900,000, received damaged Divine Flame Staff, received Space Crystal, received Talent Stone, received Intermediate Flash Skill Scroll, damaged Divine Flame Staff, a legendary weapon that has been damaged. Space Crystal can be used to craft spatial shifting rocks. Talent Stone, a legendary item, increases the chance of awakening a talent to 100%. Intermediate Flash Skill Scroll fully masters an unawakened skill. Jang Uk was also extremely surprised and stood there in amazement. So many items, and all of them are high-level rare items. Suddenly, Nin Sekyung yelled loudly, "Jang Uk!" She was surprised to see Jang Uk and kept saying, "How could it be? How could it be? Divine Flame Staff is Divine Flame Staff. Why is it here?" Nin Sekyung couldn't believe what she saw before her eyes. Seeing her excitement, Jang Uk also became curious. "Sekyung, is there anything special about this staff?" After examining it 99 times, Nin Sekyung happily said, "Yes, it is just like what I saw in the records, Divine Flame Staff. It used to be the specialized weapon of a god-level fire magician, a legendary fire sorcerer. Then, in a great battle, the god-level fire magician disappeared, along with the Divine Flame Staff." Nin Sekyung reached out to take the staff, but suddenly pulled her hand back in surprise as the Divine Flame Staff shone brightly, revealing the remnant soul of a mysterious person with long hair. Jang Uk channeled his spiritual power, and the skeleton armor activated to ensure the safety of himself and Nin Sekyung. It was the remnant soul of Yu Yan. He said, "Young man, don't be tense." Nin Sekyung curiously asked, "Are you Yu Yan, the fire mage?" His remnant soul responded, "Oh, little girl, you know me?" Jang Uk and Nin Sekyung immediately bowed in respect. Junior Jang Uk greeting the fire mage Yu Yan. Nin Sekyung added, "I once saw your portrait in the Shengxiang Museum, which had an introduction about you." He gestured for them to be at ease. "I have been dead for many years. It's good that you still remember this old man. My time is limited. The recent battle consumed a lot of energy. Listen to me." Back then, a time-space rift appeared at the third battlefield. The rift connected the human world and the abyss. The great elemental demon king of the abyss led millions of demons to invade the human world. I led the first army of mages to confront them. In the end, we cast a forbidden spell to annihilate the great elemental demon king and the entire demon army. Unfortunately, during that battle, I obtained a space crystal, a crystal that holds the coordinates of a location in the abyss. It can be used by alchemists to crack shifting rocks, also known as teleportation stones, which can take you to the abyss. Upon hearing this, Jang Uk whispered to himself, "This is a key to attack the deep realm." Upon returning, he handed the obtained space crystal to the high-ranking individual. The Empire cannot surrender the space crystal obtained and talent stone as they are bound to the soul. Only the one who obtains them can use them. Giving it to others is just a waste. "Young man, with your power, have you awakened your talent?" Jang Uk replied, "Yes." Prior to this, the system confirmed, "The owner has awakened the profession of magic necromancer. The profession meets the requirements. The strongest talent in the system is now linked, beginning to extract the original world, optimize skills. Congratulations on awakening the unique divine talent, enhancing overall first-class level. Congratulations on receiving the passive skill, damage transfer. Old Yu Yan nodded at that. So that's how it is. When changing professions for the second time, you must awaken another talent. I know it's very difficult, but you must try. That way, when you reach level 70 and change professions for the third time, you can use talent stones to awaken a third talent. With 3 enhanced talents, your strength will reach an incredible level. In human history, there has only been one person with 3 talents at their peak. You must become the second. Jang Uk immediately replied, I will do my best, but why did you choose me? The old man replied, I don't think highly of others. I consider them a waste. I would rather leave these things to rot here than give them to useless people. But some time ago, there was a girl who was quite promising. I almost felt moved by her, but unfortunately, she was a member of a team and was still lacking in some aspects. Come to think of it, she and you seem quite similar. Jang Uk projected an image of his sister and anxiously asked the old man, You're talking about her, right? Yes, it's her. She has a very good talent, but unfortunately, she's still a bit lacking. Do you two know each other? When I met her a few months ago, she was level 35. I'm not sure what level she is now. Jang Uk pondered. My sister is leveling up so quickly. Yu Yan replied, the level is not important like you at level 27, but already able to defeat solo dungeon level 30 in hell mode. Seeing the entire humanity can achieve like you is truly rare. Must be said there is only one, and your profession is also very special. Magic Necromancer, our era has never heard of it. The creatures you summon all possess combat power surpassing their level. Your talent seems to be enhancement type. However, still has weaknesses and vulnerable to control. If in the future you can awaken related talents or anti-control skills, your potential will be limitless, progressing development. That's why I chose you. Young man Jang Uk confidently replied, Elder, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Your words are enough. My soul will merge into the staff to make it even stronger after repairs. Find a worthy new owner. Elder, please rest assured, I will not let the Divine Flame staff perish. You have devoted your whole life to the race. It's passionate people like you that can survive under the threat of the abyss. I believe the race will become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, we will counterattack the abyss. After that, Yu Yan's remnant soul disappeared. Nin Se-kyung and Jang Uk teleported outside. The people outside the dungeon were amazed to see both of them teleporting out. They've made it out. It seems like they've cleared the dungeon. They are really skilled. The one who soloed the difficult dungeon in the first battlefield is him, too strong, incredibly strong. Nearby, Seo Kyung and saw Jang Uk and was surprised. Is that Jang Uk's disciple? It's him. I can't believe he soloed through the difficult dungeon in the third battlefield. Meanwhile, Jang Uk urged Nin Se-kyung, Let's go, I have a bad feeling. Nothing good ever happens when we leave the dungeon. Nin Se-kyung chuckled at his warning and replied, Let's go then. As if to avoid something, 4 bright streaks in the sky were flying at high speed, followed by a warning sound. Jang Uk, confused, said, What's happening now? One person flying above shouted, Demon ambush. Get ready for battle. Demon ambush. Get ready for battle. Not far from there, many demons had poured through the deep abyss. They were extremely excited and shouted, Human flesh. Human flesh. Delicious, we are here. We are so thirsty that we can't resist anymore. Finally, we can taste the delicious human flesh in the legend. The demons danced and roared arrogantly, their eyes glowing fiercely. They were craving human flesh so much that they rushed forward. But before they could indulge in their desire, Jang Uk's skeleton warriors rushed in and attacked. Ah, what is this? This is not the UN battlefield. The demons who were attacked by the skeleton warriors and mages cried out pitifully. A minute and 30 seconds later, a series of system notifications appeared. Killed Abyss Wolf Demon level 38, experience plus 380,000, merit plus 50. Receive Blood Essence. Killed Abyss Demon Snake level 37, experience plus 370,000, merit plus 50, receive Blood Essence. Kill Abyss Ghost Demon level 88, experience plus 380,000, merit plus 50, receive Blood Essence. Kill Abyss Demon Snake level 37, experience plus 370,000, merit plus 50, receive Blood Essence. Nin Se-kyung spoke up, I just thought that we might still have a chance to meet in the deep abyss space. Elsewhere, the demon hunting group was on high alert. Attention everyone, demons are attacking. Preparing for battle, the team that was given shields by Jang Uk looked towards the direction where the demons were invading and worried. Damn that direction, Jang Uk's disciple is heading that way. They discussed excitedly. Jang Uk's disciple is really strong. At level 27, he can solo difficult hell dungeons, but normal demons and high-level demons are worlds apart. The girl behind reassured. Don't worry, Jang Uk's disciple might not encounter higher demons. The team captain sweated profusely. Let's hope so. Back at Jang Uk's location, the young man looked at the deep abyss space ahead with the demons flying out and thought to himself, this time the deep abyss space is at least twice as big as before. I can't throw the bodies into the deep abyss anymore to avoid being discovered by the Flame Demon King. Wait for them to come out before killing them. Jang Uk waited for the first wave of monsters to come out and then controlled the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages to focus on killing a few. Immediately after that, Jang Uk concentrated spiritual power in his hands and used the corpse explosion skill, while using a skill to say, the first group of corpses will clear the way, it will be easy to continue the attack. At the same time, a few abyss monsters saw Jang Uk and Nin Se Kyung and thought of them as good prey, thinking, we didn't expect to find such delicious food as soon as we arrived at the battlefield. Haha, I will eat that little girl. No one is allowed to steal my share. As they flew over, the corpse explosion skill exploded at the right moment, with Jang Uk coldly saying, the first batch of merit is here. Boom, boom. A series of loud explosions resounded. The whole space seemed to be immersed in a bloody red, with military merits totaling 1,800. From within the depths of the dimensional door, the red eyes of the evil monsters continued to come out. Jang Uk was pleased to see the monsters approaching. They've come at the right time. They flew into the explosive rain of skills, with a series of messages appearing. Killed Abyss Demon Snake level 37, experience gain 370,000, merit gain 50, receive blood essence. Seeing the golden light flashing, Nin Se Kyung exclaimed joyfully, so many merits, we will soon level up with 1,400 merits gained. The squad hunting evil monsters on battlefield number 3 might not even receive 10,000 merits in a year and a half. We didn't expect to be promoted to second lieutenant so quickly. While she was happily holding the badge and smiling, Jang Uk remained cautious, reminding Nin Se Kyung, be careful, stronger monsters have appeared. The system provides information. Abyssal Shadow Demon, a higher demon level 40 with strength 18,000, agility 22,000, spirit 5,000, and constitution 15,000. Abyssal Knife Demon, a higher demon level 40 with strength 17,000, agility 19,000, spirit 10,000, and constitution 14,000. Two fast-flying demons arrived. They were about to see humans when they felt excited and happy. Ha ha ha! Finally arrived at the Yuan battlefield. Ha ha! I want to capture some slaves. But the scene in front of them was not as they had imagined. All they could see were bodies, which made them a bit scared. Why are there only corpses? What happened? Could there be humans who have changed their job to ambush us, the race without martial ethics? While the demons were confused, the young man Jang Uk remained calm. What happened here, he will find out soon. Continuing to channel spiritual power into his palm, the young man continuously used the skill corpse explosion. The two higher demons looked down on Jang Uk. Turns out you're just a level 27 kid. We have decided to make you our slave. If you come here and kneel before me now, I can. They rushed in aggressively and were immediately hit by the young man's corpse explosion trick. The brutal red color enveloped them, sending them off faster than a stretch of road. Nin Se Kyung just glimpsed at them and murmured to herself, these demons are all fools. They come flying to their deaths. However, if I were a demon, I wouldn't believe that a level 27 could eliminate so many high-level demons. But with her keen observation skills and her own darkness, Se Kyung saw many abyss monsters approaching and exclaimed, the abyss is about to collapse. The young man, hearing about many monsters, felt excited. Let me lend a hand using these foolish corpses. The skeleton warriors threw all the bodies into the abyss, the corpse explosion skill exerting maximum power. The domino effect of explosions resonated red corpses covering the entire space of the abyss, merit quickly accumulating, merit plus 7,000. The familiar golden amber effect flew into the emblem, leaving Nin Se Kyung extremely puzzled. How many demons are in the abyss after all? It's surprising that just one explosion has reached the rank of 2-star lieutenant. At this moment, the teleportation stone suddenly lit up, surprising Jang Uk. Ah, this is. Nin Se Kyung next to him quickly reminded. This is the shifting rocks that Meng Yu's sister gave us last time. Jang Uk remembered. This is the teleportation stone that Meng Yu invited me and Se Kyung to explore the Demon King battlefield. She discovered the Demon King battlefield. Nin Se Kyung immediately explained, Meng Yu's sister must have discovered the Demon King battlefield. Let's go help her quickly. They both then used the teleportation stone to teleport, arriving at the other team's camp. When they arrived, they couldn't help but be surprised. Evil spirits have invaded this place. Leader, quickly look. This place is full of demon corpses, abyss demon swords. These are higher demons. Why did they die so easily? Whose work is this? We received a request for help and came here immediately, showing that even these demons have never been able to resist. The whole team looked at each other, sweating profusely in confusion. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Isn't this what Jang Uk's apprentice can do? It's very possible. Jang Uk's apprentice's skills could easily accomplish this. Unfortunately, we still worry about him. But looking back, it really is unnecessary. Jang Uk's apprentice dares to come here to hunt demons. Surely he has confidence in himself. We don't need to worry about him. At second battlefield, Mang Yu was riding a white horse towards the destination. After activating the teleportation stone and waiting for a while, he felt confused. Why hasn't he arrived yet? System information provided details about the boss. Battlefield Ghost King, World Boss level 39, Power 25,000, Agility 20,000, Spirit 20,000, Physique 25,000, Skills, Nihility, Bewitch, File Steel, Characteristics, Reduce 50% physical damage, increase 50% damage against Divine. At the same time, Mang Yu was being surrounded by Wang Jiaho's team and level 20 soldiers. Wang Jiaho's team continuously attacked from below, making Mang Yu have to constantly defend herself. Riding on the back of a white horse with high speed, it was not difficult for Mang Yu to dodge the enemy's attacks from above. She continuously observed to avoid skills and find opportunities to counterattack the enemy. The pressure of skills from the other team is extremely high. Mang Yu has to fly up high to limit the skills of the opponent, who are surrounded on this side, but Mang Yu sees another team of Wang Jiaho fighting the boss, sweating profusely. Mang Yu thought to herself, the battlefield Ghost King will randomly appear somewhere from battlefield number 1 to number 3. Each appearance only lasts for 30 minutes. Missing this time will make it difficult to find again. The annoying Dynasty Guild keeps following me. Basically can't escape from them. Why hasn't Nin Se-kyung arrived yet? In fact, expecting Nin Se-kyung is less than expecting Jang Uk is more. As soon as he mentioned it, he arrived immediately. The teleportation gate appeared. The people from the Dynasty Guild were surprised to see Mang Yu and her teammates teleport. Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung appear on the floating teleportation gate in the air. The Dynasty Guild wanted to eliminate Mang Yu and her teammates at once, so they focused their skills towards Mang Yu, but all were blocked by a shield. When the shield broke, the arrows flew towards Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung. The youth activated the skeleton armor skill. Another shield was encased. Bang, bang. A series of skills hit the shield, creating loud explosions. The beautiful girl, Mang Yu, couldn't believe her eyes. This skill of Jang Uk's is blocking all attacks. Turns out Nin Se-kyung is always protected like that. Wang Jiaho saw the figure of Jang Uk and felt familiar, that is. After a while, he remembered, Jang Uk, it's him, that wretched guy. When the girl Nin Se-kyung teleported over, she saw the fiery fight scene and was curious. Mang Yu's sister, what happened? Mang Yu replied promptly, I discovered the battlefield Ghost King, just as the Dynasty Guild members were nearby. The young man frowned upon hearing the name of the guild. Those wicked bullies who always pick on the weaklings. Mang Yu asked upon hearing this, have you met them before? Been through some trouble with them. Didn't expect to see them here. The group under Wang Jiaho shouted loudly from below. Jang Uk? He gritted his teeth. Jang Uk very curious. Why is he here? Mang Yu further explained. He is the young president of the Dynasty Guild. They came here because of him, looking for the Nirvana Crystal. They intentionally delay us here so another team can boss fight. What should we do now? If we are late, the boss will be taken by them. Jang Uk calmly said, so you go over there to hold them off. Don't let them take down the boss. Leave this to me. I will deal with it and then regroup with you. Even if I can't take down the boss, they won't be able to either. Nin Se-kyung raised her hand in approval, impressed by Jang Uk's well-thought-out battle plan. Without further ado, Mang Yu rode off on a white horse, reminding them, be careful, both of you. Mang Yu then activated her skills to guide Jang Uk and Nin Se-kyung to land below. The members of the Dynasty Guild asked each other, young president, should we stop that woman? Let's focus on Jang Uk first. Ignore her. Jang Uk, I didn't expect to see you here. Do you know that because of you, I couldn't enter any academy while you attended Seijing Academy? It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be considered inferior. Wang Jiaho fell into a frenzy, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for you, the provincial champion would have been mine. All because of you. All because of you. Nin Se-kyung saw Wang Jiaho acting crazy and exclaimed, this guy's mind doesn't seem quite normal. He couldn't get into Seijing Academy because of his own lack of ability. What does it have to do with Jang Uk? The young man replied, just jealousy and resentment. Wang Jiaho gritted his teeth fiercely. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kill him, yes. His accomplices rushed forward. Level 38 Knight, Power 8,000, Agility 6,000, Physique 15,000. he activated the charge skill. No matter how powerful you are, you're just newly promoted. My team has already had 100 battles. Jang Uk, today is your death day. Facing Wang Jiaho's powerful team intending to gang up on him, the young man said, "What's the big deal when it comes to gang fights? Jang Uk is experienced. Let's see who's outnumbered." Jang Uk immediately summoned a battalion of skeleton warrior pets. Wang Jiaho was severely injured by Jang Uk's pets' powerful monsters. His teammates were also shocked, wondering how this could be happening. While his teammates were still confused, Wang Jiaho commanded archers and mages to kill those dogs. The archers and mages quickly launched their attacks as Wang Jiaho also sent his own mages out to play. The 4 types of skeleton mages unleashed a series of skills: Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, Explosive Fire Magic, 5 Thunders Divine Strike, and Raging Whirlwind. The intense skills created a thrilling battle as the skeleton mages, like super warriors, crazily used their elemental skills to freeze enemies with Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, turn the surroundings into a fiery sea with Explosive Fire Magic, cause thunderous chaos with 5 Thunders Divine Strike, and finally whirl up a raging storm with Raging Whirlwind, terrifying everyone with their incredible power. The relentless sound shattered the space, making people's hearts filled with fear, while the dazzling light illuminated the entire sky, enveloping the space. Wang Jiaho's team members were horrified, their eyes widened in shock, looking in disbelief. After a moment of astonishment, Wang Jiaho asked, "What is this?" Wang Jiaho could hardly believe in Jang Uk's terrifying ability and murmured, "I have never seen him summon immortal skeleton mages like this, even during the grand exams." Amidst the space resounded the deafening sounds of various skills. An unfortunate person was hit by a series of powerful moves, his body charred black, with a dark color enveloping his massive figure, his eyes glaring white and incredibly frightening. One of Wang Jiaho's team members, seeing their comrades being hit successively by skills, screamed in horror. "We can't win, completely unable to win. Even if we had 10, 20 healing mages, we still can't keep up with the speed of those skeleton warriors' skills. There are a few fugitives. They are like black mice hastily leaving the unlucky dark sky. With lightning bolts flash down from above like cutting knives tearing through the air, like the death god's chains pulling towards them. Just one strike from that lightning will make them disappear forever." Wang Jiaho was both scared and angry, shouting, "What are you doing? Don't run away. He's just a lowly level 27. Quickly come back and kill him for me." Wang Jiaho continued to scream frantically, "Kill Jang Uk! I can't allow him to steal the glory that belongs to me." But no one dared to rush forward as they were still too slow to escape. Meanwhile, the youth Jang Uk focused spiritual power on the palm of his hand to activate the corpse explosion skill, a devilish smile on his face. "Still on her run, running under the sun, and how can you escape?" Wang Jiaho saw a red ball in Jang Uk's hand and felt a sense of trepidation, his face pale and his eyes wide as if facing a demon, a look of extreme fear, trembling and jittery, clearly facing a deep fear, like a mouse seeing a cat, muttering, "It's that skill. It's that skill." At first, from the solitary explosions, the domino effect quickly formed, the explosions becoming more and more intense and louder. The skill of quartz explosion emerging like a monster from hell, the continuous loud explosions sounding like the voice of death suffocating the air. Wang Jiaho couldn't help but feel scared, experiencing real terror, the body suddenly turning into pieces, the wind carrying the scattered flesh flying in the air like blood raindrops bursting in space. Wang Jiaho seemed to be pinned in place, his face pale, eyes wide with fear, the fear so overwhelming that he almost wanted to soil himself, his whole body trembling like grass in the wind. He truly lost all courage, his legs giving way, his mouth opening, but only managing to cry out one word, "No." Before the horror could fade, another series of loud explosions resounded, the space engulfed in a red hue mingled with the blue rays of Jang Uk's spiritual power carrying a sense of bone-chilling fear. Then a veil of misty smoke enveloped everything, as if drifting into the mystical, everything seeming to slow down, and the figure of Jang Uk slowly appearing behind the veil of dust with an aura of seriousness and mystery. In a blink of an eye, Jang Uk stood in front of Wang Jiaho, causing his hair to stand on end. Wang Jiaho fell silent, the bitterness in his heart turning into an indescribable regret. Seeing the 2-star lieutenant badge on Jang Uk's chest, Wang Jiaho was even more horrified. Finally, he has killed so many demons. Filled with terror, Wang Jiaho seemed to lose all of his strength. His legs trembled, and he couldn't stand firm. In the end, with no other choice, he quickly retreated, but couldn't control his fear, ultimately falling to his knees. "What do you want to do?" "No, Jang Uk, you can't kill me. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you will." Ignoring his nonsense, Jang Uk darkened his expression and activated his spiritual power. "It's nonsense. I'm sorry, but I don't forgive enemies." Not far away, the remaining members of the Dynasty Guild were focusing on fighting the boss, fearing it would be stolen by others. Just then, a beam of light with the skill of Meng Yu rushed in. Immediately, the skills of the team turned back, colliding with Meng Yu's shield, creating loud explosions. Twice evolved Great Mage of Dynasty Guild said, "You're such a troublesome kid. Wait until the young president comes and deal with you." Twice evolved Great Mage continued, "Where is the young president? Why is he taking so long to come help?" Suddenly, some bird bodies flew over, causing everyone to exclaim, "What? What is that?" It was not difficult for them to recognize the Dynasty Guild's clothing. "These are our people." The old Great Mage, twice evolved, glared in disbelief. Or has the young president? A series of loud explosions rang out, the horrifying scene unfolded. The enraged Great Mage, twice evolved, shouted. Who is it? Teenager Jang Uk and his cool scale-ton warrior walked over, with Meng Yu also surprised. How did you finish so quickly? He alone solved the teen what happened. Jang Uk's scale-ton warrior team continued to work diligently, carrying the bodies of the other team. Meng Yu was very puzzled. Those are the bodies of the Dynasty Guild members, the people that Nin Se-kyung knows what kind of power do they have. Jang Uk ordered the scale-ton warrior to throw bodies towards the twice-evolved Great Dynasty Guild team and shouted loudly, "Explode, you all!" The young man continued to use his most effective skill, corpse explosion, boom, boom, continuous loud explosions, a space enveloped in a chilling red color. Meng Yu witnessed this scene extremely shocked. Even her white horse stood up because of this terrifying power. Jang Uk, this is your true power. No wonder you can solo the difficult Hell Dungeon. Se-kyung is also willing to follow you. Twice Evolved Greats saw their team suffering heavy casualties and immediately shouted, "Healer, where are you? Quickly heal the wounded." They then used group defensive skills to create a protective shield for those still alive. "Come to us quickly." They worked hard to increase the defensive shield. The skeleton warrior continuously attacked from the outside to break through the shield. The other team was surrounded within the defensive shield. Seeing that they had some free time, Jang Uk said to Meng Yu, "Enough, let's go deal with the battlefield Ghost King." Miss Meng Yu immediately agreed, Okay, let's go quickly." The system then updated the information about the boss. Battlefield Ghost King, world boss, level 39, power 25,000, agility 20,000, spirit 20,000, physique 25,000, skills nihility, buich, file steal, special ability reduces physical damage by 50%, increases holy damage by 50%. Facing the quite strong boss, Jang Uk also used his summoning skill to summon his own boss for battle. "Come out, my pet." The two bosses were about to charge at each other, and Miss Meng Yu was shocked when she saw this scene. "Se-kyung, Jang Uk really has many hidden cards. I realize that I completely can't understand him." Miss Nin Se-kyung didn't rush to answer, just stood there smiling mischievously. "Just wait, you will know eventually." Jang Uk then said, "I'm not good at dealing holy damage. This is for you, sister." Miss Meng Yu was surprised for a moment, then quickly accepted the task. Okay, just leave it to me." Finishing her words, Meng Yu tightened the reins and sat firmly on the back of the white steed, her black hair flowing in the wind. The white steed suddenly stopped, then stumped forcefully on the ground, making a loud and resolute sound. Meng Yu and the white steed united in purpose, swiftly soaring into the sky. Her holy skill erupted. A bright sphere of light burst and spread dazzlingly and magnificently in the vast space. The source of blinding light from Meng Yu's skills shot towards the boss, but the boss only lost a small amount of blood. The boss seemed to go crazy, glaring at Meng Yu, and immediately launched a powerful life steal attack towards her. Unable to face the intense attack head-on, Meng Yu had to dodge by riding a white horse. Observing the situation, Jang Uk realized if we let the boss continue to adjust its skills comfortably, it will be a dangerous disaster. We need to interrupt it, or at least slow it down. Focusing her spiritual power into her palm, Jang Uk used her slow curse skill. The familiar red chains shot from her hand, binding the boss from head to toe. Jang Uk commanded her giant pet to restrict the actions of the battlefield Ghost King. With the support of the slow curse skill, Jang Uk's outpost guardian pet continuously launched attacks. Seeing Jang Uk's many tricks, Meng Yu whispered, "How many more tactics does Jang Uk have up her sleeve?" Just like its name, Battlefield Ghost King, the Battlefield Ghost King boss is very powerful. It roars loudly and glares with its two bright eyes, then immediately counterattacks the Outpost Guardian boss. Jang Uk observes the situation and makes a decision. The Outpost Guardian is gradually unable to cope with the upcoming battle. It's time to look for new souls. At this moment, the voice of Meng Yu flying high above echoed down. "You just need to stall for time. I will take responsibility for the attack." As soon as she finished speaking, she released a series of bright orbs to deal damage to the battlefield Ghost King boss. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions rang out, but the amount of damage Mang Yu caused to the boss was very low. She was puzzled and angry in her heart. Damn it, doesn't the battlefield Ghost King have a 50% increase in divine damage attribute? Why did my attack do no harm to it? Before she could understand where the problem was, the boss roared loudly and glared with its eyes to release the Bewitch skill. While focusing on the boss, Mang Yu was hit by the Bewitch skill. Her eyes emitted a pink light and a dark black demonic aura. Jang Uk panicked. This is not good. I forgot to activate this skeleton armor for her. She can't immune to mental control attacks anymore. Mang Yu fell off the horse from above, plummeting to certain death. Jang Uk immediately controlled a skeleton warrior to catch her. Jang Uk turned to Sekyung and said, "Take care of her for me. I will go clean up that big-headed boss." Sekyung replied, "Sure, be careful." Jang Uk quickly noticed the boss, the battlefield Ghost King, although tied down by the slow curse spell, being surrounded by the outpost guardian boss and the skeleton warriors, still had enough power to attack Mang Yu. This guy is really strong. Watch out. Next soul, I'll choose you. Gripping the sickle firmly in hand, Jang Uk buffed his boss with more spiritual power to continue attacking the battlefield Ghost King. The battlefield Ghost King was no pushover either, using the Nihility skill to counter. Jang Uk carefully activated and fully buffed the skeleton armor. The boss's skills were powerful, but could not penetrate the thick skeleton armor as Jang Uk continued to pump full of spiritual power, focusing the remaining spiritual power on the palm of his hand. Jang Uk shouted, "It's time to work, my army." Summoning the skeleton warriors, Jang Uk boldly shouted, "Taste the flavor of this burning soul." Next, Jang Uk uses Soul Blaze, wanting to burn down the boss. Below are the chains of the slow curse skill tightly tying. Above is Jang Uk's deadly Soul Blaze pouring down. The boss battlefield Ghost King screams in pain, but to make it die quickly is difficult because it still has the life steal skill. Jang Uk's Scale-Ton warriors are the targets it attacks. Not far away, Sekyung is giving Mang Yu healing medicine to drink. She quickly drinks the entire vial. In a short time, Mang Yu wakes up bewildered. "I am." Sekyung immediately informs, "Mang Yu, you were just hit by battlefield Ghost King's Bewitch skill." She panicked, "Bewitch skill? So now?" At the same time, Jang Uk and his Scale-Ton warrior army are relentlessly attacking the battlefield Ghost King. Observing the battle from afar, Mang Yu marvels. He completely dominates the battlefield Ghost King alone. Even his boosted divine damage cannot do much to the battlefield Ghost King. But Jang Uk and the battlefield Ghost King are very difficult to determine who has the upper hand. It is very difficult to defeat the battlefield Ghost King. It is crazily using life steal on Jang Uk's skeleton warriors. Many of them are being taken down, but Jang Uk is not worried at all. "I'm sorry, my warriors are all summoned beings of immortality. Your life absorption is basically useless." The young man suddenly saw that the attacks of the skeleton warriors were ineffective against the battlefield Ghost King and exclaimed, "This illusion can still be used like this, but it is only immune to physical damage, swallowing curses only. As a mage, I can always switch to offensive magic." The young man immediately summons a group of skeleton mages, and Jang Uk shouts, "If you don't have magic immunity skills, then just die. I will keep attacking. No matter how strong you are, you will still die, ha ha ha." Mang Yu curiously asked the girl next to her, "Sekyung, normally does Jang Uk take you to fight monsters in dungeons like this?" Sekyung replied enthusiastically, "Yes, Mang Yu." Sekyung added with a bonus, "It's just a pity that we're now out of sweet potatoes." Mang Yu exclaimed, "What sweet potatoes?" Sekyung replied, "Nothing." In her mind, Sekyung thought to herself, "During the day, I watch Jang Uk fight monsters while eating sweet potatoes, and at night, I eat sweet potatoes with..." She paused as she thought. 5 minutes later, after a long and difficult battle against the skeleton mages, it finally came to an end. System notification. Killed battlefield Ghost King. Experience gained 2,600,000. Received Dagger Ghost King. Received Longsword Ghost King. Received Battlefield Ghost King's Heart. Received 5 Nirvana Crystals. Dagger Ghost King specialized for Assassin's legendary weapon. All attributes plus 800. Enhances assassin skills by 60%, comes with Nihility skill. Within 30 seconds, turns oneself into Nihility, immune to physical attacks, cooldown time 5 minutes. Longsword Ghost King exclusive for swordsman, legendary weapon, all attributes plus 800, enhances swordsman skills by 60%, comes with Vampiric Strike skill, Vampiric Strike, uses Ohm's strength to attack, absorbs vitality to heal oneself, cooldown time 5 minutes. Battlefield Ghost King's Heart, main ingredient to craft Battlefield Ghost King's jewelry, Nirvana Crystal. enhances the ability to appear at the ascension level of the profession when changing professions for the second time. After collecting a bunch of equipment and items, the young man still didn't forget his important task. Raising the Thanatos scythe in front of the body of the battlefield Ghost King, the young man focused his spiritual power to use the evocation skill. The young man wanted to evocate the boss battlefield Ghost King to be his new battle pet. Shortly after, the soul of the boss was subdued by Jang Uk's Thanatos scythe. Uptake information system. Battlefield Ghost King boss, level 39, power 25,000, agility 20,000, spirit 20,000, physique 25,000, skills nihility, bewitch, lifesteal, reducing physical damage by 50%, increasing damage of divine type by 50%. The young man saw the soul of the newly subdued subordinate, feeling pleased and smiling. Although it has a weakness to divine damage, overall, it's not too bad. When the boss was defeated, the soul was also subdued. The girl still couldn't believe it, muttering to herself. It's over. Turns out he alone can defeat the battlefield Ghost King. Jang Uk controls spiritual power to retrieve the soul of the new disciple into the Thanatos scythe, then walks over to Manhwa. He also gives her a Nirvana crystal. Holding the Nirvana crystal in her hand, Manhwa can't believe her eyes. Tears roll down her face as she exclaims, "I have been searching for the battlefield Ghost King for so long, and finally, I have the Nirvana crystal." She grips the Nirvana crystal tightly and resolves, "With this Nirvana crystal, I have a 60% chance of upgrading my profession, switching to a holy summoner for the second time. I must succeed for the glory of my family." Overjoyed to receive what she has been seeking for so long, Manhwa thanks Jang Uk wholeheartedly. "Thank you so much, Jang Uk. The Nirvana crystal is very important to me." Aside from the longsword and dagger, Jang Uk notices a blue stone today, realizing it is a lucky day with good fortune as the battlefield Ghost King heart falls into his possession, the main material for the battlefield Ghost King necklace. Manhwa happily declares, "I only need the Nirvana crystal. I won't compete for anything else with you two." The battlefield Ghost King necklace is a very valuable boss jewelry. If you can't find a suitable alchemist, let Sekyun help you find it. Jang Uk is a disciple of Baekjeajia. Apparently, there is no way to find him. Hearing this from Nin Sekyun, Manhwa was once again amazed. God Beak, I didn't expect him to have such an important status. I never heard of God Beak accepting disciples before, but his strength truly deserves it. At this moment, Jang Uk looked around, then pondered something. Manhwa also realized the problem and started to worry. This time, he killed members of the Dynasty Guild, especially the young president who died here. They will definitely not easily overlook this. Their guild president is a thrice-evolved top professional. Even if God Beak protects him openly, they still might have hidden motives. After seeing the bodies of Dynasty Guild, the young man calmly said, "Don't worry, I know it in my heart." Jang Uk thought to himself, "It seems that every time I need to summon the battlefield Ghost King's soul, I need to consider more carefully. If the people from Dynasty Guild see it, it will be a big problem." The young man with a fierce look muttered to himself, "I make sure no one is alive, no one sees it," as he carefully checked around to see if anyone else survived. Somewhere on the third battlefield, a large notification appeared and the people who saw it were horrified. It's a world boss announcement. Battlefield Ghost King has been defeated. The heart of Battlefield Ghost King has fallen out. Oh my god, Battlefield Ghost King has been killed. Battlefield Ghost King has the sacred skill of lifesteal and still got killed. Which team is so powerful? At that moment, in Dynasty Guild, Jaho's father saw the notification that Battlefield Ghost King had been defeated and his heart had fallen out. Then he muttered, "Jaho failed to enter the academy because of his assessed abilities, so our Dynasty Guild will train ourselves as long as we get the Nirvana crystal, complete the job upgrade when passing the second promotion, advance from the legendary occupational level, he can definitely make a comeback." Our master gritted his teeth in anger. The humiliation that our son had to endure would one day be repaid in full. He immediately gestured for a subordinate to come forward. After experiencing real combat on the battlefield, Jaho would surely mature. Finding an alchemist, I would craft the boss Battlefield Ghost King necklace for Jaho. Returning to Jang Uk's location, before leaving, the young man used his Soul Blaze and Quartz Explosion skills to erase everything around him. As he unleashed his skills, he muttered, "This will completely erase all traces." Nin Sekyun watched Jang Uk's great technique and exclaimed, "As long as we don't reveal the secret of the Battlefield Ghost King, no one can hold us accountable for this." Manhwa chimed in, "Sekyun, rest assured, I also take responsibility for this. I will keep my Nirvana crystal secret." After tidying up, the three of them smashed the teleportation stone and left. Meanwhile, Godbeak and Old Mang were sitting chatting over tea. Tomorrow is the great competition of professions, and that kid will soon have to return. Old Mang asked Godbeak, You must be curious whether that kid has completed the mission or not. Old Bake blushed when asked about the black arrow hitting him. Oh well, just forget it. Why bring it up? Old Mang then added, just now the battlefield Ghost King was killed. It could be that brat. Upon hearing this, Godbeak thought seriously, I wonder if it's really that brat. Right at that moment, Jang Uk returned and Godbeak explained, Jang Uk is back. The young man bowed respectfully. Jang Uk greeted Lord Beck Yua 1 and Lord Mang and Ban. Godbeak anxiously asked, have you completed the mission yet? The young man quickly replied, it's been completed. Old Beck was pleased. Not bad, not bad. He quickly checked Jang Uk for any injuries, and the shining golden badge on Jang Uk's body amazed Godbeak. Wait, second lieutenant with 2 stars. Knowing that Jang Uk had defeated many demons to earn 2 stars, he humorously asked, you went into the demon's lair, didn't you? He quickly calculated in his head. Second lieutenant with 2 stars means over 20,000 military merit and also bringing along Old Nin's precious granddaughter. An ordinary demon only has 50 military merit. This brat Jang Uk must have killed at least 400 demons. The young man seemed to also guess what Godbeak was calculating and spoke up. I've killed some high-ranking demons. Upon hearing this sentence, Godbeak jumped up in surprise. What? Meanwhile, Old Mang sprayed all the tea in his mouth out, very curious about how Jang Uk had defeated high-ranking demons. Old Bake immediately said, Kid, quickly tell us the details. Jang Uk slowly recounted. It was like this, I encountered a spatial teleportation door, and then it was like this. After Jang Uk finished telling all the details, Old Bake burst into laughter. Haha, you're really something, kid, to even do this. The Flame Demon King must be furious. He failed to kill you twice. It seems like he lost all face. Well done, you may increase your strength next time. Jang Uk continued speaking, but this time more hesitantly. Lord Bake Yua 1, Lord Mang and Ban, this time in the Third World Battlefield instance, I encountered Yu Yan, the Sacred Fire Wizard. Old Bake and Old Mang were shocked to the core, with the tea in Mang's hands falling to the ground and splattering everywhere. What? Jang Uk, you say you met the Sacred Fire Wizard Yu Yan? Yes, that's right, it's like this, and also like this. Oh, I see. After listening carefully to Jang Uk's recount of the important story, Old Mang thought for a moment and said, I remember someone had encountered Sacred Fire Yu Yan in the dungeon before. Why wasn't Sacred Fire Wizard Yu Yan favorable? Upon hearing this, Old Bake broke out in a sweat. Back then, I hadn't upgraded my profession. Being looked down upon was normal. Immediately, Old Bake told Jang Uk, bring out the space crystal. No need to look for anyone else. The best candidate is right here. Young Jang Uk replied, yes. Then he took out the extremely rare item, the space crystal that Yu Yan had entrusted to him. Without waiting long, Old Mang also took out the artifact Shenxia Tower, a dazzling tower, which flew out from Mang's palm. Mang then used the Shenxia Tower to cast a spell on the Abyss Teleportation Stone, a dazzling stone of multiple colors radiating thousands of brilliant lights, illuminating everything around with a mystical beauty. After a while, Mang said, it's done, I have added the coordinates of the human world to it. You can use it to travel between humans and the deep abyss. However, the spatial capability is limited and requires a 1-hour rest after each use. This teleportation stone is linked to the soul. Only you can use it. Young man Jang Uk received the superfine talent stone, then bowed to express his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Mang and Ban. Godbeak reminded him, take good care of your talent stone. When you undergo the 3rd job evaluation, it will have a great effect. As for the Divine Flame Staff, I will find someone to see if it can be fixed. Jang Uk offered the Divine Flame Staff. This is a legendary weapon. Not many exist in the world. It's good to have an extra one. Please try to find someone to repair it. Thank you. Godbeak. Jang Uk then presented the battlefield Ghost King's heart. Oh, right, Godbeak, there is one more thing I have to trouble you with. Seeing the battlefield Ghost King's heart, Godbeak was extremely surprised, and Mangan also recognized the issue. As I said, battlefield Ghost King is the one Jang Uk defeated. Godbeak was drinking water when he suddenly said, Jang Uk, you killed the battlefield Ghost King, so you must have obtained the Nirvana crystal as well. Jang Uk replied, that's right, a total of 5 pieces dropped, and I still have 3 left. Godbeak then said, give me 2 pieces, and I will help you prepare for your second career change. Godbeak tightened his fist with some confidence and said, I won't say anything else, but I guarantee that when you change careers for the second time, you have an 80% chance of upgrading your profession and a 30% chance of awakening your second talent. It's a pity that if you awaken your talent for the second time, if it were the first time, I would be 90% sure to help you awaken your talent. Jang Uk received such a great offer from Godbeak, then exclaimed, thank you. Godbeak. The young man thought to himself, for helping me change careers, Godbeak must have exchanged a lot. Old Mang set down the teacup and said, "Ha ha, still calling him Godbeak? Ha." The young man looked at the teacup, then after a moment of thought understood the matter. He took the cup of tea, walked over to Godbeak, "Bake you a one," and Jang Uk bowed his head and said, "Disciple Jang Uk greets master." After that, the polite young man offered tea to master. Jang Uk remembered chatting with his sister when he was young. "Sister, wait for me. I will also pass the entrance exam to Seijing Academy." Godbeak murmured a few words. "Shense ancestors with far foresight, please grant me a junior." Meanwhile, the young man Jang Uk fulfilled his wish, adding another family member with a new position in this world. Godbeak then turned to advise Jang Uk. "You have been working hard these past few days. Go home and rest well. Tomorrow you will depart to Nanhong City for the professional competition. You must perform well and strive to return as the champion." The young man confidently smiled and replied, "Master, rest assured, I will definitely become the champion." With that, Jang Uk bid farewell and left. Old Mang then teased Godbeak. "Are you happy now?" Godbeak scolded, "What happiness? I must spend all the money I have saved for years." Old Mang joked with Godbeak, "Ha ha, you reap what you sow." At that moment, Old Mang solemnly said, "But there is a big matter that the boy Jang Uk didn't tell you. He and the leader of the Mo family jointly won the battlefield Ghost King, committing a crime against the Dynasty Guild, and even killed the young president of the Dynasty Guild. Regretting the money he saved because he was preparing to change careers for Jang Uk and would spend it all, Old Bake now hears everything itches ears. Why doesn't he say Dynasty Guild is just a bunch of garbage? All it takes is one hand to crush everything." Old Mang speculated reluctantly. "It seems he wants to solve it himself, doesn't want to bother you. You also shouldn't get involved where you shouldn't expose outside. Don't cause trouble for him." Old Bake coldly crossed his arms and continued, "This brat also has a bit of courage. Not bad. Why do you think I will get involved? Do you think I'm that foolish?" Old Mang continued to tease, "Almost right. Moreover, Mr. Nin knows that Sekyung has arrived at battlefield number 3. He will definitely come to find you soon." The next day at the Nanhong City Professional Arena, there were many teams of students participating in and watching the professional Nanhong City competition. The atmosphere was extremely crowded and lively. Jang Uk's team also arrived. The girl Du Yin looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, so many people. I heard there are over 100,000 professional teams participating." She looked at Jang Uk and thought to herself, the organizers announced that the preliminary round will eliminate 90% of participating teams, but even without Jang Uk, we shouldn't have any major problems in the preliminary round. The organization quickly notified the next team. This time, Jang Uk's team advanced. Du Hien urged everyone, "Let's go. We will surpass the first qualifying round." The team quickly moved inside. Jang Uk took the opportunity to observe around, so the Empire used Shense Tower for the test. It seems that just following the path, defeating all monsters is enough to pass. This is indeed the simplest and most effective preliminary elimination method. Jang Du-Yun immediately ordered Duan Gao, buff status. Du-Yun told Jang Uk, "Let's try it ourselves first. If we can't make it then, we will ask for your help." Jang Uk agreed, "Yes, 1 hour." The system announced, Abyss Dog Demon level 27, Strength 2800, Speed 3500, Spirit 1000, Physique 2000, Skill Bite. She looked at the monster in front of her and the system provided statistics, whispering to herself, compared to Abyss Dog Demon, it is lower in level by 4. Attributes have also decreased significantly. Dealing with them should not be a big problem. The girl Sekyung used charge skill to rush forward. When the dog demon attacked, she used the shield to defend and took advantage of the time to attack the enemy who was stunned. Then Nin Sekyung stealthily approached it and used a fatal sword to finish off the dog demon. When it cried out in pain and collapsed, Nin Sekyung said with a smirk, "It seems that thanks to following Jang Uk for so long, I have become much stronger now." Passing the first level, Tu-Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that we can still handle it. Let's keep moving forward." Young man Jang Uk looked at the current situation and thought to himself, "Based on my experience, after overcoming many difficult levels, the big competition is definitely not easy. This is just the beginning." Onlookers outside looked at the giant announcement board in amazement and disgust. "Oh my god, there must be over 30,000 teams already. It seems that the selection process is very difficult. Look, another team has been eliminated." Jang Uk's team easily passed through the levels, mainly thanks to the significant contribution of Nin Se-kyung with her assassin nature. She continuously closed in on the monsters and quickly finished them off with her skills, a fatal strike thrusting a dagger into the neck of a dog demon. Next was a swift sword strike to attack an oncoming monster. She moved as fast as the wind to intercept another monster and then used a fatal strike to attack it. Du-yeon was also eager to join the battle, immediately ordering Miao Yu to use crowd control skills on a monster behind, then gritting her teeth with determination as she charged forward, slicing a monster in half with her sword. Lao Bak and Lao Mang looked at the ranking board of the competition, and not finding Jang Uk's team at the top, were puzzled. What is that rotten brat doing? Why are his actions so slow? They have 40 points already, while his team only has 23. Godbeak, feeling a bit worried, turned to Lao Mang and asked, "Can you reveal anything about controlling the Tower of God?" Lao Mang responded firmly, "No." Old Mang held a hot tea cup in his hand and calmly said to Godbeak, "Moreover, this is just a selection and speed cannot be compared. Do you not trust that kid?" Godbeak tightened his grip on his hand and smiled. "Ironically, if he doesn't reclaim the championship, let's see how I can subdue him." After some time of fighting, members of the Jang Uk team began to feel exhausted, out of breath. Suddenly, a boss appeared and the system updated the information. Abyss Dog Demon, an ordinary demon, a fate boss to challenge level, 29 players, strength 5,000, agility 5,000, spirit 1,500, physique 5,000. After seeing the information of the demon in front of them, Du-yeon exclaimed, "This is a boss. Everyone be careful." Miao Yu also sweated and said, "I have run out of spiritual power." From the dark abyss emerged the huge image of the Abyss Dog Demon boss, with cold, glowing blue eyes, terrifying wings beating strongly in the air, sharp teeth like threatening knives, and a monstrous face that froze the hearts of those who looked upon it in fear. Jang Uk silently thought, indeed, an Abyss Dog Demon boss. At the same time, Jang Uk also sensed that Du-yeon, Nin Se-kyung, and the others had expended a lot of energy. It seems they have reached their limit. Looking at the boss floating in front of them with eerie energy emanating from its body, summoning a group of monsters, the people of Du-yeon were in a frenzy discussing, "Can summon small monsters as well? How is this possible, sister Du-yeon?" Jang Du-yeon, sweating and gritting her teeth, thought to herself, "We have already killed many dog demons on the way here. Everyone's condition is not good. Facing a dog demon is already difficult, and now there are many more dog demon monsters like this." Just as Jang Du-yeon was worrying, Jang Uk, with a cool look, walked up, hands in his pockets. "Rest here, let me take care of everything." Miao Yu and Duan Gao seemed to have no more strength to stand. They sat down exhausted. Miao Yu complained, "Sister Du-yeon, let me rest a bit. I can't move anymore." Duan Gao also raised his hand in agreement. "Me too." Miao Yu continued, "We have Jang Uk here." Du-yeon turned to Jang Uk for support. "Sorry to bother you." Young man Jang Uk with a cold look, exuding a powerful spiritual power. Jang Uk replied firmly, "So be it. Leave it to me." Focusing his spiritual power into his palms, a familiar blue light radiated. Jang Uk quickly summoned his army. Seeing Jang Uk's skeleton warriors, Jang Du-yeon exclaimed in amazement, "Jang Uk's skeleton warriors are even more powerful than dog demons. How formidable has he become?" The pack of dog demons rushed in, but were swiftly blocked and defeated by the skeleton warriors. Jang Du-yeon couldn't believe her eyes as she saw the dog demons being subjugated at such a rapid pace. One strike per demon, the speed of killing monsters is too fast. Just then, the boss saw his small monsters being killed off. He flew over. While Jang Du-yeon and the remaining members were fearful and worried, young man Jang Uk remained calm, standing still. As a skeleton warrior leaped forward to block the boss, slashing, the boss was cut in half. Miao Yu and Duan Gao couldn't believe their eyes. Even the boss could be taken out with just one sword. The boss slowly fell down. The system announced, "Overcome the challenge." The spectators outside looked at the announcement and buzzed because the rankings had changed rapidly. Jang Uk's team quickly defeated the boss and reached first place. Team Jang Uk scored 300 points, while Team Du Gumbai scored 240 points. The spectators felt a bit familiar with the name Jang Uk. This name seems to have been seen somewhere before. He seems to be the country's top scorer. No wonder he quickly overcame the challenge. The group quickly spread the news outside. Miao Yu and Jang Du-yeon looked at the rankings with their team's score of 300, leaving Du Gumbai's team by 60 points. They couldn't believe it. Miao Yu exclaimed, "I didn't expect us to be in first place." Jang Du-yeon added, "Because when we defeated the boss, it probably didn't take more than 5 seconds. At this moment, Nin Se-kyung smiled kindly at the young man Jang Uk. "In the afternoon, you still have to participate in the singles competition. You might have to try your best. We'll be watching you." The cold-hearted young man just responded with a grunt, because in his heart he had decided to win the top spot alone. Otherwise, Godbeak would kill him. At that moment, a team was announced to go outside. It was the team of Dugumbai. The members of the team laughed excitedly and said to each other, "This time we coordinate perfectly. We will definitely be at the top of the qualifiers." But one member of Dugumbai's team accidentally noticed that Jang Uk's team had already gone out. He exclaimed, "Boss, look!" Dugumbai looked in the direction his teammate was pointing and saw Jang Uk's team chatting happily. Another member spoke up, "Look, they are faster than us. How did they manage to be that fast? It's really deceptive." Another chimed in, "It must be luck." "Yeah, it's just luck. They couldn't possibly be faster than our team." Dugumbai quickly checked the scoreboard. Jang Uk's team with 300 points. Jang Uk's team. He thought for a moment and then remembered, "I remember this name." Dugumbai's face darkened with anger. He will probably participate in the solo competition. "This time I won't let the top spot fall into your hands again. Luck is just a one-time thing. Let's see if you'll be lucky again this afternoon. Don't be arrogant if you rely on luck." That evening at the solo competition arena, Jang Uk slowly approached the teleportation gate. As the young man stepped inside, the announcement appeared. Solo qualifying round begins. Jang Uk focused his spiritual power on his palm, but this time only summoned a skeleton warrior. Jang Uk thought to himself, for the team qualifying round situation, the solo qualifying round doesn't seem too difficult. A skeleton warrior is enough. After defeating some monsters along the way, he finally reached the boss. The system announcement stated, "Abyss Wolf Demon, Ordinary Demon is a fake boss to challenge players. Level 30, Power 5500, Agility 5500, Spirit 2500, Physique 5500. Jang Uk looked at the boss and thought to himself, "Oh, switch to Abyss Wolf Demon again. If it was a real demon, it would have some meaning. If the power has been reduced, that increased the speed a bit." With just one strike, the boss was cut into two pieces by the skeleton warrior. The system announced, "Challenge passed." The young man quickly teleported outside. The beam quickly passed the rankings. Top 1, Jang Uk. Score 7. Time to pass, 1 minute 3 seconds. Top 2, Dugumbai. Score 6. Not yet passed. 1 minute 50 seconds later, Dugumbai was excitedly teleporting. "This time, I must be the first. My passing time is only 2 minutes 55 seconds. But he didn't feel happy for long, as if he was frozen stiff when he looked at the rankings. 1 minute 3 seconds. Jang Uk score 7. Passing time 1 minute 3 seconds. How did he do it? Dugumbai sprayed fresh blood on the spot. I remember now. This name seems to be the country's top scorer this year." Jang Uk was thinking as he walked in a professional competition. Why doesn't she participate? I don't see her name anywhere. Suddenly a girl's voice rang out, "Little Uk." Jang Uk jumped because the voice was so familiar. This voice, it's her. That girl approached gently and said, "Long time no see." Not far away, a slender figure stood there, looking captivating as if taking over the whole world. She smiled with a delicate yet serene look, high in a strong determination, like a plum blossom in the cold, its fragrance wafting in the wind. "Little Uk." Her voice echoed with joy, melodious like a bell. Jang Uk stared at the girl and awkwardly ran to Rim Hai Jin, embracing her, all emotions and memories overflowing in that moment. Not only Jang Uk was moved, but Rim Hai Jin as well, tears silently streaming down, unable to contain the longing, the sunset rays shining through the ocean, illuminating the two, creating a beautiful picture. After a while, they parted ways. Rim Hai Jin playfully nudged, "Little Uk, you've grown taller. I remember last year you were taller than me." Rim Hai Jin was slender, about 1m75 tall. Jang Uk was 1m85 tall, slightly taller, facing his older sister. Jang Uk felt relaxed like never before. His face lit up with more smiles. They sat next to each other under the sunset, chatting freely. Jang Uk didn't speak much. Mostly Rim Hai Jin was the one telling the story. She talked about everything they had experienced over the past year, every little detail. After a while, Jang Uk was just sitting quietly, looking at her, saying very little. Rim Hai Jin turned to smile. "You talk too little to get a girlfriend. There are many good girls at Jing Academy. You have to seize that opportunity tightly." Jang Uk smiled and asked her, "How do you know I will come here?" A happy smile appeared on Rim Hai Jin's face. "Because I am your sister, I naturally know you will come. In fact, for the past year, I have been paying attention to you, including the fact that you became the country's top scorer or your entrance exam into Jing Academy." The older sister had predicted that Jang Uk would come early and waited here. The young man couldn't help but wonder and asked, "Sister, then why didn't you come to find me earlier?" Rim Hai Jin briefly replied with a hint of inconvenience. She also had her own reasons. Her mentor had very strict requirements for her. She was always training, didn't have time to come find him. It's her fault. Hearing that, Jang Uk curiously asked, "Sister, how many levels have you reached now?" Upon receiving Jang Uk's question, Rim Hai Jin just smiled and replied, I won't tell you. The system then revealed that Rim Hai Jin, the Holy Blade Dancer. The young man pondered, Holy Blade Dancer. I remember when she changed her profession to a legendary swordsman. Could it be? After a while of thinking, Jang Uk turned to ask, have you upgraded your profession for the second time? Rim Hai Jin just chuckled lightly and replied briefly with 2 words, lucky. Jang Uk curiously asked, why did you level up so quickly? The young man thought to himself, I thought I leveled up very quickly. Never expected that she is even faster than me. Jang Uk was shocked by this information. His sister not only leveled up quickly, but also completed the second profession change, a remarkable feat. Rim Hai Jin turned to teasingly tap Jang Uk's ear. Little Uk, you should also awaken your talent. My talent can make my leveling speed several times faster than others, so that's why I leveled up so quickly. Now Jang Uk understood why his sister leveled up so quickly. Talent and constant training were the reasons. It turns out it was the influence of talent. Rim Hai Jin warned, no matter what, never reveal our talents to others thousands of times. Jang Uk immediately replied, I understand. Footsteps echoed as 4 people approached, wearing the distinctive Jin Academy uniforms with clear markings on their sleeves and collars. Jang Uk recognized them as members of the Creation Seminary. Suddenly, one person from the group walked up to Jang Uk, looking at him with a bright gaze without any ill intentions, just natural. He asked, Junior Rim, who is this? Rim Hai Jin patted her younger brother's shoulder and replied, this is my brother Jang Uk. The other person seemed more cheerful upon learning that Jang Uk was Rim Hai Jin's brother, extending his hand in greeting. So you're Junior Rim's brother, nice to meet you. His gaze inadvertently fell on the insignia on Jang Uk's chest, a 2-star lieutenant. As he shook hands with Jang Uk, he said, you too continue talking, Junior Rim as well. Return a bit early, we still need to discuss tomorrow's strategy a bit. At this moment, the information system shows that Lieutenant Jang Uk is only 1 star. He quietly thinks, Lieutenant, 1 star compared to myself is still lacking 1 star. After the group of people left, Jang Uk asked Rim Hai Jin, are they your team members this time, right? They are all top talents at Creation Seminary, very formidable. Jang Uk immediately replied, really, but I feel they have no way to compare with you. Rim Hai Jin scratched his head. Consider it as me being sweet-mouthed. After a while, Rim Hai Jin stood up. Little Uk, I have to leave now. After the competition, I have to follow the master's arrangement to go elsewhere for training. Maybe there will be a very long time before I can meet Little Uk again. Rim Hai Jin didn't forget to give a thumbs up and said, hope to see you again next time. Maybe you will find a girlfriend. The last sentence was gentle, like a reminder from an older sister carrying love and teasing. Before she left, young Jang Uk firmly affirmed, Sister, I will join Creation Seminary to find you. Rim Hai Jin smiled and said, okay, I'll be waiting, Little Uk. Come quickly. The next day, the crowd cheered enthusiastically. Shenexia Empire truly is talented. Yesterday was the qualifying round. Today is probably the start of the official round of the tournament. It looks like a fierce competition. It is said that 10-24 teams have been selected for the qualifying round. After announcing the general rules, all teams began sending representatives to draw lots. Jang Du-yoon represented the whole team to draw. Our team drew number 512. Right in the middle, with a total of 10-24 teams participating, and Jang Du-yoon's number falls in the middle of this group. According to the rules, Jang Du-yoon's team is number 512, and their opponent in the first match will be the team with number 513. Jang Du-yoon said, all branches in the Extraordinary Abilities team are formed by Extraordinary Abilities level 29. In addition, they also use Platinum grade equipment, so their combat power is very strong. Jang Du-yoon emphasized, we need to pay special attention to numbers 18, 322, 599. Among them, Team 5, number 18 originates from country Xiang, number 322 comes from Holy Lands of Chengdu, number 599 comes from country Dalai, and more. Jang Du-yoon hadn't finished her sentence when Jang Uk immediately said, just like last time, everyone attack first will attack afterwards. Jang Du-yoon agreed, saying, okay. The atmosphere of the competition was very intense, with the crowd in the stands cheering enthusiastically. Jang Uk's team was ready to fight. Seeing the team in front of them, Miao Yu exclaimed, the knight is level 27, 3 levels higher than Jang Du-yoon. Duan Gao told Miao Yu, do you still doubt Du-yoon? Plus, we have Jang Uk here. The information of Team 512 appeared. Jang Uk is level 27 Magic Necromancer. Nin Se-kyung is level 26 Shadow Assassin. Jang Du-yoon is level 24 Elf Knight. Duan Gao is level 21 Prophet. Miao Yu is level 21 Elf Elder. Seeing the information the spectators were discussing excitedly, Magic Necromancer. What is that profession? It just appeared. This name, isn't it the team that won the qualifying round match? Not only team matches, but also individual matches. It's him. Team 513 saw the information of Jang Uk's team and immediately said, their levels are all very low. Their class is very low. It seems like we will win this time for sure. Hey, what is a Magic Necromancer profession? I don't know, maybe one of the 18 types of wizards. The match began. Following the tactics discussed earlier, Jang Uk just stood and watched his teammates play. Jang Uk didn't forget to put his hands in his pockets and strike a cool pose. The female knight of Team 513 immediately used the charge skill to rush forward. Jang Uk also did not back down. She used a similar skill. The two shield layers released by the two female knights not far away, Miao Yu used the Windbind skill to support Jang Uk in binding the opponent's legs. The female knight of Team 513 who was hit by the skill jumped and exclaimed, "What?" She gritted her teeth. Big trouble. Jang Uk took advantage of the time to rush in. She immediately used the group taunt skill. The entire Team 513 was affected by the provocation skill and focused on attacking Jang Uk. Suddenly, in the eyes of the female knight of Team 513, she saw Nin Se-kyung with two daggers rushing in. She shouted, "Dangerous shadow assassin, just a level 24 knight, too arrogant, despicable. Go and die." The scout gritted his teeth, quickly retreating a few steps to increase the distance. He raised his bow, preparing to shoot 3 gleaming arrows. The 3 bright white arrows shot towards Jang Uk. Its light quickly made her realize the danger. Jang Uk immediately raised her shield, quickly turning it to the side, causing the 3 arrows to veer off course, ready to block the damage of the other attackers. She was now in a dangerous encirclement, surrounded by opponents. She thought silently, why are their attacks so fast? Suddenly, there was a change. The voice of another team member of 513 shouted, "Quick, get out of the way." A loud scream from Nin Se-kyung echoed, "Go die." Nekio faced off against Jang Uk, initially groaning in pain for being hit by the trick. The team member of 513 next to Nekio saw her being hit by the trick and gritted his teeth to warn, "Watch out for their assassins." Another person immediately used Hawkeye trick to locate Nin Se-kyung's position. Seeing her approaching from behind and launching a few strikes, he also had to exclaim in helplessness, "Oh damn." With a gleaming dagger in hand, Se-kyung's eyes filled with killing intent, Nin Se-kyung tightly grasped the golden dagger and swung a deadly slash, leaving Nekio unable to resist due to the speed and danger. She just stood helplessly. Nekio was back to square one, her teammate sweating profusely. Damn it. Immediately after, Nin Se-kyung and Jang Uk combined their swords to coordinate with each other, with Jang Uk charging ahead to block attacks. Using her assassin's strength, Se-kyung swiftly approached the opponent, delivering a fatal blow and charging to attack the remaining enemies. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Jang Uk stood analyzing. The opponent lacks real combat experience, perhaps never fought against professionals. Given the current situation, it seems like we don't need to intervene. The spectators saw Jang Uk standing nonchalantly and discussed excitedly. That Magic Necromancer didn't flinch. 4 against 5 and still won. The opponents are too weak. Perhaps Team 512 is accustomed to fighting monsters in dungeons and therefore have real combat experience. As soon as the battle started, the team's attacking mage from 512 was taken down immediately. How are they going to fight back? Nin Se-kyung was excited about the recent result and raised her hand in celebration. Yay, we won. Jang Uk, also satisfied with his team's performance, looked intently towards the two girls. Jang Uk let out a sigh and said, "In the future, our opponents will only get stronger. We can only rely on Jang Uk." Jang Uk quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, I've got everything under control." The next day, in the second round of the competition, the atmosphere was getting more and more intense, with spectators cheering and discussing loudly. Except for Shenxia Empire, no other country can attract 1 million viewers for the battles. On the arena, Jang Uk and her team members were feeling tense. In this match, they were facing team number 482, with 5 very strong opponents, not only at level 28, but also with 3 members at level 29. Their opponents this time looked dangerous, with a team consisting of a level 29 swordsman, level 28 elemental mage, level 29 prophet, level 28 Shilling elder, and level 29 summoner. The opposing swordsman looked at Jang Uk and Jang Uk's team with disdain. They're only around level 20, with the highest level being just 27. Could it be that their opponents from the previous round gave up? The summoner of Team 482 quickly summoned a Shadow Beast. Nin Se-kyung immediately recognized the Shadow Beast. That's a Shadow Summoner. At this moment, Nin Se-kyung felt that this team might be difficult to beat. Jang Do-yoon also broke out in a sweat, thinking to herself, this match won't be easy. The referee announced, the match begins. The other team quickly took their positions, with a tall swordsman standing at the front while the others cast defensive spells. Knowing that the beast in front of her could counter her, she thought, be careful before charging in. The shadow beast is an assassin among summoned creatures. It can not only hide itself, but also see through stealth skills. As soon as I make a move, the opponent will surely see it and immediately suppress me. The girl Mao Yu sweated coldly as she looked at Jang Do-yoon and said, the enemy has no knights, only defense without offense. Our strategy is no longer effective. She couldn't help but worry and asked, Sister Do-yoon, what do we do now? Jang Do-yoon also felt helpless. Facing Miao Yu's difficult question, she could only reluctantly reply, we can only take one step at a time. Meanwhile, the young man Jang Uk still maintained his cool demeanor. With a cold glare at the other team, Team 482, he wondered, why isn't that magic Necromancer making a move? The swordsman thought that Jang Uk was underestimating their team and spoke up. He really doesn't see us as a threat. At this moment, Jang Do-yoon saw the danger and ordered the team to scatter. A powerful light spell was unleashed by Team 482. She used her shield to block it, struggling to withstand the immense power. The skill is too strong. Before she could recover, the swordsman from Team 482 rushed in, striking down with a powerful blow. Jang Do-yoon could only defensively parry the attack. Seeing Jang Do-yoon being attacked relentlessly, Nin Se-kyung couldn't stand still any longer. The girl was just about to attack when she was closely followed by the shadow beast, being captured by it. But now if they attack it, the summoner's master can heal it. Its strength will quickly be replenished, now attacking it would be futile. Suddenly, a giant fireball came flying towards Miao Yu's location from behind. Duan Gao immediately shouted to warn Miao Yu, be careful. Knowing that Miao Yu couldn't dodge the attack, Duan Gao pushed Miao Yu away and took the hit himself to protect her. The girl worriedly shouted, Duan Gao, I'm fine. You are the team's healing mage. Nothing must happen to you. Duan Gao suffered too much damage and was eliminated from the game. Although unable to fight alongside his teammates in this battle, Duan Gao still cheered on Miao Yu. Both Do-yoon and Se-kyung have been restrained. Miao Yu, you must persevere. But as soon as he finished speaking, Miao Yu was also defeated. Feeling guilty, she apologized to her opponent, disregarding Duan Gao's encouragement and hope. I'm sorry for being too weak. The swordsman saw the team's healer from Team Jang Uk being eliminated and smirked. Your support has been eliminated. Surrender obediently. You might not die here, but the pain from your wounds will still be unbearable. The girl Jang Do-yoon struggled to break free from the restraint of the opponent and rushed to the elemental mage Team 482, but it was a difficult task. With the other side still having 5 strong members, Jang Do-yoon was unable to get close before being attacked by the elemental mage with fire. He arrogantly said, weak girl, dare to oppose my flame repulsion ring technique. Immediately, Jang Do-yoon was knocked back and slid towards the young man Jang Uk. She sighed, Jang Uk, we tried our best, handing it over to you. The cold young man replied, rest, leave it to me. Nin Se-kyung also appeared next to Jang Uk, retrieving her dagger with a gentle face, leave it to you. Jang Uk looked at the opposing team and nodded gently, rest for a while, it will be quick. Nin Se-kyung chuckled and jumped down to the arena, leaving only Jang Uk and the 5 opponents. People watching the match now are even more excited, they are talking eagerly. Many people are paying attention to Jang Uk, wanting to see where he is really strong. In the arena, 5 victorious-looking fighters stare at Jang Uk. A loud swordsman says, your teammates have all surrendered. Why haven't you yet? He won't need to kick you down. Very bold. Not putting us in your eyes, then take a hit, haha. Jang Uk shook his head coldly, raising his hand slightly, spiritual power showing extremely powerful. Come out, my warrior. A skeletal summoner appears in front of him. An ice elemental skeletal summoner, also summoning the immortal element. A man laughs, haha, turns out you're also a summoner. Why didn't you act earlier? Waiting for all your teammates to lose before acting, a bit late, isn't it? Information about ice element skeleton mages has been updated. Silver grade skeleton mage, level 27, strength 2700, agility 2700, spirit 10,800, physical 2700. Jang Uk remains silent, a slight movement in his heart. The 2 bright wizards' hands lit up. Their skills immediately erupted. The blizzard of ferocious ice skill. The temperature in the arena dropped sharply. A heavy rain of ice fell. The swordsman, who had just smiled, now had a drastic change in face. He screamed in pain. The ice rain immediately caused him to be seriously injured. His voice of anguish rang out, quickly heal me. But there was no sign of his teammates' healing skills. Only seeing the swordsman falling down, spitting out a lot of fresh blood, he tried his best to roar towards Jang Uk, but he suddenly stopped halfway, realizing there was no healing skill on himself. Different from what he had thought before, the voice of the young man Jang Uk rang out. You are waiting for your teammate's healing skill. Right. Unfortunately, it's too late. Turning his head back to look, he wanted to pop his eyes out. He immediately felt a chill. My 4 teammates are no longer on the arena. All appeared below, immediately defeated. Just one skill has taken down all of them. A skill that took the whole team away. A sense of anger from the sole of his foot rose straight to his head. What kind of summoning creature is this? Why does the skill have such great power? He is a warrior and still seriously injured. The supporting wizard's summoner with weaker physique directly defeated. His teammates were defeated but still bewilderedly turned around, asking each other, why were we suddenly taken down from the arena? What's going on? It's like we were attacked by a summoned creature. At this moment, the skeleton mage displayed his skills for the second time. In front of him appeared a beautiful hailstorm. The swordsman screamed in horror from the pain. A skeleton mage, after 2 skill displays, Jang Uk wiped out the whole team. If it worked for the swordsman with enough physical attributes from the first skill display, he would have been defeated. Until all 5 were eliminated, they still didn't react. Why does the mage's skill have such powerful impact for so long? Besides the knights, everyone was defeated instantly. The outside of the arena became chaotic. Countless people jumped up after witnessing this scene. Unbelievable. Although Jang Uk was thought to be very strong, but did not expect to be so strong. One team looked not weak, only in the blink of an eye was defeated. Oh my god, this is Jang Uk's summoning item. The skeleton mage is really powerful. Just one move has wiped out the entire team. I know why he didn't intervene yesterday. If he did, the other members would have nothing to do. Oh my god, will Jang Uk still participate in the singles competition or not? It's really pitiful for his opponents. The champion in Group 20 only belongs to him. Even more pitiful are those in the individual arena. Who can fight against him? How will the singles match go? His opponent is too miserable. Jang Uk's skeleton mage has shocked the entire school, not only the audience outside discussing it. This trend has spread throughout the country, even the whole world. The magic necromancer profession has become famous everywhere. Scholars specializing in each profession say that in the history of the races, the magic necromancer profession has never appeared. This is a completely new profession and no one knows, even ranking this profession straight into the legendary category. Of course, whether it is really a legendary profession or not still needs to be seen in the next manifestations. There are some professions that are initially very strong, but after the second transformation, they start to weaken. This type of profession is not without. Duan Gao's side, I suggest that starting from the next match, let Jang Uk take direct action. Miao Yu raised her hand in agreement. I also think so. Winning a match yesterday was already the limit. Furthermore, the level is so low, and the teams behind are getting stronger. We may not have any more chances. Jang Du-yoon also knew this. Luckily, they won the first match and realized their true strength. The teams ahead are indeed getting stronger. After this round, there will only be 256 teams left. No team is easy to deal with. Okay, let Jang Uk take action. We can also rest a bit. Everyone agrees, right? On the third day, the young man Jang Uk was even more determined to aim for the championship prize. The scroll of basic skills shimmered and he was determined to win it. There was also a miraculous elixir that could be given to Se-kyung. The winner of the singles competition would also receive the miraculous elixir for personal use. The remaining gold prize money would be divided among everyone, as agreed beforehand. The other names know their next opponent. A sweat cold one asks, "Are you fighting with Jang Uk?" The person asked replied, "The opponent is the great god Jang Uk. Now what? Forget who took you through the Tyrant Desert level. Besides, are you happy fighting with great god Jang Uk? Better off finding a tofu to hit yourself to death." The person next to him scratched his head, not wanting to fight anymore. Then we will. After the match started, both sides immersed in a strange silence, not activating any states or displaying skills. Jang Uk just watched them to see what they were planning. Half a minute later, these people suddenly bowed to Jang Uk at the same time. Great god Jang Uk, goodbye great god Jang Uk, keep going great god Jang Uk, fight for the championship, we surrender. Goodbye great god Jang Uk. Everyone jumped off the stage, directly admitting defeat. The young man Jang Uk asked in confusion, "What the hell is happening?" Nin Se-kyung grinned. Jang Du-yoon whispered. The spectators buzzed with excitement. At first, others didn't know why, but then someone said. That's when they realized they all studied at Seojin Academy, knowing Jang Uk's true strength, basically not daring to fight him. In a situation where they knew they couldn't win, it was better to just accept defeat gracefully. In Godbeek's small courtyard, Mayan Ban closed his eyes and spoke softly. Baek Yue-won paid no attention. Mei and Ban didn't quite agree with Baek Yue-won's opinion. Baek Yue-won smirked with a cold look in his eye. Mei and Ban's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. So you plan to use the kid named Rim as bait, yet you blame him for making noise. Baek Yue-won calmly replied, it was not me who suggested it, but rather me and the kid named Rin had already agreed. Those geniuses from years ago cannot die in vain. They are all talents of our Shinoxia Empire. Rim has also agreed. Furthermore, as far as I know, the old man on the other side also plans to use Rim Hai Jin as bait to lure out the hidden deadly snake. Mei and Ban said in a deep voice, a magic necromancer who is unpredictable, a holy blade dancer who has perfected her craft, truly deserving. I never expected them to be sisters. The talents of these two sisters are truly enviable. Baek Yue-won stated, the higher the talent, the bigger the catch. This time, I believe we'll have to make a big move. Rest assured, I will not let anything happen to those two sisters. Mei and Ban also sighed. It's been a while since we made a move. It's time to act. Godbeak's small courtyard was filled with a sense of danger, the temperature suddenly rising, hotter than ever before. Returning to the big competition of professions that named Du Gumbide, a level 29 legendary swordsman, angrily said, Jang Uk, I finally meet you. The spectators saw the legendary swordsman appear and exclaimed, oh my god, it's the mythical legendary swordsman. He end Jang Uk's legend. Nin Se-kyun worriedly reminded Jang Uk, the opponent is a legendary swordsman, be careful. The calm young man replied, yes, I know. Jang Uk looked at the opponent and thought, it seems to be the evolved form of the Feng Shui profession. As Jang Uk approached alone, Du Gumbai asked, just you. Facing Du Gumbai's team, the young man remained calm. Just me alone. Du Gumbai turned around and said to his teammates, you guys also step down. The teammates did not hesitate, jumped down to the arena, and then he shouted, you little brat, dare underestimate me. Du Gumbai drew his sword and said, initially, I planned to meet you in a personal battle, but didn't expect it to happen sooner. Brandishing the sword in his hand, he stared triumphantly and continued, I have watched your previous 2 matches. I must admit that your skills are indeed formidable, but to me, they are useless. When facing me, you will surely lose. The man named Du Gumbai rushed forward with his sword, causing the onlookers to buzz with excitement. Oh, 2 family from the northwest, they are a divine swordman clan, on par with the renowned Feng family. Even in legendary professions, the divine swordman clan ranks at the top. Perhaps he can truly defeat Jang Uk. The young man Jang Uk calmly gathered his spiritual power in the palm of his hand, then summoned his familiar pet. Jang Uk coldly muttered, Du Gumbai, a fine man indeed. Du Gumbai, seeing Jang Uk standing there silently, felt irritated by his cryptic remarks. He gritted his teeth and retorted, what do you mean by using that tone to assess me? Just return the result, no explanation needed. Seeing Du Gumbai unleash his elemental sword body technique, the spectators were amazed and whispered to each other, it is said that divine swordsmen receive 1 stellar ring at level 10. For him to release 2 stellar rings, he must have already mastered the 2 strongest skills of the divine swordman in the early stages. Young man Jang Uk with a cold glare ordered his skeleton mages to cast their spells. The onlookers continued to watch with wide eyes. It's starting. Keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully. Jang Uk summoned lightning attribute skeleton mages, and they immediately cast the 5 Thunders divine strike skill, a lightning bolt striking straight down. As Du Gumbai did not dodge, a starburst on his sword exploded. The lightning struck him like a drowning bolt. Without any movement, Du Gumbai grinned and laughed aloud. Ha ha ha, my first skill, elemental sword body. For 10 minutes, I am immune to all elemental attacks, so your skeleton mage's attacks are useless against me. I hope you can withstand these 10 minutes. Outside, cries of amazement rang out. Many felt that Jang Uk was about to lose. Jang Uk is about to lose again. Du Gumbai is immune to elemental damage. Jang Uk's skeleton mages are useless. It seems like Jang Uk is going to lose. How to fight this? Wait, does anyone remember last time Jang Uk summoned? It was an ice wizard. Maybe he can only summon one type of wizard. The words that Gumbai had just spoken were barely finished when he rushed towards Jang Uk, his feet moving as fast as lightning. His profession was legendary, with all attributes surpassing those of a typical profession. Jang Uk, you absolutely cannot withstand it. For 10 minutes under my sword, ha ha ha. Gumbai thought, if Jang Uk can withstand 10 minutes under my sword, unless he encounters a devil. But he indeed encountered a devil, as he swung his sword swiftly towards Jang Uk, about to strike, when suddenly he felt a chilling sensation running down his spine, a sense of extreme danger approaching. Trusting his instincts, Gumbai quickly retreated. As soon as he backed out, a red flash of light appeared, passing through with a loud boom, causing the entire arena to tremble. The power of this strike could be seen. Many once again marveled, "Oh my god, what is that? The skeleton has the ability to physically attack." Next to Jang Uk appeared a skull of a warrior wielding a sword, and it even knew how to display skills with considerable power. A fierce red aura radiated around the skeleton warrior. Indeed, Jang Uk could not only summon a type of dry skeleton warrior. Due to Gumbai sweating cold, then laughing out loud, "Indeed cannot underestimate you. This is your true strength." Gumbai still maintained his arrogant attitude, once again rushing forward. "On the contrary, I want to see whether your bone sword is strong or my sword is fast." The scale-ton warrior swung his sword to meet him, with his attributes being too high, his speed reaching a thrilling level. In Gumbai's eyes, like a flash, he appeared before him in an instant. The giant sword slashed straight down, but the scale-ton warrior easily blocked it, making Gumbai exclaim, "Too fast." The sword shone. With the skill of sword defense under this skill, it can accurately block all attacks and not back the enemy. Even if the scale-ton warrior's attack speed is fast, it can still be blocked. The two swords clashed with a loud bang. Gumbai was shaken by the enormous force flying out, while the scale-ton warrior was also pushed back. Du Gumbai once again broke out in a cold sweat, panting heavily. The strength is really powerful. What kind of summoned creature is this after all? Both speed and power surpass me. Gripping the sword tightly, Du Gumbai used the Berserker sword skill. In 5 minutes, all attributes increased 10 times in effectiveness, similar to the frenzy skill of a Berserker warrior, but stronger and without affecting clarity. A crowd was awestruck. The Berserker sword skill, one of the specialized skills of the divine swordsman, much stronger than the Berserker warrior with no emotional impact. He is truly a professional divine swordsman in Legends. The difference in skill intensity is too great. Immediately after, Du Gumbai unleashed the Flying Tiger Strike skill, his body filled with power as he directly thrust his sword into the scale-ton warrior. The Flying Tiger Strike skill included a control effect capable of immobilizing the scale-ton warrior for 30 seconds, the crowd buzzing with excitement. The scale-ton warrior has been controlled. The elemental skills of the skeleton mages are useless. This time, Jang Uk is in trouble. The divine swordsman is truly powerful, deserving of the legendary profession. Jang Uk might be out of tricks, unless... After defeating the skeleton warrior, Du Gumbai widened his eyes, his whole body like an electric ray rushing towards Jang Uk. "Let me see what tricks you still have." Channeling spiritual power in his palm, now in front of Jang Uk appeared two shadows, which were two more skeleton warrior in front. The onlookers were amazed. Another two skeletons, so he can continue to summon. This must be his limit. Young man Jang Uk with cold eyes, his two disciples, also with deadly eyes, stared at Du Gumbai. Du Gumbai also widened his eyes and confidently replied, "Haha, don't think that adding two more skeleton warriors can defeat me. I still have many skills unused as long as I use those skills." Sure enough, the young man Jang Uk coldly summoned 5 more skeleton warriors. 7 skeleton warriors lined up in front of Jang Uk. Du Gumbai shuddered, his breath interrupted, almost unable to breathe. He seemed to want to collapse on the spot out of horror. "This guy can actually summon how many skeletons, you little brat? Are you running a skeleton selling shop? Why bring out so many skeletons?" In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with a tense atmosphere. The temperature dropped and the crowd gasped in disbelief. Seeing Du Gumbai turn and walk away, Jang Uk smiled and asked quietly, "You're not going to fight anymore?" Du Gumbai waved his hand as he left, saying, "Fight what? Wait until I reach level 40, get promoted for the second time, then I'll come back and settle the score with you." The referee announced that Jang Uk's team was the winner. A crowd stood up and cheered. Jang Uk, we never expected he could summon so many scale-ton warriors. Champion, Magic Necromancer champion. Nin Se-kyung grinned, saying, "Your performance was so good that more and more people are paying attention to you." The young man just grunted coldly in response. Seeing Jang Uk's unusual expression, Nin Se-kyung curiously asked, "What's wrong? Not happy?" Without saying anything, Nin Se-kyung tightened her grip on his hand, determined, and reminded Jang Uk, "There may be a few more final battles tomorrow. Those teams are all very strong. You have to be very careful, I know." Jang Uk was busy thinking about how to respond quickly. Before setting off, Master Godbeak told me, "The better the performance, the better," hoping to attract the attention of some people. A few years ago, we Shemsia showcased many geniuses, but they were all assassinated from within the training world. I hope you can shake things up a bit this time, otherwise my bait will fail too much. Suddenly, a man pointed and shouted loudly, "Everyone look, what is that?" 3 shining spheres appeared before everyone, each with a shiny golden item inside. Next to the bag floated a faint purple potion bottle, along with a scroll of basic skills. Needless to say, everyone knew the bag contained gold coins. The rewards for the low-level competitions, 3 categories awarded to the champions of each category, were the same. 50 million gold coins, a part of basic elixir, and glittering scroll of basic skills. In the eyes of most people, 50 million gold coins is not a small amount, especially for professional under level 40. It is definitely not a small amount. One excited person said, "Basic miraculous elixir for use under level 40, permanently increase all attributes by 200 points, plus a bright basic skill scroll that guarantees 100% mastery of a skill not yet learned. If you bring these things to the guild market, it will go for at least 100 million gold coins." Jang Uk with a cold look thought, "It seems that this is the reward for the champion of the great competition of professions this time. Wait until you achieve the champion position, get the items, and then slowly open it. It's never too late." After the afternoon competition ended, the list of 8 teams advancing to the finals was announced. The 5 teams that Jang Du-yoon mentioned were present, including the team from Shang Du Holy Lands that Vuk Country Del Lai, Fan the Holy Ground, Holy Church, along with Jang Uk's team. The other 2 teams were from Side Jing Academy and from Zen Dan Academy. Out of the 8 teams in the finals, Shenexia Empire had 3 teams. Although initially each group had different participating teams, after today, only 8 teams remained in the finals. The light covered the sky, obscuring the view of everyone in the competition area. Jang Du-yoon worried. "I wonder which team we will draw." At this moment, the team from Country Dalalai approached. Jang Du-yoon was slightly surprised. The Country Dalalai team seemed very strong. This time, the leader of the Country Del Lai team was named Nai Nai, a divine messenger of Country Del Lai, a profession that was very mysterious with few documented records. Although not of legendary rank, it was said to be very strange. Every country, every power, always had some special bloodlines from which many specific professions were born. Country Del Lai had 2 special professions. One was the famous Yin Yang Master of legendary rank. The other was quite mysterious, known as the Divine Messenger. The Divine Messenger profession was classified as rare, rarely appearing outside, with very few related documents belonging to an extremely mysterious profession. The system provides information about the Country Del Lai girl in front of Nai Nai, Divine Messenger level 29. The team from Country Del Lai steps onto the stage, Nai Nai leading in the traditional costume of Country Del Lai, wearing wooden shoes, making a creaking sound as she walks. Behind her are a knight, an archer, and a mage in order. Nai Nai bows politely towards Jang Uk. "Hello, Mr. Jang Uk from Shenxia Country." This is also the impression that Country Del Lai gives to many people, especially in terms of etiquette, whether they have inner dirt or not only they know. Jang Uk dislikes Country Del Lai. They have had conflicts in the past. Jang Uk is clear that Yin Yang Master Taro there wishes to kill me. If I have the chance, I won't spare them either. Seeing Jang Uk's lack of reaction, Nai Nai takes 2 steps forward and lowers her voice. "Our Emperor King is very interested in Mr. Rim's profession. The Emperor King sincerely invites Mr. Jang Uk to join our country. If Mr. Rim has any requests, just say it. I will agree." The meaning in her eyes is understood by all men. It must be said, Nai Nai is very beautiful, exuding an astonishing charm. In terms of looks, she is not inferior to any woman Jang Uk has ever met. But in Jang Uk's eyes, even if she is beautiful, it's useless. Seikyeon heard Nai Nai's words, clenched her fist, and said, "Exactly, despicable." Mio Yu chimed in. "That's right. Despicable." Jang Uk showed a hint of disgust in his eyes and said, "Go away." Nai Nai, unfazed, turned back and said, "Mr. Rim, you may want to think carefully." After speaking, she retreated to the middle of the team, a knight in the team blocking Nai Nai in front, a tall knight completely overshadowing Nai Nai, looking from the front, unable to see Nai Nai at all. If one wanted to attack her, they must defeat the knight first. The battle formation on the arena lit up brightly, forming a large bright screen around the entire arena. A slight echo sounded. The battle begins. In the sky above the country, Delai's small team, an illusion of a face of a strange snake-like creature appeared, not human nor beast, with red eyes and a terrifying face, a shikigami. Jang Uk instinctively thought it was a shikigami, but upon closer inspection, it was not. Jang Uk wields spiritual power in the palm of his hand. Alongside him, immediately appears a skeleton mages. The skeleton mages then use the Blizzard of Ferocious Ice skill. A series of ice rain flies towards the illusion. This illusion has a big mouth, even swallows all the attacks of the skeleton mages. A graceful laughter resounds. Nai Nai emerges from behind the knight. "Mr. Rim, this is our human-faced snake god from the Country Del Lai. It can devour any elemental attacked, so your attacks are ineffective to us." Jang Uk is not surprised to reach the finals surely requires skill. How could it be easy to deal with? Elemental attacks ineffective. Then let's try physical attacks. Jang Uk summons several skeleton warriors. The group of skeleton warriors with their menacing glowing eyes rushes forward. Nine gives a wicked smile and says, Nine has studied Mr. Rim's combat videos many times and has long prepared countermeasures. At this moment, above the Del Lake Country team's head appears an illusion, a monster with sharp spikes all over its body, a head like a wild boar, a body like a wild ox appearing in the sky. Nine uses the divine spirit possession skill. In the melodious cry of Nine, a monstrous wild boar-shaped creature burrowed into the knight's body. The knight's eyes emitted a red radiance, his aura bursting like a whirlwind, sweeping through the arena, while a wild roar came from his mouth using the Groot taunt skill. The 5 skeletons were simultaneously covered by the skill, forcing them to charge towards the knight. The knight, instead of retreating, advanced towards the target, initiating a charge skill towards the skeletons, a resounding sound. The knight was pushed back. The skeleton warriors paused for a moment before continuing their assault. Naya looked astonished, sweat beading on her face. Mr. Rim's skeleton warriors were truly formidable. Even the knight possessed by divine spirit was pushed back. As she spoke, her index finger lit up, using the possession strengthening skill, enhancing the knight's aura as if adding various states. The knight was fully enhanced, roaring continuously, launching a fierce attack towards the skeleton warriors. He even single-handedly blocked 5 skeleton warriors, showing signs of difficulty, constantly retreating, but indeed blocked them. This type of skill has never been seen before. The divine messenger profession of the country Dalai is very mysterious. Few people have encountered it, and with the skills of Nine, no one understands it either. Now seeing it, the profession feels even more mysterious and strange. The illusionary Shikigami that she summons, definitely not real Shikigami, more like a summoned beast, similar to the Shikigami of Yin Yang Master. Shikigami can fight independently, possessing all kinds of abilities. As for what Nine summons, it can exist independently as well as combine with the user, greatly enhancing their power. This profession is very special and powerful, with many people using it at a high level. When seeing the professional skills of Nine, one cannot help but feel their eyes light up. If such skills are used on those high-level professionals, could it make them even stronger? Some people have thought about going to find Nine later for some exchanges. The knight blocked the skeleton warriors. Under the provoking skill, the skeleton warriors crazily attacked the knight, ignoring Nine. The onlookers witnessing this scene were sweating cold. Oh my god, what kind of terrifying profession is this? All the skeletons of Jang Uk were restricted. Could it be that this time he was really defeated? Nine smiled affectionately. It seems like Mr. Rim's summoned creature doesn't listen very well. Jang Uk smiled, silently thinking, not listening? That's just because I haven't commanded yet. She shouted affectionately, Divine Spirit Possession. A spider was quickly summoned and merged into the body of the sorcerer. The sorcerer's eyes emitted a red glow, raising the staff high, casting a gentle wind that bound the skeleton warrior. Using the skill Wind Shackles, chains appeared on the skeleton warrior's body, restraining them and preventing them from moving forward. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and within moments, the 5 skeleton warriors were all restrained. Nine breathed a sigh of relief, smiling affectionately. Mr. Rim, elemental attacks are ineffective. The skeleton warriors are restrained. Do you have any other tricks left? If not, you will lose. Jang Uk calmly replied, Is that all you've got? As Jang Uk was speaking, the knight charged towards him. In everyone's eyes, Jang Uk is just a summoner. If a strong fighter charges forward, the only outcome is death. Even if the skeleton warriors are summoned, they will still be restrained, unable to unleash their full potential. Nine had a triumphant smile on her face, but suddenly the arena was filled with red light, causing Nine smile to freeze on her face as Jang Uk's hand emitted a dazzling red glow. The slow curse skill, whether it was Nine or the knight, even the mage and archer in front of her, all had a red chain appear on them, slowing their speed by 40 times. The knight immediately performed a slow motion move. Nine no longer had a charming and joyful expression, but instead she had a look of panic and worry. What? This is a cursed spell. Jang Uk calmly walked around the knight standing in front of him, facing Nine. The knight tried to turn his head, wanting to turn around, but the speed was too slow. He struggled, but couldn't break free. By the time he finished turning around, Jang Uk had already reached Nine's position. Basically, he couldn't keep up. Nine looked stunned, her eyes wide and her face frozen. What? Facing Jang Uk approaching, no matter how worried she was, Nine couldn't react. The onlookers were talking excitedly. What's going on? Wasn't Jang Uk just about to lose? How did the situation change so quickly? It's a curse. The young Jang Uk coldly asked, Your professional skills must not work on the living, right? None of those people are alive anymore. Nine was shocked and stunned. Sir, how could you know? The young Jang Uk coldly replied, because I am a magic necromancer. Before finishing his sentence, Jang Uk activated the Soul Blaze skill. Nine was reluctantly slowed from head to toe. Someone shouted loudly, bring her to me. Move away. The onlookers were talking excitedly. So these are all puppets of Nine. No wonder something felt off earlier. They all look so rigid, using players who have died as puppets. This profession is too cruel. Nine screamed in pain as she was burned by Jang Uk's soul blaze. She was quickly sent down to the arena by this deadly blue flame. After a while, she was still extremely shocked and confused. I lost. How could it be? She looked at Jang Uk's back and thought, this burning pain of the soul, this is the skill of magic necromancer, Mr. Rim. If he is from our country Dalai, it would be even better. The onlookers marveled and exclaimed, Jang Uk possesses both summoning and attacking skills, two major skills. One by one, people speculated. I wonder if Jang Uk has any other hidden skills. The referee quickly declared, in this match, Jang Uk's team wins. Jang Do-yoon approached Jang Uk and said, today will be the day to determine the champion of the team competition. I wonder which team the final match will be against. At that moment, the crowd in the stands were once again amazed. Everyone look, the gladiator from Shangdu Holy Lands has lost again, so Xiang. It seems to be the team from Saijing Academy. The Shangdu Holy Lands team quickly left the arena, and on the arena stood the So Xiang team from Saijing Academy after defeating their opponent. The captain of the So Xiang team, So Xiang, proudly exclaimed, I told you, the distance between us is vast. They stepped down into the arena, then looked into the distance curiously. We must have made it to the finals, right? Who will be our next opponent, country Seikyungning or country Delai? The teammate next to them saw that only Jang Uk's team was left and said, it seems to be Jang Uk's team. The team captain looked incredulous. Oh, Jang Uk, he can make it to the finals again. The team captain of Team Soseon approached where Jang Uk was talking to Jang Do-yoon and said loudly, it's your turn now. We don't need to rest. I don't know if you need to, but quickly resolve it so we can go rest. If it weren't for that dazzling skill set, I wouldn't want to participate in this boring match at all. Soseon completely ignored Jang Uk. In fact, he didn't pay attention to anyone, not even the four teammates behind him who were only sent by the academy and make up the numbers. They didn't need to do anything, just stand there and watch the show. Jang Uk returned with a cold look and replied, then let's compete right away. The crowd in the stands cheered, now it's the final match. It's definitely going to be intense. So Selm, who defeated the team from Shangdu Holy Lands, will face the team of Jang Uk, who just won against the team from country Dalai. Which team will be stronger in the end? Both are teams of Saijing Academy. Truly the strongest academy in the empire. Really formidable. Miao Yu asked anxiously, Do-yoon, are we really not going to go support them? Jang Do-yoon immediately responded, if we go up to the castle, we might just be a burden to Jang Uk. Let's forget about that. Just stand here and watch the show. Seeing Jang Uk walking alone onto the arena, So Seong thought, going up there alone again, truly a pretentious person. A chicken who likes to show off, he will regret it soon. After thinking this, he ordered his teammates behind him. You guys quickly jumped down from the arena. They immediately obediently followed. So Seong confidently walked forward and loudly said, I know you also come from Saijing Academy. I also heard about the things you did at Saijing Academy, leading people to clear dungeons for points accumulation, doing such shameful things. Normal students will forever be normal students, truly making people speechless. So Seong spoke with disdain in his eyes, each word dripping with arrogance. Jang Uk's face also became increasingly gloomy. Jang Uk thought to himself, you may be arrogant, but it has nothing to do with me. Why do you want to come and educate me? What exactly do you think you are? So Seong, covering his face, continued in a humiliated tone. Being at Saijing Academy with you makes me feel so humiliated. Jang Uk suddenly pointed to his head and exclaimed, are you crazy? What does that have to do with you? If there's something wrong with your brain, go find someone to treat it. Don't bark like a dog here. So Seong gritted his teeth in anger, almost wanting to go crazy. What did you say? How dare you? So Seong's face flushed with anger, while Jang Do-yoon looked strangely bemused. Sekyung, why does this line sound familiar? Sekyung smiled awkwardly. Don't look at me, Do-yoon. It definitely isn't something I learned. Jang Do-yoon couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, wanting to laugh but not daring to. So Seong raised his scepter high, his voice cold and menacing. You dare to insult me, and then you dare to insult me. Jang Uk snorted disdainfully, ignoring him. You're just too stupid. You think you're so arrogant, thinking you're a god, when in reality, you're nothing. So Seong's voice is getting colder. The young man has a sharp tongue, using fists to talk, arguing senselessly. Only brute force is the way to be firm. The system provides information about So Seong, Holy Light Mage level 29. The battle begins. Jang Uk channels spiritual power. In the palm of his hand, 5 skeleton warriors appear. So Seong ignores the skeleton warriors, loudly saying, "Challenge the immortal soulless creatures. Face the punishment of holy light." The arena lights up into a block of pure white light. Jang Uk's skeleton warriors are attacked by the light. Jang Uk's skeleton armor is activated, containing a special energy flow. Jang Uk realizes it is a spiritual attack. This aura is somewhat similar to Jang Uk's soul blaze. In essence, Seong's attack is a form of mental assault. Unlike Jang Uk's soul blaze, it is not as fierce and doesn't cause significant direct damage. Instead, it subtly affects the opponent without them realizing, eliminating them from the battle without sound or visible damage. Even the opponent doesn't know how they were defeated. Unfortunately for So Seong, this mental attack still falls within the defensive capabilities of skeleton armor. Jang Uk responded, "Trying to influence my mind? Too bad it doesn't work on me." So Seong, with his usual arrogance, laughed smugly. In his view, Jang Uk seemed to be in a daze, showing no signs of movement. He shouted, "Die! Go to hell." He unleashed his light blade skill, sending a massive sword of light hurling towards Jang Uk. The sword also contained the power of light. It moved with incredible speed, almost instantly reaching Jang Uk. The Holy Light Mage could become a legendary class user, even standing as an extremely powerful figure among legendary class users because he could perform mental attacks and control the power of light. But Jang Uk's skeleton armor was extremely tough. The sword just touched it and shattered, falling down, unable to shake the skeleton armor's shield at all. So Seong frowned slightly. The rigidity of the skeleton armor exceeded his imagination, his sword light always undefeated. Shangdu Holy Land's team also had people with legendary professions who had lost to the sword attack. Unexpectedly, Jang Uk could block it. He was extremely surprised and sweating profusely, exclaiming, "What?" The world of light was quiet. The footsteps of the warriors were particularly clear. 5 skeleton warriors ran towards in the pure light. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of So Seong, swinging their swords down. So Seong shouted, "Get lost." So Seong looked disdainful. He immediately used the skill Holy Light Surge. A denser block of light appeared in front, carrying a fierce holy anger. With a loud bang, Jang Uk looked at the powerful light effect and muttered, "Holy Light Mage is just a show of flowers and trees. The skill looks impressive, but the damage is not much. Holy Light is only a spiritual attack, completely ineffective against skeletons." Immediately, Jang Uk summons a group of lightning skeleton mages. The power of holy light and the immortal power of skeletons are in a mutually restraining relationship. The stronger attribute will prevail. The attribute of the skeleton warrior surpasses So Seong. His skills cannot deal much damage to the skeleton warrior. After using his ultimate move and seeing the skeleton warriors still intact, So Seong begins to panic. "No, why can't my holy light purify the undead creatures?" So Seong trembles. His skills interrupted immediately. The white light covering the arena temporarily disappears. Everyone sees what is happening, so Seong suddenly smiles wickedly. "Ha ha, I admit I underestimated." Before he could finish speaking, a loud thunder struck directly on his head, so Seong shouted, "Holy Light Shield." The Holy Light Shield is immediately created, so Seong continues to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha, I admit I underestimated." The lightning from the lightning skeleton mage's skills continuously strikes the shield of the Holy Light Shield. Again, 2 lightning bolts struck down on him. He thought to himself, "I am the legendary Holy Light Mage. I have been chosen by the Creation Seminary. I could already level up to 32 months ago, but intentionally held back my level to compete this time." He angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "How could I lose here? The championship is mine." As he finished speaking, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, the arrogance on So Seong's face still not disappearing, just now more unbelievable. So Seong's eyes glowed with golden light. A seal appeared on his palm. He angrily shouted, "Forcing me to use the Holy Light Armor again, you should be proud." The skill Holy Light Armor was displayed by So Seong, a golden armor immediately equipped on him. The audience in the stands gasped. That is the Holy Light Armor, one of the ultimate skills of the Holy Light Mage. It is said to have extremely strong defense. Jang Uk's skeleton mages are said to not be able to break through it. With thick armor on his body, So Seong confidently stepped forward, Jang Uk channeling spiritual power in the palm of his hand, then gave him a cold glare. So Seong, with his round and crescent moon seal and a sinister look in his eyes, said, "Useless, you can't even break through my defense now." Upon hearing this, Jang Uk exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Immediately after, a battalion of skeleton mages appeared with 4 elemental types: fire, ice, wind, and lightning. The students in the stands horrified. Jang Uk can summon 4 elemental skeleton mages. Oh my god, is this the first time he summoned all 4 elemental skeleton mages so Seong can stop him? So Seong stared fearfully at the skeleton mages. He can summon so many elemental skeleton mages like that. Then So Seong tried to regain some composure and comforted himself. Just a few more skeletons. The skeleton mages immediately attacked without allowing So Seong to continue his meaningless talk. The elemental mage, using Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, Explosive Fire Magic, 5 Thunder's Divine Strike, and Raging Whirlwind skills, rushing towards So Seong. With thick armor, he stood calmly in place, absorbing those skills. After a while, he chuckled triumphantly. Ha ha, see, I told you, you can't break through my defenses. As soon as he finished speaking, a change occurred. Cracks appeared in his sturdy armor, and they spread wider and wider. So Seong was shocked, trembling, stammering. How can this be? The skills of the 4 elements of ice, fire, wind, and thunder quickly broke through So Seong's armor. To his surprise, the colorful elemental effects spread throughout the large space. Looking back, So Seong slowly fell, his body engulfed in smoke. The onlookers cheered loudly. Victory! Jang Uk directly shattered So Seong's holy light armor. Even the legendary holy light mage with attribute negations was defeated by Jang Uk. What can be said? The number of legends defeated by Jang Uk is still few. At the same time, 3 old men, Nin, Ming, and Baek, were also watching the battle. Baek saw the outcome of the battle and sighed. It seems the champion belongs to that kid. Ming continued, look at those 2 sisters as bait. How many poisonous snakes hidden in the shadows can they lure out? While Nin angrily tightened his grip on Jang Uk's hand when he saw Jang Uk and Se-kyung standing next to each other. Boy, stay away from Se-kyung. Nin was about to blow up when he saw Se-kyung holding Jang Uk's hand. Before that, Se-kyung jumped onto the stage and held Jang Uk's hand with a bright smile on her face. We won, we won, we won. Suddenly, a huge tornado appeared, and after the tornado, a powerful expert appeared behind Jang Uk and Se-kyung, emitting a terrifying aura. The natural aura alone was suffocating, and the people around immediately sensed the aura is truly terrifying. The aura is truly terrifying. Experts above level 80 are rarely seen. The powerful expert hovered in the air, looking down at everyone and spoke solemnly. You are all very talented. The future is very promising. Jang Uk and Se-kyung looked up. This person is too strong. At least, it must be a peak extraordinary abilities above level 80. This was the first time the 2 encountered this level of extraordinary abilities, and the system immediately provided information about this mysterious old man, Sang-deuk, one of the 12 Imperial Counselors. Master Sang-deuk immediately took out 3 items for the winner of this competition: a golden bag with 50 million gold, a beginner-level elixir, and a scroll of basic skills. The old man introduced himself with a smile. My name is Sang-deuk. You can also call me Old Sang. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to seek me out. Perhaps I can assist with 1 or 2 things. Jang Uk pondered quietly. What does Sang-deuk want from me? Does he want to manipulate me? The old man then threw the 3 bags of items towards Jang Uk, saying, Thank you, Old Sang. Jang Uk reached out to receive them, while nearby, Old Ming muttered, He's fallen into a trap. Jang Uk sensed something was off and thought to himself, was it all just an illusion? Se-kyung noticed Jang Uk's strange behavior and asked curiously, What's wrong? Jang Uk coldly replied, Nothing. Godbeak also inquired, Who is that? Old Ming answered, It's Sang-deuk. While it's not confirmed yet, he's almost certain. Old Nin became tense, saying, This is troublesome. If it's really him, then it's a big problem. I can't believe someone from the demon-worshipping cult would hide to this extent. Old Ming also sweated and held his head. I will confirm carefully, he is one of the 12 council members. Another match had a result. The referee announced, The victory belongs to Rim Jang Uk's sister. Rim Jang Uk thought to himself, Indeed, my sister's strength can easily win the championship. Se-kyung, upon seeing Rim Hai Jin, explained. So that's Jang Uk's sister, truly a beauty. At that moment, another match with strong winds occurred with the same old phrase. You all are very skilled. I am Sang-deuk. You can also call me Old Sang. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. Who knows, I might be able to help with some matters. Sang-deuk had already left. Why did he come back? And there was something strange about the anger on the old man. Jang Uk frowned, feeling uneasy. Seeing something strange about the gold bag, Jang Uk thought to himself, that strange feeling is back. Jang Uk turned to Se-kyung and said, You observe the gold bag carefully. Se-kyung immediately activated her shadow vision skill, her eyes shining brightly, focusing on the gold bag. She could see several dark demonic energy streams emanating from it. She quickly noticed something unusual and said, There is indeed a problem. There is a dark energy inside the gold bag, similar to the rage energy of the Deep Abyss demons, but not entirely the same. Not entirely sure, Sekyung had encountered Deep Abyss demons before and felt a slight resemblance. Jang Uk, who had also encountered Deep Abyss demons, felt something strange. When Run Hai Jin touched the gold bag, she also had a dark energy ring on her hand. Sekyung looked over and exclaimed that dark energy has entered Hai Jin's wrist. Sekyung's small face looked tense as she looked back at Jang Uk and called out, "Jang Uk, you have it on your wrist too." Jang Uk clenched his fist, thinking quietly, "It seems my speculation was not wrong. There is a group of rats hidden among the crowd, calling themselves the demon-worshipping cult. Each of them worships the Abyss Demon King, wanting to help the Abyss Demon King invade the human world." Jang Uk looked at Rim Hai Jin and continued to ponder. "Tomorrow is the singles round. I hope my sister and I can lure a few names out into the darkness." At midnight, suddenly the lights of the entire city stopped for a second, the sound of the waves suddenly louder. Then a violent storm arose. The waves rose hundreds of meters high, almost wanting to sink the entire city. Because of the tournament, Shenasai Emperor left the mountain and filled the sea. The coastline has been expanded out thousands of meters. Where the competition took place was a large sea area. At this time, the dense black clouds in the sky, thousands of lightning bolts struck down. These lightning bolts were not aimless. Each lightning bolt aimed at the transmission array. In the blink of an eye, all the transmission arrays in Nanhong were destroyed, and Nanhong City was crushed by the raging storm and thunder. After the lightning struck, a giant boundary descended like a big bowl covering Nanhong City. The crowd panicked. "What is happening? What is this? Such a big boundary? Could it be that the divine extraordinary abilities have taken action?" Jang Uk thought to himself, the demon-worshipping cult has finally taken action. They intend to destroy all the championship teams in the Extraordinary Abilities tournament to inflict heavy damage on the human race. Flashes of lightning lit up the bright sky of Nanhong. Terrifying, oh heavens, am I going to die here? What should I do? Many extraordinary abilities cried out in fear. Faced with such a powerful attack, fundamentally, it is not something they can withstand. Suddenly, a group of mysterious figures dressed in black appeared. Jang Uk quickly observed them and thought to himself, they must all be experts above level 70. Then another person appeared and his aura was even more intimidating. Jang Uk inwardly recoiled. This person is at least level 80, not inferior to the advisor saying deep. Other extraordinary abilities exclaimed, "It's over, the symbol of the demon-worshipping cult. They are the demon-worshipping cult daring to make a move in Shenxiat Empire. Are they not afraid of God Beak coming to destroy them?" One top-level extraordinary abilities at level 80, followed by 10 extraordinary abilities above level 70. This combination is extremely powerful wherever they go, even capable of destroying some smaller forces. The leader of the demon-worshipping cult coldly snorted, "Kill." The harsh, indifferent letter, 9 leaders immediately flew down. 9 people divided to attack 2 gathering areas. 6 people went to the gathering area of high-level extraordinary abilities, while 3 people went to the gathering area of low-level extraordinary abilities, sea creatures, abyssal demons, raging waves. Countless abyssal demons emerged from the ocean, their numbers reaching tens of thousands, endless. These abyssal demons had been lurking under the ocean for a long time, only now making their move. Clearly, the demon-worshipping cult had been preparing for a long time. The abyssal demons were different from what Jang Uk had seen on the battlefield. These demons were all originally sea monsters polluted by the abyssal forces, now all transformed into abyssal demons. Killing, devouring sweet human flesh, our demons have been hiding here for days, finally able to feast on human flesh. Countless evil abyssal creatures along with abyssal demons rushed out, roaring with excitement and bloodlust. The alarm sounded in the city of Nanhong. Countless extraordinary abilities gathered to fight. It's a demonic battle. Jang Uk suddenly saw his wrist shining. Not only him, Sekyung, Jang Du-yin, and others as well, all members of the championship team now glowing like a signal light. Here, kill them. The deep abyss of demons seemed to have found its target, commanding thousands of deep abyss creatures to charge forward. The demon-worshipping cult had brought many deep abyss demons here by whatever means. Jang Uk looked up. "This is no longer important. Let's fight. Come, we've been waiting for you," the cold youth muttered. A member of the demon-worshipping cult stood above an extraordinary ability at level 80, his eyes falling on the high-level arena gathering area where the situation was similar. Furthermore, more deep abyss demons were pouring in, along with 7 top-level extraordinary abilities at level 70 joining the fight, a smug look in his eyes. "Brave, but useless, your fate has been decided. The exceptional ones usually do not live long." His dialogue seemed like he was speaking to himself. "I don't think so, at least I'm living just fine." Suddenly a voice rang out. Turning to see Baek Yua-won, it turned out God Beak Lord had arrived. Baek Yua-won chuckled. It seems you have predicted my arrival early, Counselor Sang-deok. Sang-deok sighed, took off his mask, revealing his face. Baek Yua-won replied, facing me without running away, it seems you were prepared in advance. Facing Baek Yua-won, Sang-deok showed no fear at all. Clearly he had prepared very carefully. A hearty laugh echoed. Ha ha, without a backup. Who dares to provoke the god Beak Lord? Beside Sang-deok suddenly appeared a female demon, Abyss Demon King Succubus. This demon had sharp ears and 2 horns, of beautiful and graceful appearance, a slender and elegant figure, a delicate and exquisite tail swaying slowly behind. Her whole body exuded a strange, seductive charm. After she appeared, a passionate expression appeared in Sang-deok's now. In his eyes, there was no Baek Yua-won, only this female demon. Baek Yua-won raised an eyebrow and looked at her with interest. So it's the Demon King Succubus. I was wondering who could turn an extraordinary abilities, level 80 elite, into a demon's puppet. The Demon King Succubus laughed seductively, her body twisting and turning. Unfortunately, my Demon King cannot charm the god Beak Lord. Baek Yua-won slowly clenched his fist. Even if you come, stay back. Anyone who dares to provoke my Shenxia Empire will pay the price. The Demon King Succubus laughed even more enticingly. It seems that the god Beak Lord is very confident. Unfortunately, my Demon King has no intention of staying. My Demon King only comes to kill, and once the deed is done, I will leave. This is not up to you to decide. Baek Yua-won had his sights set on the Demon King Succubus, not intending to let her go. The Demon King Succubus laughed seductively. Can the confident god Beak Lord really keep my Demon King here? The flames erupted, the fire engulfing the sky, the explosion echoing. Now, still feeling confident, a demon emerged from the sea of flames, its whole body covered in fire, especially its eyes, where the flames rose to the sky. Abyss Demon King, Flame Demon King. Nin Taeyeon also appeared, gritting her teeth. Flame Demon King. Clearly, there were many old grudges between the two sides, hence Nin Taeyeon was so angered. The Demon King Succubus smiled charmingly. An eye for an eye, this time, it's fair. A loud explosion accompanied by the sound of kill. The protective barrier around the first low-level battlefield was shattered, and a large number of demons rushed in. The extraordinary abilities had long been prepared for a life and death battle. So someone thought to himself, losing the battle isn't my fault, it's definitely because Jang Uk is too monstrous. 2 masked figures glanced at So Seong and then quickly charged to attack, since he was a talented student of the Empire, only losing to Jang Uk. The Demon King Succubus smiled seductively. Resistance is futile. The struggle before death is the most delightful. The Demon King Succubus licked her lips hungrily. The flesh and blood of geniuses are the tastiest. I really want to drag them back into the abyss and slowly feast on them, every day, piece by piece. Baek Yua-won was unconcerned. It's hard to say geniuses always have a reason to exist. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and a tall tower appeared outside. The tower's barrier pressed down, shattering the sturdy barrier like glass. The Demon King Succubus's face turned pale as she screamed. The Shenxia Tower is here, it's Mang and Ban. We're doomed. We've been tricked. The Shenxia Tower instantly crushed the barrier, growing infinitely large and radiating brilliant light. Shenxia Tower turned into a radiant sun, illuminating the entire Nanhong City. In that radiant light, abyss demons and creatures within Nanhong City vanished simultaneously. Jang Uk observed this scene closely, silently speculating, this is Lord Mang harnessing the power of Shenxia Tower. The Demon King Succubus angrily screamed, what have you done? Baek Yua-won suddenly let out a furious roar, kill. Baek Yua-won's profession was Divine Overlord Fist. He launched a heaven-shaking punch, causing the space to tremble violently, creating massive ripples. Knowing he couldn't face the punch head-on, the Demon King Succubus quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, Nin Taeyeon's fury, which had been simmering, erupted. Nin Taeyeon also attacked, unleashing the Flame Dragon skill, which transformed into a gigantic fire dragon and charged towards the Flame Demon King. 2 formidable experts acted simultaneously. As they struck, a large teleportation array in Nanhong City glowed. Dozens of people bearing the Xiyajing Academy emblem appeared, none below level 70, and several were above level 80. These top-tier, extraordinary abilities exuded immense auras. The leader drew his longsword and swung it, instantly cleaving the earth with his sword energy. Dare to invade my Shenxia, no mercy. When Demon King Succubus saw this scene, she broke out in a cold sweat, shivering all over. At this moment, Demon King Succubus affirmed, I have been deceived. Shenxia Empire was well prepared. Otherwise, how could Shenxia Tower have come personally? How could the boundary be easily crushed like this? This battle is clearly lost. I cannot die. Demon King Succubus shouted loudly, "Go!" A roar echoed down from the sky. "You cannot leave." Upon hearing this roar, Demon King Succubus' expression became extremely grim. Suddenly, a giant hand descended from above. Demon King Succubus immediately bit her sacrifice hand, drawing blood. With my blood as sacrifice, open the door of the abyss. I didn't expect that this old thing will appear as well. Damn it. Damn it. The giant hand lunged as if to crush the flamed Demon King. Suddenly, from the darkness of the door of the abyss, a fist emerged to block it, the giant hand surrounded by dark energy as if trying to restrain it. Deep within the heart of the abyssal gate, laughter echoed, "Heh, old man, this is the city of humans. If you attack here, I wonder how many will die." Bank Yua Wan and Old Nin reacted simultaneously to this statement. "Hivo, next time you will die." A giant hand from inside the abyssal gate grabbed the flamed Demon King and Demon King Succubus, slowly taking them into the depths before the gate closed. The single combat battle began immediately, with Mang and Jang Uk watching in suspicion. Although we knew God Beak Lord would intervene, we didn't expect Mang to turn the demon attack into a single combat battle. Players level 20 to 29 will face level 32 Abyssal Shadow and level 35 Deep Demon, with each Shadow worth 1 point and Demon worth 100 points. The rules of the battle were simple. Survive, and the player with the highest score would be the winner. So Sun looked provocatively at Jang Uk and spoke up. "Jang Uk, I want to compete with you again after this match, to see who can kill more, haha. Killing demons, you definitely can't beat my Holy Light Mage." Jang Uk exuded spiritual power calmly and smirked. "I hope you can snatch a few more." A minute later, Mang and Ban's voice rang out. The match begins. In an instant, the battle between extraordinary abilities and abyss creatures opened up. Many abyss creatures rushed forward in frenzy, while demons also flew up into the air towards the group. Demons were agile and could fly, making it difficult for low-level, extraordinary abilities to kill him. So Sun looked at the horde of abyss creatures, or abyss monsters, and gritted his teeth, then unleashed his Holy Light skill, covering the area in a dazzling light. Seeing a large number of abyss creatures defeated, so Seong smugly muttered, "With this skill of mine, I can at least destroy over 100 abyss creatures with a few more rounds. No one can compete with me in terms of the number of creatures killed." So Seong turned to look at Jang Uk, who had not yet summoned any skeletons, and he couldn't help but wonder. That guy still hasn't summoned any skeletons. Is he planning to give up? Maybe he's scared after seeing my powerful skill. Weak ones are weak after all. What can they achieve? Jang Uk looked at the pile of corpses of abyss monsters in front of him and felt pleased. "Thank you for the high-quality corpses." Jang Uk concentrated his spiritual power into his palm and cast the corpse explosion spell. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion resounded, startling So Seom, who looked around in confusion, wondering, what just happened? So Seom's pupils constricted violently as a terrifying scene unfolded before him, blood splattering everywhere, a space tainted in red. So Seom couldn't believe that a large area of abyss creatures had died in the explosion. He marveled at this power. "It's even stronger than my Holy Light. Who is he?" Turning his head, he saw Jang Uk activating his skills with his hand raised. It must be him. This explosion was definitely caused by Jang Uk. After observing closely for a while, So Seom finally believed, it's really him. "I can't believe he's not only a summoner, but also a powerful AoE attacker. It seems that he hasn't used his full strength in the team competition." The incessant cries echoed. Abyssal creatures fell like mown grass. Each explosion could take away hundreds of abyssal creatures. Within the range of his skills, all abyssal creatures had been wiped out. Only a few remaining were still advancing, with the mutual distance rapidly closing. Jang Uk raised his hand, continuously using his skills. Another powerful explosion. In less than half a minute, over 7,000 abyssal creatures had all perished. Only a few evil abyss demons found a chance to escape and luckily survived. Jang Uk observed the situation ahead and tightened his grip on his hand. The deep abyss monsters have been completely purified. Only the leftover trash demons remain. Other extraordinary abilities who joined the battle saw this scene and discussed excitedly. The monsters have almost been wiped out by Jang Uk, but there are still plenty of demons. The accumulation points of demons are 100 times that of deep monsters. We still have a chance. So Seom stood nearby. Hearing these words was like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. That's right. There are still demons in the deep abyss. As long as we kill enough demons, we can still turn the tables. So Seom quickly used the Holy Light Armor skill to try to quickly destroy the abyss demons. However, his excitement was short-lived as he suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking towards Jang Uk, So Song broke out in a cold sweat. A giant boss appeared. Previously, when Jang Uk used the Thanatos scythe to summon it, So Seong stood frozen in fear when he saw this giant boss. The outpost guardian boss quickly charged forward. The red chains of the slow curse skill quickly restrained the floating abyss demons. With the support of the slow curse skill, the outpost guardian boss easily crushed the heads of the controlled demons. Quickly, a large number of abyss demons were destroyed. The crowd whispered in astonishment. Why does that one look so much like the outpost guardian boss? Is this also a member of Jang Uk's skeleton army? How many more tricks does he have? If he had summoned this earlier in the competition, he would have surely been the champion long ago. So Sam looked speechless. What kind of demon profession is this? Yu Haiyan, and next to him immediately teased him. It's your turn now. Have you realized yet? The real master is someone else. What kind of master are you? Show off quickly. Jang Uk's disciple continued to rush forward to exterminate the evil demons of the deep abyss, the military medal on Jang Uk's shoulder shining, a large number of military achievements pouring into it. System notification. Second Lieutenant 3 stars. People looked in horror as they saw the shining medal showing the 3rd star. So he has reached the rank of Second Lieutenant with 3 stars already. Oh my god, how many demons has he killed? At least 3,000 military achievements. It's so terrifying. They seem to have forgotten what just happened. The military medal of the 2nd Lieutenant was too dazzling. Yu Haiyan and next to him turned to look at So Seong's medal and laughed out loud. Haha, 2nd class soldier with 1 star compared to Jang Uk's 2nd Lieutenant with 3 stars. It's like a tiny grain of sand. The surrounding crowd could not stop laughing. So Seong, we thought you were really strong, but you're just a 2nd class soldier with 1 star. So Seong angrily shouted, shut up. Yu Haiyan and showed off his military medal. I am a 3-star private, 2 stars more than you. So Seong, angered, replied, I am a holy light mage, able to quickly kill demons, master the elemental battlefield in a few days, and catch up with you. Yu Haiyan and pointed towards Jang Uk provocatively. What's the point of catching up with me? Can you catch up with that master over there? Well, maybe you can catch up with Jang Uk, but in this lifetime, it's impossible. So Seong, boiling with anger, shouted, shut up. So Seong tried to save face and continued, what do you know? I am a holy light mage, the more powerful I become. Yu Haiyan immediately refuted. Powerful? I think Jang Uk becomes more powerful as time goes on. So Seong, on the verge of losing his temper, yelled, if you don't know anything, then shut your rotten mouth. While Yu Haiyan and So Seong were arguing, the people behind them noticed the lack of demons around. It seems like the demons are gone, right? Jang Uk killed all 7,000 deep sea monsters. How can we even fight now? After defeating all, Jang Uk raised the Thanatos scythe full of spiritual power high and summoned his disciple back. Shortly after, Nanhong City returned to normal thanks to the power of Shenksa Tower. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed, look there, there's a corpse. Jang Uk turned to see the body of the demon-worshipping cult. Back Hua 1 appeared, and everyone was happy to see God Beak here. God Beak tightly squeezed his fist and said, this time the demon-worshipping cult attacked. We had anticipated and prepared early, very happy that no one hesitated. We successfully used the demon-worshipping cult to complete the solo competition in the form of actual combat. The demons failed and the villains paid their dues. Next, the candidate for the champion of the solo competition announced, the champion of levels 20 to 29 is Jang Uk. The solo competition rewards include a gold pouch, a potion bottle, and a beginner skill scroll. Godbeak continued to reveal a little secret. In addition, tomorrow we will hold a challenge competition. Anyone who is confident in their abilities can come and try their luck. The prize for the challenge competition is very attractive. Young man Jang Uk's eyes lit up when he heard about the prize, then exclaimed, if there's a prize, I'll definitely participate. Immediately after, Jang Uk's sister appeared, catching his attention. Jang Uk, surprised, asked, sister, why are you here? Rim Hai Jin gently said, Jang Uk, it's nothing. I'm fine, sister. Rim Hai Jin approached Jang Uk and whispered, I have something to tell you. I might leave immediately. Hearing this, Jang Uk asked in confusion, sister, why are you participating in the challenge competition tomorrow? Rim Hai Jin shook her head and waved her hand. I'm nearing 45. I won't participate anymore. So you have a chance to shine. Good luck. Take care of your health. I will do the same. After Rim Hai Jin left, Sik-Kyun approached Jang Uk. The young man immediately asked, why did you come here just now? I wanted to introduce you to my sister to get acquainted. Blushing like a tomato, Sik-Kyun replied, I haven't prepared myself mentally. Jang Uk asked Sik-Kyun about the outside situation when the youth was away. After we entered Shenksa Tower, what happened there? Sekel immediately recounted the details. Abyss appeared on the other side. Demon King Succubus and Flame Demon King were finally stopped by my father and Grandpa Beak. Jing Academy mobilized guards to kill all the members of demon-worshipping cult, but then a very strong character came to our side, seemingly even stronger than the elders. Demon King Succubus and Flame Demon King were afraid when they saw him, wanting to escape. In the end, Demon King Succubus summoned Hi-Ho to stop our attack. We were afraid of hurting civilians, so we had to let Hi-Ho take the two Demon Kings and Envoy Sang Dipik away. Upon hearing this, Jang Uk curiously asked to confirm, Flame Demon King, is it the one we encountered? Sekyung affirmed, yes it is. Jang Uk looked serious with a cold gaze. Demon Kings are indeed difficult to kill, but wait, we still have a transmission stone. Sooner or later, we will take back what belongs to us. In a small courtyard of God Beak, a pot of tea had just been freshly brewed. With just a thought, Mang and Ban made the hot tea automatically pour into a cup. As soon as the tea was poured, Mang and Ban raised it to enjoy it. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Baek Yue Wan and Nin Ta Yeum quickly entered. Seeing Baek Yue Wan and the old man Nin had returned, Mang and Ban asked softly, is it done? Sorted out? The two old men were still angry with smoke coming out of their heads. Baek Yue Wan poured a cup of tea. Not waiting for it to cool down, he drank it directly. Damn, I didn't expect Hi-Ho to act, unable to restrain Demon King Succubus and Flame Demon King. At this time, Nin Taeyeon was also not happy. If it weren't for Hi-Ho intervening, I would have sent Flame Demon King on his way. Man Ban asked in surprise, did the old man not intervene? Baek Yue Wan replied in a cold voice, Old Man Nin just made a move. Demon King Succubus was so scared that she directly sacrificed her life force to open the deep abyss, connecting the race with the abyss, summoning Hi-Ho's hand. Bang and Ban understood the situation. It's a pity. Baek Yue Wan side, indeed, it's a pity. If it weren't for being in Nanhong City, we would have made them pay with blood. In Nanhong City, people with divine professions like them couldn't fight with all their might. If they did, I fear the entire city would be gone. Not just one city. That's why Baek Yue Wan and Nin Tae-yeon had restraint. Megan Ban continued, if they fled, let them go for now. It's not going to be easy for them anyway. When the chance arises, we'll hunt them down together. Baek Yue Wan said coldly, but we did make some gains this time. At least that Sang Duk has been exposed. Elder Nin was also surprised. I never expected Sang Duk to be one of them. We need to be cautious. There must be many more demon spies among us. The power of that Demon King Succubus is truly alarming. Sang Duk has surpassed level 80 and is one of the council members of the Shenxia Empire, belonging to very high ranks. If even he has been controlled, it's hard to guarantee the loyalty of the others. Hearing this, Elder Mang stroked his beard and resolved, I will conduct a thorough investigation. We must purge the Shenxia Empire's ranks once more. The three of them discussed matters that could affect the entire empire within a small courtyard. The day after arrived very quickly. The stands of the tournament were packed with people, surrounding spectators, discussing excitedly. It was said that the demon-worshipping cult had attacked last night, changing the format of the solo matches, but we couldn't see it fundamentally. The person next commented, that's right, the only thing we can expect in the tournament is the challenge round. It's said that any professional from any league can participate, and if they successfully complete all 5 rounds, the rewards are much richer compared to the solo or team champions. Jang Yoon provided detailed information to Jang Uk. For the first round, they had to face opponents 5 levels higher, and each subsequent round would add another 5 levels. In just the third round, they would have to face level 42 opponents, all of whom were high-level extraordinary abilities who had undergone 2 transformations. Throughout history, those who completed the second round challenge were extremely rare, and those who completed the third round challenge could be counted on one hand. In the hundreds of years of professional development, no one has been able to complete the 4th round challenge. For professions below level 40, if they successfully challenge the first round, they will receive a basic skill scroll. Completing the second round challenge will earn them an intermediate skill scroll. Completing the third round will earn them a medium-grade magical potion. And completing the 4th round will earn them 2 intermediate skill scrolls. Jang Do-yoon continued, as to the 5th round, no one has been able to reach it so far. No one knows what the reward is. Hearing this, Jang Uk thought to himself, a land where no one has set foot yet. Let me explore it. Several extraordinary abilities fighters on the arena immediately challenged each other. The first challenger was a sword and shield knight level 34 from the country Ying. The next moment, his opponent appeared on the arena keeper, a sword and shield knight level 39. Seeing the demeanor of the arena keeper, Jang Uk immediately felt this demeanor is similar to that of a soldier. Jang Uk replied, exactly, the reason why the challenge is so difficult is because the arena keepers are all selected by the Shengsa military. They are not ordinary professions, their levels are even higher than level 5. Ordinary people can hardly pass even the first round. While Jang Uk was providing information, the fighters on the arena were engaged in a fiery battle, attacking and counterattacking fiercely. It's impossible. How can he be so strong? Immediately, the challenger was knocked back and thrown out. The referee announced, challenger failed. Next, 2 other people challenged, but each time the announcement of failure echoed. So Seong below tightened his grip on his hand, determined, I have been ashamed twice. This time, I must regain the honor that belongs to me. So Seong stepped onto the martial arts stage. After 2 consecutive failures yesterday, today he no longer had the arrogant demeanor as before. The arrogance was still there, but had decreased significantly. So Seong level 29, a legendary profession of Holy Light Mage. His opponent was a level 34 sword and shield knight. The duel began. When the battle started, the arena was covered in radiant white holy light. The holy light skill exploded, penetrating the spiritual defense, continuously damaging the level 34 sword and shield knight. Suddenly, a faint light appeared within the white light. The light shot towards So Seong like a flash. The knight used the extreme defense skill, followed by the charge skill. The sword and shield knight activated the defense to charge towards So Seong. So Seong showed calmness, not taking a single step back, facing the knight, determined not to retreat. The sacred light skill was unleashed. The knight raised his shield for defense, then jumped up high and swung his sword down. So Seong promptly used the holy light shield skill to block the damage, silently thinking, let me see whether your ultimate defense lasts longer or my holy light shield lasts longer. Boom! The shield exploded with a shocking effect. While the knight used shield bash, the 2 skills collided with a loud bang after a long battle. So Seong finally emerged victorious. So Seong, the first challenger to succeed, the crowd cheered. Oh my god, finally someone succeeded in the challenge. This challenge round was too difficult. The Shangsa army is too powerful. Looking at hundreds of challengers, only So Seong passed the first round. The legendary holy light mage profession of So Seong is truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, So Seong was sweating profusely. My shield was almost shattered. If he had a few more seconds, I'm afraid I would have lost, but it was lucky I won in the end. With a proud look in his eyes, So Seong proved his strength in front of everyone, fighting beyond his level 5 against an opponent who was a strong professional from the military. So Seong proved himself, deciding to withdraw from the next challenge, taking his reward and leaving. The next challenge round is against a level 39 opponent, who he barely defeated at level 34. How could he fight at level 39? So Seong values his dignity and will definitely not take any reckless actions. Before leaving the arena, So Seong gave Jang Uk a challenging look. It was now Jang Uk's turn, and his presence immediately attracted most of the people's attention. Since the preliminary round, Jang Uk's reputation had been great, with his mysterious profession and unknown skills slowly being revealed. Every time people thought they understood Jang Uk's skills, he revealed something new. Especially last night, Jang Uk once again won the single combat championship as Magic Necromancer Jang Uk. In everyone's eyes, each of Jang Uk's skills was strong with no weaknesses. Now, as he stepped onto the stage, people wondered if Jang Uk could succeed in the challenge. A single round challenge should be no problem. Even So Seong could succeed in it. However, in the case of Jang Uk, I am not sure if he can complete the second round challenge. I want to see if he can break the record of 6 wins. It's impossible. No one has successfully completed it in hundreds of years, let alone defeating an opponent 20 levels higher in a 4-round challenge. Especially this year, Shengsea's military is unbelievably strong. Not long after, Jang Uk's opponent also appeared on stage 32, a mage wearing battlefield attire. When he saw Jang Uk, his eyes flickered slightly, then he showed respect by bowing to Jang Uk. This was the welcoming gesture of subordinates to superiors in the military. Lieutenant Lord, I apologize. Seeing the martial artist bowing to him, Jang Uk also responded with a similar military courtesy, immediately causing a stir. What's going on? The opponent even bows to Jang Uk, and it's a military salute from a lower rank to a superior. Jang Uk is also a military person. Another person chimed in, no, it's because his military rank is higher. Seeing Jang Uk's 3-star insignia, the crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my, he really is a 3-star lieutenant and he's only 27 years old. How could he achieve that? No wonder his combat power is so strong. Turns out he's fighting against demons from within. Even though they respect each other on the battlefield, military personnel will never be negligent. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, the battle began. The staff of the 32nd Mage launched an attack, and suddenly many fireballs flew towards Jang Uk. Jang Uk also summoned a group of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. The skeleton warriors actively intercepted the fireballs, swinging their great swords, splitting the fireballs in midair. The exploding fireballs rushed towards the skeleton warriors. The mage then used a magic shield skill to resist. Jang Uk's skeleton mages also released their skills. A flash of lightning appeared, a bolt of lightning struck down. The magic shield on the mage constantly emitted blinding light, blocking the attacks of the skeleton mages. After enduring 5 consecutive lightning attacks, the magic shield finally shattered. Jang Uk's skeleton warrior seized the opportunity to charge forward, but the mage reacted quickly. As soon as the shield spell broke, he quickly retreated, activating a ring of fire, as the approaching warriors were pushed back by his fiery resistance. The skeleton mages stood far away, constantly casting spells from above. The dazzling 5-color effect covered the area under immense pressure. The mage could only continuously use the magic shield to absorb the damage. Seeing that the mage's defense seemed quite good, Jang Uk thought he is indeed a professional in the military, even extending the cooldown time for the magic shield. If it were someone else, they would have already lost. Young Jang Uk continued to call out more skeleton warriors. "Come out, my pets!" The mage saw the imminent danger. He reinforced his magic shield and activated his special skill. A large 5-pointed star was drawn with a fireball at each point. This skill was like a magical array. Jang Uk was also extremely surprised because this was a skill that Jang Uk had never seen before. Not only Jang Uk had never seen it, but most other extraordinary abilities had never seen this technique. How could a level 32 mage possess such a powerful controlled attack skill? The crowd surrounded the table, buzzing with excitement, all constantly wondering, what skill is that? Battlefield skill? He even mastered battlefield skills. Battlefield skills are very difficult to master. Not everyone can use them, one person revealed. At every level and different professions, there are unique battlefield skills. I didn't expect him to know how to use battlefield skills. Many extraordinary abilities now knew that battlefield skills truly existed in this world. This is knowledge that cannot be learned in academies. Only through participating in battles can one know. Suddenly, the staff in the hands of the wizard slammed hard on the ground. Flames burst out. The fiery cage skill erupted, trapping the skeleton warrior in a sea of flames, the flames fiercely burning the skeleton warrior, each skeleton warrior being engulfed by the flames. Jang Uk was astonished. "Oh, is this a controlled area attack skill? Let's see your limits." Jang Uk then summoned a new batch of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. The mage started sweating profusely and sighed, seriously, not giving anyone any hope, Lieutenant Lord. The mage was indeed strong, capable of controlling 10 skeleton warriors simultaneously. Although their damage was average, they were still quite powerful. However, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. He could restrain the skeleton warriors, but he still had to face the skeleton mages. The skeleton mages relentlessly attacked, breaking the magical shield once more. Lightning bolts struck him directly. The skeleton warriors rushed in, slashing furiously, blood splattering everywhere. While he was being beaten mercilessly, Jang Uk stood confidently with his hands in his pockets, striking a familiar pose. The skeleton mages beside him added to his cool demeanor. The referee announced, "Round 1, Jang Uk wins." The crowd surrounded and buzzed with excitement. As predicted, Jang Uk easily won the first round. Even the military mage was already very powerful, but unexpectedly still lost to Jang Uk, mainly because Jang Uk was too strong. Jang Uk's victory was even easier than So Seong's. Upon hearing this, So Seong scoffed and said, "Just lucky. That mage is only level 32. Try fighting someone at level 37, then see the result." The competition organizers asked, "Jang Uk, do you want to continue the challenge?" Without hesitation, the young man replied, "Continue the challenge." In the second round, Jang Uk would face a level 37 extraordinary abilities, a sword and shield knight appearing on the stage. The level 37 sword and shield knight exuded a strong aura. After many battles, his sharp eyes were daunting. Look, round 2 is about to begin. The knight thought to himself, dealing with a summoner, the best way is to target the summoner himself. As long as the summoner is eliminated, the summoned creatures will disappear naturally. When the battle began, he roared in anger and initiated the charge skill to attack Jang Uk. A melee fighter needs to approach the opponent first. Jang Uk's skeleton warrior quickly charged to attack as well. The knight used his shield to push back 2 skeleton warriors a few steps. At the same time, he himself was also pushed back. The terrible power made the knight terrified. The charge skill can increase attack power significantly, but can only push back the skeleton warriors a few steps. Meanwhile, he himself was pushed even farther, clearly showing that the attributes of the skeleton warrior far surpassed his own, unable to engage in direct combat. In the knight's mind, he understood clearly. absolutely cannot engage in direct combat with the skeleton warrior, still must stick to the original plan to defeat Rim Jang Uk. But the skeleton warrior and skeleton mages tightly guarded around Rim Jang Uk, making it difficult to approach him. Before the blinding light, the skeleton mage's attack arrived. He quickly raised his shield for defense and began to retreat. The skeleton warrior continued to pursue, gradually moving away from Jang Uk. Once he had drawn the skeleton warrior far enough away, the knight suddenly turned around and once again activated his charge skill. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged straight toward Jang Uk, shield raised high to block the skeleton mage's attacks and aimed directly at Jang Uk. He thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. Jang Uk understood his intention, shook his head lightly, and said, useless, return here, my warrior. The skeleton mages were quickly recalled. Jang Uk then continued to summon his pets. Come out. The skeleton warriors that had been far away suddenly vanished, only to reappear next to Jang Uk. The mage was incredulous. Oh, he can summon the skeleton warriors from a distance? The knight seemed to be frozen, staring intently at the skeleton warriors and Jang Uk. He shuddered inwardly, realizing he had been deceived. He told himself, I need to break out of this encirclement, find another way. But Jang Uk wasn't going to give him any chance. A red flash flickered, and the knight felt the entire world speed up. The skeleton warrior's blades were faster than lightning, but his own movements became extremely slow. It was a curse. He realized he had been cursed. Very quickly, the knight was tightly bound by familiar red chains of the slow curse. It was too late before he could react. Several blades from the skeleton warriors had already struck. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. In the blink of an eye, there were nearly 10 slashes. The knight raised his shield to defend, but blocking one side left him exposed on the other. He wanted to maximize his defense, but as soon as the thought emerged, he found himself outside the arena. Healing magic descended, his body recovered, and the curse dissipated. He stood there in disbelief, defeated decisively, beaten in an instant. He saluted military style with Jang Uk, not only because Jang Uk was a 3-star lieutenant, but also because of Jang Uk's strength. Jang Uk returned the salute in kind, and the referee declared, Round 2, Jang Uk wins. The crowd cheered, saying, Level 27, defeating Level 37. What a challenge, it's like playing a game. A person living near the bomb crater shouted, I feel like I can do it too. Another person added, getting through Round 2 is just as easy. This clearly isn't his limit yet. A scroll of intermediate skills appeared, and Jang Uk chose to continue the challenge. A member of the organizing committee approached and asked, Do you want to continue the challenge? The young man resolutely replied, yes. If he can still win in the 3rd round, he will receive a mysterious intermediate elixir. Compared to the glowing intermediate skill scroll, the mysterious intermediate elixir is more valuable, increasing all attributes by 2,000. This is a significant increase for any extraordinary abilities. Advancing a level only adds a few attributes, but an elixir that increases all attributes by 2,000 is truly remarkable. And if Jang Uk succeeds in the 3rd round, it will break records, fighting a low-level profession at level 27 against a high-level profession at level 42. It's hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation effect appeared. A level 42 archer materialized on the stage. This was no ordinary archer. It was a twice-evolved high-level one, and like Jang Uk, also a 3-star lieutenant. He was clad in platinum-grade battlefield equipment, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. There is a clear gap between high-level and little-level extraordinary abilities. After the 2nd evolution, attributes increase significantly across the board, all skills become more powerful, and one can even acquire advanced formidable skills. Moreover, starting from level 40, platinum-grade equipment can be used. Battlefield platinum-grade equipment is even more powerful compared to ordinary platinum equipment. High-level professions above level 40 can easily overwhelm lower-level professions. Seeing a level 42 second-tier archer in front of them, everyone thought it won't be easy for Jang Uk to win this match. The crowd began to buzz. Do you think if he succeeds in the 3rd round, Jang Uk will continue the challenge? It's hard to say. The fact that no one has succeeded in the 4th round suggests it's not that simple. Just how difficult it is, I've only heard that the 4th round is different from the previous 3. Otherwise, someone would have succeeded in all these years. Those present did not know how the 4th round would be, only knowing that it was very, very difficult. In summary, the 3rd round was already challenging enough, but the 4th round, the 5th round, they dare not even think about. Despite what anyone said, Jang Uk's eyes remained cold, his expression icy as he thought, Round 4, Round 5. Jang Uk also did not know. He quickly believed that he could see. He was also very curious why no one could succeed in challenging the 4th round. What made the 4th round so difficult? The archer remained silent, his sharp gaze like lightning seemingly locked onto Jang Uk. The battle began in an instant. The archer shot 3 arrows straight into the sky. Using the homing arrow's skill, the 3 bright arrows spun in the air before heading towards Jang Uk. As the arrows flew towards him, the skeleton mage's magic interfered with them, startling the archer, his eyes fixed on Jang Uk. How could they be disrupted like that? He quickly retreated. As he did, his body split into 3, moving in different directions. Using the archer clone's skill, the skeleton mages immediately lost their target. Jang Uk suddenly moved his heart for the skeleton mages to attack at will. At this moment, homing arrows fell, accompanied by loud explosions and smoke engulfing the area as the arrows aimed towards Jang Uk. Each hit feeling like a large rock falling, echoing in everyone's ears as the pressure became unbearable. Jang Uk was about to be finished. Most people thought the same way. A level 27 character, no matter how strong their skills were, facing the direct attack of a level 42 profession, even at level 2, would surely be killed instantly. The onlookers wondered, will it end here? This is the terrifying onslaught of the Archer Class 2 transfer. Jang Uk's bone armor shone brightly, blocking the attack. Everyone continuously exclaimed in amazement. This is a defensive skill. This armor is truly beautiful. A defensive skill similar to a mage's magical shield. This magic necromancer profession can attack when needed and defend when needed. Truly unbeatable today. The archer clearly was also stunned for a moment. Didn't expect Jang Uk to have such strong defensive skills. What kind of bizarre skills are these? Really powerful. Archer and assassin are the 2 fastest professions at this moment. The archer just split into 3 on the arena, moving as if flying. Each split is very fast, almost leaving no trace. Very difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Jang Uk looked at this scene and made a judgment. High-level archer is too flexible. My skeleton warrior is a bit unable to keep up, have to limit his actions. The young man immediately used the slow curse skill. The familiar red chains enveloped the arena, quickly binding the body and splits of the archer. The speed of both the body and the splits of the archer temporarily slowed down. The skeleton mages also seized the opportunity to launch a round of attacks. Breaking both splits into pieces simultaneously, the archer quickly pulled out a high bow, the bow shining brightly. A beam of light burst through the sky. The slow curse disappeared in an instant. The skill, purifying arrows. Jang Uk was stunned, so he does have a purification skill like a healer. The archer's skills come from the platinum-grade weapon in his hands. The archer drew his bow powerfully, tried his arrow. The silent arrow skill was unleashed. A massive purple arrow with a silencing effect shot towards Jang Uk. However, the skeleton armor blocked all the attacks. Neither stun nor silence had any effect on Jang Uk. The archer was astonished once more. What? Even the silent arrow doesn't work. Some spectators noticed a sign. They realized that the bone armor was incredibly powerful. It has withstood numerous attacks and remains completely intact. These attacks come from a high-level, level 42 profession. If it were a level 27 profession, it would definitely be taken down by a single arrow. The defensive skill is too strong. Can anyone tell me this person's weakness? Based on current observations, there are no weaknesses, almost perfect. But now it looks like both are at a stalemate, neither able to do anything to the other. That's right. I wonder how Jang Uk will break this deadlock. Jang Uk felt challenged for the first time. He summoned a few more skeletons, but the skeleton warriors couldn't catch up to the opponent due to their purification skill. Jang Uk pondered for half a second before deciding. You want me to use this skill? Is it too painful? He locked his target onto the archer. Flames flickered in his hands as the young man focused spiritual power to cast his spell. The archer, along with his 2 clones, was drawing his bow to finish off Jang Uk, but before he could do anything, Jang Uk unleashed the Soul Blaze skill. The Soul Blaze fire suddenly erupted on the archer. He screamed in horror, shaking the very heavens and earth. His whole body staggered, swayed for 2 steps, and then he fell to the ground. The arena erupted into chaos. What just happened? I don't know. What skill did Jang Uk use? I saw it too. It's a single target attack skill, a targeting skill. Jang Uk sighed. The young man was indeed concerned. This is truly a painfully powerful skill. It's really excruciating. Apart from that person, I've never seen anyone who can endure it. Jang Uk looked at his opponent and said loudly, I'm sorry, I've offended you. The young man's hand slowly lifted, flames blazing in his palm. 2 consecutive explosions, the archer in extreme pain, accompanied by terror. The flames leaped up, the screams tearing through the sky. His whole body once again collapsed to the ground in agony. So Song witnessed this scene with horror. What kind of monster is he after all? Shortly after, the archer was carried down from the castle and quickly treated. The organizer's spokesperson announced in the 3rd round of combat, Jang Uk wins. The archer's wounds quickly healed, but the painful memories would not disappear. As he looked towards Jang Uk, his eyes filled with endless fear. that gaze making people feel cold to the core. Not only him, his desperate cries also infected the audience watching the match, each person filled with fear, coupled with the eerie skeletons around making Jang Uk even more terrifying than ever. Why do I feel like Jang Uk is so scary? The third round has passed. Could it be that today we will witness history? The organizers approached Jang Uk and asked loudly, "Jang Uk, do you want to continue the challenge?" The young man, still with a cold face and eyes without hesitation, continue. Since the tournament was first held, no one has successfully passed the fourth round. Even the rules of the challenge have been forgotten. Under everyone's expectation, a knight appeared on the arena, wearing the combat attire of the military, a level 45 sword and shield knight. The crowd was surprised and whispered, "Only 3 levels higher than the previous round, is that it? Is this the difficulty of the fourth round? How can it be so unbeatable? This must be fake, right?" Someone pointed and shouted loudly. Amidst the people's doubt, the second profession player appeared on the arena, a level 45 archer, followed by a level 45 wizard, a level 45 support battle mage, and a level 45 assassin. 4 consecutive profession players appeared, forming a standard team of 5. No way, a standard team of 5. At this moment, the onlookers realized why no one could pass the fourth round. Not only facing a team by themselves, but also the level of each profession player is up to 18 levels higher than the contestants. How can they fight? Even the gods cannot win. No one thought Jang Uk could win, even though his profession is very strong. But in the end, he is only level 27 alone, no status buffs, no healing spells, no matter how strong, cannot resist a high-level profession player team at level 45. Seeing the 9-star badge of the team leader of the other squad, Jang Uk thought to himself, "A 9-star lieutenant, this is a truly seasoned warrior who has fought on the battlefield for many years. This type of person is extremely strong. Behind him, his comrades are also not weak. The weakest one is even a 5-star major. It seems that these people are truly formidable opponents." Analyzing up to this point, Jang Uk also somewhat understood the issue. No wonder why no one has passed the fourth round. It's like this. The members of the other team immediately looked at the young man, Jang Uk, with some curiosity. The team leader stepped forward and said, "Young man, you are very skilled. Being able to reach the fourth round, you should be proud." The knight at the head of the other team gave some words of encouragement to Jang Uk. Although only 3 ranks higher than the sniper just now, the aura was completely different. This knight gave Jang Uk a sense of leadership. Looking at the badge on his shoulder, a shining golden badge with 9 stars, the 9-star lieutenant was only 1 step away from the rank of captain. Jang Uk rarely spoke, but this time he replied, "Thank you, however, today I still have to win." The match began. Jang Uk slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a howling sound swept through the entire space. Everyone in the audience area stood up straight with astonishment, each person wide-eyed and open-mouthed in disbelief. Someone tremblingly said, This is what? How can there be so many? This is not an illusion, right?" On the battlefield, over 100 warriors and 50 skeleton mages stood in formation like an army, the crowd watching in horror as they couldn't believe their eyes. This is truly the magic Necromancer, no different from an army. In front of the crowded skeleton warriors, the knight captain swallowed hard. This guy. Not far away, so Selng murmured, "This kid is hiding deep, even has a giant yet to be summoned." Ryu Hainan and also muttered in frustration, "What else to fight? Just crush people with bones enough to die." Jang Uk pointed. The skeleton warriors advanced towards the other team. The hands holding weapons of the entire team were sweating. The support skills of the king's fighting had been interrupted. So many, how to fight. The attributes of these skeletons were not low at all. Each one was no less than a general. Even with 10 or 20 of them, they could still fight, but in front of more than 100 fierce skeleton warriors, never mind, there were also 50 skeleton mages behind them. How to fight? Before they were few fighting many, now they were few fighting more. With a wave of Jang Uk's hand, the skeleton warriors rushed forward. 100 skeleton warriors took up half of the battlefield. They had no place to dodge. As the skeleton warriors attacked, the skeleton mages followed. They immediately used their 4 elemental skills, ice, fire, wind, lightning. Their skills descended like a huge elemental attack, covering the space in an instant. Although surprised by the power of Jang Uk, years of facing demons from the deep abyss had kept them in a fighting instinct, quickly transitioning into battle mode. Even if we don't win, we will not surrender easily. Let's fight. Who knows? Skills. Root defense. The knight quickly activated the giant shield skill to protect everyone. The warlock continued to activate strength enhancement skills. The archer and wizard immediately used their skills. The assassin disappeared without a trace under the wizard's feet. A mysterious formation was forming. The archer's arrows were glowing. The skeleton warriors also rushed forward to launch their attacking skills. The defensive shield trembled, ready to be shattered at any moment. The knight gritted his teeth. his spirit reaching its limit. Can't hold on any longer, hurry up. A few seconds later, the skills exploded. The apocalyptic meteor fire skill unleashed a large fire down on the skeleton troops, while the archer's skill, Arrow Storm, was also ready. The range and power of the arrows were immense, covering the entire arena. Even the skeleton mages and Jang Uk were engulfed in the storm. The arrows pierced through the skeleton warriors, exploding arrows causing the entire arena to be engulfed in explosions. The system notification: one skeleton mage eliminated. The power of Arrow Storm was immense. The skeleton warriors were fine, but the skeleton mages were all injured. Just as the type of injury that outsiders cannot clearly see. Only the owner Jang Uk can feel. Fortunately, he can still endure it. The smoke from the explosion obscures the view. The assassin quickly approaches Jang Uk. Suddenly, a dagger appears behind Jang Uk's back, with a powerful attack rushing to stab his back. The skeleton armor is activated instantly. It becomes extremely bright and blocks the opponent's attack. The assassin startles. Unfortunately for the assassin, the skeleton armor of the young man is extremely strong, completely blocking his attack. Once appeared, skeleton warriors quickly surrounded the assassin. Skeleton warriors do not attack, but directly hug his hands tightly to prevent him from escaping. 10 electric skeleton mages simultaneously redirect lightning bolts. The assassin immediately screams in agony. His body suddenly transforms. The skeleton warriors cannot hold him anymore. Spatial translocation skill. A high-level skill after level 40 is effective, similar to the Battlefield Ghost King skill. Only the spatial translocation cannot remove curses, only helps him escape from danger. The cold-hearted youth Jang Uk said, "Still want to run." In the palm of Jang Uk's hand, a flame flickered. The skill Soul Blaze was displayed. A desperate cry echoed, even more desperate than before. The assassin returned to the position of the team to reveal a hunched and trembling figure. "Quick, hurry up with the treatment." A worried teammate asked, "Are you okay?" He gritted his teeth and replied through the pain, "It hurts too much. That skill is too painful. The type of pain that invades the soul. Basically not something a normal person can endure." Immediately, the youth Jang Uk unleashed the skill slow curse. A few red chains rushed towards the other team, but the mage used the brute purification skill. The staff in hand shining in support, columns of light erupted over everyone. The curse shattered. Jang Uk's red chains were completely ineffective. The youth realized the issue. Indeed, with high-level support, my curse cannot be effective. At this moment, a group of skeleton warriors charged in. The siege was about to form. A team member shouted loudly, "The skeleton soldiers are surrounding us, okay." The skill Fiery Ring of Resistance was used, a profession skill, above level 40, utilizing power and effectiveness beyond compare. This time, at least 30 to 40 skeleton soldiers were pushed back with no obstacles in front. The archer immediately used the chain arrow skill. An arrow exploded in front of the skeleton soldiers. Multiple shackles appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the first few dozen skeleton soldiers were already leg-locked. The archer said, "My chain arrows won't hold for long. Can't wait any longer. Clear the way. Let's charge through." The mage nodded, the scepter in hand, emitting a strong light, gathering multiple wind elements and rushing out instantly. In an instant, a whirlwind turned into a blue net, darting straight ahead. Along the way, all skeleton soldiers were blown out. The spectators in the stands watching the battle unfold here thought that Jang Uk was about to lose. It's over. Jang Uk's skeleton warrior army is in chaos. This is the strength of a high-level 45-star professional lineup. It seems Jang Uk will lose right away. The other team silently thought, his skeleton warrior army is too many. Facing off against him will only erode our fighting strength sooner or later. The only option is to finish him off. The archer continuously fired binding arrows to keep the skeleton warriors at bay. Charge. Taking advantage of the whirlwind, the knight activated his charging skill, and the entire team surged forward. Jang Uk, calm and composed, watched the advancing team and murmured, "Truly worthy of the reputation from the Shenxa army. This is the first time I've enjoyed a fight like this, but it's all in vain. I will win." The young man focused spiritual power in his palm, and the flames of the Soul Blaze skill flared up. The knight, having activated his shield along with his previous charging skill, surged forward. The flames in Jang Uk's palm intensified. The knight and his team, charging forward, immediately let out a horrifying scream. The charging skill was instantly interrupted, and the knight staggered and fell to the ground. The momentum was broken, and the archer, reacting swiftly, immediately distanced himself from the knight. The knight gritted his teeth in pain. This fire could even burn my soul. He was astonished as he was lifted off the arena and wondered. I was defeated in an instant. Looking up at his distant teammates from below the stage, he murmured, "Without my help, they absolutely won't be able to hold on for long. After losing the Shield Knights, the Skeleton Warriors surrounded the other team from all directions, the Skeleton Warriors unleashing their Rage Strike skill, the Defenders, Assassins, and Mages being the weak links. The Skeleton Warriors rushed forward to attack, leaving the team no choice but to defend themselves, quickly being overwhelmed and taken away for treatment at the arena. With eyes full of admiration, the referee quickly announced, in the fourth round, Jang Uk wins, becoming the first in history to complete all 4 professional challenges, his name forever etched in the history of professional competitions, possibly even appearing in textbooks. The spectators were in awe, unable to believe that Jang Uk had really won. The fire he had just unleashed had swiftly incapacitated a high-level professional team. The magic Necromancer was truly terrifying. At this moment, Jang Uk's 2 female teammates also admired him endlessly. Nin Se-kyung curiously asked Yu Yin, "Do you think Jang Uk can pass the 5th round?" Receiving such a difficult question, Yu Yin pondered for a while before responding, "I don't know, his abilities seem to surpass my understanding, but no one has ever surpassed round 5. Chuan Gao also chimed in enthusiastically, "I never expected us to witness history." Miao Yu continued, "Indeed, Jang Uk's name will be written in the history of the professional tournament. The reward for the 4th round is 2 dazzling intermediate skill scrolls. With what Jang Uk had before, he now has 2 low-level skill scrolls, 4 intermediate skill scrolls, a low-level potion, and a mid-level potion." The organizers, sweating, asked Jang Uk, "Do you want to continue?" Some voices from the stands echoed, "Stop here. Round 4 is already a historic moment. Yes, round 4 has been the dream of many to be honored in history." But for the young Jang Uk, it was not enough. With a cold gaze, he replied, "I will continue to challenge." The 4th challenge round was completed for the first time. Jang Uk wanted to continue to the 5th round, which no one had ever tried before. Even the organizers had never thought of setting such difficulty level. The rewards for the 5th challenge round have not been announced, but now Jang Uk has decided to continue the challenge because Baek Yua-won had told him that surpassing higher challenges is better. If Baek Yua-won said so, there must be a reason for it. After Jang Uk finished speaking, the stage fell into silence, his words making the audience as quiet as a still river. Not a sound could be heard. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that the crowd calmed down. They started to talk excitedly. No one expected we would experience the 5th round. Spending time to watch it was truly not a waste. We always thought that the organizers did not really set this difficulty level. Who would have thought that today we would witness a historic moment? Suddenly, a person appeared in the sky announcing that the 5th challenge round would start in 3 minutes. Be prepared. The reward for this round is a high-level magical potion and a high-level skill scroll. The announcer, looking at Jang Uk, also had a look of admiration. Upon hearing about the rewards, the crowd started to buzz with excitement. These were truly high-quality items that only a 3rd rebirth character could use. Money couldn't buy them. Oh, Jang Uk hadn't even rebirthed for the 2nd time. Has the path to the 3rd rebirth already been paved before him? Upon hearing about the rewards, Jang Uk's eyes lit up. Indeed, those 2 rewards, the chance to obtain a high-level post-transformation skill is low, making people angry and furious, but this high-level skill scroll represents the possibility of learning a high-level skill, a high-level magical potion. After consuming it for the 3rd time, it will permanently increase all attributes by 20,000 of value that cannot be evaluated. Jang Uk clenched his fists with a cold, icy stare. "This time, I must win the reward. No wonder God Baek said, this challenge tournament is the most important. You must win the 5th round reward." Amidst everyone's anticipation, the 5th challenge round officially began, the stage shimmering brightly. A group of individuals appeared on the arena, mesmerizing the spectators. Oh my god, they're all rare class 50 professions. Moreover, a team of mages, the most powerful attackers, not afraid of group attacks. The mage team, Holy Knight level 50, Shilling Elder level 50. Seeing those extraordinary abilities at such high levels and also rare professions, the spectators believed Jang Uk was in a difficult position. This time, Jang Uk's skeleton warrior army might not be effective. Next were the Shadow Mage level 50 and Flame Mage level 50. The spectators leaned towards the strength of the level 50 team and analyzed further. The Shadow Mage, also known as Control Mages, has many crowd control skills. The Flame Mage has super strong offensive capabilities combined with the support of the Shillian Elder. They are unbeatable. Next is the level 50 Elven Summoner, Elemental Mage level 50, even a Summoner. This is Jang Uk's summoning magic plan. Don't forget the Time Mage also has a skill called the Reset skill. Seeing that rare level 50 team, Nin Se-kyung was very worried. Sister Dugyeon, this lineup is too strong, and with 6 people, who can fight back? The young man Jang Uk observed the 6-person lineup and whispered, "It seems to be intentionally choosing a lineup to deal with me. this time can no longer hide abilities. The challenge began. The 6 members of the opposing team looked at Jang Uk with a defensive stance, waiting for what was to come. They were called to defend the arena, not expecting to face a new kid with a level of 27. The younger generation is really strong now. However, considering the attitude of their leader, they couldn't be careless and underestimate. Each of them prepared seriously. Youngster Jang Uk focused his spiritual power in the palm of his hand. The team captain ordered the members, prepare to attack the group, eliminate his army of skeleton warriors. This time, the young man did not summon skeleton warriors or skeleton mages. Instead, Jang Uk concentrated his spiritual power to summon the Thanatos Scythe. The crowd was amazed as they saw this for the first time. Thanatos Scythe, that's Jang Uk's weapon. I've never seen him use it before. So Sound seemed a bit more familiar as he had been on the receiving end of this weapon before, muttering to himself, will Jang Uk summon that thing? To prevent Jang Uk from resisting, the opposing team immediately used a series of skills. Meteor Apocalyptic Fire, Descending Fire Rain, Slumbering Cloud. The summoner also focused on his skills. The mage summoned Skill Reset. Surrounding people were amazed. The skill reset had occurred. They could now use crowd control spells. Young man Jang Uk remained calm in the face of the incoming skills, summoning his disciple with Thanatos Scythe. Go, put their souls to rest. A gigantic boss appeared. At this moment, the young man resembled a true demon king, his entire body black with only 2 eyes glowing with spiritual power, holding Thanatos Scythe. The onlookers were terrified upon seeing the huge boss and exclaimed, "What kind of demon is this? Is this gigantic boss also Jang Uk's skeleton?" The other team members quickly realized, oh, if we're not mistaken, this gigantic skeleton must be the outpost guardian boss of the underworld dungeon level. Jang Uk raised Thanatos' Scythe, channeling spiritual power and summoning another boss. Control our soldiers, my deceased hero. Immediately, the deceased hero, the boss outpost guardian, and the skeleton mages and skeleton warriors of Jang Uk immediately appear, ready to fight. System notification. 3 skeleton warriors have been defeated. Jang Uk looked at his army of skeleton warriors being decimated by a barrage of skills, thinking to himself, indeed, a level 50 mage can now defeat my skeleton warriors. The outpost boss struggled amidst the rain of skills raining down from above, but still resisted fiercely, a series of explosions echoing through the sky, smoke and fire filling the area. One member of the level 50 team silently thought to themselves, the soul of the mission boss of the difficult level of the underworld, the magic necromancer profession, even has skills like this. The knight shouted loudly, group defense. The defensive armor appeared. The outpost boss charged powerfully, delivering a powerful blow to the shield of the other team, the protective shield becoming shaky and on the verge of collapsing. The other team was sweating nervously. One person exclaimed, our attack skills and group defense have been blocked by the outpost guardian boss. The team leader immediately reassured, don't panic, our formation is not incapable of defeating the boss of the hell difficulty level of the outpost's subquest. The slumbering cloud skill was activated, thunder and lightning surged in the sky, then raindrops began to fall, the rain getting heavier and heavier. A series of skeleton warriors stopped and fell asleep. Finally, the crowd control skill of the Shadow Mage also took effect, but playing Jang Uk was not easy. The deceased hero giant immediately raised his scepter to activate the military prowess skill. The skeleton warriors were awakened from sleep. The deadly green eyes returned, and the outpost guardian boss was also free from the effect. The Shadow Mage sweated and uttered, my slumbering cloud has been broken. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Uk's giant boss rushed in to attack. The knight had to use all his strength to defend with the shield, but the shield quickly cracked. The pet summon command was used, skill reset. The white wolf appeared and growled. Every time the white wolf appeared, it meant that the team's skills were reset. The knight continued to use collective defense to create a protective shield. The young man Jang Uk was somewhat incredulous upon seeing this. He thought to himself, to be able to reset the skill cooldown is quite unreasonable. It seems I need to deal with that summoned creature first. The team then instructed each other, let's focus on attacking him this time. They all shouted in unison, understood. A storm of skills descended, enveloping the area around Jang Uk. Jang Uk thought, can the skeleton armor withstand a group attack from a level 50 mage? The skeleton armor, which initially seemed on the verge of breaking, suddenly flared up with a brilliant light. The young man thought to himself, that's quite strong. It's difficult, but my spiritual power is still very sufficient, enough to continuously use the skeleton armor skill. The Shadow Mage waved his wand, and immediately, a large puddle appeared under Jang Uk's feet. The young man had some 1 foot halfway into it. Jang Uk was startled and wondered, a swamp. That's the Shadow Mage's skill. He promptly summoned the skeleton warriors. They quickly gathered and worked together to lift Jang Uk out of the swamp. One person seeing Jang Uk escaping from the mud puddle exclaimed, "Damn it, with that strange defensive skill. All control skills are ineffective on him. Now even a mud puddle can't hold him." In another development, Jang Uk's disciples rushed forward with rage strikes, the team leader fighting the skeleton warrior. While looking at his companions, he ordered the summoner, "The shield is about to break. Quickly reset my skills." The white wolf still lying flat, the summoner replied, "How can it be done so quickly? My summoning creature also needs rest." The outpost guardian boss continued to attack to break through the protective shield. The pressure on the team of 6 level 50 players was immense. The girl in the other team now looked at Jang Uk with a different look. "Oh my god, even the level 50 shield of the knight is broken. Not even enough time to reset cooldowns. Jang Uk's skeletons are clearly more powerful than the 4th wave." Seeing the skeleton warriors approaching like Jang Uk's army, the girl exclaimed, "The skeletons are getting closer. Attack quickly." The fiery ring of resistance skill was immediately activated, and the wizard then used the firewall skill to create a protective wall. Despite being surrounded by fire, the skeleton warriors charged straight ahead. The pet summoning command emitted a roar. All skills were immediately reset. The team defense was activated. The captain ordered, "Even if we have to take damage, we have to kill that brat." Suddenly, a voice of Jang Uk came from behind, making him freeze. "Taking damage will kill me." Jang Uk, teenager with skeleton armor wrapped around him, and a few followers appeared next to him. He turned back and couldn't believe his eyes. He even took advantage of the distance while we were casting skills to infiltrate here. The other teenager said smugly, "You're just a wizard, yet you dare to approach so closely. This is a mistake that will make you pay." The onlookers looked at each other in surprise and began to discuss excitedly. "He's a wizard, why is he charging in? Does he want to pull out a sword and attack? Or does he have warrior skills too?" The crowd was still in awe when young man Jang Uk unleashed his slow curse skill, swiftly binding all 6 individuals and a beast with familiar red chains, slowing their movements. Jang Uk thought to himself, "My curse may not be able to stop them, but just buying a little time will be enough." The skeleton warriors immediately rushed forward, with 2 of them using Rage Strike to attack the white wolf, causing it to cry out in pain. As spiritual power concentrated in his hand, Jang Uk then used the corpse explosion skill. With a cold and calculated gaze, he thought to himself, "Summoning a level 50 beast, its life value must be much higher than theirs." Earlier, a soul blaze had erupted fiercely, followed by the beast's cries before everything fell silent. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed throughout the arena. For the first time, the spectacle of a corpse exploding appeared on the battlefield, without blinding light but still overwhelming. The other team members were thrown back, their protective shields disappearing instantly. The whole crowd was extremely puzzled in horror. What kind of skill is this? The group of knights being pushed down from the castle still did not understand what was happening and asked a question that could not be funnier. What just happened? Something exploded? The scene in front after the big explosion was all white smoke. After the heavy knight fell to the ground, she stood up quietly looking around and thought, "Did my shield just shatter an instant?" After a while, she regained her composure and suddenly realized, "My teammates have been pushed out of the arena. Now only I am left here." Currently, 170 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton mages, and 2 huge boss monsters are staring at her. The knight sweated profusely. She laughed bitterly and bowed her head. "No need to fight anymore. I lose anyway. This is not a life and death battle, just a competition." The knight pointed her thumb at Jang Uk, showing interest. "You are strong. With someone young like you here, the future of Shemsea is not a concern." Then she jumped out of the arena. The referee announced, in the 5th round of the competition, Jang Uk wins. The 2 girls, Nin Se-kyung and Jang Do-yoon, immediately jumped and cheered in excitement. "We won! A level 50 mage team was defeated by 1 person." The thunderous applause erupted. All the audience in the stands stood up clapping their hands. Jang Uk had brought them a spectacular battle. A level 27 player single-handedly facing a team of 6 level 50 mages. Such an amazing match deserved to be recorded in history. The mage, still floating in the air, his admiration for Jang Uk growing stronger. "You're amazing. This is your reward." The mage waved his hand, handing a purple potion and a yellow scroll to Jang Uk, a high-level magical potion, a high-level skill scroll, and 2 invaluable treasures. The young man bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." The hesitant young man wondered whether he should continue with the challenges. After the 5th round, will there be a 6th round? Should I? Why hesitate when there are free rewards? The communication device in the young man's hand suddenly rang. Back Yue-1 sent a message at this moment. The content of the message was only 4 words. Know when to stop. The young man had to stop here. Jang Uk stored his medicine bottle and rolled paper, bowed to the master in the air, and then jumped down to the martial arts arena. Jang Uk no longer continued the challenge. Everyone did not feel regret. It was truly enough. Winning 5 rounds of challenges, it was an unprecedented miracle. Jang Uk's name echoed throughout the human world. Suddenly, there was a call from that master. Jang Uk bowed to the other person. "Senior, do you need something?" He smiled, his eyes full of admiration, and then introduced himself. "Hello, Jang Uk. My name is Kim Baek. Kim Baek, one of Shengxia Empire's 12 council members, a figure on par with Sang Diek." The young man looked curiously. "Lord Kim Baek, do you need something?" Kim Baek chuckled. "You are a student of Jing Academy, right? The country's top scorer this year, right?" Jang Uk nodded in response. "Yes." With the status and position of the other person, it's not difficult to find out information about the young man. Kim Baek extended his hand in invitation. "I am also a professor teaching at Jing Academy. Also a profession of mage. I want to take you as my disciple. I wonder if you agree." The disciple he mentioned is not a normal teacher-student relationship, but a mentor-disciple relationship similar to the relationship between Jang Uk and Baek Yue-won. Jang Du-yoon pondered. The implication of Lord Kim Baek's words is that he wants to take Jang Uk as his disciple. Jang Uk, not surprised, bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Kim Baek, but I already have a master." Kim Baek looked surprised. "Oh, who is it?" At that moment, Jang Uk's communication device vibrated. Jang Uk smiled and said, "It's my master calling. Let's connect and see who dares to steal my disciple." In his eyes, Jang Uk was an exceptionally rare genius, even stronger than the best in Jing Academy. He was very curious. Who could be Jang Uk's master? The communication device was connected, and Baek Yue-won's voice was heard. Baek Yue-won's image appeared. "Kim Baek, are you trying to steal my student?" Kim Baek was stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had a look of mixed amusement and embarrassment. "Lord God Baek, it turns out to be you." Baek Yue-won snorted. "Jang Uk is my student. Don't try to covet in the future." Which Kim Baek dares to compete with Baek Yue-won, scratching his head and quickly saying. God Baek reminded, "You go tell the others a word, keep Jang Uk's file secret, don't let unrelated people see it." Rest assured, God Baek, I have done a good job of security. In fact, just need to be a noticeable genius. The Shengxia Empire will keep the file secret. Ultimately, there were incidents of geniuses being assassinated in the past. Then the Shengxia Empire did a good job with this task. Those important documents can only be viewed by high ranks. Just not expected, Delegate Sang Diek is actually from the underworld. These security tasks have become completely decorative. Baek Yue-won continued. "You gotta work. After the meeting ends, all of you come here for a trip. Me and old Mang have something to discuss with you. What's on your mind is clear." Kim Baek's face suddenly became serious. He naturally knew the reason Baek Yue-won was looking for them. Kim Baek replied, "Okay, after the meeting ends, me and they will come find you and Lord Mang." After Kim Baek left, Baek Yue-won continued to instruct Jang Uk. "You become famous these past few days. Come back here quickly. I have a new mission for you." Jang Uk responded, "Yes, master. Let's return to Jing Academy." When Jang Uk returned to Jing Academy, the young man attracted the attention of countless students. In recent days, his fame had grown enormously, not just nationwide, but worldwide. Everyone knew about Jang Uk and his achievements. The profession tournament had an annual champion, and Jing Academy had never lacked champions. However, there were few who were as well-rounded as Jang Uk, and breaking records and setting new, unprecedented records had never happened before. In the student dormitory, the young man was meditating. As a mage, apart from his spiritual power, his other basic attributes were not particularly high. At level 27, his attributes for strength, agility, and physique were only 510, while his spiritual power had risen to 2,700, surpassing the total of the other 3 attributes combined. The young man used a magic elixir and his status information appeared. Name, Jang Uk. Occupation, Magic Necromancer, unique occupation. Level, 27. Current strength, agility, and physique attributes, 710. Spiritual power, 2,900. Now, after taking a miraculous medicine, all attributes have increased by 200. The young man thought to himself, "Finally, I can increase another attribute a little bit, except for spiritual power from 2,700 to 2,900 is not worth mentioning." In God Baek's small courtyard, Jang Uk approached the tea table and respectfully poured tea for Baek Yue-won and Mang and Ban. Baek Yue-won was very happy to be served by his student with a smile on his face. "The more I look at this student, the more I like him. You did very well this time." Mang and Ban calmly said, "Can't be good. No one has ever passed the 5 challenges in history. Better than your teacher several years ago." The smile on Baek Yue-won's face quickly disappeared. God Baek seemed to be about to explode with anger. "Can we still have a pleasant conversation? Just tell the truth. Back then, you only passed 3 rounds. As a man, you wouldn't dare deny that. Mangan Ban still calmly spoke as if talking with old friends. Baek Yua-won gritted his teeth. This old friend of mine really doesn't give him any face. Ho lightly nodded. Baek Yua-won changed the subject. Kid, next you must quickly reach level 30 if you want to level up. Then go to the dungeon hall. Then I will take you to a place. Jang Uk curiously asked, Dungeon hall, why not go to the battlefield to level up? I feel that place is faster for leveling up, and you can also earn military merits. God Baek explained, These days you have been staying at the academy. This time you caused too much commotion. Going outside can easily be followed by others. Baek Yua-won continued, In recent years there have been continuous assassinations of talents in the Empire, so you must be careful. At least in the academy there will be no danger. I understand. After Jang Uk left, Manhwa Ban opened his eyes and looked at Baek Yua-won, asking, Are you planning to take this kid there? Baek Yua-won calmly replied, Of course, without going there. How can he be considered a qualified player? The sooner he goes there, the bigger the benefits. Manhwa Ban asked, Aren't you afraid he will encounter danger? God Baek confidently replied, This kid is stronger than you and I imagine, not so easy to die. Moreover, he also has the mark of the divine soul. Even if he dies, he can still come back to life. At the same time, the young man went to the dungeon hall. Looking around, the sacred dungeon hall was still bustling as usual. I'm back again. In the dungeon hall, the students were noisy and excitedly discussing, Look, Jang Uk is back. Before we knew he was very strong. But we didn't expect he could be this strong. It seems like we have seen a new god-tier powerhouse being born. You heard, Jang Uk has soloed 5 rounds in the challenge match. Someone exclaimed excitedly, I can team up with a future god-tier powerhouse like this to conquer dungeons. Thinking about it makes me excited. The person next to him immediately objected. Stop it. That's because you let him lead you through the dungeon. What's the point of teaming up for dungeons together? Sounds like meaningless chatter. Everyone gossiping all looked at Jang Uk with respect. No one dared to look down on Jang Uk here. Even those who had completed their profession changed twice. Even the level 50 mage team of the army could be defeated. Who are they even when there are players above level 50? If they solo, they are not Jang Uk's opponents. True strength is above all. The one with the bigger fist is the truth. The young man Jang Uk thought to himself, It seems like God Baek's worrying was not unfounded. He truly has received a lot of attention. Jang Uk walked into the deputy branch hall under the gaze of everyone. Jang Uk, you're back already. Shu Han smiled and appeared in front of Jang Uk. The young man quickly responded with a familiar nod to the blonde girl. It's a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet someone familiar right after returning. She then asked the young man, Which instance dungeon do you want to run this time? Do you need me to introduce one to you? The price is very cheap. Jang Uk immediately operated on his wrist, trading 100 accumulated points to Shu Han. A notification quickly appeared on Shu Han's wrist. You have received a transfer of 100 accumulated points. The girl excitedly raised her hand in appreciation. The tycoon is so generous. Shu Han then introduced a super fast leveling instance dungeon to the young man. Immediately the gate and the fire god place instance dungeon were slowly rotating, occasionally with flames flickering. Jang Uk was waiting for teleportation. The system instantly updated the information of the instance dungeon. Fire God Place Instance Dungeon Level 32. Difficulty options include Normal and Nightmare. Level 32 Instance Dungeon can be entered from level 27 to 37. It appeared to be an ordinary dungeon with only 2 difficulty levels, Normal and Nightmare. The entry fee for dungeons above level 30 was 500 points, and the reset fee was 2,500 points. The dungeon's cooldown time was 120 hours, which is exactly 5 days. Shu Han explained the reason for introducing this dungeon, showing her dedication. This dungeon might seem like any other ordinary dungeon, but it's actually quite different. You can see that many people are waiting to enter other dungeons, but very few have chosen the Fire God Place. When you look at its completion times and compare it with other dungeons of similar levels, you will see the difference. The completion record for this dungeon is 8:32:15. Jang Uk looked at the completion record for Fire God Place and was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, an ordinary dungeon, but why does the record take over 8 hours? Moreover, the record was set 5 years ago by a team from Phelon Academy. A nightmare-level dungeon taking over 8 hours to complete is clearly unusual. Other nightmare-level dungeons rarely exceed 6 hours. Not only is the record time long, but it has also stood for 5 years. Shu Han smiled at Jang Uk. You also realize it. Ha! The time to complete this subquest is especially long. Not even anyone has chosen this subquest, because this subquest is actually one of the 5 elemental subquests. Besides the 4 elements of wind, water, fire, electricity that we usually know, there is actually also a light element. Each element has its corresponding elemental subquest. If lucky, you can receive a piece of the corresponding elemental element. The young man heard about the elemental piece and immediately asked the knowledgeable girl, Shuhan, what can be obtained by collecting all 5 elemental pieces? Shuhan replied, I also don't know. Legend has it that if you can collect all 5 types of elemental pieces, you can receive unexpected benefits. Shuhan knew a lot and also told Jang Uk the reason why this subquest is difficult. Inside is the world of the fire element. When you enter this world, you will be constantly attacked by the fire element, which will put a lot of pressure on the healer. Therefore, a team of 6 people in Mega mode, one person will usually sacrifice a damage dealer position to have 2 healers. In this way, the damage will decrease and the battle will be slower. The difficulty of the subquest is not low. Reducing damage will increase danger even with 2 healers. If not careful, it will fail. There have been students who failed to escape and died in the subquest. Similarly, high difficulty also brings high experience. Shuhan felt that with Jang Uk's abilities, he would definitely not have any difficulty, so she introduced him to the most experienced deputy at this level. After listening, Jang Uk understood clearly, feeling that the 100 points spent were very worthwhile. Jang Uk scanned the deputy plaza and said, there are hundreds of deputies. It's hard to distinguish the smallest ones. So are the remaining elementary deputies here? Shuhan explained, water elemental deputies require level 37. Level 32 to enter. Wind elemental deputies require level 42. Level 37 to enter. You still cannot enter now. The fire elemental deputies and light elemental deputies are not here. You have to find their specific locations yourself. After learning quite a bit of information, Jang Uk immediately thanked her. Sister, I will go cultivate the deputies. No need to thank me. Shuhan's eyes carried a firm smile with a hint of expectation, hoping that Jang Uk could create a new record. Jang Uk chose Nightmare difficulty and entered the Fire God Place dungeon. The level 32 Nightmare difficulty dungeon was filled with scorching flames that burned everything in sight. It was a cave, with fierce flames erupting from the walls of the cave. There was only a fiery bridge leading to the other side. Below the bridge, lava flowed violently. The lava occasionally spewed columns of fire into the air like dazzling fireworks. Jang Uk felt that even with his skeleton armor, he may not be able to withstand the flames for long. The Fire God Place dungeon was somewhat similar to the elemental scene, but more pure. Just standing here, a fire element had begun to invade the teenager's body from the outside. The teenager thought to himself, it seems that in this dungeon, one would continuously receive damage from the fire element. The enemy had launched their attack. The skeleton armor glowed brightly against the fire element. Just being in the dungeon meant enduring constant attacks from the fire element without respite. The pressure of being a healer here was particularly high. Even without battling monsters, one had to constantly heal their teammates at intervals. They couldn't summon skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. Summoning them now without encountering any monsters would just make them endure attacks pointlessly. Crossing the fiery bridge, the entire bridge was engulfed in flames. With each step Jang Uk took, he trod on the fire. It was truly a sea of flames and blades. If it were an ordinary player, they would need to heal multiple times just to cross this bridge. Now the young man realized the issue. No wonder the completion time for this dungeon is so long. Without bringing along 2 healers, it would be very difficult to maintain one's condition. The bridge wasn't long, and soon Jang Uk reached the end. Finally, he saw 2 monsters on the other side of the bridge. The 2 monsters were made of fire and lava elements, standing 3 meters tall, patrolling back and forth on the bridge. As soon as Jang Uk noticed them, they also spotted him. The system updated the monster information. Name, Fire Elf. Type, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 32. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 4,000. Physique, 10,000. Skills, Fire Attack. Attributes, immune to fire damage, reduces physical damage by half. Their strength and physique were somewhat formidable, with a total attribute score of 27,000, fitting for an enhanced elite monster of level 32. Being composed of fire elements, they are immune to fire damage. Another characteristic of elemental monsters is that they reduce physical damage by half. Jang Uk has fought elemental monsters many times. Seeing this attribute is not surprising. It seems that he can't use Corpse Explosion again. Without Corpse Explosion, the effectiveness will decrease a lot. Shu Hang probably didn't know this when introducing this dungeon. Later, he can ask her which dungeon has more monsters. Fewer individual experiences are okay. As long as there are enough monsters, the most important thing is to have corpses. Now that he has entered, he must fight. Having spent 500 points to retreat is not worth it. The monster threw 2 fireballs towards Jang Uk, resembling a fireball spell of a mage. Jang Uk did not dodge, but used skeleton armor to block the attack. The fire from the fire elf fell on the skeleton armor. The fire exploded, creating beautiful fireworks. The skeleton armor emitted a completely white light, blocking the attack completely. The power is okay. Jang Uk estimated the attack power of the fire elf, activated his spiritual power, and summoned his pets. Skeleton warriors appear and all rush to attack the fire elf with their large swords. As the skeleton warriors ran, they quickly caught fire and turned into fire skeletons, completely engulfed in flames. Jang Uk had a passive skill that enhanced his elemental resistance, increasing his resistance to elemental damage by 300%. The attributes of the skeleton warriors were already high, making them formidable opponents. Despite their frightening appearance, their damage output was not high. Over 10 skeleton warriors surrounded the 2-level, 32 fire elves, attacking wildly. The fire elf was defeated, granting 640,000 experience and a fire crystal. As predicted, the fire elf died and transformed into fire elemental energy without leaving a corpse. After dealing with the fire elves, Jang Uk wanted to retract the skeleton warriors to avoid them taking unnecessary damage outside of battle. However, he realized they were continuously being damaged by the intense flames and could not be recalled. The skeleton warriors were constantly in a fighting state, unable to be summoned back to the summoning space. Fortunately, the damage was not severe enough to significantly affect them, and attempting to burn them with fire elemental attacks would take a considerable amount of time, possibly up to 10 hours. So the youth no longer retreat, directly letting the skeleton warrior rush forward to clear the way for themselves. Jang Uk ordered the skeleton warriors to explore the terrain for us. 16 skeleton warriors ran forward in a fan shape, quickly encountering monsters in the dungeon. Jang Uk commanded them to attack as soon as they encountered monsters. Level 32 monsters in the dungeon only needed to not have crowd control skills. Even solo, they couldn't defeat the skeleton warriors and were surrounded. Just a few blows could settle the battle. The skeleton warriors, covered in flames, both explored the map and fought monsters quickly. The general situation of the dungeon was surveyed. Jang Uk found himself in a cave full of magma, surrounded on all sides, on top, below. All engulfed in flames, there were 4 entrances to the cave, with 2 fire elves guarding in front of each entrance. The appearances of the entrances were identical, making it impossible to determine which one was the correct path. For others, this was a very tricky problem that needed to be tested one by one, but for Jang Uk it was too simple. The 16 skeletons were divided into 4 groups, each group of 4 running into different entrances, quickly grasping the situation inside the cave. Inside the cave there are many monsters, not just fire elves. Jang Uk quickly followed after drinking the primary magic potion, increasing all attributes by 200, and the speed of the teenager also increased slightly. Inside the cave, Jang Uk saw a monster corpse and was very happy. Here is not entirely made up of fire element monsters. There are also some physical monsters. If there are corpses, then it's easy. Let's go. Attract those monsters over here. Jang Uk commanded. The skeleton warriors no longer killed monsters, but instead began to attract them, running quickly in the cave, pulling each monster out. After that, they began leading the monsters running towards Jang Uk's position, threw the map in their head and standing on top to observe. Jang Uk could see, this time, at least hundreds of monsters being pulled in. Each monster could provide a considerable amount of experience quickly increasing rapidly for sure. With the sound of feet running beside his ears, the skeleton warriors ran towards Jang Uk's hand emitted a red light. The slow curse skill was displayed, the red curse shining brighter than fire. The monsters being pulled suddenly slowed down. At this moment, the skeleton warriors turned around and used the rage strike skill. The skill was swung down. The monster running ahead fell to the ground in a desperate cry. It was quickly killed. The next second, Jang Uk raised his hand, spiritual power, concentrated in the palm of his hand. A deadly orb was formed. The corpse explosion skill. The violent explosion immediately spread everywhere. Many monsters were killed by the explosion. The entire dungeon shook, bones scattered and fell to the ground, flames on the ground burning more intensely. The young man Jang Uk with a cold look continued to use skills. The dungeon continuously shook as if Jang Uk's actions had triggered some mechanism. The monsters chasing behind all screamed. Their aura skyrocketed. At this point, Jang Uk no longer cared. Skills were continuously used. In an instant, a large number of corpses exploded, and the sound of the explosions was like an incessant symphony. The monsters perished in masses, but Jang Uk felt something was amiss. Why has the power of the monsters increased? Although the monsters here, after being reduced to ashes by fire elements, have far less vitality compared to when they were alive, the corpse explosion skill, with a 600% enhancement, should still be enough to kill monsters of the same level. Initially, that was true, but now it seems that a single explosion isn't enough to kill him. It requires two. Strange, very strange. Despite this, Jang Uk did not stop. He continued to use the corpse explosion skill repeatedly. It took 3 to 4 explosions to kill a single monster of the same level, as if their defense against the corpse explosion was rapidly increasing. The tremors within the dungeon grew more intense, resembling an earthquake. Lava continued to erupt, and the fire element became increasingly dense. The students in the dungeon hall looked at the symbol of the fire god-placed dungeon and exclaimed, "Everyone look, what is happening? Why is the fire god-placed spewing fire?" The fire god-placed dungeon is one of the 5 elemental dungeons. It is said that, if lucky, one may receive elemental shards. 5 elemental shards combined can bring unexpected benefits. Don't joke around, that's just a legend no one has ever received. The dungeon update is usually Nightmare Hell difficulty. Oh my, everyone come see, why does the fire god-placed dungeon have an additional hell difficulty? This time, all the students in the dungeon hall were shocked. The fire god-placed dungeon has existed here for who knows how many years, always with only 2 difficulties, normal and nightmare. Now suddenly a 3rd difficulty appears, hell difficulty. Everyone was astonished. What strange thing is happening? Why did it suddenly change to hell difficulty? Who is in the dungeon? It seems like Jang Uk. Old Mang was sitting drinking tea with Nin Taeyeon when he saw Nin, startled and curious what's going on. As the overseer of the fire god-placed dungeon, Nin Taeyeon had supreme authority here and was well versed in all the details about this dungeon. He was the first to notice the unusual change in the fire god-placed dungeon. Old Nin muttered, "The principal of Xiajing Academy, even the changes within the dungeon cannot escape my control. Just now, the fire god-placed dungeon has activated the hell difficulty. I checked briefly to see who had entered the dungeon. Guess who it is?" Old Mang took a sip of tea and responded, "Since you mentioned it, it can only be that kid." Old Nin continued. He headed towards the elemental fragments. Only by doing this can hell difficulty be activated. Only hell difficulty can drop that particular item. Nin Taeyeon naturally knew all these conditions. In this world, if it came to knowledge about various dungeons, he would claim the top spot, with no one daring to claim otherwise, not even Baek Yui one. This was not only true for the fire god-placed dungeon, but could be applied to many other dungeons as well. Old Mang added, "To activate the hell mode of the dungeon, a large number of monsters within the dungeon must be cleared in a short period, creating a fundamental impact on the dungeon. That kid is indeed capable of doing it." Old Nin immediately objected. Previously, Nin Taeyeon had tried when he was young but failed. Then he organized the most elite team to try but still failed. Old Mang believed that Jang Uk would succeed. Inside the fire god temple, the fire element was boiling, the monsters were becoming stronger. The constant burning of the flames was quickly intensifying. The flames on the skeleton warrior were burning more fiercely. The skeleton warrior had turned into a mobile flame. The corresponding damage was getting stronger. Initially, it took at least 10 hours to burn a skeleton warrior to death. Now, at most, it was 3 hours. The skeleton warrior would be burned to death. Jang Uk quickly realized, seeing his 2 skeleton warriors use rage strikes easily blocked by the elemental monster. Jang Uk noticed a huge difference from before. Even the monsters were becoming stronger. He saw the power of the temple increasing over time. Jang Uk cleverly realized that it seemed like he needed to find the boss and complete the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, his own bones would be burned to ashes. Let's go. Feeling a sudden shift, Jang Uk quickly ran deeper into the dungeon. Jang Uk increased his pace. The skeleton warriors had found the exit. There were 4 entrances to the cave, with an internal structure similar to an interconnected ant nest. Ultimately, there was only one real exit, and it was quite vexing. Unless you traversed the entire cave system, you would not find the way out. No matter which entrance you took, the outcome was the same. Here it is. When Jang Uk saw the entire terrain map of the cave, his lips twitched. Why are there 4 entrances if you have to go through the whole cave anyway? Isn't this just to confuse? How was this dungeon even designed? Without 10 years of brain blockage, you couldn't possibly create a cave like this. Jang Uk dashed out of the cave at the fastest speed, with skeleton armor always activated and fully charged as he moved. A giant palace appears in sight, surrounded by intense flames. Each pillar is made of fire. Above the palace, a giant eye of fire appears, its shape somewhat resembling a fierce demon. Intruders detected. The Eye of Fire detects. Jang Uk immediately issues a warning. The ground is still shaking, molten lava spewing out, turning into fireballs, heading towards Jang Uk. Oh my god! Jang Uk cries out in surprise, running forward at the fastest speed, while maintaining a layer of skeleton armor on himself. The The fire falls to the ground, exploding into a blaze, the force of impact approaching enormous. The skeleton armor is shining, blocking all impacts for Jang Uk. The skeleton warriors are all injured in the collision, but the flames on their bodies are even fiercer. The time that the skeleton warriors can endure is shortened. Moreover, the lava continues to spew out, falling like rain. Jang Uk leads 16 crazed skeleton warriors running forward, the wounds of the skeleton warriors becoming more severe, the time they can endure getting shorter. Unexpectedly fighting a level 32 nightmare difficulty dungeon, the skeleton warriors are in danger. Jang Uk basic unaware, Jang Uk did not expect to be overcoming hellish difficulties. Finally, the young man rushed to the entrance of the palace. The palace gate opened. Outside, there were 2 guards. The guards wearing flame armor holding flame spears resembling dragons on the Yuan battlefield. Also, somewhat like lizard monsters, the guards noticed Jang Uk rushing towards the young man. The skeleton warrior immediately pounced, although heavily injured, still able to fight. System information update. Fire God Palace Guard, Hellish Noble Monster, level 35, Power 16,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 10,000, Physique 16,000, Skill, Flame Sweep, Immunity to Fire Damage trait. Jang Uk was a little surprised. Why is it turned into a hellish noble monster? When did the side mission become hell? Just now, the young man clearly felt the power of the monster increasing, at that time busy fighting the monster, so not paying much attention. Now looking back, turned into a hellish noble monster. Clearly fighting nightmare difficultly. Why is there a hellish noble monster appearing? Thinking about the previous tremor in the sub-instance, could it be that I have activated some special mechanism? The face of the young man was somewhat puzzled to determine whether it was hell difficulty or not. It was actually quite simple. Just check your storage space. After checking that the storage space was unusable, the difficulty level has indeed turned into hell. No wonder the power of the fire on the skeleton warrior became so strong. Looking at the level 35 Fire God Palace Guard in front with a total attribute of 52,000, Jang Uk quickly accepted this fact. The hell difficulty was also good. The young man was not inexperienced, at least high experience. Better loot dropped, just fight no matter the difficulty. The skeleton warrior clashed with the Fire God Palace Guard. The flames on the monster's spear rose high. The 2 spears swept simultaneously. The skill Flame Sweep was unleashed, a wide-range group attack skill. The sound of explosion rang out. Each skeleton warrior stood still in place. Immediately, the star rings appeared above their heads. They fell into a stunned state. The system notification appeared. 2 skeleton warriors were defeated. Jang Uk saw this scene directly and quickly realized, it's the skill of control again. Jang Uk hated this the most. Monsters with the ability to control are sometimes scarier than players, especially the difficult level monsters. Once the control ability is triggered, it's almost endless. The Fire God Palace Guard kept attacking the skeleton warriors. Each time it was a group attack, with a wide range similar to a skill, covering all 16 skeleton warriors. Gathering spiritual power, the youth took out the Thanatos scythe, immediately summoning the deceased hero pet. Go by deceased hero. The deceased hero pet used the military prowess skill to dispel the effects on the skeleton warriors, quickly resolving the effects, and the skeleton warriors continued to charge into battle, landing critical hits on the formidable monster. System notification: defeated level 35 Fire God Palace Guard, gained 1,360,000 experience points, received 3 fire crystals. The youth looked at the guard's body in front of him, his cold, steel eyes feeling satisfied. It's much easier with a dead body. Jang Uk commanded the skeleton warriors, finish the final mission. This skeleton warrior squad simultaneously rushed into the palace, the giant fiery eyes shooting out several deadly fire rays. Notification system: 12 skeleton warriors destroyed. As soon as the skeleton warriors entered the palace, the massive fiery eye above the palace violently shook, emitting a frantic alarm sound, causing the entire palace to tremble along as if it had come alive, as if the entire palace had been awakened. A large number of Fire Guard soldiers poured out from within the palace, Jang Uk still standing at the palace's main gate, coldly channeling spiritual power in the palm of his hand. It's just in time. After the monsters die in the dungeon, the corpses exist for a very short time. Furthermore, the life force on the corpses is rapidly disappearing. If we wait a little longer, the corpses will be completely burned. The goal of the Fire Guard soldiers was unified, rushing straight towards the skeleton warriors, a red light flickering in their hands. The slow curse skill being executed, quickly slowing down the Fire Guard soldiers with Jang Uk's slow curse skill. The summoned skeleton warriors charged forward to attack. Another corpse falling, Jang Uk immediately used the corpse explosion skill. Slow curse combined with corpse explosion caused a series of loud explosions echoing throughout the palace, the explosion sweeping through the palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. Jang Uk stood watching coldly and muttered, "Keep exploding." The explosions resounded throughout the palace. The palace guards who had just died were full of renewed life. This explosion immediately wiped out the pursuing troops, but at this moment, Jang Uk also realized that something was wrong. The fire element here had become much more chaotic. Waves of heat came carrying a strong fire element. These waves of heat were full of terrifying offensive power. What is this? Blinding flames, Jang Uk instinctively squinted. Through a gap in his vision, Jang Uk saw a flower, a translucent whole body like jade, blooming brightly in the fire. It bloomed in the midst of the flames, beautiful to the point of enchantment. In this situation, such a miraculous flower appears surely not ordinary. Two skeleton warriors of Jang Uk slowly approached. Immediately, the two skeleton warriors fell down and turned into dust. System notification: 2 skeleton warriors have been defeated. Jang Uk ordered the remaining skeleton warriors to try to pick the flower. But as the skeleton warriors approached the dung heap began to boil violently. The temperature increased multiple times in the blink of an eye, and the skeleton warriors successively fell down. The last few reluctantly touched the dung heap. Immediately, a giant hand of fire reached out from the dung heap and struck the skeleton warriors forcefully. The skeleton warriors, who were already close to death with cracked bones, now being slapped by the giant hand of fire. All the remaining skeletons shattered and died. After the giant hand from the dung heap shattered the skeleton warriors, it turned around and struck Jang Uk. Jang Uk quickly retreated to avoid the giant fiery hand. The young man focused his spiritual power to control the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. The blue light of the spiritual power spread all over the body of the skeleton mages who started launching attacks. As Jang Uk dodged back, the skeleton mages of ice, thunder, and wind elements unleashed a series of skills: Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, 5 Thunder's Divine Strike, and Raging Whirlwind. The fire element skeleton mages sat sipping tea and eating pastries, watching the chaos as they were immune to fire damage. The 3 elemental magic attacks hit the giant hand in succession. White smoke rose from the giant hand as it felt the pain and quickly retracted. Jang Uk was stunned. Run! This was the first time he had seen a monster that could run away. The next moment, a fierce eruption of lava erupted into the sky, and Jang Uk could hear his heart pounding. A heart formed from flames appeared on that flower, beating loudly with a low sound. The eruption transformed into a 10 meters tall lava giant. The system provided information. Fire God Palace Gardener, leader of the underworld, level 36, power 20,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000, physique 20,000, no skills, trait, immune to fire elemental damage. The power and physique both reach 20,000, not inferior to the skeleton warrior. The total of all attributes has reached 60,000 points. Although there are no skills, just a normal attack is enough to make people headache. If in the outside world, Jang Uk certainly would not need to be afraid, just need to use the skeleton warrior to attack. But here cannot do that, otherwise he'll have to endure the elemental attacks of the dungeon boss in vain. Clearly visible is a flower inside its body. The flower seeds lie on its heart, pulsating with a heartbeat. Jang Uk was stunned, that is. The giant roared, its magma boiling more fiercely. A series of fire columns rose into the sky, raining fire down throughout the garden. Most of the magma had fused into the giant's body, making the giant even stronger. Quickly, 4 skeleton warriors were destroyed. But if not summoning a large number of skeletons wanting to defeat the monster boss in front, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Skeleton mages continuously suffered damage from the fire, unable to resist any longer. The skeleton armor is always activated and fully pumped to protect. Jang Uk suddenly had an idea and summoned 9 skeleton warriors. Immediately, he ordered the skeleton warriors to find the bodies. The skeleton warriors quickly ran towards the palace, dragging out the corpses of the recently fallen palace guards. Jang Uk then cast Soul Flame. The deadly blue flames erupted, causing the fire god palace gardener boss to take damage and howl in pain. Instantly, its eyes blazed with fire as it charged towards Jang Uk, its massive hand crashing down. Jang Uk murmured, "First, let's restrict this monster's movements." Jang Uk didn't dodge. Instead, he used the slow curse. The familiar red chains quickly wrapped around the boss, slowing its actions. At the same time, Soul Flame burned in his hand, dealing continuous damage to the monster. The damage from Soul Flame was substantial, rivaling the skills of skeleton mages. Moreover, the pain inflicted was unforgettable. All of the boss's attention was focused on Jang Uk, relentlessly attacking him. The skeleton armor glowed brightly, blocking all attacks. Despite being the dungeon's hell-level boss, its life force was incredibly strong. even with 20 skeleton mages and Jang Uk. Killing it would take a considerable amount of time. A while later, the skeleton warrior dragged the corpses back, each skeleton pulling 2 corpses. Although these dead soldiers had been dead for a while, their strength had greatly diminished, but still better than nothing. While the boss was being slowed down, the skeleton warriors threw the corpses towards the fire god palace gardener, and immediately, the young man used the skill corpse explosion. The corpse exploded in midair, bones flying everywhere, revealing the gaps. The palace gardener clearly had to endure a large amount of damage. The explosions continued one after another. Jang Uk did not skimp on his spirit strength, continuously using skills. As long as the magic Necromancer had enough spirit energy, the skills had no cooldown time. At least so far, Jang Uk had not discovered any skills that needed cooldown. The explosions continued after throwing the corpses. The skeleton warrior also did not stop, rushing towards the palace gardener at lightning speed, facing the 10 meters high palace gardener. The skeleton warrior looked tiny. The skeleton warrior swung a large sword, a red light flickering brighter than fire. Its aggressive attack skills made the palace gardener immediately scream in pain. Corpse explosion, soul flame attacks, skeleton mage's spells combined with the skills of the skeleton warrior. A deadly blow was dealt from start to finish. The battle lasted only 5 minutes. Notification system. Kill fire god palace gardener. Gain 2,160,000 experience. Proceed fire god key. Receive fire god flower. Fire god key he used to open the fire god altar. Fire god flower. Using the fire god flower can awaken the fire god. Jang Uk reached out and took the fire god key from the young man. Boom! After the palace gardener died, the volcanic ash boiled up, spewing out from all directions as if to engulf the garden. With skeleton armor on, Jang Uk quickly crossed the garden, advancing to the deepest part of the dungeon. The temperature is climbing higher, the air becoming more stifling. It's truly hellish difficulty. Nightmare level needs 2 supports. Hell difficulty at least needs 4 or 5 supports. Normal teams shouldn't even think about tackling level 32 dungeons. Hell difficulty allows a maximum of 12 level 37 players to participate. This dungeon is too hard, harder than any dungeon Jang Uk has ever faced. Continuous burning attacks are causing all players headaches. Currently, Jang Uk is about to give in to this brutal elemental fire. Finally, they reach the deepest part of the dungeon. It's been over 3 hours since the youth entered the dungeon. The skeleton mage group is approaching the limit, resolving the battle within 10 minutes. If not, these skeleton mages will also die here. The youth must resolve the battle within 10 minutes. In the deepest part of the dungeon, a giant molten waterfall is flowing. Jang Uk looks up, seeing an eye at the top of the dungeon. It's the giant fire eye that the youth had seen outside the palace. Now the giant fire eye flies in from outside the palace and lands on top of the waterfall. The whole molten waterfall rumbles, huge boulders rolling down. The waterfall stops flowing, the tall mountain distorts. In front of Jang Uk, a towering mountain transformed into a giant. His massive fiery eye became its own. The one-eyed giant, entirely composed of enormous rocks, stood over 20 meters tall with lava flowing all over its body. The system updated its information. Lava giant, hell level boss, level 38, strength 25,000, agility 10,000, spirit 10,000, Constitution 25,000. Skills: Fire Laser of Death, Lava Ejection, Volcanic Eruption. Traits: Immune to fire elemental damage, significantly enhances fire elements. A hell level boss at level 38, with total attributes reaching 70,000, equivalent to a level 39 elemental mage in the battlefield. No. 3 dungeon. Its strength and constitution far surpassed that of the skeleton warrior and the gigantic lava boss. Jang Uk was slightly surprised. He had expected the final boss of the Fire God Palace to be a monster named Fire God, not a lava giant. Moreover, the Fire God Key and Fire God Flower he had just obtained seemed to have no apparent use. Jang Uk felt that things were not so simple, however. This dungeon had come to an end. The young man was very sure that there was no way back. He quickly grasped the information of the Fire God Key, the key to open the Fire God Palace. In other words, the Fire God Palace and the Fire God Temple were not the same dungeon. It could be said that the Fire God Palace was just a prerequisite dungeon for the Fire God Temple. Some dungeons will have prerequisite tasks. Only when the tasks are completed can one qualified enter the dungeon. It seems that the Fire God Temple is also the same. The dungeon named Fire God Palace in front of him is just a prerequisite dungeon for the actual Fire God Temple. In an instant, Jang Uk understood. The lava giant roared. Its giant eye immediately shot out a blaze. The skill, Fire Laser of Death, a very fast blaze. Jang Uk didn't even have time to react before being hit. Boom! The skeleton armor glowed, then cracked. System notification. 5 skeleton warriors have been eliminated. Jang Uk quickly added another layer of skeleton armor to himself. After entering the dungeon, the skeleton armor always endures the burning of fire. Its intensity has decreased significantly. Plus, the fire laser of death skill of the lava giant is truly strong. The skeleton armor has reached its limit. It seems that our skeleton warriors cannot directly confront the boss. The determined young man summoned his mighty pet. Come out, Battlefield Ghost King. Battlefield Ghost King, a level 39 dead spirit with 25,000 power, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 25,000 physical strength, possessing the skills of Nihility, Bewitch, and Life Steal, with a special ability of reducing physical damage by 50% and increasing damage by 50% for attacks of holy attributes. Well, in a decisive battle, I should respond with all my strength as we are in the final stage of the mission. No need to hide anymore. The young man must resolve the battle within 10 minutes. 3 minutes have passed, leaving 7 minutes. In an instant, all remaining skeletons were unleashed, a total of 154 skeleton warriors, 72 skeleton mages, forming a powerful army to face the enemy. 16 skeleton warriors lost, 28 fire-attributed skeleton mages unable to be effective, slightly affecting the overall combat power. But it's okay, the life and death battle continues. At this point, Jang Uk adjusted his mood to a higher and higher level, the difficulty increasing and the loss of bones was inevitable. Not to mention the youth always overcoming levels alone, it is even harder to avoid overcoming this level. Taking a deep breath, the battle began. The skeleton warriors rushed towards the lava giant's feet, each one, regardless of the lava flowing on them, climbed up fearlessly, all using skills. The magical attacks of the skeleton mages also came like a tsunami, the fire laser of death in their unique eyes relentlessly firing. The fire laser of death is powerful enough to cause considerable damage to the skeleton warriors, the flames even shooting directly at Jang Uk's Battlefield Ghost King pet. Faced with this immense power, Jang Uk's Battlefield Ghost King pet used the Nihility skill, firing a laser beam directly at the enemy boss, causing the ground to shatter. It seemed to have used a rock to block the damage. The Battlefield Ghost King roared, its eyes glowing blue, immediately using the Bewitch skill. Jang Uk from a distance observed for a moment, seeing the boss still standing there. Jang Uk thought to himself, the Bewitch skill against this golem also doesn't work. At this moment, the boss countered with a volcanic eruption skill. Countless volcanoes erupted from the ground. The ground immediately flooded with lava. Where Jang Uk stood was covered in ash. A skeleton armor protected the youth, immune to boss fire damage. Skeleton mages and skeleton warriors also stood in the ash, continuously taking damage. Jang Uk became more worried. If this continues, the first 20 skeleton mages won't survive. The volcano continued to erupt. The lava rain became denser, as if engulfing the entire sub-boss. A large amount of lava rain fell on the lava giant. The intense shockwaves shook the skeleton warriors. The worry was not over when the system announced a shocking news. 10 skeleton warriors were destroyed. A second later, another bad news came. 16 skeleton mages were incinerated. Jang Uk saw the situation was very unstable and immediately made his assessment. To take advantage of time, as his pets would be completely dried up like this. Controlling the skeleton mages of the ice element, casting the Blizzard of Ferocious Ice skill. A series of ice rains down from above, sharp ice blocks directly hurling toward the boss. But it easily blocks all the ice rain with one hand, all just to tickle to the boss. Jang Uk's Battlefield Ghost King pet continues to use the Nihility skill for the second time, its laser beam shooting straight at the boss. This time the boss being influenced by the previous ice rain, so it cannot prevent or dodge it. The damage from the Nihility skill of the Battlefield Ghost King is not small at all. The boss in pain kneels down. Then it crazily descends from above with a powerful punch, the ground shaking. System announcement. 4 skeleton mages have been eliminated. The situation becomes even more unstable as the youth's skeletons are continuously being destroyed. Jang Uk immediately uses the slow curse skill. The youth racing against time, the familiar red chains quickly shining across the lava giant, cursed. The speed noticeably slows down. While the slow curse has an effect, the lava giant basically does not use regular attacks and always uses skills to attack. Slow curse cannot prevent its skills. The boss opens its mouth, continuously erupting lava from within its mouth. With the skill of lava ejection, the lava rolls out from the giant mouth like a powerful missile, firing towards Jang Uk and the skeleton warriors. The space is filled with a bright red color, as if the lava is about to engulf the entire battlefield. The lava erupts like a torrential storm, shaking the ground, causing a series of violent explosions. The skill has a knockback effect. throwing many skeleton warriors into the air. The system notification: 7 skeleton warriors eliminated, 6 skeleton mages eliminated. Jang Uk also suffers a large amount of damage. Luckily, the skeleton armor absorbs most of it. Only the skeleton warriors clinging to the boss remain, holding onto its body, enduring the burning of the lava, but they continue to attack relentlessly. Jang Uk doesn't know how powerful the lava giant's life force is. At the moment, he can only accelerate and continue to attack without hesitation. The determination of the young man is also conveyed to the skeletons. They increase their speed without any reminders. The blown-away skeleton warriors, not afraid of death, quickly rush back, having learned from their previous experience. Each of them jumps up, directly leaping onto the giant lava boss. In an instant, the lava giant is covered by the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors strike the lava giant, making it scream in agony. Jang Uk's battlefield Ghost King surged forward, using its life absorption skill to inflict unbearable pain on the boss. The fire laser of death halted and lava ejection disappeared. Jang Uk sensed something was amiss. The next moment, the ground trembled violently, akin to a level 10 earthquake. Jang Uk lost his balance momentarily and nearly fell. The entire lava giant began to glow, with the flow of lava accelerating several times faster than before. The roaring sound grew louder as lava shot up into the sky, exploding midair and transforming into a fiery rain. The skeleton warriors continuously endured massive damage while frantically attacking the giant. The more anxious Jang Uk became, the more reckless the skeleton warriors fought. Jang Uk also relentlessly used his slow curse skill. Both sides were locked in fierce combat. Time ticked by second. The skeleton mages were on the verge of collapse. The summoned skeleton mages, riddled with cracks and on the brink of destruction, could perish at any moment. Amidst the relentless assault from the skeleton mages and skeleton warriors, the battlefield Ghost King seized the opportunity to launch a powerful punch at the boss. Immediately after, it followed up with an agility laser aimed directly at the lava giant. At this point, the lava giant appeared to be reaching its limit. It began to weaken, with the flames in its single eye extinguishing and the lava flowing over its body diminishing, revealing the black rock beneath. The blades of the skeleton warriors hacked at it, leaving deep gashes across its form. The agility skill of the battlefield Ghost King inflicted unbearable pain, creating large holes in the lava giant. At that moment, a powerful punch from the battlefield Ghost King struck the boss directly in the head, delivering a knockout blow. Finally, the boss's body began to collapse in the sea of flames. Massive rocks fell piece by piece, and with a resounding crash, the lava giant ultimately crumbled. The system announced, "You have slain the fire god palace leader, lava giant." After the lava giant died, the exit of the dungeon also appeared. Jang Uk chose to leave the dungeon immediately, not even bother to check the notification. Leaving first and thinking later, finally, if it continued, I was afraid I couldn't bear it. Familiar sounds echoed in his ear. The sound of the dungeon transfer. Jang Uk quickly checked his summoning space. When the young man left the dungeon, the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages were all sent back to the summoning space. 154 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton mages, all peacefully inside the summoning space. Luckily, Jang Uk breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, everything was still there. Too dangerous. Until now, Jang Uk only had the mood to check the harvest. Having killed the lava giant, 3,800,000 experience points gained. Receive lava staff. Receive crystal fragment. Lava staff, a gold grade weapon with all attributes totaling 500. Enhancing mage skills by 45%. Further enhancing 20% for fire skills. Crystal fragment. 3 crystal fragments can be merged into fire crystal. Lava staff is the most powerful gold grade weapon for fire mages. There is no second one. It enhances the skills of fire mages by over 65%. Even some little level legendary weapons cannot compare. Jang Uk is not interested in this weapon. Crystal fragment has sparked Jang Uk's interest. 3 crystal fragments can combine into a fire crystal. But Jang Uk doesn't know what this fire crystal does. Perhaps Shu Han will know. Jang Uk looks around the dungeon hall, but doesn't see Shu Han anywhere. She's not here, don't know where she went. Suddenly the bell rings, 3 consecutive rings. Countless people hear the bell rushing into the dungeon hall. Jang Uk is slightly stunned, don't know what happened. The young man has no idea that as long as someone sets a new record in the dungeon, the bell in the dungeon hall will ring. Previously, when the young man set a new record, the bell rang while he was still in the dungeon, so he didn't know. This time, the young man went out early, so he heard it. The ringing of the bell makes many people discuss the origin of the new record. After Lord Jang Uk last time, there's someone setting a new record again. They quickly identified the Fire God Palace instance where Jang Uk was located. Above the Fire God Palace instance, a screen started displaying Jang Uk's achievements. The achievements of the previous group had been erased, disappeared. When they saw Jang Uk, they all had a look on their faces. Indeed so. Jang Uk had set new records many times before. They were somewhat familiar with this, not knowing what new record the youth would set this time. Someone exclaimed, "Strange, even when Jang Uk sets a new record, the previous ones are still second place. Why are they erased?" Suddenly someone said mysteriously, "Hey, you want to know why? Why?" A group of people turned to look at that person, who chuckled mysteriously. Because Lord Jang Uk has surpassed the Hell difficulty Fire God Palace according to the rules, only the top 3 records of the highest difficulty are kept. The group all expressed disbelief and said, "You're joking, we haven't even cleared the Fire God Palace." Another person added, "Exactly, which Fire God Palace has Hell difficulty, the highest is Nightmare difficulty. Who are you trying to deceive? We've been in this instance hall for years. We know each instance inside out." That one sneer, "Tricking you all, I was beside when the dungeon was upgraded. Don't believe me? See for yourselves." This group completely ignored Jang Uk, immediately heading to check the information on the record board at the Fire God Palace dungeon. Jang Uk held the first position with no sign of the second position. They were all shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. It was truly a hellish difficulty level. I only heard about the dungeon upgrade before, thinking it was just a joke. I didn't expect it to be true. Lord Jang Uk is truly remarkable. He can even handle dungeon upgrades quickly. They all looked up, seeing Jang Uk's final achievement displayed 358.22. It wasn't particularly fast, but considering the hellish difficulty level, they felt it was fast enough. The previous Nightmare difficulty record took over 8 hours. Jang Uk alone solved the hellish difficulty in less than 4 hours, which was definitely impressive. One person murmured, "I don't think this is Lord Jang Uk's limit. Don't rush. Wait for the second attempt. He will surely set a new record." Yes, that's right. The second attempt is always the unbeatable record. Jang Uk didn't hear what was outside. The young man was simulating and reasoning in his head, thinking of a method that could quickly surpass this level for next time. Though risky, if successful, not only this level could do so, but many other levels could as well. Then the boy's leveling speed would be greatly improved, totally worth a try. Jang Uk's eyes lit up. I wish I could try it now, but the skeleton warrior and skeleton mages are still recovering in the summoning space, still need a little more time. At this moment, the boy was holding the crystal fragment, also known as the crystal fragment, thinking, "First, ask the master, what is the use of this fragment?" Jang Uk activated the teleportation stone, directly from the level's hall to the God Beak Temple. The crowd also exclaimed, "Lord Jang Uk has left, disband, the Fire God Palace was already difficult enough. Now with the Hell difficulty, it will certainly be even harder. The legend of the Fire God Palace is one of the 5 elemental levels. Inside will drop elemental fragments. If you can collect all 5 elemental fragments, you can receive an amazing treasure. Don't think about it. That's just a legend. Even if it's true, it's not our turn yet." Shortly after Jang Uk left, a group of people arrived at the replica hall. They were dressed in uniforms and led by Bai Rai Sung. Earlier, when the replica was upgraded, a student from Bai Lai Academy was present and quickly brought the news back. Upon hearing the news, Bai Rai Sung immediately organized a team to conquer it. He came for the legendary Elemental Shard. He had previously challenged the Fire God Palace on Nightmare difficulty several times, but had not obtained the Elemental Shard. Not only he, but others also had never received it. He then asked his grandfather, the principal of Bai Lai Academy. After some thought, they concluded the Elemental Shard will only drop at Hell difficulty. So when he heard that the Fire God Palace had opened at Hell difficulty, he immediately led the team there. He is currently at level 37. If he levels up further, he won't be able to enter this replica anymore. As the grandson of the principal of Bai Lai Academy, some people in the academy call him the new principal. While not to the extent of 100 responses to a single call, his words still carry considerable weight. Under his summons, a team of 12 quickly gathered, the lowest level being 35, all equipped with complete golden gear. 2 knights, 1 prophet, 4 healers, 5 DPS. Considering the specific nature of the Fire God Palace dungeon, the main DPS are all physical players. The 5 DPS include 3 archers, 2 warriors, each carrying a full potion belt on their waist. The Hell dungeon boss cannot use storage space, so they quickly took out the potions and prepared. Meanwhile, Bai Rai Sung also prepared fire resistance amulets for them. Using the fire resistance amulets can increase the ability to resist fire elemental damage for a certain period of time. He was fully prepared, not only wanting to pass the dungeon, but also to set a new record. In his mind, he thought the dungeon has just been upgraded, the old record has been erased, the new record has not yet been set. He believed that there would surely be no one who could create a new record. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, instinctively looking up at the light screen, Bai Rai Sung's whole body froze. Those who came with him all showed incredulous faces. The new record has been set, Jang Uk's name shining brightly on the light screen, the achievement of 3:58:22 almost blinded Bai Rai Sam. He blinked continuously. Unbelievable. One of them asked quietly, "Principal, should we fight?" Bai Rai Sam snapped back, "Fight? Why not fight? The 12 of us are not inferior to Inola." Bai Rai Sung shouted, "Consider it as cheering ourselves on. Enter the dungeon with me. Let's set a new record." Bai Rai Sung silently angry thought, "Hearing about the upgraded version, I immediately summoned my troops to run over, not thinking that it was that brat again, always running into him everywhere." Bai Rai Sung clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "At this moment, I must take the top spot and make him suffer a great defeat. Daring to duel with me must come at a high price." At the small god Beak courtyard, two old men were eating cakes and drinking tea when the transmission circle of the young man Jang Uk lit up. Mang Ban kept staring at the young man. Jang Uk felt uncomfortable being stared at like that by a divine great powerhouse. Anyone would feel scared. Unexpectedly, Baek Yuewon laughed and said, "Don't mind him, he's always curious like that. What brings you here? Is it because of the upgrade of the Fire God Palace sub-branch that you did?" Jang Uk nodded, then the young man took out the crystal fragment, along with the Fire God Key and Fire God Flower. "However, there are some things that I do not fully understand, and I would like to invite my master to help me take a look. The Fire God Key and Fire God Flower are bound by souls. Jang Uk cannot give them to them, only let them see." Mang Ban carefully examined and then stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Fire Crystal." Old Mang continued to ask, "Boy, you must have heard that when the 5 major elemental fragments are assembled, what will happen? Techniques, legends from outside are not accurate." Jang Uk didn't fully understand. "I don't know what legend that is." Mang Ban continued to explain. "The legend outside says that when the 5 elemental fragments are combined, it can bring incredible benefits. In fact, the accurate way to say it is that the combination of the 5 elemental fragments can obtain the elemental divine stone." Mang Ban asked Jang Uk again, "Haven't you already obtained the Nirvana Crystal? This elemental divine stone is similar to the Nirvana Crystal. The elemental divine stone may have a certain chance to promote a second career when passing the 3rd career." Jang Uk was very surprised. "Can you really level up your profession by changing it a 3rd time?" Mang Ban nodded. "You should know that players at the legendary level need to go through 2 profession upgrades. It's quite difficult to achieve a 2nd profession upgrade. Although we have many treasures and various methods, the probability is still very low. Legends say that the elemental divine stone can increase the chance of a 2nd profession upgrade to around 30%. Jang Uk was surprised again. "I see. If that's the case, it's indeed a remarkable item. It looks like I must definitely obtain this elemental divine stone. But such a thing, obtaining it will of course be very difficult." Mang Ban added, "As for where the true Fire God Palace is and how powerful a Fire God is, we're not very clear about those details. You'll have to explore those yourself." After hearing Mang Ban's explanation, the young man understood a bit more. He bowed and said, "Thank you very much, esteemed sirs. I will take my leave." After Jang Uk left, Mang Ban asked Baek Yuewon, "Haven't you been to Lightning Place before? Why didn't you tell that brat?" Baek Yuewon replied, "That was over 10 years ago during the great battle with the Abyss Demon King, still on the 8th battlefield. After the fight, we didn't see anything. The rest is quite mysterious. The most mysterious is the Lightning Place. I haven't seen it yet. Just have to wait and see the luck of that rotten brat." Young man Jang Uk went to the sub-boss hall, silently thinking, "Because this is very important, so we need to collect more." Jang Uk decided to replay the Fire God sub-boss hall a few more times. At least collect 3 complete fire crystal parts. For Se-kyung, an older sister, each person gets 1 part. Looking at the Fire God sub-boss hall, Jang Uk used accumulated points to reset the sub-boss hall timer. The accumulated points to enter the Inferno difficulty level are usually very expensive. Suddenly, the young man was surprised. "Oh, why does resetting the sub-boss hall only require 500 accumulated points? Entering the sub-boss hall only requires 100 accumulated points." After resetting the sub-boss hall seemed Jang Uk's confusing reminder. Not sure what happened, the young man tried other sub-boss halls and found nothing changed, still the same, only the Fire God sub-boss hall became unusually cheap. Both the entrance ticket and reset fee are discounted. It goes without saying this is a privilege that Nin Taeyeon reserved for Jang Uk. Eventually, the young man had to grind fire crystals for his beloved granddaughter, Se-kyung, and Jang Uk could be a family member in the future, so obviously had to create favorable conditions for the young man in some places, but he did not tell Jang Uk and could not tell in the future. Jang Uk did not understand and did not care. With the remaining accumulated points, the young man could buy some more things. Just now, when setting a new record in the sub-scenario, the young man received a 10,000 bonus points as well as 10 contribution points. Earlier in the professional player competition, the young man won first place in both team and individual categories. The Academy also rewarded accumulated points and contribution points. Now the young man has 550,000 accumulated points and 500 contribution points. Suddenly, the vortex of the sub-scenario trembled. The teleportation circle appeared. A group of people appeared outside the sub-scenario. They were by Rai-sung's group. Their whole bodies were still burning with fire, looking very pitiful. After exiting, the healer quickly attended to them. Bai Rai-sung and his group stumbled out of the replica. Their dungeon run had ended in failure. The Fire God Palace at Hell difficulty was much harder than at Nightmare difficulty. Not only were the monsters much stronger, but the burning power of the fire element had also increased significantly. The 4 healers in the team took turns healing, but the pressure was immense. Every step forward was challenging. After struggling for 2 hours, they finally returned in a pitiful state. Bai Rai-sung's face was dark with displeasure. He was gasping for breath, his mood extremely irate. I was fully prepared, even bringing 4 healers, yet we still failed. With such high difficulty, Bai Rai-sung believed, no other team can surpass this. At that moment, Jang Uk's voice rang out, "Excuse me, please move aside. I want to enter the dungeon." Bai Rai-sung and his group, stumbling out of the dungeon, were just blocking Jang Uk's way. Bai Rai-sung's mood was already poor and his attitude was even worse. He snapped, "What's the hurry? Go to another dungeon." The familiar figure caught his eye. Bai Rai-sung looked closely and was startled. "Jang Uk, is that you again?" Bai Rai-sung not only failed himself, but also because Jang Uk could succeed. This once again proves that he is far inferior to Jang Uk. In Bai Rai-sung's eyes, there is both hatred and fear. He remembers the last time Jang Uk had begged Yue-won to support him, not easy to mess with. Bai Rai-sung coldly snorted, signaling his subordinates to clear the way. Do not obstruct others in completing the quest. That is a rule that Bai Rai-sung must also abide by. "Wait a minute," muttered the young man Jang Uk. Resetting the cooldown time of the quest, the system announced, "Quest cooldown time reset." Immediately and decisively, Jang Uk chose the Hell difficulty. Bai Rai-sung's face changed again, sweating profusely. Hell difficulty. Bai Rai-sung clenched his fist in frustration. "Okay, let's see if he can complete the quest or not. Let's rest outside and discuss how to approach the quest." They went out to the hallway of the quest, discussing and staring at the direction of the Fire God Palace quest gate. Bai Rai-sung did not believe that Jang Uk alone could complete the Fire God Palace quest. The continuous fire elemental damage in the quest without a healer. How could they withstand it? Jang Uk entered the dungeon for the second time, feeling completely different from the previous time. This time it's already difficult from the beginning, much harder than before. Taking a deep breath, the youth activated the skeleton armor, muttering to himself, "I have to save time. Let the skeleton warriors pull out some monsters in a moment." The youth ran across the fiery bridge at the fastest speed, dragging 2 elf fires on the bridge towards the square with a cold gaze. He activated the spiritual power in the palm of his hand, summoning the skeleton warriors and commanding them, "Go, quickly pull the monsters for me." The youth hoped that all the bodies would remain intact, not to be destroyed 1,000 times over. The skeleton warriors ran a large circle in the square, attracting all the elf fires back. Elf fires were made of pure fire elements, with no body after death, making it impossible to use corpse explosion. Cleaning them all up one by one was very slow, unless a large number of skeleton warriors were released. Last time, it took a lot of time to clean them up. It could be said that the previous record wasted 2 hours here. The skeleton warriors split up, each entering a cave, even though they had to go through all the caves to find the way out. But there were still some monsters in the small rooms that needed to be lured out. The skeleton warriors kept running back and forth in the cave, attracting all the monsters out. Then they ran out of the cave, heading towards the Fire God Palace. Young man Jang Uk analyzed the current situation. Prepare the body well. Go to fight the lava giant and save a lot of time. Jang Uk moved at the fastest speed, quickly reaching the one-eyed boss. The skeleton warriors also lured the monsters to the place and finished them off and carried them on their shoulders. By now, the one-eyed boss had also spotted Jang Uk, his whole body glowing red as if to burn Jang Uk immediately. Jang Uk decisively summoned his pet, the battlefield Ghost King, to confront the one-eyed boss. Jang Uk focused his spiritual power, standing on a high rock outcrop as he began to cast Slow Curse. The familiar red chains quickly wrapped around the boss from head to toe, drastically reducing its speed. Jang Uk commanded his skeleton warriors, "Throw the corpses towards the boss. Throw them hard, my skeleton warriors." A flurry of corpses flew towards the boss. The golden opportunity had arrived, and Jang Uk activated the skill Corpse Explosion. Boom! The loud explosion drowned out the sound of lava ejection. As the boss resisted, a powerful gust of wind blew away the falling firestorm. A large number of monsters were instantly blasted to pieces. The explosions continued one after another, deafening and unceasing. The entire dungeon shook violently. The Rave Battlefield Ghost King also pointed at the boss and unleashed the skill Nihility. The lava giant was stunned by the piercing Nihility beam. This attack inflicted tremendous damage. The lava giant let out a wretched scream, its single eye showing fear. If this continued, it would die, but it couldn't stop it. The skills Volcanic Eruption, Fire Laser of Death, and Lava Ejection, 3 major skills, were used simultaneously. The ground shook, the sky was filled with fire, and lava washed over the land. But Jang Uk remained calm, his bones not hurting and not afraid, still doing what they needed to do. When caught in the Nihility trick of the battlefield spirit, the lava giant gasped. The fire on its body was extinguished to reveal a shiny black stone body. The skeleton warriors rushed towards it, successively unleashing skills to deliver a critical blow to it. Jang Uk overwhelmed the boss with quantity and was quickly defeated. The system announcement: Lava Giant killed, experience gained 3,800,000. At this time, the Bai Rai Sung group and their subordinates were resting outside the instance. Hearing the sound of the bell, one person exclaimed, "Someone has broken the instance record." Bai Rai Sung sweated nervously curious, asking his subordinate, "Who has set a new record? Let's go see." The nearby subordinate speculated, could it be Jang Uk again? Another subordinate immediately ran into the instance hall, and shortly after, he returned with an unbelievable look on his face. "Vice Leader, it's Jang Uk. He has set a new record." "What?" Bai Rai Sung leaped up. Jang Uk didn't just enter the clone. How could he set a new record? Could it be that he had just escaped from the Fire God Clone Palace, only to move to another clone with lower difficulty? Bai Rai Sung didn't believe it. He ran into the Hall of the Clone. By now, the Clone Palace of Fire God was crowded with people. Everyone looked amazed. Deep down, Bai Rai Sung couldn't help but feel down, feeling uncomfortable. Hearing people around him constantly praising and admiring, Jang Uk became more and more uncomfortable, more and more uneasy. Bai Rai Sung's face gradually twisted. He could not accept this result. The new record set by Jang Uk shines brightly on the screen above the sub-boss at a time of 1:12:34, a truly astounding achievement, a record that no one can break. Bai Rai Sung's face is stunned and disbelieving. At 1:12:34, Jang Uk has set a new record with hellish difficulty in a time of 1:12, much faster than the Nightmare record 5 years ago, proving his true strength, completely immeasurable by any standard. Bai Rai Sung tightens his trembling hand, thinking, his actual strategy, I'm afraid I can't even imagine. At that moment, the vortex of the sub-boss lights up. Jang Uk appears outside the sub-boss, but the next moment, the vortex of the sub-boss lights up again. Jang Uk returns to the sub-boss once more, resetting the time loop, continuing to grind the sub-boss at hellish difficulty. The young man must grind the Fire God Palace sub-boss to collect enough fire crystals. The crowd in the lobby was amazed. In and out, Lord Jang Uk was diligent, tirelessly working alone without a break. Perhaps this is the big difference between Lord Jang Uk and us. I remember Lord Jang Uk in the past leading others through the Terran Desert dungeon, always working without a break. Anyway, if there is any dungeon in the future that cannot be passed, you can try to find Lord Jang Uk. There is no dungeon that he cannot overcome. All topics revolve around Jang Uk. All praise Jang Uk. Cheers of admiration constantly resound. Lord Jang Uk, Lord Jang Uk. Meanwhile, Bai Rai Sung almost wanted to completely collapse. Bai Rai Sung didn't want to hear any more, stepping out of the dungeon lobby. He felt discouraged, his confidence severely shaken and unable to recover, confidently leading a carefully prepared team of 12 people to set a new dungeon record, only to retreat after halfway and end in failure. Jang Uk immediately taught him a lesson. This silent comparison made him even more uncomfortable than being slapped in the face. A stream of air was completely blocked in his chest, unable to come out. After a moment of bewilderment, he turned to look at his subordinate. Bai Rai Sung sighed wearily. "Let's go back. We won't fight this boss anymore." Without waiting for his subordinates, he directly activated the teleport stone to leave the dungeon hall. At that moment, the water vortex of the boss dungeon glowed, indicating that Jang Uk can finish the boss, and the teenager was teleported back. A long-absent yellow light appeared. Jang Uk silently rejoiced, finally leveled up. The system updated. Occupation Magic Necromancer. Unique occupation. Level 28. Power 740. Physique 740. Agility 740. Spirit 3100. Suddenly Jang Uk saw something and exclaimed, "Ha!" The people in the dungeon hall buzzed with excitement. Look there. A strange energy appeared in the square outside the dungeon hall. Jang Uk, who was resting, slowly opened his eyes and saw a group of people approaching. Not only Jang Uk, but the appearance of that group of people also made the square silent. It was the pressure of the boss accessories, and not just one. Sekel had the boss accessory, Goblin King Ring. Jang Uk is very familiar with this pressure, however. Sekel only has one, so it's not very strong, but now at least 10 streams of boss pressure are merging together, clearly becoming stronger. Jang Uk is very curious. Which scene has so many boss accessories like that? Even those independent academies only have a few boss accessories. It's very difficult to form a team. As the translation ends, everyone can clearly see the appearance of this group of people. Not familiar with anyone, but familiar with the clothes and logo on them, can't help but exclaim in amazement, "It's Genesis Academy! Why are people from the top academy coming here? It's strange, they rarely show up, and each one is mysterious and arrogant. I've been at this academy for many years, but I haven't met them many times, heard that top academies are not in the academy, so it's very difficult to meet them in the academy. It's strange why they came here." The sudden arrival of the Genesis Academy team has attracted the attention of many people. It seems all of them have boss accessories, Goblin King Ring, Flame Bug Necklace, Wind Spirit Earrings, the crowd watching in horror. All boss accessories, oh my god, although they are all only gold grade boss accessories, they are almost a set. I wish I could have a boss accessory. That would be great. The voice was filled with jealousy. There are thousands of bosses in the world with countless subversions, some of which will drop materials that can be made into special jewelry. That jewelry is called boss jewelry. It has some magical attributes. Below level 40, the best boss jewelry is the Goblin King Ring. Not related to level, entirely attribute-based, the Goblin King Ring has an attribute that can increase a skill level. Just this attribute alone has made it the king of jewelry under level 40. Jang Uk looked at this group of people, a total of 12, both male and female. After they arrived, they didn't say a word, ignoring all conversations, and went straight into the dungeon hall. Jang Uk didn't care too much. Going to the dungeon hall was definitely to do the dungeon, nothing worth caring about. Someone followed and then ran out yelling. They went into the Fire God Palace dungeon. Jang Uk's mouth curved into a smile. So they're going to fight the Fire God Palace dungeon. Nothing unusual about that, surely because of that legend. There are 3 elemental dungeons in the dungeon hall: fire, wind, and water. If they're all like the Fire God Palace dungeon, you can get the corresponding elemental crystals, and you can also combine them into a slightly inferior elemental divine stone. It can always help with job promotion when changing roles for the 3rd time. At this moment, Shu Han ran to call Junior Jang Uk. Just as Junior Jang Uk returned, someone exclaimed, "Oh my god, Blazing Emperor Academy is here too." At that moment, the boss's breath was overwhelming, even more intense than before. Another group of players had arrived, and they had more boss accessories. Their appearance once again astonished everyone. "Oh my god, hey, you believe it. Blazing Emperor Academy is here too." It seems that Blazing Emperor Academy and Genesis Academy are facing off. Shu Han's eyes showed a bit of horror. The appearance of Blazing Emperor Academy was even stronger than Genesis Academy. As soon as they arrived, they went straight to the entrance of the dungeon and quickly entered the Fire God Palace dungeon. After a moment of calm, Shu Han provided information to Jang Uk. The top 3 academies in Xiajing Academy. The strongest academy is, of course, Shangguang Academy. There is no doubt that Shangguang Academy always stands at the top. Next are Genesis Academy and Blazing Emperor Academy, 2 academies of equal strength. It is difficult to say who is better. They always compete for the 2nd position. But no matter which academy, compared to other academies or ordinary students within the academy, they are mysterious and powerful beings. This time, these 2 academies will probably compare to see who can clear the dungeon faster. Suddenly, the Encyclopedia Beauty Shu Han looked at Jang Uk and giggled. No matter how they compare, they can't break Junior Jang Uk's record. In the rankings, Genesis Academy and Blazing Emperor Academy are being surpassed by Shangguang Academy. Junior Jang Uk is leading them. No matter how they compete, they will always be the losers, haha. With the answer from the Encyclopedia Beauty Shu Han, young Jang Uk also understood the current situation, so that's it. Jang Uk thought about the air currents that he had just felt. Among the many air currents of the boss's jewelry, there was one particular air current that caught his attention. This air current gives me the feeling of a fire elemental monster. The fire elemental monster is immune to fire elemental damage. The boss's jewelry seems to have a similar effect, but I haven't seen it specifically. I cannot be completely sure. If I have the chance, I can ask that person about information on the boss's jewelry. He knows very little about this aspect. Baek Yua 1 also seems to have no intention of telling me. Perhaps in the eyes of a divine-level powerhouse like Baek Yua 1, low-level boss jewelry is not worth paying attention to. Their equipment requirements have reached a different level. Old Man Nin Taeyeon spoke up. Genesis Academy and Blazing Emperor Academy have indeed come together and are fighting hard. It seems like this time Blazing Emperor Academy will take the lead. Baek Yua-won took a sip of tea and replied, "It's normal." This time, the team of Blazing Emperor Academy is led by Holy Fire Knight, who has strong fire resistance abilities. Coupled with almost immunity to fire damage from the flame insect world, their healing pressure has been greatly reduced. Don't you see that the healers of Blazing Emperor Academy basically don't need to care about the knights? Holy Fire Knight is a legendary profession, naturally possessing a range of fire-related skills. It has the ability to reduce fire elemental damage significantly, making it ideal for fighting bosses with strong fire damage, like the Fire God Palace. Nin Taeyeon continued, "Not only that, each of their DPS is equipped with ice talismans, enhancing the power of water in attacks. Water counters fire, and the power of water can increase damage against fire elemental monsters." Baek Yua-won calmly cut in, "Not until the final step is reached, then it will be known, but regardless of who wins or loses, it doesn't matter. The Shangguan Academy of the Old Man is unshakable. No one can compare to the Old Man of the Shangguan Academy. They can only fight for these things every day. The record is also crushed by the brat Jang Uk. They will always be second place. The record of 112 has never been seen before. Perhaps no one will in the future." In Baek Yua-won's casual words, there was a hint of hidden pity. Mentioning Jang Uk, Nin Taeyeon's mouth suddenly twitched. An image flashed before his eyes. That rotten brat is back in the instance dungeon. Baek Yua-won chuckled. Seeing Jang Uk, he immediately sobered up. How many times has he cleared this dungeon now? Main Ban replied, "This is the 7th time." Seeing Jang Uk's slightly different actions this time, Nin Taeyeon squinted at Mang and Ban. This time, he wants speed. He wants to completely defeat others. He usually stays silent like that. Turns out, he has a dark heart. Old Baek, that brat Jang Uk is a bit like you when you were young. Baek Yua-won was infuriated by Meng's disrespectful words. "You two, get out of here now." Baek Yua-won is very satisfied with Jang Uk's approach. There are indeed some similarities with his younger self, but back then he was more arrogant, not as discreet as Jang Uk. The smile on Baek Yua-won's face brightened even more. A little spanking is good that prevents them from being arrogant all day, so they know that there is always someone better and in the future. That kid Jang Uk will not be bullied at Genesis Academy. Nin Taeyeon was slightly surprised. He intended to send him to Genesis Academy, not to Shangguan Academy. Usually a top genius like Jang Uk would surely go to Shangguan Academy. Bang Ban was also a bit curious why Baek Yua-won said that. After all, he had talked to Jang Uk about some conditions to enter Shangguan Academy before, and everyone thought he would arrange for Jang Uk to go there. But Mang Ban understood why with just a little thought. Baek Yua-won said in a heroic manner, "The old man already has students. The valuable resources in hand must have been used up. There are no more resources left. Why let that kid Jang Uk go there, pitting up other people's stuff? I know Genesis Academy still has some good stuff. Of course, we have to go there. He's truly a robber." Megan Ban knows Rim Hae-jin's story. Hearing Baek Yua-won say that really makes sense. If there are no resources, then why go to Genesis Academy wanting to learn? Baek Yua-won can't teach. Isn't it because of those resources? At this moment, Nin Taeyeon begins to consider, where should Se-kyung go? In the mini-screen inside the interface after leveling up, Jang Uk's destroyed skeleton was fully restored. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly summoned the space 260, 280, 160 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton mages. The young man decided to summon all. An army of skeleton warriors and mages appeared. Jang Uk raised the Thanatos scythe filled with spiritual power and commanded, "Go, leave all the corpses and gather them for me." Jang Uk moved swiftly, running at full speed behind a group of monsters. The skeleton warriors quickly passed through the cave. Reaching the entrance of the palace, disregarding the warning of the giant eye, they all rushed into the palace. The monsters behind also chased them into the palace. Jang Uk was the last to enter. When the youth ran out from the other end of the palace, skeleton warriors had run into the garden and were running around. They quickly attacked the palace gardener. Jang Uk and his army continued to move forward. The youth quickly reached the spot where the boss was. Jang Uk calmly said, "Hello, long time no see. This time I bring you some gifts. Sorry this time, I'm in a hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of skeleton warriors threw a bunch of dead bodies at the boss. The youth Jang Uk coldly activated the corpse explosion skill. A series of loud explosions rang out. Fresh corpses, powerful explosions. After more than 30 consecutive explosions, the garden became chaotic. Both the boss and the monsters around were blown up. The people outside the palace hall were stunned as a new record was set. Look, another new record for the dungeon. The bell of the dungeon hall rang again. The students outside were already used to it. No need to say it's Jang Uk again. The fire god dungeon boss must have set a new record. Any classmates going to watch? Look at him grinding like that, getting more skilled every day. Definitely will be faster in battle. Might reduce the time even more. After the bell ended, one person stood up. Let me go see. I will tell you after I finish watching. He walked in but did not come out for a long time. Those outside felt strange. Why is he like that? Why not go out? I don't know. Is he not Lord Jang Uk? Let me go see. Another person entered the lobby of the sub-banquet. Then he did not come out. Those outside felt even stranger. What exactly happened inside? Then a group of people walked in. A group as stiff as wood appeared in front of the sub-banquet lobby. Some were stunned. Some were wide-eyed. All could not believe. The record board appeared. Record breaking the fire god's sub-banquet difficult level hell. First place Jang Uk, time 38 minutes 25 seconds. The crowd surrounding it couldn't believe the numbers they saw and discussed animatedly. This time someone deliberately arranged it. This time, is this really hell sub-banquet? Even the usual difficulty level is not as fast. Our fire god palace we have been to. Although this sub-banquet is not big, but it takes about half an hour to run from start to finish, can it be that Lord Jang Uk just ran straight through? People can't imagine how Jang Uk fought the sub-banquet like that. Ignoring the reactions of others, Jang Uk re-entered the dungeon. Immediately, he found that this faster pace was more effective. Although the experience gained was slightly less than clearing the entire dungeon, most of the experience was still earned, at least about 80% of what would be gained from a full clear. The speed had nearly doubled, using half the time to get 80% of the experience. Anyone could calculate that. The only issue was the slight fatigue from constantly running. Jang Uk decided to continue using the speed method to level up. The effectiveness was clearly much higher. With a few more attempts, he would soon reach level 30. In the dungeon hall, a group of students stared in awe. In the God-Beak courtyard, a few old men also gaped, and the corners of Nin Tai Yin and Baek Yua One's mouths twitched unusually. Although Mei and Ban said nothing, his continuously twitching eyebrows showed that he was far from calm at this moment. On the two screens, Genesis Academy and Blazing Emperor Academy were struggling with the lava giant. It seemed that this battle would not end anytime soon, and Jang Uk had begun a new round of speedruns. Baek Yua One muttered, "This kid doesn't show enough on the outside, even in the academy, he still wants to show off, can't be a little humble. This kid really doesn't leave any way for others to live." Nin Tai Yin glanced at him irritably. "When you were young, you were even more arrogant than this, wanting the whole world to know about every little thing you did." Mei and Ban continued, "This record, no one can break it." Baek Yua One clapped his hands with a smug look on his face. "Of course, just look at whose students they are. The kids from those two academies will probably cry outside." Bang and Ban sighed and then continued. "It's also good for the kids from those two academies to face some challenges. They may learn to control themselves a bit in the future." A few hours later, finally, a large group of people from the Genesis Academy and Blazing Emperor Academy were transferred out of the sub-dungeon. The two rival competitors, Genesis Academy and Blazing Emperor Academy, their two leaders locked eyes. At this moment, the captain of the Blazing Emperor Academy pointed towards the opponents and said, "Genesis Academy, we entered 2 minutes behind you and the results came out the same. Seems that this time Blazing Emperor Academy's team has won." The captain of Genesis Academy responded contemptuously, "I do not deny that, but even though we have entered the dungeon, we have been in the safe zone for a while. The record will determine the victory. Who ranks first will be clear." The captain of Blazing Emperor Academy is extremely confident in himself, calmly replied, "Of course we have to look at the records when the record comes out, whether you want to admit it or not." As the crowd listened to the conversation between the two captains and saw the new record board, they chuckled. The two captains of the two academies still didn't know what was going on. Why do they keep looking at us and laughing? They argued as they walked. "Let's see the record to see who is ahead." "Humph, finally can shut your mouth harder than your words." Both looked up at the bright screen, then their expressions simultaneously froze as if they were stuck in place. Teammates who did not understand also looked up. Then each of them fell into a stunned state. Record surpassing the Fire God Palace's held difficulty. First place, Jang Uk, time 38 minutes 25 seconds. The name Jang Uk shone brightly, his achievement almost blinding. Both of them broke into cold sweats as they looked at the leaderboard and muttered, "Jang Uk, why him?" They had tried their utmost, exhausted to the point of collapse. The result was that someone completed it in 38 minutes and 25 seconds and was dumped solo at level 28. Looking back at their own team, which was at least level 35, equipped with top-tier golden gear and luxurious boss jewelry, They questioned if this was the strength of a professional tournament champion. Not only the two of them, but also their team members, the geniuses of Genesis Academy and Blazing Emperor Academy, felt ashamed. What kind of genius am I supposed to be? One person is better than an entire team aims almost 10 years younger. The joy of victory completely disappeared, leaving only a burning sensation on their faces. The fact that people outside the dungeon hall were sneaking glances at them made them feel even more embarrassed. Then the captain of Blazing Emperor Academy hurriedly turned to his team and said, "Let's go back to the academy." The onlookers saw the two teams from the academies leaving dejectedly and whispered, "Ha ha, look at their faces. Even the top academy members are like this." They arrived arrogantly but left with their heads hung low. In front of the dungeon hall, everyone was discussing the matter as if Jang Uk's victory was their own. At the same time, Old Man Mang and Ban was using Shenxia Tower to see something. The entire tower was glowing faintly in May and Ban's hand. Baek Yue-won looked to the side without saying a word, quietly waiting for the result. After a while, the figure of Shenxia Tower in his hand stopped rotating. Baek Yue-won anxiously asked, "What's the result?" Old Mang answered, "I've locked the coordinates of Eternal Training Ground, found a relatively concealed location." Hearing this, Baek Yue-won stood with crossed arms, nodding, "Indeed worthy of you, Old Mang, to find it so quickly." May and Ban snorted, "All the location I've found is relatively hidden. It's not 100% safe. Are you really determined to take it there? After all, you also arrived only after the second promotion. That brat Jang Uk, who you trained as an assistant captain, is only at level 30. Don't forget, back then you almost died, almost didn't make it out." Baek Yue-won nodded and replied, "Academy is a greenhouse, nurturing flowers that grow too feeble. Back then, I did not leave a mark in the heroic spirit. Dying meant truly dying. That kid Jang Uk is different. He won't truly die, at most just suffer a bit." Baek Yue-won continued without courtesy. "Now he's stronger than most level 40 advanced players. Why can't he join professional tournaments? You've seen it too. He soloed a whole team promotion match," Bang and Ban helplessly remarked. "Humph. After all, he is your student. However you want to teach him, I can't control. Anyway, that kid didn't truly die. If he dies once, it's time for him to understand reality clearly. Not a bad thing." Baek Yue-won affirmed confidently, "Don't worry, that kid won't die." Not long after, young man Jang Uk was teleported out of the dungeon with a level-up announcement above his head, a long-awaited message. Jang Uk thought to himself, grinding the dungeon dozens of times, finally reached level 30. The system then updated the information. Name Jang Uk, profession Magic Necromancer, unique profession, level 30, title Dragon Warrior King. Total attribute points plus 500, skill consumption 50%, strength 1000 plus 500, physique 1000 plus 500, agility 1000 plus 500, spirit 4000 plus 3500. Shu Han saw Jang Uk celebrating his promotion joyfully. A gentle and warm voice echoed, "Congratulations on your promotion to Junior Jang Uk." The young man smiled and replied, "Thanks for introducing me to this position. Congratulations. I never thought that tutoring you could lead to a promotion. This is clearly your merit." Jang Uk felt that Shu Han was acting strange today and asked, "Is there something wrong? Just tell me." Shu Han, with wide sparkling eyes, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Junior Jang Uk, the fire crystal you farmed, can't you sell me one? I know this might be difficult. After all, it's an elemental shard." She hesitated to say more and fell silent. The young man stared at Shu Han for a while without saying anything. Suddenly, he handed her a piece of fire crystal. "No need for money. This is a gift for you." Shortly after, the young man turned and left. "Sister, I still have to find my master. Excuse me for leaving first." Shu Han took the fire crystal in surprise, frozen, her whole body stiff, her eyes wide in disbelief that Jang Uk would give her something so valuable. The girl muttered, "Does this student even know the value of this thing?" A little later, Jang Uk went to find Baek Yue-won. Seeing the young man, Baek Yue-won asked, "Kid Jang Uk, are you level 30 now?" The cold youth replied shortly, "Yes." Bang and Bam was a little surprised and said to Godbeak, "In less than 2 days from level 27 to 30, this kid seems a bit ruthless to me." Godbeak continued, "A little ruthlessness is good. Only when we are ruthless enough can we be ruthless towards enemies. Our race can survive to this day, all standing on mountains of corpses and seas of blood." Baek Yue-won asked, "How does it feel to be level 30? The youth replied, "I feel like I have changed a bit, but before I could take a closer look, I hurry here." Baek Yue-won took out a bunch of skill scrolls and said, "Once you reach level 30, you can awaken some new skills." But the youth took out a skill scroll from his body and said to his master, "No need, I have this." Baek Yue-won chuckled, "This kid, Jang Uk then opened his skill scroll. A dazzling golden light appeared. System notification. Receive Skeleton Fang skill. Skeleton Fangs level 1. Launches fangs to attack enemies. The quantity and power of the fangs depend on the level of the skill and the strength of spiritual power. A dark element attack skill. Incorrect. Jang Uk immediately denied his thoughts. Based on his current career situation, this skill is like a skeleton armor belonging to the bone system. Currently, the professional skills of young people can be divided into soul system, summoning system, curse system, and bone system. 4 skill systems, none of which are weak. Jang Uk believes that skeleton fangs are certainly not bad. Moreover, the number changes according to the level, showing that skeleton fangs is a group attack skill. Bag Yua 1 pointed his hand and said, "Try to release it." Jang Uk grunted, letting the sharp bone fangs out. A low sound echoed. A row of dew fangs flew out from Jang Uk's hand, carrying an extremely sharp gust of wind straight up into the sky. Bag Yua 1 marveled. The power is not bad. A level 1 skill can already compare to a level 30 mage's fireball magic. Bang and Ban also couldn't help but exclaim at seeing this power. It seems that Jang Uk's enhanced talent has significantly increased the power of the skill. Reaching a maximum level will become a powerful attacking skill. Judging from the level and skill of the child, maybe he can awaken 1 or 2 more skills. Try again to see. Jang Uk replied, "Yes, Lord Mang." Immediately after, Jang Uk continued to choose a skill scroll. The young man took the skill scroll, and a bright golden light radiated powerfully. But soon the young man questioned, "Why is this skill not awakening?" Bag Yua 1 was also surprised. What's happening? Surprised, the young man sensed something. A large scythe blade appeared. The thin end of a scythe appeared on its own. Jang Uk was very curious. Could this skill be related to it? The system notification appeared. Received Summon Undead General skill. Seeing the notification, Jang Uk thought to himself, "Summon Undead General has become my new skill." Suddenly, a special transformation occurred. Dark winds howled louder and louder. The weather darkened. The black clouds covered the sun. This skill had a great disturbance. May and Ban looked up and frowned solemnly. This skill could affect astronomical phenomena. Bag Yua 1 was also startled by the disturbance caused by the skill. It looks like a forbidden spell. An Undead General looks very cool appearing. The information system updates. Undead General can gather and dominate skeleton warriors and skeleton mages to establish a legion of the undead. The Undead General's eyes are full of murderous aura. Information system updates. Level 1 boss, Legion members 0/10, power 40, agility 40, spirit 40, physique 200. Next are the details of 3 skills. Skill, Legion Strengthening level 1, enhances the members of a legion, increases power and physique by 10%, increases resistance to control effects by 10%. Skill, Legion Heal, heals the members of the legion, restores injuries. Effectiveness depends on skill level. Skill, Military Power level 1, removes all abnormal statuses of legion members, only effective for statuses below level 10. Jang Uk looks at the super cool pet in front of him and thinks, "The Undead General became my summon. Finally obtained skills that can remove all abnormal statuses. Moreover, there are also skills to enhance and heal." Godbeak Bag Yua 1 could not wait any longer and said, "You summon a skeleton set and see its skill effect." Jang Uk nodded and immediately summoned a skeleton warrior. Godbeak used a skill on the skeleton warrior. The Undead General raised his staff to buff the skill. A large number of glowing circles suddenly appeared, each circle emitting a chilling white light, a Legion Heal skill shining on the skeleton set. Bag Yua 1 looked at Jang Uk's new pet in awe. Although the attributes are a bit low, the skill effectiveness is very similar to the Legion Overlord profession. "Kid, you awaken an extremely good skill." The young man smiled and replied, "Thanks for the encouragement, Master." At that moment, the young man thought to himself, "It's a pity that it has not been enhanced by my talent. If I could upgrade the Undead General, the attributes would definitely not be weak." Bag Yua 1 predicted the future of the youth. Even such million summonings appear. It seems like the day when you can form your own army is not far off. The youth flattered the teacher and replied, "Thanks to the good guidance of the master, after awakening these new skills, I no longer worry about your strength. Get ready. In a few days, I will take you to a new place for training." Hearing about the new place, the youth happily replied, "Yes, master. First, I will go to the Tyrant Desert to upgrade these 2 skills. Truly a diligent kid. Let's go. I will ask Master Nin for a discount for you when reaccumulating bonus points." The youth was even happier when he heard this. "Thank you, master." Shortly after, the youth arrived at the dungeon, this time using desert fruit to restore spiritual power and upgrade all skills to the maximum. The youth quickly chose the Tyrant Desert dungeon. "Hello everybody, I'm here again. Hello giant scorpions on the Oasis Island. I'm here to play with you with my new skills." The youth focused spiritual power into his palm, triggering the skeleton fang skill. A white light burst in front of the youth. A series of skeleton fangs flew into the sky with deafening sound, creating a brilliant fireworks display in the air. Jang Uk feels that the power of this skill is much stronger than that of skeleton mages at the same level. Moreover, it is an active group attack skill. Once again, compensating for a teenager's deficiency, the single active attack skill is Soul Flame. The group attack skill is Skeleton Fangs. Even without bones, the teenager is confident. With this skill, efficiency increases a lot. Like that, Jang Uk ravages the dungeons. As soon as he leaves the dungeon, a beautiful and radiant face appears in the young man's sight. Shu Han runs up calling out loudly, "Junior Jang Uk." Shu Han smiles standing in front of Jang Uk. "You finally came out. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Jang Uk asks softly, "What does Sister Shu Han want from me?" Shu Han laughs and says, "What can I look for you if there's nothing going on?" Jang Uk is surprised that the usually gentle Shu Han suddenly speaks like this. The young man says nothing, just silently looks at her. Shu Han shrugs, "I'm not joking with you anymore. Here are some fatigue-reducing potions for you. These potions can temporarily eliminate fatigue, help you maintain the best condition." Jang Uk needs fatigue-fighting medicine and does not accept counterfeit tiredness-reducing medication. Shu Han smiled and said, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You go look for desert fruit." The young man replied politely, "Thank you for your help." Back in the dungeon, Jang Uk started running again, repeating the boring journey of the dungeon. This time he was lucky to find desert fruit after only 5 runs. Jang Uk quickly ate a few fruits to replenish his spiritual power, then summoned his new pet to continue destroying the dungeon. While eating desert fruit, Jang Uk thought to himself this might be the last time. Shortly after, the system announced Undead General Gold Grade Legion Member 0300th, Power 4000, Agility 4000, Spirit 4000, Physique 20,000, Legion Strengthening Level 3, increasing 30% attack power, attack speed, spell casting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, and resistance to effects for Legion members, Legion Heal Level 3, healing wounds for Legion members, military power Level 3, removing all abnormal status of Legion members and boosting spirits only affected for abnormal status below level 60. Undead General has been successfully upgraded to the maximum level. Here is the system information. Skeleton Warriors Gold Grade Level 30, Power 15,000, Agility 15,000, Spirit 15,000, Physique 15,000, Skill Rage Strike Level 3, dealing 400% strength damage to target, cooldown 10 minutes. Skeleton Mages Gold Grade Level 30, Power 4,000, Agility 4,000, Spirit 20,000, Physique 4,000, named Jang Uk. Profession Magic Necromancer, Unique Profession Level 30, Title Dragon Warrior King. All attributes plus 550% skill consumption reduction, Power 1,000 plus 500, Physique 1,000 plus 500, Agility 1,000 plus 500, Spirit 4,000 plus 3,500. Holding the Thanatos scythe in his hand, the confident young man murmured, "All summoned units have been upgraded to gold grade. I feel now is my strongest state since becoming a player." Summoning space 300 300s, Skeleton Warrior quantity 190, Skeleton Mages quantity 100, Undead General quantity 10, Talent, Comprehensive Enhancement 10 times, Passive Skill Damage Transfer, Active Skill, Level 30 Fiery Soul, Level 4 Corpse Explosion, Level 30 Skeleton Armor, Level 30 Skeleton Fangs, Level 30 Slow Curse. It's time to find a master. Equipment, Thanatos Scythe Level 30, Spiritual Power, plus 3,000, reach the limit, unlock after collecting the full harvest set. Thanatos Scythe, absorbing souls of the deep abyss, will receive experience points for development. Summoning, Thanatos Scythe will record the soul of the slain boss, can consume 2,000 spiritual power to summon that soul for a 3-minute battle. Then the young man immediately returned to the small temple to find God Beak Yua 1. Megan Ban just saw the young man approaching and sensed that his breath was stronger. It seems he made an effort to upgrade his skills. Jang Uk bowed respectfully and said, "Master, I am ready." God Beak solemnly told Jang Uk to listen carefully, listen closely. Where we want you to go is called Coordinates of Eternal Training Ground, now known as Eternal Trials. It is a very dangerous place, but also full of opportunities. No one knows the specific origins of Eternal Trials, not even me or Mang. At that moment, a glowing sphere appeared in Baek Yua 1's hand, gradually transforming into a 3-dimensional map. 2 continents floated on the map, with a huge black hole in the middle resembling a water vortex at the entrance of a dungeon. This is the map of Eternal Trials, divided into 3 layers, upper, lower, and deep. Each layer is connected yet independent, interdependent, but not interfering. In short, it is a very strange relationship. We want to take you to the upper layer of Eternal Trials, where only players below level 70 can go. Similarly, players above level 70 can only appear in the lower layer. There is a very small chance that a spatial tunnel will appear between the upper and lower layers, breaking the rules. Players in the lower layer can ascend to the upper layer, but their time there is very short, not exceeding 1 hour. Mang and Ban's side. Legend has it that in ancient times beyond verification, the human race, Abyssal Realm, and Dragon Tribe once had a grand war. Eternal Trials were formed in that era, that intense war, breaking space, separating time, burying deities, powerful beings, and souls of an entire era in the Eternal Trials. Their will does not dissipate with time, slowly forming all kinds of monsters, dangerous environments, and dungeons. While holding dangers, it also holds great opportunities if lucky. One could obtain ancient artifacts, and that place still preserves the divine beings of the ancient human ancestors. God Beak added, besides our human player characters, there are also abyssal demons and dragon warriors active in the Eternal Trials, so the danger does not only come from ancient times, but also from other races. With a cold look in his eyes, Baek Yua 1 added, not only other races, but also be careful with your own kind. Even there are people who would harm their own kind for immediate benefits. Godbeak asked sharply, Jang Uk, do you understand the danger in that? May and Ban emphasized, Eternal Trials have all kinds of sudden accidents happening frequently. Sometimes a dungeon will suddenly appear and suck you in, and there is no level limit. A level 40 character can enter a level 60 dungeon, which is hellishly difficult. Death is very tragic. So a dungeon escape charm is a necessary item to carry with you. Similarly, there are many opportunities, not only ancient artifacts, but also things you can't imagine. They say that some skills not belonging to player races have been brought back from there. Some even directly awaken their talents there, not awakening when changing professions, but awakening in between in Eternal Trials. Everything can happen. After receiving a series of information from the two old men, the young man finally understood the issue. Jang Uk replied, thank you, Lord Mang and my master. I understand now. Jang Uk continued, since you've understood, I shall say the most important point. Baek Yua 1 nodded lightly. As you have understood the issue, I will now mention the most important thing. The reason I brought you to Eternal Trials is because the central area of the upper space has a mysterious divine scene. Through this scene, you can obtain a trace of divinity. This trace of divinity has great effects, one of which is increasing the chances of career advancement when changing positions. You already possess the Nirvana crystal with this trace of divinity, so the likelihood of your profession advancing is 99%. Additionally, there is a dungeon called Demonic Dragon Hall that randomly appears on the upper level. Whether you encounter it will depend on your luck. If you clear the corresponding hell difficulty, you will receive a dragon crystal. The dragon crystal has the potential to instantly awaken a talent regardless of whether you have evolved twice. Baek Yua 1 then advised Jang Uk, if you obtain the dragon crystal, try to awaken it. If not, we will use the mermaid's tear you already have. After listening to the countless important information and reminders from his master, Jang Uk expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. I understand now. You have instructed me in everything to take note of. So, are we going to Eternal Trials or not? The young man quickly and decisively responded with a single word, go. Jang Uk thought to himself, in the old days, Mo Mang Yu was able to obtain the Nirvana crystal, willing to force the level of searching for a whole year. Even the master valued this divinity so highly. Obviously, the rarer it is, the more I must have it, upgrading my profession to a comprehensive improvement. Jang Uk also didn't know how strong his profession would be after upgrading. As for the dragon crystal, it provided an opportunity to directly awaken innate talent. Such a good opportunity could be said to be a divine chance. Why not go? Baek Yua 1 quietly displayed his spell expertise, taking out a handful of amulets with all kinds of functions. Looking at the gleaming light on them, none of them were of inferior quality. Take this. After receiving them, Jang Uk examined them, an amulet to escape from high-level copies, an amulet to reduce the cooldown time of high-level skills, an amulet to summon high-level chaos, a high-level random teleportation amulet. Here you go, master. Jang Uk didn't understand why he was being given these things by him. Baek Yua 1 smiled brightly and said, you little brat, the high-level revival charm is not a gift from me to you, just a temporary loan. Remember to return it to me when you come back. This is not easy to find, so you will have to find it yourself in the future. The other items are to save your life. This high-level confusion charm can help you withstand a fatal blow, but there are only 3 of them, so use them wisely. Use the rest to escape. You understand all of this, right? Put these items in your pocket. Don't put them in a storage space that cannot be used. Otherwise, you will become a fool. Bang Yue-won seemed very worried, repeatedly reminding Jang Uk to be safe. It could be seen that sending Jang Uk off so early made him a bit anxious, but the sooner he got divinity, the better. He also trusted in Jang Uk's abilities. After giving detailed instructions and giving such good items, all the young man could say was, "Thank you, master, you are the best." Mayan Ban thought to himself, "Old Beak is saying a lot for the first time. It seems like he is not at ease with letting this kid go to eternal trials." The image of Shengsa Tower appeared in Mang and Ban's palm. After that, it soared into the air and expanded. Mang and Ban eagerly asked, "Are you ready yet? Let's go." At the soft cry of Mang and Ban, a beam of light fell on Jang Uk. Jang Uk's figure gradually disappeared in the blink of an eye. The God Beak Monastery became quiet again. The shadow of Shengsa Tower disappeared. Mang and Ban closed his eyes. At this moment, the wind stopped. The sound disappeared into silence. Quickly, the young man Jang Uk arrived at the Eternal Trials. The Eternal Trials were not dark at all, not knowing where the light came from, with all kinds of colors swirling and intertwining in the air. Finally, it turned into a very unique color, with no stars, no sun, no moon here. Only these mysterious lights shining on the ground. The air was filled with complex scents, and Jang Uk was shocked. This is the Eternal Trials, full of the smell of blood and the scent of wandering souls. The wind whistled in his ears. In the wind there were screams, mocking laughter. Those were the sounds of the past era still lingering to this day. In this mysterious place, one should be more cautious. So Jang Uk activated the skeleton armor for protection. He dared not be careless here. With 3,000 physical points as basic attributes, the talent increased 40 times, equivalent to the skeleton armor formed from 120,000 physical points, reluctantly resisting any abnormal conditions, providing Jang Uk with enough safety. Jang Uk did not know that Mang and Ban had chosen a relatively safe place for the young man. Mang and Ban also did not tell the young man to avoid the young man from being vigilant. Mang and Ban and Bake Yue-won both constantly told the young man how dangerous eternal trials were, so Jang Uk was very careful. 2 skeleton warriors appeared next to the young man, one on each side, along with a clacking sound that reassured the young man. The young man chose a random direction to go, continuing to advance forward. Finally encountering living creatures, the young man Jang Uk saw a monster. Information system update: Black Rock Monster, also known as Black Rock Monster, level 41, power 20,000, agility 5,000, spirit 20,000, physical 30,000, skill Cyclone Ball, characteristic reduce 50% physical damage, reduce 70% elemental damage. Jang Uk saw the information of the monster inside. A level 41 monster with high spiritual value and strength, power and spirit up to 20,000 points. Skills are magic with elemental and physical attacks. When Jang Uk saw the attributes, the Black Rock Monster targeted Jang Uk, its giant arms swung and the wind sphere attacked Jang Uk. But the skeleton armor protected Jang Uk and pushed back 2 skeleton warrior. Jang Uk activated spiritual power and summoned the skeleton warriors. They rushed to attack the monster. The skeleton warrior army raised their swords with Rage Strike, slashing at the Black Rock Monster, causing a metallic collision sound. The stone monster swung its massive arm to attack the skeleton warrior. Not only did its wind sphere have a knockback effect, but each of its normal attacks also had a knockback effect. The skeleton warrior was continuously pushed back and then charged forward again. With a high physical attribute of 30,000 and a 50% reduction in physical damage, it was very sturdy. The skeleton warrior was constantly knocked back and could only exert half of its strength at most. Jang Uk murmured, "With physical damage reduction, it's indeed a bit difficult to kill." Young Jang Uk then used his new skill, Skeleton Fangs. A series of bones erupted from the ground, continually growing taller and larger, piercing through the body of the Black Rock Monster. Once the monster was immobilized, the skeleton warrior army rushed in and attacked furiously. The rage strikes quickly drained the monster's health. Soon, the system announced, Black Rock Monster level 41 defeated. Experience gained 1,050,000. With spiritual power still full in his palms, Jang Uk analyzed silently after defeating the monster. It seems that monsters at the ancient statue trial grounds, or eternal trials, are probably all above level 40. A sudden cold laugh echoed in the air. Kiki human. Just hearing it, you know there's nothing good about it. Jang Uk raised his head to look. An abyss monster with 8 arms was flying in the air. Abyss monster. He had killed before, not just one, but never faced it head-on. All were blown up when blocking the passage. The abyss monster looked fierce. 8 arms like 8 large swords. Along with the unique light of eternal trials, it was filled with the smell of blood. The abyss monster looked at Jang Uk's level mockingly. Kid at level 30 dared to come to eternal trials. System update monster information. Abyss Knife Demon. Level 42, power 20,000, agility 20,000, spirit 20,000, physique 15,000, skill. Blade Flurry properties: reduce 50% light elemental defense, reduce 50% dark elemental damage, increase agility. Looking at the total attributes of 75,000 equivalent to the Green Rock monster, but there is no reduction in physical and dual element damage. In the eyes of Jang Uk, the Abyss Knife Demon is very weak. Except for being able to fly, it has nothing. The voice of the Abyss Knife Demon echoed. I didn't expect our demon luck to be so good. Even here we can find humans. My strategy is not bad. Just patrol the battlefield. Most of the newbies on the battlefield are at the edge. Wahaha, I can eat my fill. Really lucky, really lucky. Jang Uk sees the demon as unbearable. He immediately curses, unlucky. I didn't expect to encounter rubbish as soon as I arrived. Seeing Jang Uk not running away, it thought Jang Uk was scared. Ha ha, scared to death, huh? Human flesh is sweet. I'm coming for you. Suddenly it saw the corner of Jang Uk's mouth slightly raised with no hint of fear in his eyes, but a bit of disdain, and immediately a series of familiar red chains appeared. It quickly enveloped the space, of course surrounding the Abyss Knife Demon. Abyss Knife Demon in horror, what? When the red chains of slow curse tightly bound the Abyss Knife Demon. Young man Jang Uk quickly threw the familiar red sphere, shouting loudly, "Get out calmly." The quartz explosion skill was then executed. The Abyss Knife Demon, who was laughing moments before it was blown up in the next moment, the system updated. Eliminate Abyss Knife Demon level 42. Experience gained 1,620,000. Military power gained 1,000. The soldier's emblem emits light golden light, showing joy in receiving the achievement. Very good. Killing Abyss Monster not only brings more experience than monsters in Eternal Trials, but also can gain achievements if you can penetrate into the deep abyss. In the future, we'll surely have many gains. The Master has brought us to a good place. A few hours later, young man Jang Uk had advanced deep into Eternal Trials. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in the air not far away. The space seemed torn apart. A space tunnel was immediately formed. Jang Uk startled and wondered. Space tunnel. Jang Uk immediately became alert. A creature flew out of the space tunnel, the Dragon Clan. Its appearance was similar to the Dragon Clan monster Jang Uk had seen in the Outpost dungeon, only it was larger with a pair of flesh wings on its back constantly flapping. Next, the 5 monsters of the Dragon Clan with similar appearances flew out of the space tunnel. Teenager Jang Uk saw this scene and whispered, "Aliens, as my master once said, in this Eternal Trials, all aliens are enemies." The Dragon Clan members looked at Jang Uk with hostile eyes. Human, we sense the breath of the Dragon Clan on him. He has killed our kind before. One enraged member bared his fangs and shouted, "Quickly kill him." The system then updated the information. Dragon Clan Knight, level 44. Power 25,000, agility 15,000, spirit 10,000, physique 30,000, skills, extreme defense, skin hardening, group taunt, enhanced defensive abilities, reinforced dragon scales, enhanced resistance to curses. The teenager looked at the lineup of the Dragon Clan and the information provided by the system and thought, this is a knight of the Dragon Clan. It seems to be slightly stronger than a human. Jang Uk remembered the words of his master, who said that the human profession system was related to the Dragon Clan. When encountering a different tribe in the Eternal Trials, it was either you die or I die, just like the Knights of Humans. The Dragon Clan Knights had many defensive skills, with a total attribute of 80,000. After enhancing your status, their attributes would definitely be higher. The Dragon Clan team flew towards Jang Uk, a human. "Die, you filthy level 30 trash," they shouted. Encountering a tribe outside the Abyss Monster for the first time, Jang Uk was ready to fight. A red light shone on the palm of the young man as he unleashed the slow curse skill. The familiar red chains appeared and extended to bind the Dragon Clan. Their speed slowed for a moment before returning to normal. The Dragon Clan leader shouted triumphantly, "Useless! Our Dragon Clan is born with the ability to resist curses." A series of lights appear on the Dragon Clan members. The lights shot straight up into the sky, quickly breaking the slow curse. The Dragon Clan members with glowing red eyes laughed triumphantly. "Useless!" Jang Uk heard this without hesitation, only raising his finger and aiming at the oncoming Dragon Clan team, using the Skeleton Fang skill. A white light shot out from the young man's fingertip, instantly exploding and illuminating a large area of space. The dense Skeleton Fangs screamed as they flew out, causing the scalp to numb and the Dragon Clan members to quickly fly up to avoid them. The Dragon Clan Knights completely ignored the Skeleton Fangs, with one of them arrogantly saying, "Our Dragon Clan is born with tough dragon scales, just a level 30 trash like you. How can your magic hurt us? It's just a delusion in broad daylight." Not only did he think that way, but his teammates behind him also thought the same. The Dragon Clan is born with thick skin and strong flesh. Dragon scales on our body are the best armor, combined with the defensive abilities of our equipment. Such a small attack like this is nothing. Countless skeleton fangs cover a large area. A series of skeleton fangs rush inescapably. The Dragon Clan collides with skeleton fangs with disdain, surprise, screams echoing, skeleton fangs penetrating their defense, their sharp power irresistible. Their bodies, limbs, wings showing bloody holes, all are the result of skeleton fangs. This is the price of arrogance. At this moment, the Dragon Clan is surprised. A level 30 human skill is so powerful. The Dragon Clan's physique is indeed very strong, looking severely injured, but in fact, it is only skin-deep wounds. Blood only flows for a second, then stops. The flesh inside is regrowing. Their support using healing skills, a loud noise. Everyone's wounds quickly heal. They look at each other, unbelieving intense pain sweeping through every nerve. They cannot believe. Why can a level 30 human player's skills be so powerful? This is completely different from what we know. The white light flickered again, a sphere appeared. The Dragon Clan Knight shouted loudly, "Activate group defense skill." A giant round shield immediately formed, protecting all of them inside. This time they did not dare to be complacent. Fang's skeleton fell onto the shield, causing it to constantly deform. Charge and kill him. Mage, make your move. The knight shouted, rushing towards Jang Uk with his shield. In the team, the Dragon Clan mage had already made a move. Flames burst out from their staff, engulfing Jang Uk, turning the area around Jang Uk into a sea of fire. The shining skeleton armor, Jang Uk stood in the midst of the sea of fire unfazed. As the Dragon Clan knight broke the attack of the skeleton fangs and retaliated in front of Jang Uk, two Dragon Clan warriors rushed out from behind the shield towards Jang Uk. The young man immediately pulled out Thanatos' scythe and summoned, appear, summon undead general. The young man's pet then appeared. Jang Uk raised Thanatos' scythe high, pointing forward and giving the command to the summon undead general. Lead my soldiers to destroy them. The system announcement, you formed a temporary undead army. The summon undead general with glowing red eyes then used the skill. Legion strengthening. The skeleton warrior appeared everywhere surrounding the Dragon Clan warriors who had just rushed out of their protective shield, swinging their swords, grabbing bodies, following Jang Uk's orders. In short, there was no chance of escape. The shield of the Dragon Clan warriors shattered, and they witnessed in horror the sight of the skeleton warrior army advancing. Disaster. What is that? Their mouths gaping in disbelief, they muttered, "What is that?" At that moment, the skeleton warrior army swarmed in like ants. The Dragon Clan knights couldn't believe there were so many skeletons appearing, and the Dragon Clan teams were all terrified. What kind of monster is this? How can there be so many? We can only break through the siege with our lives at stake. The captain ordered, "Follow me and break through the siege. We will die here otherwise." Using the skill Powerful Slam, the Dragon Clan warrior shouted and unleashed the skill, fire erupting from Jang Uk's hand, but the roar turned into a desperate cry as the skill was immediately interrupted. The skill Soul Blaze was then unleashed by Jang Uk, its basic power depending on Jang Uk's spiritual energy. After changing all equipment to the health set at level 30, spiritual energy significantly increased, combined with the fact that the Soul Blaze skill at level 30 has also increased in power. Finally, we must consider the talent enhancement from 30 times to 40 times, resulting in the power of Soul Blaze reaching an astonishing level, cutting off their last hope. To deal with them, Jang Uk will not hesitate. The Flying Dragon Clan has had their wings all cut off by Jang Uk. At the same time, skeleton mages appeared, casting a flurry of magic attacks, directly assaulting the Dragon Clan. Jang Uk's young man stood nearby, hands in his pockets, enjoying the movie. His large pet then controlled the skeleton warriors to rush towards the falling Dragon Clan, completely submerging them. When the Dragon Clan was killed, the system announced, Dragon Clan Knight level 44 eliminated, experience gained 1,420,000, military achievements 1,000. Dragon Clan Soldier level 44 eliminated, experience gained 1,420,000, military achievements 1,000. Jang Uk was slightly surprised. I never thought that besides killing abyss monsters, killing Dragon Clan creatures would also earn military achievements like this. It seems that the Dragon Clan is also one of the enemies of humanity. But why do the Dragon Clan monsters in the Outpost dungeon not have military achievements? Jang Uk could not understand for a while. This time received 6,000 achievement points. The military badge has an additional star. The total achievement reached 44,000. Jang Uk also became a 4-star lieutenant. Jang Uk was ecstatic. My military rank has been promoted. A 4-star lieutenant ranked 30. Never before in human history. Many players at level 30 have not even set foot in the UN battlefield, not to mention the more dangerous Eternal Trials. Jang Uk thought to himself, whether it's a demon or a dragon clan, seeing me as a level 30 human alone, it will surely come after me. It seems that I can level up and gain achievements very well now. The information above disappeared. Jang Uk ordered the skeleton warriors to collect all the equipment on the Dragon Clan and throw them all into the storage space. Their equipment is not bad. All are legendary equipment. Just do not know if it is suitable for humans or not. Even if it is given to the blacksmith as material, it is not bad. In the world of Dragon Clan, a loud growl echoed and dispersed the smoke. Who goes there? Within the colossal Dragon Clan castle, the thunderous roar shook the earth, causing the entire castle to tremble incessantly. Who cares to slaughter our team? Do not let me find out, or I will skin you alive. The team that the owner of this castle had just sent to the Eternal Trials was annihilated in less than a few minutes. To open the channel of the Eternal Trials, he had to pay a hefty price. Now, everything was wasted. Unfortunately, no one answered his question. He could only roar in anger. A few hours later, the young man sighed and muttered to himself, "If only I could fly like demons and join the Dragon Clan. It is truly a major weakness of humans. The issue of skeleton warriors being susceptible to control has been resolved by the purifying skill of summon undead general. The remaining problem is flying. The enemies can fly, but the youth and his pets cannot. Very troublesome." Suddenly the ground shook. More than a dozen shadows appeared within sight, running towards the young man. Abyss monsters. Jang Uk, slightly surprised. Glancing over, he recognized that they were abyss monsters heading towards him. Why don't they fly? Abyss monsters have wings but do not fly. Instead, they run crazily on the ground. This is very strange. Later, the young man saw that not only was there an abyss monster, but there was also a team of Dragon Clan players running alongside it. Abyss monsters and Dragon Clan players were mortal enemies. They should be fighting each other, so how could they be running side by side and seemingly friendly? The appearance of both the Abyss monster and the Dragon Clan made the young man feel uneasy. The demons and the Dragon Clan had red eyes and sharp fangs, radiating a murderous aura. They seemed to be just as shocked and alarmed by something. Something was not right. The young man's pupils contracted. Upon closer inspection, he finally saw a large black object chasing them from above and behind. Both the Abyss monsters and Dragon Clan players showed signs of fear. Clearly, the object pursuing them was extremely terrifying. It was pitch black, seemingly absorbing all light in the Eternal Trials. Nothing else could be seen besides the darkness. Seeing the imminent danger, Jang Uk activated his spiritual power to use skeleton armor for protection. Fresh human! Humans have killed our kind. The Abyss monster and the Dragon Clan simultaneously noticed Jang Uk. The Abyss monster's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. It was their instinct, as human flesh was a delicacy to them. The Dragon Clan players, on the other hand, looked at him with hatred. Jang Uk had the aura of a Dragon Clan member, and it was very recent, indicating that he had recently killed a Dragon Clan player. Both parties wanted to kill Jang Uk. Jang Uk found it strange when he saw this scene. It's strange. Why are they so friendly, walking together and so close? But unlike what Jang Uk thought, they are now running away. Oh, the hills on both sides are exploding. A large amount of black objects rushing out from there, joining the chase, 9 powerful demon souls. A team of 6 Dragon Clan players are being pursued by these black objects to such a disastrous extent. What is this finally? Jang Uk cast a search spell. The system immediately provided information. Soul Devouring Insect, level 40, power 5,000, agility 20,000, spirit 5,000, physical 5,000, skills, devour soul, characteristics, a more defense, a more physical immunity, devour all things. Jang Uk was startled. Looking at their attributes, they aren't very strong. Both their spiritual and physical power are only 5,000 and their agility is slightly higher. Their speed is not weak. Their skill is Devour Soul, which is not surprising. When this area ran out of soul fragments, it turns out they ate them all. But that alone shouldn't be enough to make the Abyss Monster and Dragon Clan players struggle this much. The key is the characteristic of the Soul Devouring Insect. It bypasses defense, ignores physical immunity, and tears apart everything. That's quite frightening. If there were only a few dozen or a few hundred of them, it wouldn't be a problem, but now they are densely packed, at least thousands or tens of thousands. No wonder the Abyss Monster and Dragon Clan players are fleeing. Boom! Another hill exploded. A large number of soul-devouring insects swarmed out, blocking the path of the Abyss Monster and Dragon Clan players. The Abyss Monster and Dragon Clan players were surrounded by a dense mass of soul-devouring insects. The Abyss Monster and Dragon Clan players looked at the end of the hill behind Jang Uk and said, "There is an exit up ahead. If we can escape this area, we might be saved." But Jang Uk's eyes were filled with killing intent. The spiritual power had already been gathered by the young man. A thought flashed through Jang Uk's mind. Not of my race, all must be killed. I have no intention of letting any of you leave. At this moment, the soul-devouring insects were extremely numerous, buzzing like jet planes overhead. The Abyss monsters and Dragon Clan players, terrified and desperate, fled in panic. Run, the exit is right ahead. At that exact moment, Jang Uk's soul blaze ignited. Screams echoed continuously. The leading Abyss monsters and Dragon Clan knights fell to the ground amidst the cries. The sudden, intense pain was unbearable, causing them to lose their balance. Witnessing this, those behind were equally horrified. The overwhelming number of soul-devouring insects was everywhere. At the same time, they also saw the raging flames in Jang Uk's palms. The demons gritted their teeth in anger. It's him, that detestable human. Once we escape from here, I'll tear you to pieces. The Abyss monster and the Knight of the Dragon Clan were angry, their eyes filled with hatred, wishing they could kill the despicable human before them. But now, escaping is the most important thing. Above them, soul-devouring insects flew across the sky. The voices of the Abyss monsters and the Dragon Clan players rang out once again. We're surrounded again. Move forward. Once Jang Uk made his move, there was no way to escape. The young man shouted loudly, "Wanna go?" Immediately, Jang Uk unleashed his slow curse skill. Familiar red chains surrounded and bound the Dragon Clan players and Abyss monsters. The terrifying demons exclaimed, "What is this? What kind of monster is this? We've been slowed down." The Dragon Clan immediately activated enhanced curse resistance. Get lost. The red chains quickly snapped. Before they could celebrate, extreme horror appeared in their eyes. In front of them were golden-level skeleton warriors with swords at the ready. What is this? Creatures being summoned. Now, if they didn't run, they would only have a path to death, so they had to risk their lives charging forward to open a way of escape. They rushed towards the skeleton warriors, but were knocked back before they could get close. Realizing they couldn't escape, they turned to Jang Uk and said, "Foolish human, those are soul-devouring insects that can devour anything. We advise you to wake up a little, otherwise we will all die here." The Abyss monster and the Dragon Clan knight both think, "This human has a problem with his brain. He won't run now, he will die soon. Waiting for the soul-devouring insect to come, he is just waiting to die. He's just a level 30 human, he can't run fast." Despite the crazy and accurate words, Jang Uk remained extremely calm, raising the Thanatos scythe high and summoning. "Come forth, undead general." His large pet immediately appeared. The system notification: you formed a temporary undead legion. The large pet raised its scepter and used the legion's strengthening skill on the group of skeleton warriors, increasing all their attributes in a straight line, each attribute increasing by 30% defense, attack speed, and spell casting speed, all improved uniformly. Soul-devouring insects densely covering his head, the Dragon Clan and demons scorned Jang Uk. Jang Uk muttered, "So noisy." The number of creatures summoned by Jang Uk is not enough to resist the soul-devouring insects. The Dragon Clan and demons laughed scornfully. "Stupid human, you're surely dead." Jang Uk incinerated the swarm of soul-devouring insects with Soul Blaze. Information update system: killed level 40 soul-devouring insects. Experience gained 200,000. Jang Uk said, "Some experience, but not enough. Too many of them." Soul-devouring insects attacked the skeleton warrior, causing significant damage. Over 50,000 health of the skeleton warrior was depleted in front of the soul-devouring insects. The undead general raised his truncheon and slammed it hard into the ground. Using the Legion Heal skill, countless columns of bright green light soared into the sky. The wounds that the skeleton warrior had to endure immediately healed. The healing effects were very strong. At the same time, with a loud boom, a white light burst forth. A series of skeleton fangs appeared. The swarm of soul-devouring insects was immediately pierced by the skeleton fangs, and a large number of soul-devouring insects were killed by Jang Uk's new skeleton fang skill. System notification: killed level 40 soul-devouring insects. Experience gained 200,000. The Dragon Clan was extremely shocked, their mouths agape, wondering to themselves, what just happened? How did he manage to do that? A trashy human at level 30. Shocked, both the Abyss monsters and the Dragon Clan players were confused. In their eyes, Jang Uk was truly terrifying and mysterious. Jang Uk's voice rang out again, borrowing your bodies for a moment. The corpse explosion skill was then displayed by the youth. A loud rumble echoed. The soul-devouring insects fell like wheat. With just one explosion, the soul-devouring insects around Jang Uk were completely cleared. Within a radius of 120 meters, not a single soul-devouring insect survived. Additionally, the system announced, killed Abyss Knife Demon level 42. Experience gained 1,220,000. Merit gain 1,000. Killed Night Dragon Clan level 44. Experience gain 1,420,000. Merit gain 1,000. Jang Uk was flooded with experience and his soldier badge gleamed brightly. Another star appeared on it. The system updated, 5-star second lieutenant, merit 58,000. Previously, the Dragon Clan and Abyss monsters had been killed by the splash damage of the corpse explosion skill. The entire area was bathed in red. The young Jang Uk coldly brushed his hair and clicked his tongue. Leveling up was not bad. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. The young man then saw a gigantic creature flying towards him at lightning speed. The monster was so large that Jang Uk, accustomed to seeing smaller creatures, was greatly astonished by its sheer size. The system announced, Soul-Devouring Insect King, Territorial Lord Boss, level 50. Strength 40,000, Agility 40,000, Spirit 30,000, Physique 50,000. Skills, Devour Souls, Second Form, Soul-Shaking Screech. Characteristics, bypasses defense, ignores physical immunity, tears apart everything. Looking at the attributes of the boss Jang Uk, he did not say a word. A Territorial Lord boss with such high attributes, a level 55 soul-devouring insect, totaling 4 attributes up to 160,000. The Territorial Lord boss is only 1 level lower than the world boss, and I am provoked the large monster. This time I have to be serious. Jang Uk thought for a moment he could only wait for it to come down before attacking. Currently everywhere are the bodies of soul-devouring insects, a few bodies of Abyss monsters and Dragon Clan as well, plus a curse increasing damage. There is no chance. The king of soul-devouring insects hovered in the air, his big eyes staring at Jang Uk, not with malice but with coldness. It activated the skill Soul-Shaking Screech, emitting a piercing sound. Countless soul-devouring insects gathered beside it, as if recounting what had just happened to it. The area echoed with the piercing sounds of the soul-devouring insects. Jang Uk frowned. This sound was really unpleasant. The swarm of soul-devouring insects continuously let out an earth-shattering scream, the light on Eternal Trials shattered by the scream, creating a shockwave of sound spreading far and wide. The skeleton warriors were all injured, with wounds deeply embedded into their flesh. The undead general simultaneously cast the Legion Heal skill to heal the skeleton warriors. Gradually, the skeleton warriors' wounds began to heal. Jang Uk's skeleton armor gleamed to block the shockwaves. The skeleton armor crackled and its light quickly faded. Jang Uk promptly reinforced his skeleton armor. No wonder it's a level 50 Territorial Lord boss. At this spatial layer, a level 50 boss may not be the highest existence, but with a total attribute of 160,000, it can easily surpass a typical level 65 monster. Even a single scream is enough to kill. The soul-devouring insect king opened its mouth wide. All the soul-devouring insects actively flew in, increasing in size as they began to swell. On the ground, the corpses of the soul-devouring insects turned into fragments of soul that merged into the soul-devouring insect king. The corpses disappeared without a trace in an instant. The soul-devouring insects continued to scream, their size constantly changing. The screams echoed far and wide. From afar, people heard the screams and were horrified, shouting to each other. That's the sound of the soul-devouring insects. Something's wrong. Soul-devouring insects are appearing. Run quickly. Every appearance of the soul-devouring insects brings a storm of blood and carnage. Go, hurry up. If you don't leave, it will be a huge mess. Soul-devouring insect sees what it eats, nothing they can't eat. I remember half a year ago, soul-devouring insect just arrived. Why did it appear so quickly? It's strange. Soul-devouring insect is so dangerous. There must be some good items dropping. Why isn't anyone going to kill it? There used to be a 100-member Dragon Clan organization, but they couldn't kill it, only managed to drive it away. Players of Dragon Clan, even Abyss Monster, after hearing this sound, their faces changed and quickly ran to a farther place. Not only them, the monsters nearby were also chaotic. They were also afraid of soul-devouring insect, running madly away. Jang Uk's eyes became serious. The bodies of soul-devouring insect on the ground disappeared. Only a few bodies of Abyss Monster and Dragon Clan left. The king of soul-devouring insect was flying above Jang Uk's head. The skeleton armor was trying to resist the enormous amount of damage from it. Jang Uk looked at this scene and thought in his heart, the body of the soul-devouring insect has also been eaten by it. I wonder if the skeleton fangs can penetrate its defense. At this point, fear is useless. Jang Uk thought of a way to deal with it. In just a minute, the soul-devouring insect had swollen another loop. The original 18 giant insect legs had now turned into 36 legs, each leg long and covered with sharp spikes, its body also full of sharp spikes and shiny scales. The Territorial Lord boss, level 50, much higher than Jang Uk's level. Jang Uk was not afraid. He had been leveling up and killing monsters all along the way. Just this time, he was a bit overleveled. The king of the soul-devouring insect devoured all the dead monsters' bodies, also absorbing the fragments of their souls. In a roar, it rushed forward, so fast that it had already appeared in front of Jang Uk in the blink of an eye. What kind of monster is this? The giant soul-devouring insect swooped down on Jang Uk, the skeleton armor emitting a dazzling white light blocking its attack, the level 30 skeleton armor providing defense equivalent to 120,000 physical attributes. It was impossible to break through. Jang Uk did not dodge or run away, enduring its attack. It seems that he must always replenish the bones covering his armor. The youth waited for it to come down, Jang Uk with his cold eyes activating his spiritual power. After a while, he stood waiting, and finally, it descended. The corpse explosion skill was immediately displayed by the youth. Loud explosions echoed in the sky, lasting for a while. The life force in the dead bodies was mostly lost. The soul-devouring insect king was in pain from the continuous explosions, its body glowing, all eyes looking towards Jang Uk. After evolving, the soul-devouring insect suddenly grew 10 more eyes, distributed all over its body, no blind spots. The soul-devouring insect retaliated against Jang Uk with the soul-devouring skill. Jang Uk felt the force acting on him, as if pulling him forward, the pulling force getting stronger. The skeleton armor continued to glow, cutting off this force, but suffered heavy damage. Jang Uk hurriedly supplemented the skeleton armor, acting as a cheat tool to protect Jang Uk tightly. Just as he escaped, Jang Uk muttered, "Fortunately, the skeleton armor prevented that pulling force." Soul Devouring is a group attack skill, and the group of skeleton warriors are also attacked. Jang Uk shouted, "Useless, my skeleton warriors are all undead." Their soul fire burst fiercely, their movements paused for a moment, and then everything returned to normal. The soul of the skeleton warrior could not be destroyed. If the soul was destroyed, it would lose its effectiveness. The furious soul-devouring insect king continued to attack like crazy. Jang Uk, with his cold eyes, countered, "You despicable monster, attacking souls. Do you think only you can use it? I also know how." Jang Uk unleashed a counterattack, with soul blaze burning fiercely. Both sides exchanged blows, with fire falling down. The king of soul-devouring insects let out a deafening scream, the sound creating a wave that seemed to pierce through the eardrums. The skeleton armor was directly activated to block the sound wave. The skeleton warrior soldiers were shaken back. The undead general displayed the dispel skill, instantly dispelling the abnormal state of the skeleton warrior soldiers while also making them unaffected by the abnormal state for a few minutes. The soul-devouring insect king fell into a disadvantageous position. The damage it had to endure became increasingly heavy. It suddenly spread its wings and flew up into the air, wanting to escape. Jang Uk felt it wasn't at the point of needing to flee. Suddenly, a light flashed in the air. His body was shining. The light formed a barrier, blocking the skills of the skeleton mages. The lost vitality quickly recovering. At the same time, its shape changed. Jang Uk was shocked. That is, the 36 long legs simultaneously transformed into arms and legs. The figure stood straight, turning into a human shape. The sharp spikes on its body retracted like armor. Jang Uk frowned. The aura of the soul-devouring insect king had changed, as if transforming into a completely new monster. System notification. Soul-devouring insect, second form, territorial lord boss, level 55, power 60,000, agility 25,000, spirit 10,000, physique 60,000. What the hell? This is its second form. Jang Uk's skeleton warriors continue to attack, but the soul-devouring insect immediately grabs one with its giant hand. It opens its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, preparing to devour the skeleton warrior. Jang Uk is extremely curious. What does it want to do? With a chilling, crunching sound, a sound of resistance, a skeleton warrior is devoured. System announcement. One skeleton warrior has been defeated. The undead general communicates that its undead army is missing a skeleton warrior. At this moment, the soul-devouring insect grabs 2 more skeleton warriors directly into its mouth and devours them. System announcement. 2 skeleton warriors have been defeated. After consuming the skeleton warriors, its wounds quickly heal. How is that possible? Jang Uk is speechless. Heal oneself by eating enemies. This ability is truly perverse. If that's the case, then let's see. You can eat faster, or I can summon faster. King Soul-Devouring Insect once again raised its arms for the 3rd time to continue grabbing the skeleton warrior. The number of skeleton warriors was too many, surrounding it tightly. Jang Uk snorted coldly as Soul Blaze emitted fiercely, while Jang Uk's large pet also unleashed the Nihility skill. The young Jang Uk coldly held the Thanatos scythe and stood watching to see how long this boss could last. Suddenly, a change appeared. At this moment, the head of King Soul Devouring Insect on its body disappeared, then abruptly reappeared. King Soul Devouring Insect immediately screamed in horror and unbearable pain. The power of Soul Blaze was immense, and the intense pain it caused was several times that of other skills. The screams echoed through the mountains, and the nearby dragon clan listened in curiosity and horror. At that moment, a horde of soul-devouring insects arrived in enormous numbers. The cold Jang Uk sneered. They arrived just in time. Surrounded by skeleton armor protecting Jang Uk, they slowly began channeling spiritual power to unleash the skeleton fang skill. The group of soul-devouring insects were pierced to death by skeleton fangs immediately. Seeing a large number of dead bodies, Jang Uk quickly summoned a deadly red sphere. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Seizing the opportunity, Jang Uk immediately used the skill Corpse Explosion. The sound of explosions filled the air as the bodies of the soul-devouring insects around the boss kept exploding repeatedly. The destructive power of the Corpse Explosion skill immediately caused a large amount of damage to the king of soul-devouring insects. The devastation seemed to penetrate deep into its flesh and bones. A deadly red color appeared. The wound was quickly becoming more severe. The king of soul-devouring insects was truly terrified. If this continued, it would die within a few minutes. Do not give it any chance to catch its breath. Going forward, Jang Uk commanded his undead general to control his army. The undead general excellently executed Jang Uk's command. The 4 attributes, ice, fire, wind, and thunder, of the skeleton mages raised their scepters high and unleashed their skills. A series of skills like Blizzard of Ferocious Ice, Explosive Fire Magic, 5 Thunder's Divine Strike, and Raging Whirlwind rained down on the boss, with the sound and light effects overwhelming the sky. Meanwhile, the skeleton warriors surrounded it. They continuously launched ferocious attacks. As soon as the wings appeared, the skeleton warriors behind also released their skills. The mages also focused their attacks on the wings immediately. The king of soul-devouring insects also resisted fiercely. The 2 sides plunged into a life and death battle, with the nearby crowd of humans hearing the screams and discussing excitedly. Did you hear the cry of the soul-devouring insect king? I heard it. It sounds desperate. Could someone be attacking the soul-devouring insect king? All the drops are top quality. Don't dream anymore. We should still run. Let's go quickly. At the same time, young man Jang Uk moved to a better position, surrounded by the skeleton warrior continuously filled with spiritual power. Jang Uk had just set foot in the chosen position when there was a change. The soul-devouring insect king turned into a giant humanoid creature 10 meters tall, with its huge hands and sharp claws continuously capturing Jang Uk's skeleton warriors, swallowing them to replenish itself. System notification: 5 skeleton warriors have been destroyed. After eating the meat of 5 skeleton warriors, the soul-devouring insect king also regained a lot. Its wings grew back, and it jumped up high, about to fly away. The young man Jang Uk coldly shouted, trying to escape. There's no way out. But the boss was too fast and dangerous, causing the young man to panic. It's not good. Its speed is too high. If we let escape, we won't be able to catch up. Jang Uk immediately used the slow curse skill. Familiar red chains appeared and bound the soul-devouring insect king tightly. The red chains of Jang Uk twisted around its body, significantly reducing its speed. Jang Uk carried his Thanatos scythe on his shoulder and controlled his giant pet to approach. With a cold look and full of spiritual power, the young man shouted, "Don't even think about running. I am very interested in your body and soul." Quick and decisive, as soon as Jang Uk finished speaking, the skeleton warriors rushed in to attack. Despite its efforts, it could not escape the encirclement of the skeleton warriors, nor could it withstand the continuous attacks of the skeleton mage, whose skills rained down on it. The deadly blue flame on Jang Uk's hand flickered, only to hear the horrifying scream of the soul-devouring insect king. The boss was tightly bound by the chains of the slow curse, being mercilessly ganged up on. 2 minutes later, the soul-devouring insect king, filled with resentment, finally collapsed completely in a desperate cry. System notification: defeat the soul-devouring insect king, gain 5 million experience points. Receive soul-devouring dagger, receive devouring ring, receive 5 soul crystals. The system provides information on each item. Soul-devouring dagger, exclusive to the assassin profession, a high-level weapon, all attributes plus 2500, enhances assassin skills by 80% with the Devour Soul skill. Devouring ring, a high-level accessory, all attributes plus 1000, reduces the spiritual power consumption of skills by 20%. Soul crystal, a one-time consumable item. Each use can permanently increase spiritual power by 1000 points with unlimited uses. The young man gazed at the new items and thought to himself, my current spiritual power is only enough to summon an undead general. This devouring ring and soul crystal are truly suitable for me. I must express my gratitude to you. The young man raised the Thanatos scythe and approached the body of the soul-devouring insect king, channeling his spiritual power. Rise, become my loyal servant, evocation. The soul of the king's soul-devouring insect was quickly drawn towards the Thanatos site, but halfway through there was a change. Jang Uk exclaimed, failure, evocation failed. Jang Uk sweated coldly in confusion. Is it because the level is too high? Try again. Focusing spiritual power, Jang Uk performed the evocation skill again. After a long while of trying, he received a notification from the system. The soul of the king's soul-devouring insect morphs second form, level 50, power 60,000, agility 25,000, spirit 10,000, physique 60,000. Jang Uk exerted his spiritual power to summon the scythe, but the system delivered a cold shower to the young man. Summoning failed. Currently, it seems my spiritual power is still not enough to summon it. Maybe after using these soul crystals it will be enough, not sure if it can transform into the first form of soul. Suddenly, it seems like a mysterious scene is unfolding. Jang Uk looked and murmured to himself, the world is being formed by soul-devouring insects. This is the lair of the soul-devouring insect king. The soul-devouring insect king wants to run over there. Could it be that there is something there that can save it? The young man looked towards the dark cave, shrouded in darkness. Jang Uk looked closely and saw two giant legs. Jang Uk broke out in a cold sweat, shocked. That is the world boss. The scene was filled with a strange energy of the soul, a pure energy breath, different from the chaotic soul fragments in eternal trials. The soul energy here was very pure without impurities. At the same time, Jang Uk also felt the breath of the soul-devouring insect king. This was truly the nest of the soul-devouring insect king. Its breath was everywhere in the scene. It could be imagined that it was hiding in the scene, slowly advancing forward in the scene. After a few minutes, the young man saw the mounds rising. The shapes of the mounds were very similar to the hills outside, except slightly smaller in size, almost identical. On top of the mounds were all eggs. The system announced, this is the nest of the soul-devouring insect. Only one name and one explanation. No level, no attributes. Jang Uk immediately understood. After maturing, it could give birth to many soul-devouring insects. The hills outside are its adult form. Unexpectedly, soul-devouring insects are born in this way. But where did this nest come from? Could it be from the soul-devouring insect king giving birth? Could it be? An idea popped into Jang Uk's head. The young man quickly stepped into the depths of the secret realm. The secret realm was not large. He quickly arrived at the deepest place. Sure enough, the young man saw the soul-devouring insect. System update. Soul-devouring insect mother, world boss, level 51, power 0. Agility 0, spirit 100,000, physique 100,000, skills, soul devour, soul explosion, soul freeze, rapid hatching, characteristics, 30% physical damage reduction, 30% elemental damage reduction, 30% soul damage reduction. Jang Uk broke out in a cold sweat. This is the world boss of Eternal Trials. Its attributes are truly terrifying. The size of the soul-devouring insect is proportionate to its attributes. A soul-devouring insect as big as a mountain stands in front of the young Jang Uk. Just lying on the ground, its height surpasses Jang Uk by tens of times. It gives a feeling of overwhelming power, its shape resembling a king ant, a world boss. One level higher than the soul-devouring insect king. But the total attributes are higher by 50,000, totaling up to 200,000. Just a one-level difference in total attributes can be so much higher. Surpassing Jang Uk's imagination, the territorial Lord Boss and World Boss. This is the difference in two different levels, completely different attributes. The soul-devouring insect mother has no physical attack ability, nor the ability to move. With a spirit and physique up to 100,000, the highest Jang Uk has ever seen. Combined with its skills, this is a magical boss. Whether a magical boss is strong or not entirely depends on skills. The eggs around start to hatch. A mysterious light radiates extremely powerfully. The system provides information. Soul Dever and Insect Guard, Leader Monster, level 50, Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 100,000, Physique 50,000. Skills. Spirit Shield, characteristic, reduces physical damage by 70%, reduces elemental damage by 70%, links souls of the same kind. Jang Uk only saw the soul-devouring insect guard activate the spirit shield, a protective layer it created. After a while, Jang Uk realized the issue, so it doesn't attack because it doesn't have attack power. Its physical body is not strong, but its spirit is unusually high. Combining with his skills, Jang Uk immediately understood its role. Jang Uk used spiritual power to summon a group of skeleton warriors, looking at the layers of the soul-devouring insect guard shield and silently thinking, 4 layers of stacked shields, breaking them won't be easy. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring insect mother released its skill Soul Explosion, a sound of crying and wailing causing all the skeletons to be severely attacked. Soul fire raged, all the skeletons were injured to varying degrees. This was the power of the soul explosion skill of the soul-devouring insect mother, its effect somewhat similar to Jang Uk's soul blaze. Jang Uk's soul blaze was a single skill, while the soul explosion of the soul-devouring insect mother was a group attack skill, with a range so wide that it could affect the entire battlefield. The Summon Undead General raised its scepter high, activating the Legion Heal skill, a white light shining as the skeletons began to recover. Jang Uk sweat profusely. Lucky that I have the Summon Undead General, otherwise with a few more soul explosions, I would have failed. The soul-devouring insect mother had 200,000 spiritual energy, its skill power very strong, causing excruciating damage at the soul level. Thankfully, skeletons do not feel pain, or else another player would suffer greatly. Even if they could endure it, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. The skeleton warriors rushed forward, attacking the spirit shield with their skills. The large blades emitting light hitting the shield, the skeleton warriors completely surrounding it, stacking on top of each other to cover the shield completely. The large swords fell madly onto the shield. Waves rose on the shield, circles of waves spread out. No matter how fierce the attack was, it remained unyielding, truly very strong. Seeing the extremely solid barrier in front, the young man thought hard. How to destroy this shield? Even the soul-devouring insect is constantly devouring soul, strengthening the soul-devouring insect mother and soul-devouring insect guard. The skeleton warriors rushed in for continuous attacks. The attacks were incredibly strong, but still couldn't break the spirit shield. Jang Uk remained silent. Until now, I have always used Soul Blaze to interrupt the enemy's skills. Unexpectedly, now the situation falls on me. The entire mysterious scene provides energy for the soul-devouring insect mother. The soul-devouring insect mother provides energy for the 4 soul-devouring insect guards. Breaking the spirit shield is confronting the energy of the entire mysterious scene. Difficult, very difficult. While the unsolved problem remained, the soul-devouring insect mother unleashed a skill, Soul Freeze. The system immediately announced, a skeleton warrior has been defeated. Immediately, a skeleton warrior fell from the shield without making a sound, dead. The skeleton warrior was truly dead. Teenager Jang Uk stared at the fallen skeleton warrior, the cause of death being the frozen soul. The skeleton warrior's soul fire had been extinguished. The head was covered in a layer of blue light, with no other injuries on the body. The Brook attack turned into a single attack, more stealthy and powerful, freezing the soul, immense power, freezing and extinguishing the soul fire of the skeleton warrior. Jang Uk immediately used the skeleton fang skill. Jang Uk continuously released skeleton fangs, sending out 10 consecutive waves, blinding white light, both sides struggling, the shield showing no signs of damage, stopping the skill, the white light disappearing, the shield immediately returning to normal. Ineffective, still ineffective, skeleton fangs cannot penetrate the shield. The system continued to announce, 12 skeleton warriors have been eliminated. Suddenly, the teenager's eyes lit up and an idea popped into his head. I wonder if Soul Blaze can bypass that shield. Soul Blaze ignited in Jang Uk's palm. The soul-devouring insect mother immediately locked onto the target, using the Soul Freeze skill to attack Jang Uk. The skeleton armor exploded, a blinding white light blocking its attack. Fortunately, the young man's skeleton armor was still thick. Jang Uk maintained Soul Blaze with his right hand and replenished his skeleton armor with his left, knowing that the boss was trying to prevent him from using skills. Jang Uk tightened his grip on 2 cold eyes and confidently said to the boss, "Oh, seeing my Soul Blaze must be starting to scare you. It seems like this move will be effective." Jang Uk immediately unleashed the Soul Blaze skill, a large flame flying towards the soul-devouring insect guard. Soul Freeze, soul-devouring insect mother attacked Jang Uk repeatedly, but was always blocked by the skeleton armor. Hit by this skill, the soul-devouring insect guard immediately let out a tragic scream. Its scales and fur stood on end, its huge body trembling. The extremely piercing scream, perhaps it had never thought it would be attacked spiritually. Its scream made the entire spirit shield tremble, and the gaps were immediately widened. Jang Uk had the thought, it's my turn now. Not far from there, a group of human beings were discussing. The cries of the soul-devouring insect king had stopped. Could someone have killed the soul-devouring insect king? Who could it be? At the same time, at the location where Jang Uk had killed the soul-devouring insect king earlier, the battlefield was in disarray, with broken rocks and deep trenches creating a haze of dust. A group of professionals from the Dragon Clan arrived, witnessing the aftermath in awe. Who could have done this, and how could they do it to this extent? They looked at each other in horror and continued to discuss. The entire territory of the soul-devouring insect has collapsed. We don't know who won this battle. Do you want to go down and see? Looking at the deep trenches in front of them, they made a bold suggestion. Shall we go take a look? If it's not safe, we run. The soul-devouring insect king must be heavily injured. Who knows what we might find? Before they could finish their sentence, all the members of the Dragon Clan team had already jumped down, and shortly after, the Genesis Academy team from Xiaojing Academy also arrived. They whispered among themselves for a while, then all decided to jump down to investigate. Meanwhile, at the same time, Jang Uk continued to use his Soul Blaze technique with a cold and familiar look in his eyes as he muttered, "Let you all taste the taste of Soul Attack."